Chapter 1. The Mysterious Space. Tina Town, Shantou Village. The sunlight in November is not scorching. Li Yi changed his shoes and shouldered a hoe, preparing to step outside. Xiao Yi, how is your mother's illness? Do you have enough money? Good morning, Sambua, Li Yi replied with a smile. She's much better, and the money is sufficient. The man, slightly hunched with graying beard, carried half a chicken and said, Your Sanjun has slaughtered a chicken. You can stew it for your mother at noon to nourish her. Sambua, I can't accept. You stubborn child, just take it. Sambua glared at Li Yi before he walked away with the hoe. Li Yi gazed at the plump chicken in his hands, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. This chicken was precious, at least for the Li family at this moment. After placing the chicken aside, Li looked at the old house with its blue bricks and tiles. A glimmer of determination crossing his gaze, he believed everything would turn out well. Shouldering the hoe, he stepped outside, and the plump little dog at the doorstep sprang to life. Woof, woof, the little ball of fur twisted its chubby body, eager to chase after him. Go back. Li Yi waved his hand, and the little creature halted immediately, its dark eyes gazing at him with a pitiful look. The farm work was actually not too demanding now. He still had some tidying up to do. The 2 seasons of rice were ready for harvest, and selling it should yield some money, which would help with his mother's medical expenses. In the countryside, the fields were quite fragmented and the terrain uneven, so the workload was considerable. Today, he was heading to the rice paddies located beneath a reservoir, where water was plentiful. With the harvest approaching, excessive water would make the soil too soft and muddy, complicating the harvesting process. Typically, water was drained a few days before harvest to allow the fields to dry out. While others used machines for harvesting, Shantou Village was different. It was a remote and impoverished area, with unpaved roads, and the nearest town was over 30 miles away. The roads were barely wide enough for one vehicle, and they had to navigate along the mountainside beside deep ravines, making it impossible for harvesters to enter. Moreover, the young and strong in Shantou Village had all gone out to work, leaving mostly the elderly, women, and children behind. They were accustomed to frugality and would feel a pinch at the thought of hiring a machine for harvesting, perceiving it as a waste of money. Here, harvesting rice was a laborious manual task. Li Yi, hoisting the hoe, pondered how to earn money. His mother was hospitalized and urgently needed a substantial sum for her treatment. Merely relying on selling rice would be far from sufficient. He was in dire need of funds, surveying the nearly 1.5 acres of farmland. He feared it would take him 3 days to finish the harvest. As he walked barefoot along the ridge of the field, Li Yi suddenly felt a sharp pain in his foot. Looking down, he noticed a cut on the sole of his foot, with a sharp object protruding from the soil, resembling a conch shell. Just as he bent down, a wave of dizziness overcame him, and his vision darkened as he fainted. What's wrong with Xiao Yi? Quick, go find old Zhao and have him take a look. This is terrible. It was hard enough for Xianglan to raise him, and just when there was hope, she fell ill and is in the hospital. If anything happens to Xiao Yi, what will we do? Weren't they saying Xianglan's illness had improved? Improved? Nonsense. This boy doesn't want to burden us. He doesn't want to borrow money from us. So, Li Bai just abandons them? What a disgraceful man. How did our Li family produce such a worthless person? All right, let's not speak ill of him. That sort of person is not worthy of being in our village. Has old Zhao arrived yet? He felt his consciousness fading, hearing the voices around him, but unable to open his eyes. What happened to me? Why did I faint? His awareness began to sink further. No, I can't afford to collapse. My mother is counting on me for her life. Suddenly, Li Yi opened his eyes. Before him laid out a realm of chaos. No, a faint, pleasant fragrance wafted through the air. A field, a spring. The field stretched about 30 meters long and 20 meters wide, roughly an acre in size. The soil was dark and exuded a refreshing aroma. The spring was small, with the spring head no larger than a thumb, and the basin about the size of an adult's head. The spring water formed a narrow path, merely 2 to 3 centimeters wide, flowing so gently it was almost negligible. Ultimately, it meandered into the black soil. It was evident that the spring's outflow was exceedingly slow. Beyond the spring and the field lay an expanse of nothingness, a pitch-black void. Aside from that, there was nothing else. Where is this? Could it be an independent space? Li Yi was bewildered. Hadn't he fainted? Hello, "Is anyone there?" No one responded. Suddenly, a piercing pain shot through him, and Li Yi opened his eyes once more. Before him were familiar faces, filled with warmth and concern. "You're awake, you're awake. Old Zhao is truly remarkable, you've finally come to." The neighbors chimed in, offering their counsel. "You must take care of yourself, even when working. Indeed, your mother relies on you for support. You cannot afford to fall ill. We're all neighbors, we will help you however we can. Don't be so distant, child." Li Yi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, gratefully acknowledging the concern of his elders. He reassured them of his well-being before they finally departed. "How much more do you need?" Sambua pulled out a rolling paper and, with fingers stained from labor, retrieved a bag of tobacco leaves from his pocket. After deftly rolling a cigarette, he placed it in his mouth, moistening it with his lips. Swish! With a swift motion, he struck a match against the rough side of the box, igniting the flame. Sambua flicked his wrist, extinguishing the flame and discarding the match. Noticing Li Yi's silence, Sambua took a puff of the cigarette before giving a firm slap to the back of Li Yi's head, nearly giving him a concussion. "Why are you still so stubborn, you fool?" Sambua's weathered face contorted with irritation. "Do you really consider your Sambua an outsider? I still need 26,574. Li Yi rubbed the back of his head, feeling the impact of the old man's strength. Nearby, a chubby puppy named Jiabao waddled over, resting its furry chin on Li Yi's foot. Sambua, with a slight tremor in his hand, said, "Wait a moment, it'll come back tomorrow, and we'll figure out the money together." Sambua, doubt if you still consider yourself a part of Shantou village. Then focus on your work and stop worrying about this. Sambua dusted off his muddy trousers, raising a cloud of dust. "Are you truly prepared to take on the village chief's troublesome role? If you ask me, our village could do without a chief." None of the previous officials lasted more than half a month. "Since no one else is stepping up, I want to give it a try," Li Yi replied, pursing his lips before speaking with conviction. Sambua pinched the nearly finished cigarette between his fingers, took a deep drag, and finally discarded it. "All right, then give it a shot." After speaking, he shouldered the hoe and strode away, one leg with the pant leg rolled up and the other left down. Li observed this scene and chuckled softly. Jiabao, resting on his instep, lifted its heavy head and cast a glance at Li Yi. Gazing at the still brick-built house, Li Yi imitated Sambua's manner, patting his backside and rising to his feet. "It's time to prepare dinner for mother." Li Yi made his way to the kitchen, surveying the scant ingredients, a half chicken. He then headed to the backyard garden, plucking some greens and peeling 2 large potatoes, managing to cobble together a meal. "Is there no water left?" Noticing that the large water tank was already empty, Li Yi paused in surprise. With a thought, he once again found himself in that shadowy space that IS is considered a self-contained realm. Chapter 2. Burdened by debt. The delectable chicken. After graduation, Li no longer indulged in online novels, yet he remained aware of the existence of the so-called golden fingers. Was the spring pool too diminutive? Upon returning home, Li Yi gathered some agricultural tools and once again vanished into the spatial realm. Gazing at the spring pool, which was no larger than a head, he resolutely took action. Nearly a year had passed since his graduation, and he had achieved nothing. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no urgency. His mother had fallen ill, necessitating a substantial sum for surgery, and he felt the weight of despair pressing down upon him. He yearned to prove himself, not only to the world but also to that woman who looked down upon him. Even in the countryside, a future awaited. As Li Yi began to excavate, the spring pool expanded in both size and depth. To his astonishment, even when the water became murky, it transformed into crystal clear and refreshing clarity in less than 2 minutes. He dug to a depth of 1.5 meters, significantly increasing the pool's capacity. Spring water? An acre of fertile land. Could this be considered a farming space? Li Yi retrieved a selection of seeds suitable for the current season from his home. He longed to plant rice, but it seemed too cumbersome. Although the southern climate generally permitted 2 or even 3 rice crops, it was already autumn, and the final harvest was upon him. He ultimately chose to forego rice cultivation. Winter offered a plethora of crops to plant, such as napa cabbage, bok choy, potatoes, rapeseed, and chives. Li Yi primarily focused on cultivating potatoes, easy to grow and yielding abundantly. They served as both snacks and staples. Naturally, he scattered a few seeds of other crops as well. Every experiment necessitated a semblance of variety. Cradling the spring water in his hands, Li Yi took a sip, finding it pleasantly sweet with a refreshing coolness. Once consumed, all traces of fatigue dissipated. Remarkable. His eyes sparkled with newfound vigor. It seemed he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. After filling his water tank with spring water, he proceeded to prepare a meal. In novels, the male protagonist's spatial spring water was often depicted as divine. What about his own? Regardless, after drinking it, he felt invigorated. This past year had worn down his rough edges, stripping away pretentiousness and leaving him more composed. Should this farming space indeed possess miraculous effects, his confidence in his rise would be greatly bolstered. Even if it proved ineffective, he stood to lose nothing. Maintaining a balanced mindset was paramount. In the pot,
He poured the spring water, adding the chopped scallions, ginger, and garlic, followed by the chicken. Once white froth began to surface, he lifted it out. A delicate fragrance filled the air as he cleaned the pot and introduced some vegetable oil. The aroma wafted enticingly as he added Sichuan pepper, star anise, and the scallions and ginger for sautéing, followed by the chicken for stir-frying. As he cooked, his mouth began to water. Curious, he wondered why the chicken was so fragrant today. Could it be due to the spring water? After the chicken was cooked, he added more spring water to start simmering the soup. Once the meal was prepared, he divided it into 3 portions and placed them in thermal cups. Li Yi then hopped on his bicycle, heading straight to Tianatown. In Shantaekan, the absence of roads remains an enigma to Li Yi, who is uncertain of the precise reasons behind it. It is rumored that the difficulty in securing funding is a significant factor. After cycling for over 30 miles to reach the town, Li Yi feels compelled to lament the deplorable road conditions for the village to thrive and prosper. The construction of roads is imperative. His grandfather toiled tirelessly throughout his life, never failing to remind Li Yi of the necessity to develop their village, highlighting the depth of his conviction. With a sigh, Li Yi contemplates that while he may have felt powerless in the past, he now possesses a space of his own and should be able to fulfill his grandfather's aspirations. However, plans to advance the village must be postponed. His mother's illness poses a formidable challenge, with the surgical costs alone exceeding 200,000. This does not account for subsequent recuperation expenses, and once those are addressed, he must also repay his substantial debts, which he calculates to be around 60 to 70,000, totaling over 300,000 in liabilities. If he can resolve his mother's predicament, he could then consider road construction without issue. The foremost task in developing the village is indeed the construction of roads. The 35 to 36 mile distance, given current construction costs, amounts to approximately 300,000 per kilometer. Therefore, to pave a road to the town, he would require at least 540,000. Li Yi shudders at the thought, doubting he could ever amass such a sum in his lifetime. Even with his spatial advantages, uncertainty lingers in his heart. The medical standards of the town hospital are rather inadequate. If conditions permitted, transferring his mother to the county hospital would be the most suitable option. Yet, the financial constraints of Li Yi's family render this impossible. His mother resides on the 3rd floor of the hospital, sharing a ward due to their financial limitations. Among her roommates is an elderly man with compromised lung function, who, despite his age, persistently coughs. His affliction also demands financial resources that his family cannot provide, forcing him to remain hospitalized indefinitely. Another roommate, a woman in her 40s or 50s with a somewhat corpulent figure, is affectionately referred to by Li Yi as Aunt Lu. It is said that Aunt Lu's family possesses some financial means, at least more than Li Yi's own. Nonetheless, Aunt Lu's condition is serious, and the cost of surgery is estimated to exceed 300,000. Her children are reluctant to contribute financially, leaving her in the hospital. Aunt Lu has shed tears over her predicament, yet, with her children unwilling to spend to save her, she feels powerless. As long as she can remain in the hospital, receiving periodic financial support to stave off starvation, she reluctantly accepts her fate. Li finds it difficult to pass judgment on such circumstances. Mother, Aunt Lu, Grandpa Lin. He calls out upon entering. Is it little Li? A glimmer of joy flickers in the eyes of Wu Xianglan, who has been ravaged by illness and reduced to a shadow of her former self. Both Aunt Lu and Grandpa Lin gaze at her with envy. Although Wu Xianglan's family is the poorest, her son has never cast her aside or abandoned her, unlike their own children. No filial son remains by the sickbed. Li Yi observes the expressions and glances exchanged between the two elders, yet feels powerless to change their situation. Mother, this chicken is from Aunt San. Please give it a try, he offers, presenting a meal to Wu Xianglan. She smiles warmly, her hands trembling slightly as she reaches for the dish. Aunt Lu, Grandpa Lin. I have prepared some chicken soup for you. Please have a taste. Li Yi, within his means, tried his utmost to care for them. The meal, divided into 3 portions, served as the sole comfort for the 3 tormented by illness. As the tender yet slightly chewy morsels of chicken were savored, the delightful aroma burst forth in their mouths. A hint of astonishment appeared on the faces of Wu Xianglan and the others. Chicken is a common ingredient, and they had both cooked and eaten it before. Yet, never had they encountered such a delectable dish that made them yearn to swallow their tongues in delight. It was akin to the wonder and joy displayed by a child tasting ice cream for the first time. Xiaoyi, why is the chicken and soup so extraordinarily fresh today? Wu Xianglan seemed to have shed some of her lethargy. This chicken soup is simply divine. Aunt Lu and Old Man Lin, fearing it might be taken from them, hastily consumed every last drop. Observing the genuine expressions of the 3, Li Yi realized that the credit was largely due to the spring water. His culinary skills were hardly remarkable. To his surprise, the usually finicky Wu Xianglan finished every morsel without leaving a trace. Clearly, all 3 patients were thoroughly satisfied with the meal. Xiaoyi, shall we consider leaving the hospital? Wu Xianglan inquired with a hopeful gaze toward her son. Li Yi's expression turned serious as he replied, no. Sensing the gravity of his tone, he added, Mom, rest assured. I will find a way to earn the money we need soon. Faced with her son's refusal, Wu Xianglan reluctantly acquiesced, her mind already made up. With the family's finances dwindling, she knew that prolonging their stay would only lead to further borrowing on her son's part. She planned to sneak back home in a few days. After all, they were all nearing the end of their days. Why burden her son further? Li Yi, oblivious to his mother's thoughts, spent some time conversing with her and offering reassurances before returning home. After enjoying the chicken and soup, Wu Xianglan and the others felt a sense of relief, as if their entire being was revitalized, their pores opening up to breathe once more. For the first time during their prolonged stay in the hospital, they felt as though they had come back to life. An hour and a half later, Wu Xianglan, Lu Guifeng, please come out for blood tests. The nurse called from the doorway. Wu Xianglan and Lu Guifeng walked toward the examination room, where the tests were relatively straightforward. Soon, they returned to their ward. Dr. Zhao Qingchang, Wu Xianglan's attending physician, was highly experienced and had been closely monitoring her deteriorating health. However, due to her family's financial constraints, he had no means to offer assistance. Director Zhao, here is Wu Xianglan's test report. The nurse handed over the document. Zhao Qingchang took it, glanced at it, and was about to set it down when his gaze suddenly fixed. He looked up sharply and asked, "Are you sure you haven't made a mistake?" The nurse was startled, her face flushing as she responded, "Director Zhao, I haven't made a mistake." Zhao Qingchang stared at the name on the report in disbelief, exclaiming, "How can this be? It was supposed to be uncontrollable, yet now it appears to be retracting? Director Zhao, am I able to leave?" The nurse inquired, visibly anxious. Zhao Qingchang waved his hand and promptly exited with the test results. Just in time to encounter Director Li from the same department. "Director Li," Zhao Qingchang remarked, noticing that the latter also wore an expression of astonishment while holding his own test results. He recalled that Director Li's patient shared a ward with Wu Xianglan. Chapter 3. The Super Potato. How could this be? Zhao Qingchang and Li Fenglong exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confounded by the strange occurrence. The uncontrollable condition not only stabilized but also exhibited signs of improvement. What could this signify? A medical miracle? As Zhao Qingchang and Li Fenglong entered the ward, Wu Xianglan and Lu Guifeng instinctively grew tense. "Director Zhao, Director Li, what brings you here?" Lu Guifeng, more sociable and seasoned in the ways of the world than Wu Xianglan, inquired. "Nothing to worry about. We just came to check in. Don't give up. Anything is possible." Zhao Qingchang and Li Fenglong refrained from divulging the true nature of the situation, as such matters should only be communicated once fully confirmed. "So, just here for a chat?" Lu Guifeng and Wu Xianglan visibly relaxed. After inquiring about a few details, Zhao Qingchang and Li Fenglong departed the ward. "Could it be due to chicken?" Li Fenglong chuckled incredulously. Zhao Qingchang shook his head, dismissing such notions. "Let us observe the situation tomorrow. We'll personally document everything." "Should we report this to the county?" Li Fenglong asked. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Qingchang nodded in agreement. In Shantou village, Li Yi stepped into the space, momentarily taken aback. Wow! Despite being somewhat prepared, witnessing the seeds he had planted just 2.5 hours earlier sprouting and flourishing still took him by surprise. How swiftly time must flow. 10 days. Or perhaps 20. The potato vines were lush and green, and the black soil of an acre was adorned with vibrant greenery. A truly aesthetic sight. Other varieties, such as cabbage, had also emerged. Li Yi harbored serious doubts. If he waited just one more day, these crops might reach maturity. Was it the fertility of the black soil or the spring water at play? Without delay, he made his way to his backyard, where numerous vegetables thrived. He drew spring water from the space and diligently irrigated each vegetable in turn. To his astonishment, the vegetables visibly grew larger and more verdant. Is this miraculous water? He wondered. In the countryside, one could never have too many crops. Skeptical, Li Yi felt compelled to continue his experimentation. He sprinted toward his rice fields, with his little companion, Jia Bao, trailing behind on short legs, yet surprisingly swift. Li Yi owned 3 rice paddies, the largest being 1.5 acres situated beneath a reservoir, while the other 2 measured 0.5 acre each. If spring water indeed possessed the ability to catalyze and accelerate growth, the possibilities for him would be vast. He immediately fetched water from the spring within the space and proceeded to irrigate the furrows of the rice fields. After ensuring the irrigation was complete and sealing the sluice gate, especially since the water levels were low, he replicated the process in the other 2 paddies. By the time he finished, night had fallen. However, Li Yi discerned a peculiar issue. After partaking of the spring water, his physique had notably strengthened. It appeared that the spring water indeed possessed remarkable efficacy. Upon returning home, he indulged in a warm bath before embarking on the culinary endeavor. The vegetables were sourced from his own garden, exuding a delicate aroma. Furthermore, the verdant leaves seemed as though they had been dyed with vibrant hues. Today's dinner consisted of stir-fried bok choy and scrambled eggs with chili peppers. The bok choy was exceptionally tender. He first poured in some oil, freshly pressed from his own rape seeds, which filled the air with a delightful fragrance. As the bok choy sizzled in the pan, its aroma intensified. A pinch of salt was added, and it was ready to be served. The scrambled eggs with chili peppers followed suit, emerging from the stove in quick succession. The plump little canine, with its tongue lolling out, twirled around Li Yi's feet. "Little one, do you smell the deliciousness?" he mused, offering it a morsel of rice accompanied by a splash of soup before he began his meal. The moment the bok choy touched his palate, an indescribable crispness enveloped him. It was not merely the taste of vegetables. There seemed to be an enchanting quality that captivated the senses. The flavor was robust, and the crunch was delightful. As he mixed the scrambled eggs with rice, Li Yi was increasingly astonished. The vegetables nourished by the spring water were exquisitely delectable. No wonder his mother and Aunt Lu had devoured every last drop of soup at noon. With the advantage of a time-accelerated cultivation space and the spring water, he resolved to make the most of these resources. Li Yi contemplated selling some produce the following day to gauge the market response. If successful, the orchard behind his house would surely sell out. In the countryside, nearly every household boasts an orchard, primarily cultivating fruits such as tangerines, oranges, pomelos, and honey oranges. Of course, there are winter peaches as well. For Shantou village to flourish, roads must be constructed, but how to fund such endeavors? Naturally, it would be through this very space. He intended to use his own household as a trial. Should they succeed, the village could begin to implement similar practices. Only when every family is prosperous can significant projects be undertaken. Li Yi dared not rest. Once dinner had sufficiently settled, he promptly began to irrigate, undeterred by the uncertainty of marketability. His family's orchard was vast, with early ripening tangerines already ready for consumption, while the late varieties would require another month of waiting. Shantou village boasted an abundance of orchards, with numerous trees adorning the hillsides, many of which had fallen into neglect. The fields were filled with tangerine trees, yet they struggled to find buyers. The reasons were twofold: accessibility issues and meager profits. Anyone who has cultivated tangerines knows the dishearteningly low prices at which they are often sold. A mere 10 to 20 cents per pound could be bought from farmers, only to be resold by distributors at $1 or $2, a tenfold increase. Thus, such fruits are quite unprofitable for farmers. Li Yi yearned to experiment. After all, these items were plentiful in the mountains, with many going uneaten and ultimately wasted. He toiled away until midnight before finally succumbing to exhaustion and drifting into slumber. At the break of dawn, Li Yi was already awake. Today's potential for earning hinges upon the enchanting spatial spring water. Upon entering this realm, one is greeted by a lush expanse of greenery. Vines gracefully weave through the fields, while the leaves have begun to adopt a deep emerald hue, signaling the ripeness of the potatoes. Li Yi hoisted his hoe and cautiously began to dig, grasping a vine to gently pull. To his dismay, it did not yield. A tad awkward, he bent down, planted his feet firmly, and exerted more force. Lo and behold, in his hands lay a potato nearly the size of a human head, leaving Li Yi utterly astonished. This single plant must have produced no less than 70, 80, or even 90 potatoes, each seemingly weighing 4 to 5 pounds. How much would this one plant yield? Is it the fertile black soil's extraordinary nourishment or the miraculous effects of the spring water at play? Or perhaps it is a delightful combination of both. Gazing at the mountain of potatoes, even the smallest weighed in at around 2.5 pounds. The prospect of fetching a good price now rested on this bounty. He then placed his own vegetables and the oranges he had watered the previous night into the spatial realm. After preparing several dishes and placing them in an insulated box, Li Yi mounted his bicycle and rode swiftly towards the town. Upon delivering the meal box, he engaged in light conversation with Wu Xianglan before making his way to the market, planning to return later for his goods. Upon arriving at the town market, the dawn had yet to fully break. He sought a secluded spot and promptly arranged the items he intended to sell from the spatial realm. In this town, street vendors faced no restrictions, as many locals showcased their homegrown produce. Li Yi's signboard announced with vigor, super potatoes, premium vegetables, perfect oranges. The catchy slogans drew laughter from the nearby elders, who commended Li Yi for his creativity in naming. Sitting on a small stool, he remained unperturbed. In terms of appearance, his produce was undoubtedly superior, and in size, he doubted anyone could rival him. Chapter 4. Delicious to the core, the giant potatoes were neatly packed into several burlap sacks. His homegrown vegetables primarily consisted of cabbage, each weighing 2 to 3 pounds, remarkably larger than ordinary specimens, totaling 32 heads. There was no more space to store them. This was merely a trial run. As for the oranges, their peels shimmered with a golden hue, twice the size of the usual ones. However, with oranges, size does not always equate to flavor. Those of moderate size often bear the sweetest taste. Once everything was displayed, Li Yi began to amuse himself with his phone. "Young man, your potatoes must be hormone-treated, right?" he heard a middle-aged woman exclaim as she stood before his stall. "Ma'am, that is quite an accusation. Just because our potatoes are large doesn't mean they've been treated with hormones," Li Yi replied with a grin. The woman chuckled, and soon others were drawn in by the allure of Li Yi's sign. Super potatoes? Premium vegetables? Perfect oranges? Huh, young people today really know how to boast, commented one onlooker, scrutinizing the vegetables that seemed almost plastic in nature. As the morning progressed, more vendors began to populate the market, yet customers remained captivated by Li Yi's stall. While large potatoes were not unheard of, their occurrence was rare. However, Li Yi's offering, each resembling a human head in size, was indeed a marvel. The large cabbages displayed here exhibit a luster and freshness akin to exquisite jade carvings, gleaming brilliantly. Their appearance alone securing a triumph in the realm of aesthetics. Most observers, if not touched, would likely surmise they are crafted from plastic. For how could any vegetable be so impeccably flawless? As Li Yi noted the increasing crowd around him, a clever idea struck him. "My dear brother, would you dare to place a wager?" "A wager on what?" the man inquired. "Do you not suspect the quality of my vegetables? Let us prepare a bowl on site. If it proves delectable, you need not apologize to me, but you must purchase one." Li Yi smiled. The middle-aged man chuckled. "That sounds fair. I am familiar with the owner of the restaurant across from us. I shall borrow his kitchen." "No problem," Li Yi agreed. In no time, the man approached and negotiated. taking one of Li Yi's cabbages to wash and begin cooking. Huh, you truly dare to gamble? No matter how you saute it, it's still just greens. My child simply refuses to eat vegetables. The crowd chimed in, expressing their sympathy for Li Yi, as wagering with greens typically meant impending defeat. In the breakfast shop, an exclamation arose. What is this delightful aroma? Boss, is this a new ingredient? I must have some. It seems reminiscent of cabbage. The patron sniffed curiously. The middle-aged man, engrossed in his cooking, could not help but swallow several times in anticipation. Goodness, this cabbage is making my mouth water. As the crowd outside the breakfast shop swelled, Li Yi, with a grin, turned to the shop owner and remarked, why not give it a try yourself? The owner, having succumbed to temptation, promptly grabbed chopsticks and took a generous bite of the cabbage. The crispness was invigorating as it melted in his mouth. An exquisite aroma unique to fresh vegetables burst forth on his palate, delivering an indescribable sensation that tantalized his taste buds. How is it? Is it delicious? The onlookers eagerly inquired. The owner, nearly overwhelmed with delight, shook his head vigorously, insisting, not good, not good, while simultaneously taking another bite. I want to try too. Boss, give me some. Patrons rushed to grab their own portions. Goodness, you cunning old man. One exclaimed, you must save some for me. Inside the shop, chaos ensued as patrons clamored for more. The middle-aged man savored a bite, relishing its unparalleled flavor. This is my creation, save some for me, he protested. But with his bulky frame, he struggled to make his way through the throng. By the time he glanced at the plate, it was utterly devoid of remnants. Not even a drop of broth remained. Inside, diners closed their eyes, savoring the sweetness and crunch of the cabbage. Those outside gaped in astonishment, as if witnessing a miracle. Is this not a tad exaggerated? One mused. Seizing the moment, the breakfast shop owner grasped Li Yi's hand with fervor, exclaiming, how many more do you have? I want them all. At these words, a fervor erupted both inside and outside the establishment. Boss, you're being unreasonable, said the young man. I want your vegetables too. How much are you selling them for? With his physical advantage, Qian Zhongyin rushed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Li Yi, addressing the crowd of eager onlookers. What do you all want? I lost a bet, so I should have the first choice. Who made that rule? Someone retorted. Young man, I want as many of those vegetables as you have. The crowd gathered tightly around Li Yi's stall, their eyes glinting with anticipation. Li Yi raised his hand slightly to calm them, saying, everyone, I still have plenty of vegetables, so there is no need to rush. This gentleman here lost a bet, and it's only fair that I consult him first. If he doesn't want them, then you may come to buy, all right? The crowd collectively rolled their eyes. How much are your vegetables? Qian Zhongyin rubbed his hands together. Each one is 88 yuan. As you can see, one can easily prepare 5 or 6 bowls with just one, Li Yi replied slowly. I only have 32 heads of cabbage. I'll take them all, Qian Zhongyin declared grandly. Old Qian, you scoundrel. How dare you? Qian, if you take them all, I will come after you. The crowd of eager buyers erupted in uproar. Li Yi was taken aback. This person was not even bargaining. Although his cabbages were indeed large and vibrantly green with an appealing appearance, 88 yuan each was still a bit steep. With an expression that seemed to invite their ire, Qian Zhongyin said, young man, I'll take all 32 heads at 88 each, totaling 2,816. As he promptly paid, the crowd was left in stunned silence. Boss, you really can't be this unreasonable. Yes, he bought them all. What are we supposed to do now? You'll lose money doing business this way, young man. The crowd lamented, growing anxious. Li Yi chuckled awkwardly, saying, it's my first time. I'll be more cautious next time. Qian Zhongyin looked at Li Yi in horror. Young man, your words could easily lead to misunderstandings. Everyone, I also have potatoes. I assure you, they are homegrown and absolutely delicious. I will return tomorrow. And if you find them unsatisfactory, you can seek compensation from me, Li Yi guaranteed, thumping his chest. How much are the potatoes? Ordinary potatoes typically range from 1 yuan 30 to 1 yuan 50 per pound, but Li Yi's were anything but ordinary. 5 yuan a pound. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as they regarded Li Yi as if he were a sorcerer. Your prices are exorbitant. Dear patrons, I assure you, these potatoes will leave an unforgettable impression, Li Yi confidently proclaimed. This isn't mere boasting. Buy one today, and if it's not to your liking, bring back the remainder tomorrow, and I will refund you the full price. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. While there are many deceivers in this world, genuine ones are rare. As long as Li Yi aims to profit, he would never tarnish his reputation. With the assurance of a full refund, the crowd felt much more at ease. One for me, please. Li Yi chuckled. All right, this weighs 5 jin and 4 liang, so I'll count it as 5 jin, totaling 25. Please give me one too. I absolutely adore potatoes. Make it 2 for me. I want one as well. Today, Li Yi brought an impressive quantity of potatoes. Nearly half an acre's worth piled high, though he had only managed to transport around 100 due to the lack of a vehicle. Within the market, the popularity of Li Yi's stall was unparalleled. In an instant, all his potatoes were sold out, totaling 142. Given the variation in sizes, he earned 3,250. Li Yi's grin widened as he realized he had made 6,066 in just one morning. Boss, how much for these oranges? Just as Li Yi reveled in his success, a pair of slender, elegant legs appeared before him. Clad in black marten boots and white stockings that hugged her long legs, she wore a fitted black skirt that accentuated her slim waist, presenting a tall and graceful silhouette. The young woman, likely in her mid-20s, had fair skin and bright, round eyes reminiscent of lychees, sparkling with curiosity. The oranges are $4.50 per gene. Would you like to try one first? Li Yi did not find the price exorbitant. In a big city, oranges typically sold for $2 or $3 at most. He merely doubled the price to ensure it seemed fair and reasonable. To be honest, it was his first time encountering such a beautiful woman in Town. The long-legged beauty shook her head slightly. I'll take 5 gene. Noticing her apparent lack of desire to indulge, Li Yi did not press her further. The presence of a lovely woman selling oranges drew a curious crowd, and they felt assured about the quality of Li Yi's produce. While they might not believe the oranges were exceptionally delicious, the price seemed reasonable, prompting several to purchase a gene or two. By 7:30, everything Li Yi had displayed was sold out. Including the oranges, he had earned a total of 7,350. This marked the highest earnings he had achieved since graduating. Though not an enormous sum, it alleviated his pressing financial concerns. As he prepared to leave, many asked him to bring more vegetables the following day, to which he gladly agreed. Little did he expect that while promoting potatoes and oranges, the unassuming cabbage would steal the spotlight. After tidying up, Li Yi rode his bicycle straight to the hospital. Upon entering, he spotted a familiar figure, the long-legged beauty with lychee-like eyes. "Xiao Yi, you're here," Grandpa Lin exclaimed joyfully, waving at him. Li Yi smiled as he approached to greet him, and the tall beauty appeared momentarily taken aback by their unexpected reunion. "Ting Ting, this is Li Yi, who often takes care of me," Grandpa Lin introduced her. "Xiao Yi, this is my niece, Lin Wanting." "Hello." Li Yi greeted with a smile and extended his hand. Lin Wanting shook his hand, neither overly warm nor indifferent. "Uncle, I'll come to visit you again when I have time." After sitting together for a while in the room, Lin Wanting stood up to leave. "You are so busy. There is no need for frequent visits. They no longer concern themselves with me. So why must you, uncle? If you continue to speak this way, I shall become upset." Lin Wanting wore a serious expression, exuding a formidable presence. Although Lin Laotu feigned indifference, he was deeply affected by her words, his smile stretching wide upon hearing them. "Xiao Yi, please accompany Ting Ting." Lin Laotu winked at Li Yi, eager to foster a connection between the two. Wu Xianglan subtly nudged him, prompting a dry chuckle from Li Yi, who, seeing Lin Wanting did not refuse, had no choice but to follow. As he walked beside Lin Wanting, Li Yi noticed she was only half a head shorter than he, her presence enveloped in a subtle fragrance. From the moment they exited the ward to the hospital entrance, Lin Wanting attracted glances from passers-by at an astonishing rate. "Thank you for taking care of my uncle." Her voice was sweet, and while her appearance was also pleasant, Li Yi sensed an underlying distance and wariness towards men. Uncertain of the reasons behind her demeanor, he refrained from prying into her personal life, as they were still strangers. "You're welcome. Haven't you gone to work?" Lin Wanting inquired, her curiosity piqued by Li Yi's demeanor, which seemed atypical for someone presumed to be uneducated. Li Yi smiled and replied, "I prefer to stay in the countryside. I apologize, I must take this call." Lin Wanting said with a polite smile before stepping away to answer her phone. Upon concluding her call, Lin Wanting regained her composure and stated, "I shall take my leave now." Li Yi watched her depart. Returning to the ward, he was met with eager gazes from Wu Xianglan and Lu Guifang, their eyes gleaming with a hint of gossip. "What is the matter?" Li Yi feigned ignorance. "You rascal, don't tell me you think my niece is unattractive." Lin Laotu approached with his hands behind his back, playfully nudging Li Yi. Li Yi blushed. "She is quite beautiful. How about I introduce her to you as a potential girlfriend?" Lin Laotu had complete faith in Li Yi's character, albeit lamenting that his niece was overly career-driven. Li Yi quickly waved his hands. Although he acknowledged his own mild handsomeness, he felt he and Lin Wanting existed in entirely different realms. "Mom, I'll be heading back," Li Yi said, producing 1,000 yuan. "Take this for now." He still had urgent needs for the remaining 6,000 yuan. Today's experience taught him the necessity of having a vehicle. The rest of the money was earmarked for purchasing a tricycle. Xiao Yi and Wu Xianglan watched their son depart, their eyes slightly misty. "He is such a good boy," Lu Guifang remarked. "Lin Laotu, with a son like Xiao Yi, you ought to discuss matters with your niece. Once this opportunity passes, it may never return." Lin Laotu smacked his lips and replied, "As if I needed your advice. Come, let us enjoy an orange." "Why are these oranges so large?" Lu Guifang and Wu Xianglan exclaimed in astonishment. A proud smile appeared on Lin Laotu's face as he replied, "Well, just look at who purchased them. Perhaps this is the advantage of city oranges? Look at you, so pleased, but it was your niece who bought them, right? Remarkably sweet." "Indeed, these oranges are delightful, sweet without being cloying, and with a refreshing hint, utterly delicious," Wu Xianglan couldn't help but add. These oranges, seemingly ordinary, were surprisingly refreshing, making it impossible to stop eating them. A large bag of oranges was swiftly consumed by the 3 individuals. "Lin Yaonan, it's your turn to conduct the inspection," called the nurse. "Wu Xianglan, Lu Guifeng, please step out for the examination." The trio promptly followed the nurse outside, returning to the room half an hour later. "Why do I feel increasingly better lately?" Lu Guifeng remarked as she stretched her waist. "Indeed, I feel it too. My craving for cigarettes seems to have diminished," Lin Yaonan responded. In the director's office, Zhao Qingchong wore a grave expression as Li Fanglong approached the door and knocked. "Old Zhao, something feels amiss." Chapter 6. The Law of True Fragrance. Li Fanglong held the examination report, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Zhao Qingchong set down his pen and massaged his temples, stating, The results of Wu Xianglan's tests have just arrived. The cancer cells have ceased to spread and are even beginning to diminish. What? Li Fenglong had just settled into his chair before leaping to his feet, his countenance akin to one who had seen a ghost. Both knew that in the final stages of esophageal cancer, one could only await death. Yet, Zhao Qingchang found himself grappling with this revelation that contradicted his understanding. For those afflicted with this ailment, treatment was nearly impossible. When the cancer cells infiltrated the throat and esophagus entirely, the individual would inevitably starve to death. This illness was among the most brutal and torturous. However, now, with Wu Xianglan's condition improving, cancer cells halting their spread and, remarkably, even diminishing, this was decidedly abnormal. Furthermore, during his examination of Wu Xianglan moments ago, Zhao Qingchang noted only her good spirits, with no other abnormalities present. What about Lu Guifeng? Zhao Qingchang inquired. Li Fenglong set down the report, the same. As the two fell into a contemplative silence, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Director Lu, Director Zhao. They turned to see Dr. Zhu Yun entering. In her 30s, Zhu Yun was strikingly beautiful and, undoubtedly, exceptionally skilled. Dr. Zhu, what brings you here? Zhao Qingchang asked, perplexed. For Zhu Yun rarely visited. A hint of seriousness graced her mature visage as she held out a report. You two are my seniors. I need your insights. Upon reviewing the document, the expressions of Zhao Qingchang and Li Fenglong grew increasingly peculiar. Director Zhao, Director Li, something is amiss, Zhu Yun astutely observed. A normal response would not reflect this. They exchanged glances before handing the report back to her. Zhu Yun's beautiful eyes flickered with confusion upon receiving the document. Initially, she showed no surprise. However, her expression soon transformed. All of these are from room 305? She exclaimed, her face filled with astonishment. Zhao Qingchang rose to close the door. His demeanor solemn. We too are curious, but we cannot trace any leads. Should we report this? Zhu Yun questioned. It has been reported, but the higher-ups deemed it a singular anomaly, insufficient for validation, Zhao Qingchang explained. Singular anomaly? Zhu Yun's eyes widened. 3 individuals in the same ward, all of whom were deemed nearly beyond saving, exhibiting varying degrees of improvement. This was undeniably suspicious. Zhao Qingchang and Li Fenglong were well aware of the issue. Yet the question remained, where was the evidence? 2 days of test results were inadequate to substantiate any claims. Wait a moment. Let us observe the results after 3 to 5 days. At that point, we can capture the attention of those in authority. Upon realizing this, Li Fenglong and Zhu Yun had no choice but to relent. In the district housing of Town Primary School, Qian Chongyin hummed a cheerful tune as he prepared the meal. Darling, my little treasure, come to dinner. His wife, Wang Xiangyue, emerged, gazing at the table laden with cabbage, her brows furrowing in discontent. After all this time, you give our child this to eat? Their son, Qin Xiaobao, now 5 years old, had always been a picky eater, particularly favoring meat while harboring a distaste for vegetables. The absence of meat on the table instantly marred his expression. My dear, this cabbage is truly delicious, Qin Chongyin insisted, seating his wife and beckoning his displeased son. Come eat. I want meat. I don't want cabbage. Qin Xiaobao pouted, displaying his impatience. Observing the dissatisfaction of both mother and son, Qin Chongyin's countenance gradually darkened. If you choose not to eat, then do not eat, he declared, resolutely lifting his bowl and beginning his meal. 88 yuan for a single exquisite cabbage. Indeed, a worthy accompaniment. Slurp, slurp. Qin Chongyin savored his meal with delight. The subtle aroma wafted, enticing both his wife and son, especially when they noticed that he appeared genuinely pleased, even starting a second bowl. Qin Xiaobao could no longer contain himself. Despite a child's quick temper, they forget just as swiftly. Witnessing his father's enjoyment, he was compelled to take a bite. Tentatively, he placed a piece of cabbage in his mouth, and his eyes sparkled with surprise. Crunch, crunch. Qin Xiaobao, now astonished, took another piece, then another. Wang Xiangyue watched in amazement as her son, who had never touched vegetables before, became enamored, mimicking Qin Chongyin by alternating bites of cabbage and rice while swaying his head. The grimace of disdain had vanished, replaced by the joy and delight typically reserved for meat. Qin Chongyin affectionately ruffled his son's hair and asked, Is it delicious? Delicious. Qin Xiaobao surreptitiously pulled the plate closer to himself. Hey, you little rascal, do not indulge yourself alone. I won't. I just want to eat cabbage. Wang Xianyue's eyes widened in disbelief, yet she skeptically picked a piece and tasted it. Instantly, her taste buds awakened. How is this possible? She exclaimed, staring at her smiling husband with squinted eyes. Is this really cabbage? Indeed. You bought this? Yes. Stop eating. Qin Chongyin was taken aback. Son, let us share. Hey, Wang Xianyue, that is quite unreasonable. Then go fry yourself another bowl. Qin Chongyin retorted. Zhou Guoyang's household. Old Zhou, what is this? Potato. Zhou Guoyang replied with a grin. Are you out of your mind? Such a large potato, it must be hormone-enhanced. His wife, Wu Min, frowned. Zhou Guoyang hesitated. It can't be. I would never eat that. As he watched his wife leave the kitchen, uncertainty crept into his heart. Could it truly be a hormone potato? After all, a potato the size of a human head is rather unreliable. Nevertheless, having purchased it, he still yearned to give it a try. He sliced off a portion, washed it clean, peeled it, and shredded it. Zhou Guoyang caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance wafting through the kitchen. Heating oil. He tossed in the potato shreds and stir-fried them, eventually adding sour chili and vinegar, thus creating a bowl of tantalizing sour and spicy potato strands. He also prepared a dish of stir-fried oil wheat and a savory stir-fry of dried tofu with meat. It's time for dinner. Zhou Guoyang's daughter, Zhou Tongtong, called out. Daddy, it smells so good. He lifted her onto a chair, affectionately ruffling her hair and serving her some vegetables. At that moment, Wu Min emerged and, upon seeing her daughter eating the potato shreds, rushed over. Zhou Guoyang, have you lost your mind? Are you feeding our daughter something laced with hormones? Zhou Tongtong was taken aback, fearing she had done something wrong, yet the potato shreds in her mouth instantly awakened her taste buds. Zhou Guoyang frowned, remarking, you frightened the child. Wu Min huffed and served their daughter the remaining 2 dishes, but Zhou Tongtong showed little interest, instead reaching for the potato shreds once more. Zhou Guoyang, weary of explaining to his wife, took a hefty bite himself. In that moment, his taste buds exploded. The crisp, fragrant potato shreds, combined with the sour chili and vinegar, created a remarkable harmony, a taste beyond compare. Watching her husband relish the potato shreds and noticing their daughter fixated on them, neglecting even the stir-fried dried tofu, Wu Min's expression darkened. Mommy, I want that, Zhou Tongtong said, her small finger pointing at the potato shreds. Wu Min's expression was complex. Fearing her daughter might get an upset stomach, she could only glare at her husband before sampling a bite herself. Upon tasting it, she was utterly taken aback. After finishing the potato shreds, when she returned to the oil wheat and stir-fried dried tofu, they seemed utterly bland in comparison. What did you put in it? She asked. I didn't add anything, Zhou Guoyang replied, shaking his head. But why is it so delicious? He chuckled. I forgot to mention, the cabbage sold by that young fellow today was even tastier, and this potato cost me 25 yuan. 25? Wu Min could scarcely believe her ears. You have no idea. His cabbage sells for 88, but that scoundrel Qian Zhongyin bought them all, and we couldn't get any. Is that true? Why would I deceive you? Come with me tomorrow morning, and you'll see. Chapter 7. Golden Silk. Nanmu Li smiled wryly, vividly recalling the moment of his breakup with his ex-girlfriend. Her family was quite affluent, a quintessential example of wealth and beauty. While she was generally amiable, her bias against rural life took Li Yi by surprise. On the day he resolutely chose to return to the village, she offered him one last chance. It was either her or the countryside. Ultimately, Li Yi chose his hometown. The place that had nurtured him, he could not abandon it. Last year, his grandfather passed away. Before departing, he could not bear to leave the village behind. He asked Li Yi if he would be willing to inherit everything here, including his last wishes. Are you willing to contribute to this village? Li Yi responded affirmatively. However, dreams are beautiful while reality is harsh. Over the course of more than a year, not only has he failed to lead his village towards prosperity, but he is also struggling to sustain his own household. Had it not been for the acquisition of this extraordinary space, he doubts he would have survived this year. Li Yi often finds himself tormented in the late hours, feeling unworthy to face the memory of his deceased grandfather. Thus, when Grandpa Lin sought to introduce him to a potential girlfriend, Li Yi instinctively recoiled. Without the blessing of this mystical space, he might have merely drifted through life. Yet now, he must muster the strength to strive once more. Even if he were to fail, at least he would have made an effort. Matters of romance must be temporarily set aside. Resolutely, he mounted his bicycle and headed directly towards the rickshaw dealership. His bicycle no longer sufficed for the demands of his work. He required a vehicle capable of transporting goods. After scouring the town's dealerships, he discovered that the prevailing price hovered around 5,000 yuan. Opting for the largest establishment, Li Yi engaged in prolonged negotiations with the owner, ultimately securing a rickshaw for 753 yuan. In the morning, he sold large quantities of cabbage, potatoes, and oranges, netting a total of 350 yuan. After giving 1,000 yuan to his mother, he was left with 350 yuan. Subtracting the cost of the rickshaw, he retained 600 yuan, his entire fortune. With the vehicle now acquired, he felt a slight sense of relief, recognizing that he had made a small step towards success. Progress is achieved one bite at a time, one step at a time. It is not that he desires a larger vehicle. Rather, he lacks the funds. Furthermore, the roads in his village are in a deplorable state. Unless they are repaired, purchasing a larger vehicle would be futile. Winter is fast approaching, bringing significant climate changes to the village. As winter gives way to spring, this interlude provides Li Yi ample time to prepare and devise plans for the future. The acceleration of his spatial farm offers the quickest route to financial gain. However, with only 1 acre of land at his disposal, even the most skilled cook cannot create a feast without ingredients. To foster the development of the entire village, the coming 2 to 3 months become particularly crucial. At the very least, he must solidify a plan to elevate the entire village's prosperity before the onset of spring next year. Contemplating quick ways to generate income, Li Yi mused. Fruits, once out of season, may yield adverse effects if presented. Although it is true that one can now find out of season produce, he decided to set that aside for now. The remaining options are the winter orchard and vegetables. As Li Yi pedaled his bicycle, he resolved to explore the town. His first objective is to maintain the current sales of vegetables and fruits, striving to expand his market and ideally establish a stable clientele to lay a solid foundation for future endeavors. The second goal is to gather sufficient funds for his mother's surgery. If possible, he hopes to assist Aunt Lu and Grandpa Lin with their medical needs as well. Li Yi gasped at the thought. realizing that he alone would need to shoulder medical expenses exceeding 100,000 yuan. The third objective is to repay debts and save money for road repairs, an essential undertaking. If the roads remain in disrepair, the village will struggle to connect with the outside world. The agricultural market awaits, with plenty of seeds at his disposal. Li Yi casually selected a few and then proceeded to a store specializing in saplings. To speak of the most lucrative ventures, one must undoubtedly consider high-end commodities. Li Yi has given considerable thought to this matter. If he were to adhere strictly to conventional methods, he might find himself waiting an inordinate amount of time. In this moment of idleness, it is imperative that he amasses sufficient funds to pave the way forward. In rural markets, such as those for timber and seedlings, the likelihood of discovering quality varieties is exceedingly slim. The reasons are twofold. Few possess the means to cultivate them, and even fewer can afford them. Thus, the offerings are predominantly of ordinary quality. Li Yi has come here primarily to test his fortune. Young man, are you in the market for saplings? The proprietor, portly yet amiable, extended a cigarette to Li Yi. With a polite gesture, Li Yi declined, his gaze sweeping over the diverse array of seedlings. Do you have any rare or precious varieties here? He inquired directly. The proprietor paused momentarily, scrutinizing Li Yi with renewed interest before responding with a smile. You know, we actually do have a couple. However, they are quite costly. What kind of saplings are we discussing? Li Yi inquired, a flicker of intrigue igniting within him. Sensing an opportunity, the proprietor eagerly continued. Now, let me be clear. First, the survival rate for these saplings in our region is rather low. If you purchase them, there will be no refunds. Secondly, these young saplings grow slowly, taking at least 5 years before one can expect any significant results. And thirdly, the roots are damaged. Would you still like them? The proprietor, visibly anxious, had laid bare the drawbacks. In truth, he was rather honest. To put it plainly, the likelihood of these saplings thriving is a mere 10%. For anyone else, it would be a dismal investment. Yet, Li Yi is different. He possesses a unique advantage. Concealing a smile, though his expression betrayed a hint of concern, Li Yi nodded in acknowledgement. You may take a look, no pressure to buy. The proprietor added as they ventured into the backyard. There, Li Yi beheld 2 saplings, each less than half a meter tall, their roots seemingly mangled beyond recognition. For anyone else, the prospect of purchasing such saplings would spell disaster. The chances of survival are minimal, and even if they were to survive, the subsequent care would be fraught with complications. Quality timber cultivation is no simple task. Observing Li Yi's silence, the proprietor felt a pang of anxiety. What is the price? Li Yi finally broke the silence after a moment's contemplation. The proprietor's eyebrows shot up in surprise. 75 each. Li Yi's expression darkened as he turned to leave. What kind of honest person are you? You are more of a swindler. Wait, young man. The price is negotiable. The proprietor called after him. You don't think I'm trying to take advantage of your youth, do you? These are practically on their last legs. Li Yi, visibly displeased, countered, 35. The proprietor's face shifted as he struggled with the price. 65. 45, my final offer. All right, 50. The proprietor chuckled awkwardly. These are aromatic sandalwood, though not top tier. They sell well. Should they perish, they are worthless, Li Yi replied coolly. 2 for 100. Li Yi paid the sum, having discerned no other valuable offerings, and departed with the saplings in hand. The proprietor, who moments ago had appeared to suffer a loss, could not help but break into a grin. With a satisfied click of his tongue, he reflected on his modest profit of 50, feeling content. The boss, stroking his chin, called out to Li Yi's retreating figure. Young man, remember to come to me when you need saplings. Li Yi, lost in his own thoughts, chose to ignore him, reveling in his good fortune. There are 3 varieties of nanmu. The first is fragrant nanmu, which possesses a subtle purplish hue and a refreshing aroma, adorned with exquisitely beautiful grain. The second type is water nanmu, characterized by its softer texture, primarily used for furniture making, and frankly, it does not command a high price. The third, and most prized, is golden silk nanmu, distinguished by its golden streaks within the wood grain, representing the finest quality among nanmu varieties. Although Li Yi yearned to discover something akin to wangwali, the likelihood of encountering such treasures in this remote countryside was rather slim. Riding his new bicycle, Li Yi merrily returned home. Woof woof. Upon his arrival, Jia Bao eagerly scrambled up to his lap with its short legs. After Li Yi picked it up, it promptly began to lick his face, prompting him to set it down in mild exasperation. After securing his bicycle, he swiftly stepped into his spatial realm, intending to plant the newly acquired saplings. To his astonishment, a faint glimmer of brightness pierced through the otherwise chaotic darkness of the space. However, that was not the most significant revelation. The area, which previously consisted of a single excavated spring and approximately 1 acre of fertile black soil, had somehow expanded. An additional acre had manifested, perfectly rectangular in shape. Could it be that the space has expanded on its own? Li Yi pondered aloud, contemplating the possible reasons. Is it because I sold something that prompted this upgrade? This seemed the only plausible explanation for the sudden increase in planting area. 2 plots of land, totaling 2 acres. Elated, Li Yi realized that with this newfound land, he had many more options at his disposal. The surrounding expanse remained shrouded in darkness, indicating that he would need to gradually upgrade and unlock further potential. Assuming that selling goods contributed to upgrades, he mused about the financial requirements for the next enhancement. He felt it necessary to pay close attention to this matter. After casually planting 2 saplings of uncertain Nanmu variety, Li Yi turned his attention to harvesting potatoes, which were the size of human heads, leaving him quite exhausted. Fortunately, the unique properties of this space preserved the produce excellently, alleviating some of the burden. In total, he gathered 986 potatoes. The other vegetables had been cultivated in insufficient quantities for sale, so he decided to keep them for his own consumption. Having established a reputation for his cabbage, Li Yi opted to expand his cabbage cultivation to half an acre this time. He hoped that seeing the cabbages would evoke thoughts of him, Li Yi, solidifying his status in the community. The remaining half acre would be dedicated to cultivating chives, which grow remarkably quickly. He suspected they could flourish in mere hours. Once established, they would regenerate swiftly. Despite the unremarkable nature of Shantou Village, Tianda Town was thriving, particularly known for its vibrant evening barbecue scene. Chives are a staple for many men seeking a delicious meal. Don't ask Li Yi how he knows. He just does. For the remaining acre, he decided to continue planting potatoes for now. Having completed all necessary tasks, Li Yi returned to reality. The flow rate within the spatial realm was astonishingly rapid. He conservatively estimated it to be at least 20 to 30 times faster. After a prolonged stay inside, his emergence only delayed him by a few minutes, intensifying his anticipation for the subsequent development of this space. Just as Li Yi was preparing to commence his work, his uncle, hunched over with hands clasped behind his back, approached, his shoes worn and caked with mud. Standing at the doorway, he hesitated momentarily before refraining from entering, stating, "This is all we could gather for now. Once we sell the rice and some other crops, there should be a bit left over. Regardless, we must make do for the time being." Li Yi observed the money his uncle had packaged in a plastic bag. It contained some red bills, but mostly loose change, with even a few coins visible. A total of 30,857 yuan and 67 fun. "You take this for now," his uncle insisted. Li Yi furrowed his brow, realizing that this sum likely represented the utmost contribution from each household in the village. Given their general lack of wealth, everyone must have tightened their belts to assist him. "I cannot accept this, uncle," he protested. "You must take it," his uncle replied, his tone growing firmer. "Life is paramount. First, cover the medical expenses, and we'll devise a plan for the rest." With that, he forcibly pressed the money into Li Yi's hands. Before Li Yi could refuse again, his uncle turned and walked away, adding over his shoulder, "De Zhuang is returning today. He can lend a hand." Li De Zhuang, originally named Li Dong, had grown up robustly, and with his peers, including Li Yi, referring to him by his nickname. His given name was forgotten. Li De Zhuang was not academically inclined and dropped out of school and middle school to work alongside adults. He was one of Li Yi's closest companions. His early return in November hinted at the difficulties of finding work outside. After acknowledging his uncle, Li Yi gazed at the money packaged in the plastic bag, feeling increasingly burdened. 30,000 yuan, for someone with access to the space, was not a substantial amount. Yet, this money was the collective effort of the entire village, weighing heavier than 300,000 or even 3 million yuan. Reluctance to accept it battled with an inability to refuse. Taking a deep breath, Li Yi turned and entered the house. Knowing he could not utilize this money, the sentiment would remain in his heart. He watered all his vegetables with spring water and then began to irrigate the orchard using a sprayer, which was originally intended for pesticide application. Li Yi had cleaned it thoroughly, wary of any pesticide residue that could lead to significant trouble. Having completed these tasks, Li Yi wandered through the village's rice fields, secretly irrigating any unharvested areas with the spiritual spring water. As noon approached, he prepared a meal, loaded his tricycle with a cart full of oranges, and set out for the hospital. After ensuring his mother and the others had finished their meal, he headed to the market to sell the oranges. Unbeknownst to him, upon his departure, Zhao Qingchong and his companions immediately conducted further examinations on Wu Xianglan and the others. The results were increasingly astonishing, showing gradual improvement. Now, Zhao Qingchong and his companions harbored several hypotheses. Either the meals brought by Li Yi were problematic, or perhaps Li Yi himself possessed some medical expertise. However, due to the absence of surveillance within the premises, they remained oblivious to the specific circumstances. The conditions of the 3 patients were steadily improving, leaving Zhao Qingchong and his companions in a position of mere observation, awaiting the next developments. This time, Li Yi drove his small tricycle to a different location, transporting a load of oranges, weighing approximately 600 to 700 g. It was uncertain how many he could sell. The appearance of this batch of oranges was notably more appealing than that of the morning's offerings, likely due to the extended time and the generous watering from the spring. Once Li Yi displayed his cargo, the subtle fragrance of the orange peels began to permeate the air. "Boss, how much are these oranges?" 8 yuan, Li Yi replied nonchalantly. "What, 8 yuan? The oranges from the morning market were only 450, and they were delicious." Li Yi chuckled awkwardly, realizing that this was a regular customer who had not recognized him. "Ahem, whether they are delicious or not, you'll find out once you taste them." Skeptical, the individual picked the smallest orange, perhaps feeling reluctant to take advantage. As he peeled the orange, a burst of intense citrus aroma immediately filled the atmosphere. "Wow, what kind of orange is this? Why is the fragrance so rich? This one must weigh half a gene." The color was exceptional, and the fruit was plump. Many people gathered around. Li Yi understood that there existed an even more valuable variety of orange in this world, the hybrid known as the Tudingdan, originating from Fusang, which sold for 494 yuan for 6. Each was modest in size, akin to that of a standard orange, which meant that one tudingan was worth 82 yuan. Such a price could be considered exorbitant. Though Li Yi had never tasted one, he believed that if he cultivated superior orange tree varieties in his space, he could undoubtedly surpass the tudingan. For now, even the oranges merely watered with spring water were worth the 8 yuan price tag. Upon tasting, a middle-aged man's eyebrows began to dance with delight, his face reflecting the bliss of transcending to paradise. The flavor of the orange exceeded all his expectations. Wow, is it really that extraordinary? Exaggerated? Just try a segment and you'll understand. The man, nearly brimming with enthusiasm, transformed into a spokesperson for Li Yi's oranges, proclaiming, "If they are indeed delicious, come and hit me. Give me a few, Jean." Li Yi laughed. "Aren't you concerned about the price? Even if it's expensive, I must have them." The middle-aged man chuckled heartily. "Wow, this is truly delicious. What does melting in the mouth even mean? This sweetness could easily be made into juice." "Boss, I'll take a few, Jean." Despite the earlier success, the oranges had yet to gain widespread recognition. "Boss, I'll take the rest." Just as Li Yi was bustling with sales, a charming voice reached his ears. He turned to see a girl with blunt bangs and twin ponytails, her face slightly round, standing near his cart. All of them. The remaining half-cart weighed a substantial 200 to 300 Jean. The adorable girl nodded, swallowing hard. "A foodie?" Li Yi pondered for a moment and remarked, "With this quantity, it must weigh at least 200 to 300 Jean. Will 3,000 yuan suffice?" Her dark, lustrous eyes gazed at Li Yi without a trace of impurity. "Ahem, that is more than enough." Li Yi coughed lightly. "Is it all right if you help me deliver this?" The charming girl blinked her eyes at Li Yi, making it impossible for him to harbor any thoughts of refusal. Given her request, Li Yi felt compelled to comply, especially since she had generously offered more money. Upon receiving the address, Li Yi drove his tricycle to a secluded courtyard, unloading the oranges upon arrival. "Thank you," the girl exclaimed, her face radiating youthful vitality and her voice soft and melodious. "Would you like a glass of water?" "Thank you." Li Yi accepted, feeling a bit parched. "What is your name?" she inquired. "Li Yi. I am Zhou Mengyi," she said, extending her delicate arm, her smile utterly enchanting. Hesitantly, Li Yi reached out his hand. Yet Zhou Mengyi showed no disdain for his dirted state. "If you ever have something delicious, do let me know," she added, licking her rosy lips at the mention of food. "Sure." Li Yi laughed as he added Zhou Mengyi as a friend before driving away. As she watched him depart, Zhou Mengyi wiped the corner of her mouth and turned to seize a large orange, her eyes sparkling with delight. She half closed her eyes, savoring each bite, a smile gracing her lips. So delicious. Suddenly, her phone rang. With each bite, she devoured 3 in quick succession, her face alight with pleasure. "Why did you only answer now?" A frantic female voice echoed through the phone. Zhou Mengyi let out a satisfied burp and chuckled. "I was busy eating." The voice on the other end sighed. "Hurry to Tingting's place. Would you like some oranges?" Zhou Mengyi asked. "No thanks," replied the girl decisively. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mengyi's expression brightened. "All right, I'll take a cab right away." With no one to compete with for the oranges, she eagerly found a white bag resembling a little rabbit and stuffed numerous oranges inside, also gathering a large quantity in a plastic bag before heading out. Xing'an County, Tingting's place. This establishment specialized in dining and offered a variety of fruits, spanning 3 stories. Why hasn't Ti Mingming arrived yet? A woman with cascading burgundy waves reclined on the sofa, her posture accentuating the stunning curves outlined by her form-fitting attire. In contrast to the sultry and fiery Wu Haitang, Lin Wanting exuded a serene demeanor. With her long, graceful legs crossed and a glass of red wine in hand, she remarked. She must have been sidetracked by some delicious food again. Wu Haitang's expression darkened as she realized she had no retort. "I'm here." The door swung open, and Zhou Mengyi entered, donned in a lovely Lolita outfit, with a pancake in her left hand and a bag of oranges in her right. A small backpack slung over her shoulder. Lin Wanting gestured toward Zhou Mengyi, and Wu Haitang couldn't help but shake her head. "Mengmeng, aren't you worried about gaining weight?" "Not at all," Zhou Mengyi replied nonchalantly. "There are just too many delicious foods. I wish I could have more mouths." Casually placing the orange down, Zhou Mengyi inquired, "Where are the others?" "They'll come in the evening," Lin Wanting replied. "All right." Zhou Mengyi devoted herself to her culinary delights. Wu Haitang, feeling a sudden boredom, picked up an orange, only to meet a pair of eyes, filled with a haunting gaze, fixed upon her. "You said you wouldn't eat my orange." Zhou Mengyi glared at Wu Haitang, as if she were confronting a villain. Observing the already peeled orange, exuding a delightful fragrance, Wu Haitang felt herself at a loss. "Zhou Mengyi, could you possibly alter this habit of guarding your food? I simply wish to indulge." "Ah." Zhou Mengyi bit into a jianbing guozi and lunged at Wu Haitang. Tossing aside the orange peel, Wu Haitang rose gracefully, her slender waist accentuated, her form poised. With a casual twist, she evaded Zhou Mengyi's advance. "Zhou Mengyi, you are being excessive. 3 years ago, when I took a lollipop from you, you chased me for 3 blocks. 2 years ago, when I snatched a bite of your powder, you pursued me up 3 flights of stairs. Now, I merely wish to take 1 orange, and you seem intent on eliminating me? Return it to me." Zhou Mengyi, teeth clenched, glared at her. That orange was hers. Wu Haitang, blessed with height, was the tallest and most graceful among the trio. She tossed 2 segments of the orange into her mouth. Just as she was about to mock Zhou Mengyi, her expression froze. The orange lacked any sourness. Instead, it was exceptionally delightful. with a bouncy texture that melted slowly upon contact with the tongue. Lin Wanting, observing Wu Haitang's lack of evasion, chuckled. What is the matter? Is it unpalatable? Zhou Mingyi, half draped over Wu Haitang, blinked her large, dark eyes in disbelief. Unpalatable? It was undeniably delicious. Wu Haitang swallowed and nudged Zhou Mingyi. Get down. You pilfered my orange. Zhou Mingyi wore a look of grievance, her eyes glistening as she gazed longingly at the substantial piece of orange in Wu Haitang's hand, clearly eager to reclaim it. Ting Ting. You must try this. It's a completely new variety. Perhaps it doesn't surpass the premium tangerine, but it certainly comes close. Wu Haitang held back the approaching Zhou Mingyi with one hand, allowing her to flail in vain. Zhou Mingyi, a true foodie, welcomed all offerings. So Lin Wanting often disregarded her culinary recommendations. However, Wu Haitang was different. She was a connoisseur of fruits. Even the exorbitantly priced premium tangerine, costing 82 yuan, had fallen victim to her discerning palate. Rarely did she make recommendations, but her words immediately piqued Lin Wanting's interest, who reached out for the orange. Zhou Mingyi, we are sisters. You are trying to rob me of my orange. We should share one. Lin Wanting gritted her teeth, lamenting her possessive sister. You still pilfered my orange. I'll buy you one. Lin Wanting was certain that if she took the half in Wu Haitang's possession, Zhou Mingyi, the adorably foolish foodie, would glare at her with those pitiful eyes for an entire day. Chapter 10. You sit, and I will fetch you an orange. Really? Zhou Mingyi's dark eyes sparkled with excitement. I pledge on Wu Haitang's chest. Lin Wanting declared with utmost sincerity. Lin Wanting. Wu Haitang's chest heaved with indignation, her temper flaring. Hee, all right, you eat this. Zhou Mingyi instantly transformed into a soft and adorable figure, eagerly presenting a large orange that she had peeled herself. Just as Lin Wanting was about to reach out, Zhou Mingyi retracted her hand and exclaimed, I want roasted duck, roasted chicken feet, savory pancakes, and strawberries. Buy. Here. For you. Zhou Mingyi offered it with a beaming smile. Lin Wanting sighed as she accepted the oversized orange, which was almost comical in its size. With her delicate, fair hands, she meticulously peeled away the white pith before finally indulging in a segment. The skepticism on Lin Wanting's face quickly morphed into joy as she savored another piece. Where did you buy this? Lin Wanting suddenly exclaimed, gripping Zhou Mingyi, who instinctively protected her Jianbing Guozi. Right in town. Which town? Our hometown, Tianda Town. Upon seeing that Lin Wanting was not attempting to snatch her Jianbing Guozi, Zhou Mingyi breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Wanting and Wu Haitang exchanged glances, their eyes radiating enthusiasm for their adorably foolish friend. Your fruit shop urgently requires a signature item, and I believe this orange could be it, Wu Haitang remarked, her gaze shimmering with confidence and elegance. Lin Wanting furrowed her brows slightly, contemplating, but there's a problem. I intend to run this long term, and even by next spring, I will require a substantial stock. Are you concerned about insufficient supply? Wu Haitang grasped the situation immediately. Meng Meng mentioned it was from Tianda Town. Even if they are grown in the town, how much could there possibly be? Lin Wanting replied, however, I have been there, and such oranges are mostly found in the countryside. While the yield may reach several thousand to tens of thousands of pounds, there is a significant risk that. Wu Haitang understood Lin Wanting's apprehensions well. During the peak season for oranges, if this brand were to gain popularity, her business would undoubtedly thrive. However, if demand outstripped supply, it could lead to dire consequences. Let us reach out and see. After all, it's an opportunity. You need to stabilize your position here, or that vile woman might truly overshadow you. Wu Haitang huffed. A glint of determination flickered in Lin Wanting's eyes. Indeed, regardless of the quantity, it was prudent to investigate further. She couldn't afford to let that woman get ahead of her. Meng Meng. Zhou Mingyi stuffed a Jianbing Guozi into her mouth and blinked her large, round eyes. Do you have the contact information for the orange seller? Zhou Mingyi nodded, swallowing her food before saying, it's quite expensive. How expensive? Lin Wanting inquired, her brows knitting together. 8 yuan per pound, Zhou Mingyi muttered. Lin Wanting and Wu Haitang's expressions turned grave. Generally, in the countryside, oranges are sold at wholesale prices of 2 to 3 jiao. Even at their best, they rarely exceed 5 or 6 jiao, seldom surpassing 1 yuan. Now, for the seller to demand 8 yuan, what could this signify? It implied that the seller, whether aware of market trends or not, recognized that their fruit undoubtedly surpassed 95% of what was available. They likely had their own plans and visions. If Lin Wanting wished to procure these oranges, the challenge would undoubtedly intensify. What should we do? Wu Haitang inquired. To her, selling at 8 yuan was not surprising. If Lin Wanting managed operations effectively, selling them for 18 yuan would not be difficult. However, if we procure it at a cost of 8 yuan, that would indeed be a significant loss. Shall we contact them first? Lin Wanting suggested. Shantao Village. Li Yi exclaimed, embracing his childhood companion, who towered over him by half a head. De Zhuang. Xiaoyi, easy now, you're choking me. My apologies, I didn't realize you were still so weak. Li Yi retorted. De Zhuang, you truly remain the same. What brings you back? Li Yi rolled up his pant legs, signaling for Li De Zhuang to sit down. Side by side on the threshold of Li Yi's home, Li De Zhuang remarked, it's tough to find work outside. There's hardly any money to be made. With a naive smile, he added, aren't you a university graduate now? Why are you still in the village? I heard college graduates can earn several thousand a month out there. Li Yi smiled wryly and replied, I wish to fulfill my grandfather's wishes. Upon hearing this, Li Dezhuang fell silent for a long moment before saying, Xiaoyi, do you think our village can still develop? Of course it can. Li Yi responded with fervor and conviction. Do you believe in me? I believe in you. Li Dezhuang answered without hesitation. Really? Li Yi was deeply moved. Just kidding. Li Dezhuang chuckled. My dad said not to provoke you. What are you up to? Li Yi asked. You wait here. I'll go pick some oranges for you. With a mischievous grin, Li Yi headed towards the back of the house. Li Dezhuang felt that something was off about Li Yi's smile, but being somewhat dim-witted, he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Ding ding ding. Xiao Yi's phone. Li Dezhuang called out. Xiao Yi, you have a call. After a moment, he pressed the answer button. Hello? Is this Li Yi? Lin Wanting's voice came through, laced with tension. It's Li Dezhuang, he replied. My friend bought some oranges from your place and found them delicious. Do you have more for sale? Is there a large supply? Lin Wanting's fingers tightened slightly. Li Dezhuang understood and said, we have plenty of oranges. A great many. How many is a great many? Lin Wanting asked with delight. A great many is simply a great many, Li Dezhuang asserted confidently. Are you looking to buy? Lin Wanting inquired. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she replied. Yes. May I ask where you are located? Hello? Hello? Wu Haiding chimed in. They hung up. Wu Haiding fumed. That person has no manners. That's not true. He is a really nice guy, and he has a charming smile. Zhou Mingyi defended Li Yi. What nonsense. Hanging up on someone is truly impolite. Wu Haiding snapped. Li Dezhuang muttered. Oh no, my phone's out of battery. He carelessly tossed Li Yi's phone to the ground and dashed towards the orange grove. Here you go. Catch. Li Yi tossed over a hefty orange. Li Dezhuang grasped it with his big hand, causing it to burst with juice. So sweet. Li Dezhuang grinned, not minding the mess, as he savored the juice that brightened his eyes. If you enjoy it, eat as much as you like, Li Yi encouraged. Why don't you stay and help me? I'll pay you. What? Li Dazhu trembled slightly, using his hands, which were sticky with orange juice, to pat Li Yi's forehead, completely oblivious to the displeasure etched upon Li Yi's darkened face. Are you unwell? He questioned. This was his brother. He could not afford to be angry or cause him harm. Li Yi maintained a smile, removing Dazhu's hand and saying, we are brothers, are we not? Chapter 11. Have I forgotten something? Li Dazhuang chuckled innocently. Of course we are brothers. In this matter, he exhibited no hint of hesitation. Li Yi responded. Then you shall assist me. All right, Li Dazhuang replied, not delving further into the matter, knowing that since childhood, Li Yi had always been more astute than he. Although he currently suspected that Li Yi might be lacking in judgment, he refrained from voicing this thought. One must consider the feelings of a good brother. Later, help me with something, Li Yi instructed. What is it? Pick oranges. Can I eat some? Of course. Li Yi smiled, though he quickly regretted his words. While Li Dazhuang might not possess the sharpest intellect, his ability to irritate others and his appetite were truly remarkable, making him one of the most formidable individuals Li Yi had ever encountered. Li Yi's orchard in the backyard spanned a conservative estimate of 5 to 6 acres. In the countryside, land is abundant, and families are often quite dispersed. Even though Li Dazhuang's home was relatively close to Li Yi's, it still required nearly 5 minutes to walk over. Moreover, in response to previous initiatives, many households had planted orange trees in nearly every visible space, resulting in an abundance of yellow-green oranges throughout the village by October. For instance, Li Yi's 3 to 4 acres of orange grove represented merely a fraction of the overall yield. Among the various fields, these trees were plentiful. Li Dazhuang and Li Yi had scarcely harvested from 5 or 6 trees when they had already gathered 300 to 400 pounds. Those who have witnessed fruit hanging heavily from branches can truly appreciate the visual impact. Even the branches could easily snap under the weight. The small cart was already filled to capacity. Xiaoyi, are we selling these? Dazhuang inquired. Yes, Li Yi panted, feeling the invigorating effects of the spiritual spring water he had consumed. However, compared to Dazhuang, who was both eating and picking, he felt like a weakling. A fully loaded tricycle could carry a maximum of 600 to 700 pounds. Any more would be unfeasible. Even if wooden boards were added for support to increase capacity, it would be unsafe for him, as the roads here would surely lead to many crushed oranges. I'll go borrow another cart. Li Dazhuang said upon learning of Li Yi's intentions, quickly acquiring a smaller tricycle. However, Li Yi did not intend to use it for transporting oranges. Instead, it would be for vegetables. That evening, Li Yi prepared a meal, and after consuming half a liter of rice at Li Yi's home, Li Dazhuang left contentedly. Li Yi felt a pang in his heart. Given Dazhuang's appetite, he realized he needed to earn more money to support him. Nevertheless, Dazhuang found Li Yi's cooking superior to that of any restaurant, which brought Li Yi joy. Having an additional hand was certainly better than having none. Xiaoyi, I shall head back now. Be safe. Li Yi waved his hand, watching Li Dazhuang walk away while muttering, have I forgotten something? After contemplating for a moment, he could not recall and decided to let it be. At Li Dazhuang's home, Uncle San was smoking, staring at his foolish son, saying, eating at his place? Yes, Dad. Xiaoyi was calling for me. Li Dazhuang turned and ran, his face displaying anger as he saw his father brandishing a bamboo rod. Why are you hitting me? You little rascal, do you not know the situation at his home? It's just a few steps away. Why didn't you come home to eat? Uncle Sin scolded while waving the rod. At this moment, Aunt Sin also appeared, saying, all right, you start hitting him as soon as he returns. He didn't mean to. Li Dazhuang felt quite wronged. He hadn't thought much about it at all. Get in here. Uncle San extinguished his cigarette, but his back slightly hunched. Yet his presence was still formidable. Uncle San and Aunt San sat at the table eating, while Li Dazhuang swallowed hard. If you want to eat, go serve yourself. Li Dazhuang shook his head and said earnestly, Mom, Xiaoyi asked me to work with him and promised to pay me. Both Uncle and Aunt San were taken aback simultaneously. Pay you? What sort of work is this little rascal offering? I agreed. Li Dazhuang quickly added upon seeing his father's disapproving expression, but I didn't ask for money. Seeing his father's expression soften, he secretly admired his own cleverness. Fine. It's not like you can accomplish much anyway. Just help him out. That kid is under too much pressure, Uncle San sighed, shaking his head. After washing up, Li Dazhuang lay on his bed, muttering, why do I feel like I've forgotten something? Never mind, I'll just sleep first. At 11 o'clock that night, at Tingwan Building. Wow. I absolutely adore you, Xiao Mingming. Just give me one more, just one. No. Zhou Mingyi fiercely guarded her little backpack, revealing a tiger tooth and glaring defiantly at those who sought to snatch her belongings. Just one, please. No way, I want to eat. Zhou Mingyi resolutely defended her treats. Didn't you say there were more than 300 pounds? We're good sisters, don't you want to share? We are enemies now. Zhou Mingyi shook her head. Are you going to give it or not? No. Sisters, since this little girl is being ungrateful, we can't be blamed for being ruthless. Let us take her oranges. Roar. Tall Lin Wanting and voluptuous Wu Haitang exchanged glances at their friends, who had completely lost their ladylike demeanor, shaking their heads. Still not through? Wu Haitang gritted her teeth. No, Lin Wanting sighed. Forget it. If we can't get it, we won't force it. No way, Wu Haitang declared assertively. We must secure the supply. If the phone isn't working, we'll have to go in person. But we don't know where he is. Lin Wanting remarked. Tian de town is so large. One person knows. Wu Haitang looked towards a certain silly girl who was crying loudly. Lin Wanting paused, then laughed, snapping her fingers. And a waitress promptly arrived at her side. Go prepare roast duck, roast goose, roasted chicken, fried chicken cutlets, and braised pork with preserved vegetables, and bring them here immediately. 5 minutes later. It smells divine. Zhou Mingyi beamed at Lin Wanting. Ming, your sister Wanting needs your help. Wu Haitang clasped her hands across her chest, her attire trembling slightly. Zhou Mingyi tore off a piece of duck meat, her lips glistening with grease as she nodded nonchalantly, appearing somewhat dismissive. Don't you have the seller's contact information? Tomorrow, send him a message and let him know you wish to purchase more. What do you think? Wu Haitang coaxed enticingly. Zhou Mingyi paused, responding, but I still have some at home. Wu Haitang's expression stiffened, her ample bosom rising and falling like the tides. Let us purchase in your name. Wu Haitang's gaze sharpened, her slender fingers balled into a fist. Oblivious to her best friend's latent desire to strike her, Zhou Mingyi nodded cutely. All right. Wu Haitang exhaled a heavy sigh, her imposing demeanor visibly relaxing as she signaled an okay gesture towards Lin Wanting. Chapter 12. Supply and demand at 6 in the morning. Although Dazhuang was his closest confidant, Li Yi was reluctant to share the secret of the mysterious space with him just yet. Rising early, he loaded cabbages and potatoes onto the cart. The outside world remained shrouded in darkness when Li Yi spotted a robust figure approaching, none other than Li Dazhuang. Hey, are you still selling vegetables? Li Dazhuang inquired, eyeing the smaller tricycle. Yes, Li Yi replied succinctly, though he offered a few words of caution. Are you insane? Selling at such exorbitant prices? Will anyone actually buy? They will. Li Yi chuckled bitterly, fully aware that each time he mentioned it, others deemed him to be mad. The two set off towards the town, their pace slow due to the heavy cargo. Typically, a bicycle ride would take 30 minutes. But navigating the tricycle took over 30 minutes, revealing the poor condition of the roads. Will it really sell? Am I going to get beaten up? Li Dazhuang had asked this question no less than 100 times. Li licked his dry lips and suggested, how about this? You sell oranges while I sell vegetables. Does that work? Upon hearing this, Li Dazhuang nodded eagerly, his smile broadening. He had tasted the oranges and knew they were far superior to those sold in big cities. If he were to sell oranges, he felt confident. All right, you can sell over here while I head to the market. Li Yi added, by the way. The oranges are 8 yuan per pound. Why are you still sitting on the ground? Get up, it's so embarrassing. I'm off now, remember, 8 yuan per pound. Li Dazhuang, seated on the ground, gazed in horror as Li Yi rode away on the tricycle. 8 yuan? Li Dazhuang knocked on his ears, ensuring he wasn't hallucinating. He would have been better off selling vegetables. Typically, others would collect those wretched oranges for merely a dime or two. When had they ever been worth 8 yuan? Surely, little Yi's mind must have overheated. A deep sense of worry enveloped Li Dazhuang as he sat near the tricycle, fretting about his good friend's fate. He was certain that the oranges would likely remain unsold today. At the vegetable market, Li Yi stood in the same spot as yesterday. A sudden wave of commotion startled him. The place was teeming with people. He recognized a few familiar faces from the previous day. Hey, little brother. Why did you arrive so late? Goodness, is that all you brought? Hurry, get in line. The fervor of the crowd overwhelmed Li Yi. At the rear of the line, Wu Min gazed in astonishment at the queue stretching over 10 meters, stammering. Is this really the vendor you bought vegetables from yesterday? Zhou Guoyang, with a look of exasperation, replied, I told you, yet you wouldn't believe me. It's over. We won't be able to buy any today. Wu Min remained skeptical. Surely it can't be that bad. His truck must have at least 300 to 400 pounds of vegetables. This line can't possibly be for just that. Zhou Guoyang, weary of his wife's naivety, chose not to respond further. What are you doing? Aren't you going to queue? Wu Min complained. Zhou Guoyang sighed. 5 minutes. What do you mean 5 minutes? Wu Min questioned, increasingly puzzled by her husband. In 5 minutes, his vegetables will be sold out, and we one tea stand a chance. Zhou Guoyang lamented. I don't believe it, Wu Min asserted. Just wait, I'll go stand in line. She was unconvinced, reasoning that even the best vendors around here would take about an hour to sell out completely, and their stock was nowhere near as plentiful as Li Yi's. 5 minutes to sell out. How is that even possible? Li Yi glanced at his phone and noticed a message. Brother Orange, can I still buy oranges? He remembered the cute foodie from yesterday and replied, yes, at the usual place. Okay. Zhou Mengyi was yawning as Lin Wanting and Wu Haidang pulled her from her bed. I've already asked, can't you just go by yourselves? Zhou Mengyi clung tightly to her blanket, refusing to let go. Lin Wanting and Wu Haidang exchanged glances, abandoning any hope of dragging her up. The two had already changed and were heading straight to the address Zhou Mengyi had mentioned. The vegetable market. Bossly, you Haven tea brought enough produce today. A lady teased. My daughter used to eat your vegetables, but now anything else seems bland. Well, don't get me started. My little rascal only eats meat, shunning vegetables. But after I bought Bossly's veggies yesterday, guess what? Now he only eats vegetables and refuses meat, which is quite a headache for me. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Parents with children certainly had their worries. Obedient children were easier to feed, but most were quite the opposite. It was painful to discipline them, yet if left unchecked, they could drive one to despair over mealtime. It could be said that those who purchased vegetables from Li Yi for the first time discovered how much easier child rearing could be. What were merely ordinary vegetables suddenly tasted extraordinary. Some even sent samples for testing, finding not only no pesticide residues, but also that the nutritional values exceeded expectations. In other words, these vegetables were highly nutritious, making them a worthwhile purchase. Li Yi beamed as he sold vegetables, relishing their compliments. Thankfully, he had thick skin, otherwise, he might have felt embarrassed. Today he had a total of 188 heads of cabbage and some potatoes. The cabbage remained priced at 88 yuan each, with the average customer purchasing 2 or 3 heads, primarily out of fear of arriving late and missing out, hence wanting to stock up a bit. Despite the seemingly abundant quantity of 188 oranges, they were swiftly sold out. The potatoes, each the size of a human head, filled Li Yi's vehicle to its limited capacity of just under 200. In truth, this was after Li Yi discreetly extracted 2 additional bags following his separation from Li Dezhu. Otherwise, it would have been utterly insufficient. Wu Min quietly counted the remaining crowd in front of her and noted with satisfaction that there were only a little over 10 people left. Apologies, but we have sold out for today, Li Yi announced, causing an uproar among those in line. Sold out? Surely, you jest, Mr. Li. This is quite unfair. Indeed. How could there be so few? Those who had waited in line for so long could no longer contain their grievances. Li Yi, wearing an embarrassed smile, responded, I truly apologize. I will strive to bring more tomorrow. How can this be? I've waited so long. One customer lamented. Mr. Li, why not return home and bring another load? We are willing to wait. A chorus of agreement followed. The previous day's customers had not purchased much, leaving them hungry. And without comparison, they felt the loss keenly. Li Yi's vegetables were exquisite, delectable, incomparable to ordinary produce. The thought of savoring them made the prospect of waiting a little longer seem trivial. Li Yi, taken aback by the number of customers still unserved, felt a twinge of guilt. Perhaps I shall return at noon. I must visit my mother at the hospital first. Chapter 13, sold out in 5 minutes. Li Yi's words ignited a flicker of hope among those waiting in line. He was likely the only vendor brave enough to set up shop during the midday sun. With Li Yi's promise, the crowd departed reluctantly, smiling and giving him a thumbs up. Wu Min stared, astounded, at the scene unfolding before her, unable to deny its reality. How about it? Zhou Guoyang sighed. Fortunately, we have some extras at home. Let us head over early at noon. After packing away his stall, Li Yi departed, unfazed by the presence of other vendors in the vicinity. Hey, how much for these oranges? Li Dazhuang stammered as he faced a throng of customers scrutinizing the oranges in his cart. 8 yuan, he declared, immediately pulling out a cigarette to feign nonchalance, primarily out of fear of being labeled a lunatic. After all, he had never encountered oranges priced at 8 yuan per jean in a large city. Li Dazhuang could almost envision the scene where customers would turn away upon hearing his price. Snap! The lighter failed to ignite. His hands trembled slightly. Snap, snap! At last, it caught fire. Taking a deep breath, he looked up and was astonished by the sight before him. The crowd was filling bags with oranges. Brother, these 8 yuan oranges aren't just 8 dimes, are they? Before Li Dazhuang could finish, a customer on the opposite side chimed in. Weigh these for me. Li Dazhuang, bewildered, stared at the customer, who appeared to be quite serious. 6 jin and 4 liang, 512 yuan, declared the man. Just 51 yuan, please. Li Dazhuang numbly accepted the task. 7 jin and 8 liang, 624, you offer 62. 9 jin and 5 liang, 76. 4 jin and 7 liang, 376, you propose 37. A sense of bewilderment enveloped Li Dazhuang, yet the queue before him grew ever longer, leaving him with no time to ponder or inquire. By the time the last customer completed their purchase, his hands felt somewhat strained. He felt as though he was ensnared in a dream, gazing at the accumulating money, which appeared almost surreal. Ah, brother. Li Dazhu called out to the last affluent man purchasing oranges, handing him a cigarette and innocently inquiring. You're buying at $8 a pound, aren't you? The robust man chuckled, You must be affiliated with that young fellow from yesterday, right? Upon seeing Li Dazhuang nod, he continued, yesterday, a young man brought a truckload to sell. To be honest, when I first heard of $8 oranges, I almost turned back. However, after tasting them, I realized your oranges are truly delightful. Over the years, I've traveled far and wide, savored many delicacies. But the flavor so pure and sweet as yours is indeed a first for me. The key is that my daughter loves them, my wife enjoys them. And even my father-in-law has taken a liking to them. We humans strive for joy and comfort with the fruits of our labor. I've observed you. You're out here early, dressed lightly, with traces of water on your clothes, suggesting you've driven over for at least half an hour. It's not easy for anyone. Since your quality is assured, what is the harm in spending $8? Listening to this, even Li Dazhuang, whose intellect was not particularly sharp, fell into contemplation. Well, I must take my leave. Your oranges are commendable. The affluent man glanced at the inexpensive cigarette he seldom smoked, chuckled, lit it, took a puff, and sighed. Life in the countryside is indeed more comfortable. Li Dazhuang gently counted the money, his face filled with disbelief as he muttered, 5,248? Is this the money earned in just a few minutes? He slapped himself lightly, the sound echoing, causing a slight sting. Over 600 jin were sold in an instant. Li Yi still had a large surplus, not to mention the entire village. Yet, it seemed no one in the village cared. Did this not imply that everyone in the village had a chance to make money? Excuse me, are you the one selling oranges? A melodious voice rang out, prompting Li Dazhuang to surreptitiously shove the money into his pocket. When he looked up, he was momentarily taken aback. Such long legs and a striking figure. Hey, I'm speaking to you. Wu Haidang felt slightly offended by the imposing presence of this large man. She puffed out her chest slightly. Li Dazhuang, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, I'm sorry, but my oranges are sold out. Lin Wanting and Wu Haidang were well aware that everything had been sold, considering the truck was empty. However, the lingering fragrance of oranges was strikingly similar to that which they had purchased from Zhou. Do you have any left? Lin Wanting gently inquired. Li Dazhuang earnestly nodded. Is there a lot? A great deal. How much is a lot? A lot is simply a lot. Lin Wanting's forehead twitched, and she was now certain that this somewhat foolish fellow was indeed Li Yi, the one who had dared to hang up on her yesterday, for the greater good. Lin Wanting could only take a deep breath, her impeccable upbringing allowing her to maintain a sweet smile. We wish to procure your oranges. Might we negotiate? Li Dazhuang pondered for a moment, initially inclined to agree, but since the oranges were neither his own nor solely belonging to him, he shook his head. Had he indeed rejected the offer? Lin Wanting's heart tightened. The price was negotiable. Yet, Li Dazhuang persisted in his refusal, acknowledging that business negotiations were not his forte. Where was Xiaoyi? I am willing to offer 6 yuan for the purchase price. You should understand that even if you possess many oranges that could fetch 8 yuan, selling them all would prove quite challenging. Well, I must take my leave. Li Dazhuang cast a glance at Lin Wanting's long legs, intending to ride away. Wu Haidang, clad in knee-high boots, boldly positioned herself in front of Li Dazhuang's bicycle, her chest puffed out, startling him. What is the matter with you, sir? When approached for business, you should at least respond politely before departing without a word. What does this signify? Li Dazhuang's gaze fixated on the impressive display before him. He swallowed hard and stammered. I will not sell. 7 yuan. That is the highest price I can offer. I truly will not sell, Li Dazhuang exclaimed, growing anxious. These two beauties were rather intimidating. How about 8 yuan? The same price you could sell for, but I will take all your oranges. Lin Wanting inhaled deeply, preparing for one last negotiation. Li Dazhuang felt tempted, yet he knew this matter was beyond his authority to decide. I will consider it. Seeing that the other party was finally willing to concede, Lin Wanting felt a sense of relief. Very well, I hope you can provide me with an answer tonight. All right. With a swift press of the accelerator, Li Dazhuang sped away. Having rarely conversed with women, his face flushed deeply. Watching Li Dazhuang's retreating figure, Wu Haidang stomped her foot in frustration, declaring, this Li Yi truly lacks appreciation. Achoo! Pedaling his tricycle, Li Yi sneezed and then reunited with his good friend, Li Dazhuang. Chapter 14. A modest profit of 20,000 Xiaoyi, we are in for a windfall. Li Dazhuang exclaimed, his exuberance tempered by a nervous grip on his pocket, revealing a small gap and adding, over 5,000 yuan. This sum exceeded his monthly salary from working elsewhere. In his mind, Li Yi's stature grew even more impressive. Li Yi observed his excited friend's flushed face and thought, this is merely the beginning. The best is yet to come. Fearing that others would snatch away his money, Li Dazhuang anxiously glanced around while handing the cash to Li Yi, causing Li Yi to feel nervous as well. Today's earnings were quite satisfactory. Li Yi calculated that a total of 188 heads of cabbage were sold, amounting to 16,544 yuan. Coughing from his own smoke, Li Dazhuang choked. A total of 203 potatoes were sold for 5,075 yuan. It seemed the potato sales were still too low. Today, the most substantial yield came from the cabbage, followed closely by the oranges, which were plentiful. In total, they had earned 26,867 yuan today. Compared to yesterday, it was evident that they had made a greater profit today. As the wealth gradually accumulates and the market steadily opens up, Li Yi realizes that the fulfillment of his ambitions is not far off. After delivering a meal to his elderly mother, he leaves behind 5,000 yuan for Wu Xianglan's emergencies. He has come to understand that relying solely on himself and Li Dazhuang is insufficient for rapid progress. He needs a large truck, but the issue lies in the fact that he cannot access one, nor does he possess the skills to operate it. The size of the vehicle significantly constrains their developmental pace. By the way, Xiao Yi, there were two beautiful women who wanted to purchase our oranges, Li Dazhuang suddenly recalls, jolting Li Yi from his thoughts. Who called yesterday? He inquires, but Li Dazhuang shakes his head in confusion. What did they say? Li Yi presses. Again. He receives a blank stare. Well, today these two ladies expressed their interest in buying oranges. Surely you remember what they said? Li Yi prompts. Oh, I remember that. Li Dazhuang scratches his head. At first, they offered 6 yuan for purchase. When I didn't agree, they raised it to 7, and finally to 8. Claiming that was their absolute limit. Li Yi's eyes widen in astonishment. A major client has arrived. Where are they now? He demands. They've left. Li Dazhuang replies. Do you have their contact information? Li Yi inquires again. After a moment of thought, Li Dazhuang grins sheepishly and confidently states, no. Li Yi takes a deep breath, reminding himself that this is his brother, and he must not resort to violence. Killing is against the law. It seems he is destined to miss out on this lucrative opportunity. If those ladies return tomorrow, you must agree to their offer, understand? Li Yi instructs firmly. Oh, okay. Li Dazhuang nods, then adds, Xiao Yi, isn't this the wrong way back? Li Yi affirms, contemplating the golden silk Nanmu in the mystical space he possesses, which has already flourished. This space is extraordinarily impressive. Beside the towering tree, saplings have begun to sprout, and in the morning, Li Yi transplanted one. He chopped down the largest one and temporarily placed it in the space. Li Yi needs to find a lumber merchant nearby to inquire about pricing. If it is reasonable, he intends to act swiftly. Earning 20,000 a day is no longer sufficient for him. He yearns to resolve the issue of transportation, which requires a budget of at least 5 million yuan. Moreover, the volume of vegetable sales must also begin to expand, or he will be waiting indefinitely. For now, he prefers that outsiders remain unaware of the village, as his plans have yet to unfold. If the oranges can be sold smoothly, it will ensure that everyone in the village has a better winter. Following this, he can promote his next step, believing that obstacles will be significantly reduced. The largest timber market in Tianda town is located in the southern part of the city, covering dozens of acres with a multitude of businesses. Before venturing out, Li Yi conducted thorough research. The golden silk Nanmu, a uniquely protected wild plant in our country, is nearly extinct and challenging to cultivate. The longer the growth period, the more exorbitant the price becomes. The golden silk Nanmu can grow up to 60 meters tall, with a diameter reaching 5 meters. In ancient times, it served as a pillar of royal architecture, thus showcasing its esteemed status. Moreover, the wood of the golden silk Nanmu is inherently stable and durable, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. When sunlight penetrates, golden threads emerge, further embodying nobility and elegance. In 2008, prices remained relatively stable, with century-old timber priced at approximately 6,000 yuan per ton. However, from 2008 onwards, prices fluctuated dramatically, escalating to 70,000 yuan per ton for similarly aged wood. For timber exceeding 3 centuries, the price is even more staggering, starting at no less than 180,000 yuan per ton. The increase in prices for new timber is comparatively modest, yet still begins at 20,000 yuan. Nowadays, even salvaged old wood from dilapidated houses is scarce, leading to soaring prices. By 2019, prices varied significantly day by day, with century-old timber reaching 130,000 yuan and 3-century-old wood soaring to a staggering 250,000 yuan per ton. Despite being measured by the ton, it is essential to understand that the weight of golden silk Nanmu is exceedingly formidable, ranking among the heaviest of woods, not to mention its high collectible value. Therefore, Li Yi wishes to discuss the market situation. He now possesses a mysterious space, with growth rates of at least 25 to 30 times. By the time the saplings mature, even if they do not reach such advanced ages, nurturing them for a few days should pose no concern. Currently, he urgently needs funds, naturally aiming to profit first, and later, he can afford to nurture them without haste. Rarity begets value. Can he not dictate the price? The market is bustling, filled with timber and wood shavings. Li Dazhuang remains silent, walking beside Li Yi, providing him with a sense of security. Boss, do you buy golden silk Nanmu? Li Yi inquires directly. The young proprietor glances at Li Yi, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Yes. How much do you have? The young man does not take Li Yi seriously. As golden silk Nanmu is exceedingly rare in the market, he suspects that this individual in front of him may possess only a few pieces. What price? Li Yi smiles. That depends on the age of the tree. Naturally, the older, the pricier, the young man replies with a grin. What if the tree is a whole one, but less than 100 years old? Li Yi continues to inquire. The young man, having just sipped his coffee, suddenly splutters. How much? A whole tree? Come, my young friend, we offer very fair prices. The middle-aged man beside him interjects, pulling Li Yi aside. The young man, seeing this, becomes anxious and rushes over, exclaiming, Old Wang, it's excessive to steal business like this. Chapter 15, 100,000 per ton. Hey, Li, don't say reckless things. Wang Zhongqi, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle and dressed in a jacket, exudes an elite aura, which appears particularly conspicuous in a lumber market. Li Ku stands his ground, blocking the way and asserting, "This gentleman clearly inquired of me first, but you haven't provided a price to anyone else." Wang Zhongqi chuckles. "Come, two young gentlemen. Let us first enjoy a cup of tea." With a smile in his eyes, Li Yi remarked on the intricacies of human relationships, evidently acknowledging that this younger Li was no match for the seasoned Wang. The quarrel between Wang Zhongqi and Li Ku had drawn considerable attention from their peers. "Li, you see, if you persist in this dispute with me, they might catch wind of it," Wang Zhongqi chuckled. "Let us converse together with this young gentleman." Despite the outward joviality, when it comes to business and finances, the atmosphere is invariably that of a battlefield. Although young, Li Ku understood this principle well. If they were to continue vying for advantage, it was likely that none would reap the rewards. After a brief change of expression, Li Ku promptly ushered Li Yi and Li Dazhuang into a nearby shop. "What do we call you, young brother?" Li Yi replied with a smile, while Li Dazhuang wore a foolish grin, and neither Li Ku nor Wang Zhongqi intended to inquire further. "Brother Li, you mentioned earlier that you possess a piece of golden silk nama wood?" Wang Zhongqi rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Is that truly the case?" Li Yi chuckled. "This is a small segment cut from that tree. You may examine it." He produced a section from the root, and despite its modest size, it was remarkably heavy. Upon its unveiling, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air. Wang Zhongqi and Li Ku's eyes widened as they began to inspect it. The tree's age was at least 50 years. The cross-section was fresh and still moist, indicating it had been recently cut. A tree of this age must have reached at least 10 meters in height, right? Wang Zhongqi and Li Ku observed closely and swiftly deduced a conclusion. If this piece were part of a complete tree, it would be extraordinarily valuable. Wang Zhongqi's heart raced, and Li Ku could not suppress a slight gulp. At over 10 meters, even if it were merely 10 meters tall, this tree would weigh approximately 3 to 4 tons, if not more. Even without being a century old, its completeness and freshness suggested that its overall value would not be significantly low. Li Yi's eyelids flickered. Indeed, the expertise of those in this field was evident, as they discerned its worth at a glance. He felt fortunate for not pretending to know more than he did, lest he find himself in a precarious situation. Brother Wang is correct. Including the crown, it measures 12 meters. Li Yi nodded in affirmation. Wang Zhongqi and Li Ku's eyes gleamed with excitement. While an age of 50 years is somewhat modest, 100-year-old specimens fetch around 130,000. This 50-year-old piece could at most command 60,000. However, considering it is a complete specimen, I can offer you 80,000. How does that sound? 80,000 per ton is indeed a substantial offer. Li Ku had intended to speak, but was halted by Wang Zhongqi's piercing gaze. Li Dazhuang's eyes nearly bulged out. He was uncertain of Li Yi's intentions. But hearing figures like 60,000 and 80,000 made his breath quicken. Li Yi is indeed impressive, having received an education. Suddenly, Li Yi smiled, stood up, and patted his trousers. "What are you doing, brother Li?" Li Ku quickly grasped Li Yi's arm. "Are you two perhaps taking advantage of my youthful naivety regarding market values?" Li Yi's expression bore a playful smirk, causing Li Ku to feel inexplicably uneasy. Wang Zhongqi's heart sank momentarily, yet he quickly regained his composure. "Brother Li, to speak candidly, regarding this price, Brother Wang, I have always been quite accommodating. If you genuinely wish to conduct business, I wouldn't mind incurring a slight loss. However, should you regard me as a fool," Li Yi let out a cold chuckle. "Dazhuang, let us leave." Li Ku's expression changed drastically as he hastily glanced at Wang Zhongqi. Wang furrowed his brows and inquired, "Brother Li, what do you mean by that?" Li Yi halted, a mocking glint in his eyes as he regarded Wang Zhongqi. "Brother Wang, are you intent on playing the fool? I refuse to believe there isn't a more conscientious timber merchant in the entire market than you." "Oh, did I forget to mention, who told you I only have one?" Wang Zhongqi trembled, his pupils dilating in shock. He stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. "Damn," he muttered in anger, not even sure who he was cursing, and promptly slapped himself, the sound echoing sharply. Li Ku was utterly bewildered, witnessing Wang Zhongqi dash out to block Li Yi's path. "Oh, the deal has fallen through, yet Boss Wang intends to obstruct us?" Li Yi remarked with amusement, while Li Dazhuang exhibited a menacing demeanor. Wang Zhongqi forced a smile, saying, "Brother Li, you've misunderstood. This price is certainly negotiable. Come, have a smoke. This matter is indeed my oversight, and I owe you an apology." Li Yi remained silent, refusing the offered cigarette. 90,000, truly, that is already quite generous. 100,000. Li Yi replied nonchalantly, without turning around. Wang Zhongqi's expression shifted dramatically. 90,000 was indeed an exceedingly high price. Li Ku, equally tense, regarded Wang Zhongqi with concern. 100,000 would yield minimal profit, particularly if the final product was not factored in. However, if they managed to produce the item, the potential value was uncertain. They had never anticipated that this individual would be so difficult to deal with, and more importantly, that he possessed a keen insight into the matter. Had Li Yi possessed only a single piece, he would not even have considered the 100,000 offer. The crux of the issue lay in Li Yi's earlier claim of having more than one. The intrinsic value of such items could multiply significantly. Golden silk namu, regardless of age, was still golden silk namu. This material was currently in high demand, not easily obtainable by just anyone. Once crafted into a product, its worth could indeed soar exponentially. Wang Zhongqi inhaled deeply and gestured for Li Yi to proceed. Under Li Daozhuang's inquisitive gaze, Li Yi turned towards Wang Zhongqi, his palms slightly damp with cold sweat. Regardless of whether the price was 80 or 90,000, it was merely market value, already a substantial concession. 100,000 was merely a gamble, one he had not anticipated would be accepted. Yet now, it seemed he had succeeded. Li Yi felt a pang of regret. He should have delayed the felling of the tree for a few more days. Wang Zhongqi produced a cherished selection of fine tea, pouring a cup for both Li Yi and Li Daozhuang, the fragrant aroma wafting gently through the air. Li Ke looked at Li Yi with eager anticipation and inquired, "Brotherly, what about this tree?" Wang Zhongqi appeared somewhat indifferent, yet the corner of his eye remained fixed on Li Yi's face. After savoring a sip of Biluakan tea, Li Yi smacked his lips. Indeed, fine tea possesses a distinct quality. For now, just this one. Upon his words, the expressions of the two men froze momentarily. However, should a collaboration be established, there are certainly more of this vintage available. The crucial question remains, can you two handle it? Chapter 16. 500,000 in hand. If Li Daozhuang had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that a person's countenance could change so swiftly. One moment, they appeared deeply troubled, and the next, they seemed ready to revere you as a deity. We can manage. We must be able to manage. Li Ke's voice trembled slightly. If Li Yi truly possessed such a wealth of golden silk Nanmo, and as long as it wasn't acquired through theft, it would undoubtedly yield immense profits. Wang Zhongqi exhibited considerably more composure than Li Ke, asking, "Brotherly, may I be so bold as to inquire about the source of this timber? We cultivated ourselves in the deep mountains and forests. Rest assured, the source is entirely legitimate and not stolen." Li Yi responded confidently. Upon hearing Li Yi's assurance, Wang Zhongqi's face broke into a radiant smile. In truth, Li Yi understood the stakes involved were exceedingly high. Even if the means were not entirely above board, they would likely still proceed. The inquiry was merely to provide mutual reassurance and justification. "When shall we conduct this transaction for the wood? Do you require our assistance?" Wang Zhongqi inquired. "If you could arrange for a large vehicle, we can facilitate the delivery, but it will be quite challenging for you to drive it in," Li Yi candidly stated. "All right, provide me with an address. When shall we finalize the delivery?" Wang Zhongqi promptly asked. "Noon works for me," Li Yi replied with a smile. After bidding farewell to Li Yi and Li Daozhuang, Li Ke furrowed his brow and remarked, "Should we not investigate?" "Investigate? What exactly?" Wang Zhongqi shook his head. "Young Li, in business, it is essential to engage willingly and to refrain from prying into the sources and origins. Do you think you are the only clever one? Others are not oblivious to the situation. Young man, there remains much for you to learn, but he claims it is wild-grown. Should we not take him at his word?" Li Ke protested. Wang Zhongqi, crossing his legs casually, replied, "Little Li, in light of your father's reputation, I shall offer one more piece of advice. If you truly wish to proceed, do so, but do not claim it is in collaboration with me. Firstly, I cannot afford to lose face. Secondly, I fear that should the business falter, we may end up with enmity instead." Observing Wang Zhongqi, who was leisurely enjoying his tea, Li Ke's expression shifted, ultimately leading him to decide against any action. "How shall we divide the profits?" Li Ke inquired. 60-40, you take 40, I take 60. Wang Zhongqi replied nonchalantly. "Do not attempt to bargain with me. You should understand that, given your earlier demeanor, the other party would never agree to sell to you. Do not presume everyone else is a fool." Li Ke fell silent, tacitly acknowledging the terms. Upon returning home, Li Yi handed 200 yuan to Li Daozhuang. "This is your wage for today, shall we?" Li Daozhuang frowned. "I haven't contributed much. Even brothers must keep accounts clear. This is merely the beginning, and there is much work ahead." Li Yi handed a sum of money to Li Daozhuang, saying, "At this initial stage, I can only offer a daily wage of 200. Once we earn more, we can discuss further." 200 a day amounts to 6,000 a month. Li Daozhuang, who had never anticipated such a substantial salary despite his minimal education, nodded in agreement. "We need to head to town at noon. First, take my vegetables to sell, and I will sell the trees while also purchasing a larger truck. As this small tricycle is insufficient," Li Yi instructed. Li Daozhuang nodded, accustomed to following orders without further inquiry. "Consider this 100 as a loan. Return it along with the payment to the vendor," Li Yi added. "Understood." Li Daozhuang promptly rode away. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yi began to pack the vegetables, knowing that he must commence his next plan after selling a truckload at noon. It was imperative to sell all the oranges, as merely dragging them out for sale would be an extravagant waste of time. Before that, he needed to ensure that all the village's oranges reached a uniform standard. Thus, irrigating with the essence of spring water became a necessity. However, relying solely on one or two individuals was utterly impractical, so Li needed to devise a strategy, perhaps organizing a mobilization meeting to convince everyone of his vision. At noon, Li Yi and Li Daozhuang rode towards town. Upon reaching an intersection, Li Yi dismounted, while Li Daozhuang continued on to sell the vegetables, feeling notably more composed this time due to his prior experience with selling oranges. Meanwhile, Li Yi took advantage of the lull in activity to display the felled golden silk Nanmu wood. This opportunity was crucial, otherwise, even possessing exquisite timber would be futile given the village's poor road conditions. Though the distance from the village to the town was merely 30 to 40 kilometers, the mountainous terrain presented significant challenges. As the appointed time approached, a large truck gradually appeared. Wang Zhongqi and Li Ke arrived, equipped with specialized tools. After exchanging pleasantries and sharing a smoke, Wang Zhongqi gestured for the team to inspect the wood. Upon seeing the quality of the golden silk namu, both he and the inspectors beamed with delight. Exceptional, Wang Zhongqi exclaimed. In this era when golden silk namu is nearly extinct, acquiring a complete tree is akin to winning the lottery. This tree weighs a total of 4,962 kilograms. Thanks to your trust, I will round it to 5 tons. That totals 500,000. What do you say? Excellent. A calm smile graced Li Yi's face, though his heart raced with excitement. Upon seeing the 500,000 credited to his account, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally, we have funds. We shall take our leave now, Wang Zhongqi said, rubbing his hands together. For the next tree, traversing the mountain will be a challenge, and it will take at least 3 days to transport it down. We will reconvene here for the transaction, and the tree's age will be at least 100. Li Yi replied with a smile. Wang Zhongqi and Li Ku exchanged glances filled with joy, conversing for a few more moments before departing briskly. With 500,000 in hand, Li Yi took a deep breath, realizing that the age of the trees was crucial. Leaving the old tree roots untouched would allow the growth of saplings. In the enigmatic realm, nurtured by the rich black soil, growth takes place with remarkable speed. Seizing the moment while no one was around, Li Yi began to expand. Just then, he discovered that the mysterious space had miraculously yielded an additional plot of standard black land, measuring an acre. The area had grown larger. Li Yi was elated. His first expansion occurred yesterday, and if one were to consider a minimum income of 1,000 yuan, having sold over 20,000 blocks today without further expansion, it would imply a minimum starting point of 100,000. This meant that with 4 additional plots of 1 acre each, he would need to earn 1 million. Li Yi felt invigorated. Presently, he held 520,000 yuan in his possession. He thought to promptly arrange his mother's surgery to alleviate his worries, knowing that once she was discharged, he would no longer have to fret. As he made his way to the town, the newfound wealth imbued his steps with a buoyancy. The rice harvest was only a few days away, and he had infused the entire village's rice paddies with his mystical water. He wondered if it would fetch a good price when the time came. Chapter 17. Earning 2 more thousand, recovery? Doubt upon arriving at Tiantown, Li Dazhuang's vegetables had already sold out. The quantity for today's noon sale exceeded that of the morning. There were a total of 232 heads of cabbage and 356 potatoes, bringing in a total of 316 yuan. The small 3-wheeler had already been returned. So Li Yi and Li Dazhuang purchased another one of equivalent value from the same shop at the same price, spending 750 yuan, leaving them with 566 yuan. Adding this to Li Yi's funds, they were approximately around 550,000 yuan. Dazhuang, let us head to the hospital first. I need to pay for my mother's surgery, Li Yi stated. Li Dazhuang nodded in agreement and followed him to the hospital. The meal they carried was still enough for 3 people. Upon seeing Li Yi, Wu Xianglan, Lu Guifan, and Lin Yan couldn't help but smile. Although their meals had slightly improved recently, they noticed their appetites had grown, which lifted their spirits considerably. As Li Yi cheerfully tidied up the meal boxes, a knock sounded at the door. Standing at the entrance were 3 attending physicians, Zhao Qingchang, Li Fenglong, and Zhu Yun. Li Yi, suspecting nothing amiss, assumed it was a routine check and continued his task. After the trio greeted him, they observed that the usually courteous doctors were now staring intently at Li Yi. Mr. Li, Zhao Qingchang inquired. Li Yi paused momentarily, finished tidying up the meal boxes, and replied, "Did you call for me?" "Indeed." Zhao Qingchang smiled, adding, "I wonder if we could have a word?" "Certainly." Li Yi responded with a grin. "I was just about to pay for my mother's surgery." At this pronouncement, everyone in the room changed colors simultaneously. Wu Xianglan looked astonished, while Lu Guifan and Lin Yaonan wore complex expressions. How had Li Yi managed to acquire funds in such a short span of 3 days? The astonishment in Zhao Qingchang and his colleagues' eyes deepened. They were acutely aware of Li Yi's family circumstances and knew that their financial situation was not particularly favorable. Nonetheless, this was of little consequence. They had long speculated whether Li Yi had tampered with anything. However, Li Yi now appeared completely oblivious, even offering to pay the surgical fees, which left Zhao Qingchang and the others perplexed. Could it truly not be him? Zhao Qingchang, filled with uncertainty, invited Li Yi to his office. "Dazhuang, please wait for me a moment." Li Dazhuang nodded foolishly, engaging in conversation with Wu Xianglan. In Zhao Qingchang's office, Li Fenglong and Zhu Yun's scrutinizing gazes remained fixed on Li Yi, making him quite uneasy. A sense of dread enveloped Li Yi as he could not help but ask, "Dr. Zhao, has my mother's condition worsened?" His urgency, concern, and guilt rendered Zhao Qingchang and his companions speechless. "You truly don't know?" Li Yi grew even more anxious. "What do I not know? Is it possible my mother has concealed her condition from me?" Zhao Qingchang, observing Li Yi's genuine demeanor, produced the latest report and said, "Take a look for yourself." Li Yi promptly took it, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. "You are not mistaken. If this continues, your mother will be discharged in no more than 3 to 5 days. Zhao Qingchang's piercing gaze remained fixed on Li Yi, searching for some indication. "Why is this happening?" Li Yi inquired, looking up. Zhao Qingchang was momentarily taken aback. He had considered every possibility, but this scenario had never crossed his mind. Indeed, why was this the case? The 3 of them silently questioned themselves. "So, my mother and Aunt Lu, as well as Grandpa Lin, no longer require surgery?" Li Yi suddenly realized, his heart brimming with joy. Clarity began to dawn on him. The signs of improvement had begun 3 days prior, coinciding with his discovery of the mysterious space. If anything could have contributed to their recovery, it must have been the spiritual spring and the dishes nourished by its water. Previously, they could hardly finish their meals, but since utilizing the spiritual spring, their appetites had significantly increased, and their complexion and vitality had improved. Initially, he had harbored no doubts. However, now that Zhao Qingchong and the others presented such an air, he instantly comprehended the situation. Yet, he could not reveal the existence of the mysterious space. Theoretically, it was as he thought, but further observation was necessary. If the improvement continues, then surgery will no longer be needed, Li Fanglong stated. They believed they had found a lead, but Li Yi's demeanor plunged them back into confusion and deadlock. Then let us continue with the hospitalization for now, Li Yi suggested. I will pay for their hospital fees. It is wise to observe further. All right. Zhao Qingchong and his companions watched Li Yi depart, their expressions growing even more grim. It's not him. Zhu Yin shook her head. It doesn't seem like an act, nor does it appear to be a deception. Li Fanglong added. Could it truly be a miraculous self-healing by the patients? Only Zhao Qingchong remained silent. No, it must be him. Zhao Qingchong's sharp gaze glimmered with intensity. However, his reaction did not seem faint. I am not suggesting he is deceiving us, but you all have overlooked a crucial aspect, Zhao Qingchong asserted. What is it? Diet. Zhao Qingchong affirmed. Li Fanglong shook his head, questioning. Is there something amiss with the diet? After all, it is still the food delivered by Li Yi. Indeed, Zhao Qingchong responded. I have observed that their nutritional intake has significantly improved, and the antibodies, along with other essential elements, are encompassed within their daily meals, particularly in the vegetables. I had their feces tested, and each time I examined the meals Li Yi provided, the conclusions were consistently aligned. This suggests that Li Yi may be unaware that his unintentional actions have already rescued his mother. If we can acquire his dishes, further conclusions can be drawn. And should our findings be validated, Li Yi will become a great benefactor to humanity. Li Fanglong and Zhu Yun were astonished, if this were indeed the case. Even if Li Yi remained oblivious, the glory would undoubtedly be his. This could revolutionize a major dilemma in the history of human medicine, potentially etching a historic record. Should this come to fruition, it is likely that county, city, and even provincial authorities would take significant interest. At that point, the cuisine from Li Yi's hometown might very well receive national attention and promotion. The cascading effects of such developments would be formidable. Of course, at this moment, Li Yi was unaware that Zhao Qingchong had deduced the truth through years of experience and intuition. Upon learning that his mother would not require surgery and showed signs of recovery, Li Yi felt an overwhelming urge to leap with joy. So, it seems that the spring water possesses such remarkable effects, albeit gradually, yet it holds extraordinary efficacy. Once his mother, Aunt Lu, and Grandpa Lin recovered, he would save a fortune of at least $1 million. Consequently, the timeline for road construction in the village would be greatly expedited. It appears he must prioritize selling the oranges. Chapter 18. Li Da's grand deception after returning in a large 3-wheeled cart with Li Dazhuang. Li Yi promptly commenced the next phase of his plan. They had at least tens of thousands of pounds of oranges from their own orchard. Having now irrigated them with the mystical spring water, the quantity of oranges in the entire village was overwhelming. It was insufficient to rely solely on one person for irrigation. The villagers needed to be mobilized. However, the secret of the spring water must not be revealed. A plausible reason must be devised. In Li Dazhuang's household, his parents regarded him with perplexed expressions. The elderly couple examined the cart, their eyes filled with suspicion. Did you purchase this? His father inquired. Li Dazhuang innocently shook his head. Li Yi bought it. Where did he get the money? The elder's countenance fell instantly. Are you lying again? As his father seemed prepared to unleash his wrath, Li Dazhuang's eyelids fluttered nervously, quickly retorting, I swear, it was really Li Yi who bought it. His parents remained silent, fixing their gaze upon him. We earned money from selling vegetables and oranges this morning, Li Dazhuang quickly added, but his father's bamboo stick was already swinging toward him. I'm telling the truth. Li Dazhuang pleaded desperately. Dare you deceive me again? Our village's oranges go rotten without anyone wanting them. Who would buy them? His father was genuinely furious. This time, his mother did not intervene. Why are you hitting the child again, old 3? An elderly man approached, reprimanding the scene disapprovingly. Second uncle, save me. Li Dazhuang, with his robust physique, sought refuge behind the man. Li Shibin obstructed the bamboo stick wielded by his third uncle. Expressing his dissatisfaction, the child has grown so much, yet he still resorts to violence at the slightest provocation. He must learn to exercise restraint. Third uncle Li Shiren retorted angrily. This rascal comes back from his outing with a brand new car. The source of funds remains ambiguous. Do you expect me not to punish him? Upon hearing this, Li Shibin's expression shifted. Second uncle, I didn't do it. Li Dazhuang fervently shook his head. This car was truly purchased with the money Xiao Yi earned from selling oranges. Li Shibin intervened once more to prevent Li Shiren from striking, stating, Can the oranges from our village really fetch a good price? Indeed, came the reply. How much do they sell for? Li Shibin inquired. Currently, no one is buying them. 8 yuan. The cup in third aunt's hand fell with a clatter, startling both Li Shibin and Li Shiren. Old 3, continue the punishment. Li Shibin silently stepped aside. This child had never been particularly bright and had received his fair share of beatings, yet he remained honest. However, it seemed he had now resorted to deceit, making punishment unavoidable. Li Dazhuang felt exasperated. Why was no one believing him? Xiao Yi, help me. He thought himself to be in a woeful predicament, feeling utterly forsaken. You brat, stand still. If you don't chase me, I'll stay put, Li Dazhuang yelled, sprinting away, with his father refusing to believe him. He had no choice but to seek out Xiao Yi. Li Shuren ran a few paces, panting heavily, unable to keep up. Observing Li Dazhuang's figure racing towards Xiao Yi's home, a deep sense of unease etched itself upon Li Shuren's face. Could it be that Xiao Yi, pressed by medical expenses, has resorted to unlawful activities? Where is he? Third An inquired. He ran off, probably to find Xiao Yi, Li Shuren sighed. Li Shuren lit a cigarette, pondering, what do you think? I am uncertain. The two little rascals should be arriving shortly, Li Shuren replied, shaking his head. Before long, Li Yi was dragged in by Li Dazhuang. Second uncle, third aunt, Li Yi greeted, while the imposing figure of Li Dazhuang cowered behind him like a frightened quail. Li Shuren and Li Shuren exchanged glances, signaling for Li Yi to take a seat. I bought this car, Li Yi declared, fully aware that this matter would eventually come to light. Rather than concocting excuses later, he deemed it better to lay everything bare now. At the very least, his trusted relatives would stand by him, providing support for any future discussions. Li Shuren furrowed his brow, opening his mouth to speak, but finding no words. Third uncle, I understand your disbelief. Li Yi gathered his thoughts and pulled out the money from his pocket. The money you lent me. I haven't touched a single cent. Li Shuren's countenance darkened. Your mother. I just returned from the hospital today. The doctor said surgery is no longer necessary. Li Yi interjected. What? Third aunt's face paled, nearly causing her to collapse. The expressions of both Li Shuren and Li Shuren transformed into one of horror. Realizing their misunderstanding, Li Yi hastily clarified. The doctor said surgery isn't required because my mother is almost fully recovered. How can this be? Third aunt's voice was shrill. That was cancer. It's true. I saw the results today. In a week, she should be discharged, Li Yi asserted confidently. Thus, I won't be needing this money for the time being. Really, truly? Li Shuren's hand trembled, causing the cigarette to fall to the ground. Uncle Heir, I would never jest with my mother's life. Li Yi nodded. Li Shuren and Li Shuren exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with palpable joy. In the Liu family, it now rested solely on Li Yi and Wu Xianglan. Should another person depart, they could scarcely fathom how Li Yi would sustain this household. Undoubtedly, this news was the most splendid of tidings. Li Yi understood that they had finally come to believe, and thus he continued. Uncle Heir, Uncle San. I realize that what I am about to disclose may be difficult for you to accept at first, yet I must alert you that it is all true. Li Shuren and Li Shuren straightened slightly, aware that the main event was at hand. This is the money I have earned over the past 2 days. As a thick stack of cash was placed upon the table, Li Shuren and Li Shuren rose abruptly. Aunt San, being particularly sensitive to financial matters, exclaimed, is that 4 or 5,000? Yes, Li Yi nodded, refraining from revealing that he possessed an additional 500,000. The astonishment in their eyes was unmistakable. Seizing the moment, Li Yi elaborated. Over this past year, I have been diligently researching how to leverage the village's environmental soil, and recently, I have begun to see some results. There was no recourse. The matter of the mysterious space could not be disclosed. Hence I resorted to fabricating a narrative around academia. There are hardly any learned individuals among the village's elder generation. Moreover, my university studies were precisely in relevant fields. I have already dazzled the villagers sufficiently. The innovations I have developed yield remarkable effects on crops and vegetables, with no adverse consequences. Furthermore, they render the produce exceptionally sweet and delectable. As he spoke, Li Yi nodded towards Li Dazhuang, who, as if by magic, produced a large orange from his pocket. Li Shuren, taken aback by the orange, which was the size of a fist, inquired, is this what you are selling? Yes, I conducted experiments using my family's produce, and the oranges are now extraordinarily sweet, their flavor surpassing ours by several degrees. Li Yi stated. Currently, I am selling them for 8 yuan per pound in town, and there are plenty of buyers. Recently, some have approached me seeking to purchase in bulk. Chapter 19, Black Devil, Huanglei. Uncle Heir, Uncle San, consider this. If we can sell the oranges from our village, what immense profits might we reap? If the oranges do not sell, and we cannot consume them all, they will merely rot on the ground. What a waste, Li Yi asserted. For our village to thrive, we cannot continue relying on others. Even if Dazhuang and I were to sell oranges daily, what difference would it make? The affluent in town are limited in number. Thus, I aspire for all to sell out, ensuring that every household in the village receives some profit, thus making this year bearable. Li Yi's words stirred the hearts of the two elders. Even if we cannot sell them at such a high price, a mere 1 yuan would yield each household at least 10,000 in income. The surplus of oranges is overwhelming, to the point where villagers scarcely glance at them. If what you say proves effective, then we should give it a try. Li Shuren felt a spark of interest, yet he voiced concerns. However, it will be challenging to mobilize the others. First, it is a cumbersome task, and second, there is no precedent, so no one will believe. I shall take charge of this matter. Li Yi was filled with joy. With the influence of his second and third uncles, he believed it would not be difficult to rally a dozen households. As long as they secured tangible wealth, the villagers would inevitably come to inquire, even without Li Yi's prompting. Furthermore, I wish to repair the road. Upon hearing this, Li Shuren and Li Shuren's expressions darkened. Repairing the road was a formidable task. easily costing several hundred thousand. Who could possibly gather such a sum? Xiao Yi, you must think this through, admonished his second uncle Li Sherbin gravely. You are not yet qualified to bear the responsibilities of the village chief. I will bear them eventually. Li Yi replied with a carefree smile. This matter cannot be delayed. I hope to mobilize everyone immediately. Observing Li Yi's urgency, the two elders were at a loss for words. Very well, declared his third uncle Li Shuren, extinguishing his cigarette, but our families will join you in this endeavor. If it proves feasible, we shall rally the entire village to give it a try. Making money was paramount, especially since many families had no surplus grain to spare for road repairs. The reason they could lend Li Yi money was based on the principle of mutual assistance. However, discussing road repairs was another matter entirely. Hundreds of thousands were simply unattainable. Li Yi devised a plan, and with the mobilization of his uncles, about a dozen families expressed a willingness to experiment. After all, oranges were abundant, a commodity found in every household. Even if sold for just 50 cents, they would still be willing, as every family had at least 10,000 pounds. Currently, the spiritual spring could only be allocated individually. Li Yi had attempted to dilute it with water, but the results were inferior compared to those achieved with direct irrigation from the spring. However, since he could not satisfy everyone at once, dilution was necessary. Moreover, while the initial effects were somewhat diminished when sprayed, multiple applications would yield comparable results. That afternoon, Li Yi took charge of extracting the spiritual spring while Li Dazhuang managed transportation with a tricycle, and the others began to irrigate the orange trees according to Li Yi's method. This was a significant undertaking, considering the abundance of orange trees in each household. Li Yi silently rejoiced that he had excavated a sufficiently large spring pool. Otherwise, it would have been unmanageable. They toiled until nightfall, at which point they ceased their efforts. Li Yi filled his pool to the brim with the spiritual spring and instructed the others to draw from it whenever they needed to irrigate. Currently, the number of people was manageable, but once the entire village required it, it would become a dilemma. That night, as Li Yi lay in bed, he began to contemplate this issue. The water used in the village was not tap water, but rather mountain spring water, drawn from a spring on the back mountain and connected via pipes. If future irrigation was to be convenient, this step would be essential. The spiritual spring posed no harm to the human body. In fact, it was beneficial. However, for Li Yi to transform this place, he would need to wait until the villagers were convinced that their oranges could be profitable. Suddenly, his phone rang. Hello? Li Yi, have you made your decision? Came a familiar voice from the other end. Li Yi jolted upright, recognizing the voice yet unable to place it. Who are you? Lin Wanting found the voice somewhat familiar, yet she could not recall its source. I sought you this morning to discuss the acquisition of the oranges. Furrowing her brows, she pondered, who exactly was Li Yi? How could the two voices be so utterly distinct? Oh, it's you, Li Yi suddenly realized. You mentioned a bit of 8 yuan. Indeed, Lin Wanting replied calmly. That is acceptable. Li Yi suggested, let us discuss this in person. After glancing at Wu Haitang across from her, Lin Wanting nodded. We can meet in Tianda Town. Are you sure you want to talk now? Certainly, just provide me with the address. Li Yi promptly rose to his feet. Is sleeping more profitable than earning? Soon, Lin Wanting sent him the address. Before heading out, Li Yi cast a glance at the verdant chives in his space, which appeared almost unreal, harvested a substantial amount, and tossed it onto his tricycle, setting off towards the town. The night air in the mountains was heavy, but fortunately, Li Yi was warmly dressed, preventing him from feeling too cold. Upon reaching Tianda Town, he was greeted by a scene of vibrant lights. Numerous vendors lined the streets, and the night market thrived. Li Yi, as he leisurely rode past a barbecue stall, a familiar voice called out. Applying the brakes, he turned his head to see a man from the stall gazing at him. After a moment of staring, Li Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. Huang Lei? He parked his tricycle, still somewhat incredulous. Huang Lei, among Li Yi's circle of friends, bore the nickname Black Ghost. Though a year older than Li Yi, they were companions, hailing from the same village but different groups. Huang Lei had a darker complexion, which earned him the moniker. Like Li Dazhuang, he had ceased schooling after junior high and had gone to work instead. Unlike Li Dazhuang, however, Huang Lei was clever and astute. Over the years of working away from home, he had saved some money, but opportunities for communication were scarce, typically limited to the few days during the new year when they could gather. Despite being from the same village, they seldom crossed paths. Recently, Li Yi had been overwhelmed with work, compounded by his mother's poor health and hospitalization, leaving him little time to connect with others. He was unaware that Huang Lei had returned to start his own business. Huang Lei set aside his work, extending his arms for a hearty embrace with Li Yi. You didn't stay in the provincial capital? Huang Lei playfully punched Li Yi in the chest. No, it's a long story, Li Yi replied, glancing over at his friend's stall, which was somewhat out of the way and lacking customers. What is going on? Huang Lei's expression revealed a mix of helplessness and bitterness, equally burdened by untold tales. Shall we grab a couple of drinks? Another time, Li Yi checked the time. I have some matters to attend to. By the way, I have something for you that might be beneficial. What is it? Huang Lei asked with a smile. Chives. Li Yi blinked, then retrieved them from the tricycle. Huang Lei sniffed the air, his eyes lighting up with delight. They smell quite fragrant. How much? Get lost, Li Yi laughed. I'll come find you once I finish my business. Observing the considerable quantity of chives, estimated at 50 to 60 pounds, Huang Lei chuckled and waved his hand. We grew up together in short pants. There is no need for pretense. Boss. At that moment, Huang Lei's first table of guests arrived. A smile instantly blossomed on his face as he approached the table, greeting the two portly gentlemen, adorned in rather extravagant attire, with a cheerful inquiry. "Gentlemen, what would you like to dine on?" One of them, a man with a face as large as a platter and remarkably fair skin, scanned the table before his gaze settled on the mound of chives. "Let us have some chives, and a selection of barbecued items as well." With a casual flick of his finger, he ordered dishes worth hundreds of yuan, igniting a smile on Huang Lei's face. It seemed that the evening held promise. "Boss, these chives appear splendid. Their vibrant color is quite alluring, and the aroma is delightful," remarked the other gentleman with a grin. "They're quite good," Huang Lei replied, maintaining his smile as he began to prepare the dishes. His attention was drawn to the chives sent by Li Yi. He had never encountered such a vivid green, exuding such vitality. The subtle fragrance was undeniably captivating. "Old Jia, your complexion seems a tad too pale," inquired the fair-skinned Zhao Kongda tentatively. "Alas," Jia Yuntai responded with a wry smile, "I've tried every remedy, from professional doctors to home remedies, yet the results have been minimal." As he spoke, a sorrowful expression overtook Jia Yuntai's face. "I'm afraid I can no longer manage my figure. That aspect of my life has caused several disputes with her." Zhao Kongda, empathizing with his plight, nodded. Men inevitably face such issues, whether it's impotence or timing troubles. They found solace in each other's shared misfortunes. Having spent a fortune without seeing any improvement, could one not feel distressed? The seemingly casual order of chives was, in truth, imbued with a sense of hope. Though they had accepted this disheartening reality, any glimmer of hope was something no man would willingly abandon. Soon, the alluring aroma wafted through the air. After foregoing formal education, Huang Lei had taken up various jobs, eventually training as a chef, a profession he had embraced for quite some time. During past New Year celebrations, he would gather with friends, where he assumed the role of the group's chef. When asked who cooked the best, Li Yi would enthusiastically cast his vote for Huang Lei. "Here are your grilled chicken wings. This is the iron plate crucian carp. And here is the marinated pork belly." The dishes arrived in succession. The chives required immediate picking and washing, which delayed their preparation slightly. "How fragrant!" exclaimed one patron. "What is that aroma? It resembles chives. But surely the scent isn't this intense?" As Huang Lei began grilling, the rich fragrance rapidly enveloped the surroundings. Nearby diners could not help but swallow in anticipation. Huang Lei himself remained unaware, yet the aroma was indeed distinct. "Here are the chives you ordered." Zhao Kongda and Jia Yuntai were already entranced by the scent, and upon the arrival of the chives, they could no longer resist indulging. Their eyes widened in astonishment, akin to someone witnessing the ocean for the first time. Adrenaline surged within them. The texture was extraordinary. They exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with delight. Today, the culinary prowess of the boss is truly remarkable. In the past, they had sampled the iron plate chives, and while they were decent, they never truly elicited a sense of delight. However, upon tasting it now, they felt an overwhelming desire to savor every morsel. Not only that, but upon consumption, a warm sensation enveloped their bellies. "Boss, let us have 4 more portions. Or even 6. Jia Yuntai suddenly lost his appetite for the rest of the barbecue. After tasting his beloved iron plate crucian carp, he found that its flavor paled in comparison to the chives. "Hey, my friend, is it really that exaggerated?" a passerby remarked, drawn in by the enticing aroma. "Exaggerated? Not at all. I assure you, weighing in at 200 pounds, this is undoubtedly the most delectable chives I have ever tasted." Jia Yuntai felt a wave of contentment wash over him, dismissing thoughts of his discordant marital life. For now, the priority was to indulge in this feast. "Is that true?" Many were lured by the fragrance. "I'll treat you all," Jia Yuntai proclaimed, slapping his wallet onto the table. "Boss, set up a table." Upon hearing this, those nearby decided to give it a try. Typically, Huang Lei's establishment was relatively quiet, but now it was bustling with unexpected patrons. "We're running out of tables. Would you like to share?" Huang Lei chuckled awkwardly. "Sure, just the iron plate chives, or the grilled chives will suffice." "Excellent." Huang Lei was elated. Yet internally he wondered if Xiao E's chives were genuinely that good. Suddenly, the air was filled with a rich aroma. The robust scent of chives wafted everywhere, and the space was filled with patrons who wore expressions of sheer ecstasy, as if they were relishing the finest delicacies. This dramatic display attracted an increasing number of onlookers. "Delicious. Truly delightful. Boss, bring us a portion too. Boss, we need to add more dishes here." Huang Lei was overwhelmed, never expecting such a thriving business. The bustling atmosphere incited envy among nearby vendors. "I apologize, everyone, but, we are currently out of chives," Huang Lei stammered, feeling flustered for the first time. "Damn it. Does Xiaoyi have any left? Perhaps I should specialize in iron plate chives from now on." Upon hearing that there were no more chives, the patrons who had been waiting grew dissatisfied. "What? You're turning away business? Have someone bring more supplies. We've been waiting for ages." They urged him on. Huang Lei wiped the cold sweat from his brow, realizing what it felt like to be pressured in business for the first time. He forced a smile and reluctantly called Li Yi, hoping there was still stock available. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Huang Lei, Li Yi promptly made his way to the address provided by Lin Wanting, which was easily located and quite spacious. After parking the tricycle, Li Yi strode into the shop. At this moment, the establishment was nearly devoid of customers. The town could not compare to the bustling metropolis. Wu Haitang instinctively adjusted her attire, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in her chest lately. Even purchasing clothing had become increasingly troublesome, as finding a fitting size was nearly impossible, which left her somewhat distressed. Ah, it's him. Lin Wanting stood up, a flicker of surprise gracing her charming visage. Do you know him? Wu Haitang nudged Lin Wanting's shoulder, her gaze landing on Li Yi, who was approaching. If one were to judge solely by his face, he could certainly be deemed a handsome young man. Yet, upon considering his overall appearance, Wu Haitang couldn't help but frown. Why was he dressed so heavily? Was his family preparing for winter? Or was this a new trend in rural fashion? Lin Wanting nodded slightly. Her impression of Li Yi was neither particularly favorable nor unfavorable. Li Yi, of course, had noticed Lin Wanting as well. But he hadn't anticipated that the one in search of oranges would be her. He vaguely recalled that Lin Wanting had previously bought oranges once, hadn't she? Li Yi. It's me, he replied with a smile. Shall we sit and chat over something to drink? Lin Wanting inquired, while Wu Haidang continued to scrutinize Li Yi. Judging by his face alone, he was quite pleasing to the eye. A glass of cola, please. Li Yi sensed someone staring at him intently from beside him, which made him somewhat uneasy. This young lady was not inferior in beauty to Lin Wanting, particularly with her striking curves, leaving Li Yi feeling both astonished and intimidated. Would she struggle to maintain her balance while walking? Oh, this is my friend, Wu Haitang, Lin Wanting remarked, noticing Li Yi's gaze and furrowing her brow as she introduced them. Hello. The two shook hands, and a hint of surprise flickered in Wu Haitang's eyes. Was this young man truly a farmer from the countryside? How could his skin appear more refined than her own? This defied logic. Wu Haidang was astonished and even found herself brushing her hand against Li Yi's. Seeing that Li Yi had yet to withdraw his hand, Lin Wanting's expression grew even colder. She had been thoroughly exasperated after their earlier conversation, and after enduring this awkwardness, she had initially thought that the young man her uncle introduced might be different, only to find he was just another lecher. Lin Wanting thought with dissatisfaction. When she and Wu Haitang stood together, 90% of men would unconsciously gaze at Wu Haitang. After all, her bosom was undeniably eye-catching, while her own long legs were unmatched. Not everyone preferred such long limbs. Li Yi felt a wave of discomfort and quickly retracted his hand, glancing at Lin Wanting's displeased expression, which only deepened his sense of bewilderment. Could he honestly claim that the voluptuous beauty across from him had touched him? Naturally, he knew that if he uttered such a thing, Lin Wanting would undoubtedly dismiss it. It seemed that young men must always be cautious when out in public. He drew back his hand, avoiding Wu Haitang's gaze. Miss Lin, are you here to purchase oranges from our village? Yes. Lin Wanting, seeing Li Yi get straight to the point, was eager to expedite the transaction and leave as soon as possible. She had no desire to linger in the presence of such a lecherous man. I can offer a higher price, but I have a few stipulations. Upon encountering Lin Wanting's cold and serious demeanor, Li Yi could only respond with a faint nod. Let it be a misunderstanding. After all, he was not in a romantic relationship with her. First, if we sign a contract, all oranges for the next 5 years must be sold exclusively to me. Should I discover that you have sold to others, you will be liable for double the compensation. Lin Wanting's imposing presence subtly shifted. Li Yi furrowed his brow. A 5-year term? Given the current trajectory, as long as this year's reputation is established, selling at higher prices next year would be trivial. Although the current price of 8 yuan per pound seems profitable, he would undoubtedly incur losses in the future. You should understand that my request is merely to prevent you from selling to multiple buyers. Noticing Li Yi's hesitation, Lin Wanting felt a pang of anxiety and inexplicably offered an explanation. Li Yi was well aware that only through monopolization could Lin Wanting's side secure profits. No, 3 years at most. He resolutely shook his head. Lin Wanting was willing to buy and had offered the price of 8 yuan at this moment, which was indeed quite generous. Li Yi could extend a favor, especially considering the reputation of Lin Yaonan. But business is business. He could not take the fruits of the entire village's labor lightly. Lin Wanting's expression darkened. She did not anticipate that the negotiations would encounter trouble so early. 4 years would suffice, but 3, while adequate, could still lead to unforeseen complications. For years, Lin Wanting insisted. I can increase the price to 8 yuan 50, which is my absolute limit. If we cannot agree, then our business is untenable. This was a bold concession on her part, one that few could afford to make. Only a madman would consider introducing oranges at 8 yuan 50 per pound. Should they fail to sell, it would result in substantial losses. Very few would dare to take such risks. Li Yi, however, felt a sense of urgency. While the product was excellent, selling it proved to be quite challenging. He was unwilling to suffer losses, and the constraints of transportation were a significant factor in this dilemma. Given all these considerations, achieving a bountiful harvest this year would indeed be difficult. Lin Wanting's arrival was like a timely rain. So, if you find this agreeable, we can proceed to discuss the second condition. Chapter 22, 5,000 tons, cooperation established. 4 years is not an excessively long time. Essentially, it amounts to just 4 harvests, as oranges ripen annually, which is an immutable fact. Agreed. Li Yi nodded with certainty. Lin Wanting's previously tense heart finally eased. If we sign the contract, I hope you can guarantee that all the oranges will match the quality you sell. If the defect rate exceeds 3%, I'm afraid you will have to compensate for the losses. No problem, Li Yi replied, unfazed by this concern. Seeing Li Yi's prompt agreement, Lin Wanting retained some skepticism but felt considerably reassured. At the very least, Li Yi's decisiveness reveals his considerable confidence in the oranges of the village. This confidence, of course, stems from their exceptional quality. After posing her question, Lin Wanting fixed her beautiful, unblinking eyes on Li Yi, inquiring about the quantity available. The volume directly influences subsequent plans and sales strategies. If it is insufficient, expansion would be impossible. Wu Haidang leaned in closer, prompting a slight raise of Li Yi's brow, as he sensed an intriguing tension at the table. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yi confessed, "To be frank, I am not entirely sure about the exact quantity at the moment." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanting's expression darkened, yet Li Yi continued, "In my family's orchard, there are approximately 6 to 7 acres, and it's quite common to harvest 2 to 300 gene from each tree." At this revelation, Lin Wanting's mood fluctuated like a roller coaster, quickly replaced by a smile. Almost every household possesses an orchard, not to mention the numerous orange trees scattered across the fields. If we estimate conservatively at only 20,000 gene per household, with 500 families in our village, that amounts to at least 10 million gene. An exuberant joy washed over the faces of Lin Wanting and Wu Haidang, dispelling their previous anxiety. 10 million kilograms, 5 million kilograms. Surviving a winter, or even extending into spring, would pose no challenge. With special treatment, the harvest could even last until early summer. Lin Wanting gradually reined in her smile, her gaze toward Li Yi now noticeably warmer. "When shall we commence the contract signing?" she inquired eagerly. "I must bring up a concern," Li Yi interjected. "Our area is mountainous, with complex and uneven road conditions. The roads are not wide enough for large vehicles to navigate." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Lin Wanting and Wu Haidang shifted dramatically. If this were indeed the case, it would pose a significant challenge. If it is not a burden, you could hire a small fleet like mine to transport the oranges first, and then load them onto your larger trucks, Li Yi explained, somewhat resigned. "Before the roads are improved in our region, this is the only feasible solution. Naturally, if you find this troublesome, we may need to halt our collaboration for the time being." Li Yi's stance was clear. Transparency is paramount. If you can accept the situation, we can proceed with the partnership. If not, there is no obligation. "We need to discuss this further, if you don't mind," Wu Haidang suggested, pulling Lin Wanting aside. Li Yi nodded, taking a sip of his cola. Once away from him, Wu Haidang remarked, "I personally find it feasible, though it may be cumbersome. It necessitates additional expenditure. Yet, this could lead to a significant loss." Lin Wanting furrowed her brow. "The losses and damages could be utilized for fruit platters. The ones too damaged can be consumed by ourselves," Wu Haidang stated earnestly. "Such high-quality fruit could command a premium price, and 5 million kilograms is merely 5,000 tons. I truly believe that those individuals place immense value on this matter. 5,000 tons may not suffice. It would be prudent to secure it sooner rather than later. 1 million pounds, or 500,000 kilograms, sounds substantial. Yet, when converted to tons, it merely totals 5,000 tons. Should we attract a major client, it could vanish in an instant. Such items must be regarded as rare commodities for sale." Lin Wanting nodded, particularly considering her current precarious situation. The competition is exceedingly fierce, and she yearns to seize an opportunity. Li Yi did not anticipate that Wu Haidang and Lin Wanting would emerge so swiftly. He promptly took a seat and declared, "We can agree to this." Li Yi was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled, saying, "A pleasant collaboration awaits. I believe Miss Lin will soon realize that partnering with me is advantageous." With the revenue from this batch of oranges, the goal of road construction draws nearer. Once the road is built, opportunities for expansion will follow. Now is the time to lay a solid foundation. There is no need for haste. Li Yi quickly discussed the contractual details with Lin Wanting. Although he wished to represent the villagers, there must be order in all matters. Only upon their agreement would he proceed to have them sign for the sale. If they declined, Li Yi would find himself in a predicament when it came time to sign the contract. While the villagers are not inclined to engage in unscrupulous behavior, it is best to avoid complications whenever possible. Lin Wanting consented. The first batch would naturally commence delivery tomorrow. Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for his foresight in ensuring that his uncle and several others were ahead in the process. Otherwise, time would have been insufficient. Once the villagers witness tangible profits, he is confident that the subsequent sale of oranges will proceed smoothly. Everyone would eagerly welcome the prospect of profit. "Tomorrow, I will bring people over," Lin Wanting smiled, finally feeling a sense of relief. "All right, see you tomorrow." Li Yi rose with a smile and bid farewell to the two. Dingling. Li Yi picked up his phone to find it was Huang Lei. "What is up? I just finished my discussion and am on my way." "Brother, do you still have leaks?" Chapter 23. Reaping a windfall. Are you bold enough? Leaks? Li Yi sat on his tricycle, wiping the seat with his clothing, which had already accumulated moisture. Yes, leaks." Huang Lei's voice was urgent. "The kind you previously mentioned." Li Yi paused, asking, "How many do you need?" "I'll take as many as you can provide." Huang Lei replied eagerly. "Hurry, I'm counting on you. By the way, your leeks seem to sell quite well. As brothers, let us profit together. The current market wholesale price hovers between 13 to 15, with retail prices around 3.1, with minimal variance. I'll offer you $1.50 per pound. How does that sound?" Upon hearing Huang Lei's proposal, Li Yi couldn't help but chuckle. "Do you trust me?" Huang Lei, anxious and exasperated, rolled his eyes at Li Yi's apparent levity. "What are we, brothers? Just tell me the terms." Li Yi was exceedingly confident in the leeks cultivated in his mysterious space. Sell today's leaks at your current price, but starting tomorrow night, I'll invest. We'll split the profits 50-50. Upon uttering these words, Huang Lei fell silent. Although it was true that today's chives sold remarkably well, the truth is that they are not particularly expensive. To make a substantial profit seems rather challenging. Let me put it this way, by tomorrow evening, your prices will need to be adjusted. I took a glance earlier, and your grilled chives are priced at 8 yuan, while 5 yuan can yield approximately 10 servings, making the cost exceedingly low. However, as for my chives, I do not wish to boast, but if sold to others, I would not part with them for less than 3 yuan per pound, let alone 150. Huang Lei was taken aback, still skeptical at heart. Who would be foolish enough to purchase such expensive chives? Huang Lei remarked. Only his brother would dare to speak so boldly. Very well, I won't pressure you. We are brothers after all, and debating this seems somewhat inappropriate. Yet even brothers must keep clear accounts, Li Yi chuckled. I still have about 120 pounds of chives here. I'll deliver them to you tonight. Your grilled chives are priced at 8 yuan each. And the iron plate chives at 20 yuan per serving, correct? That's right. Huang Lei replied. If you manage to sell out tonight, I am confident that your customer traffic will double by tomorrow. Li Yi continued. After you finish your work tonight, you can create a sign, focusing primarily on selling chives, with other barbecued items as a secondary venture. You can offer a bit more of the grilled chives, but price them at 18 yuan. As for the iron plate chives, which were previously 21 yuan, you should mark them at 68 yuan tomorrow night, with slightly more quantity. Huang Lei's eyes nearly popped out. Could anyone possibly consume such a large quantity? Li Yi did not allow Huang Lei any opportunity to retort and abruptly hung up the phone. They were all from the same village, merely divided into different groups. Moreover, who among them did not know the other, having grown up together? In terms of courage, despite Huang Lei appearing timid now, he was undoubtedly one of the boldest of the bunch. Hesitation today might lead to being fully prepared by tomorrow. He retrieved 120 pounds of chives from his storage and placed them into his vehicle. Grateful for the plastic cover that would help explain the source of these chives, riding on his small, three-wheeled vehicle, he wobbled to Huang Lei's stall. With the precedent of vegetables and oranges set, Li Yi remained remarkably composed. The queue here was extensive. The number of patrons at Huang Lei's stall surpassed that of all the surrounding vendors combined. While his skill might account for some advantage, it was certainly not the primary reason. After all, his chives were the finest. Should Huang Lei decline this collaborative approach tomorrow, Li Yi would not take offense. He would simply consider it a gift. As brothers, it is natural to assist one another, yet assistance does not imply unconditional sacrifice. Huang Lei, having entered society earlier, should understand this principle. Boss, have your chives arrived yet? Someone urged. They have arrived, they have arrived. Huang Lei forced a smile as he received the chives from Li Yi. The surrounding vendors cast envious glances at Li Yi. A booming business inevitably breeds jealousy, and Huang Lei was no exception. However, while envy may linger, openly speaking ill of one another was unlikely to occur. Li Yi crouched nearby to assist, saying, You focus on grilling. I have nothing to do, so I might as well help you with the washing and sorting. Huang Lei, not one to be overly sentimental, chuckled and immediately got to work. At that moment, the guests at the back urged Huang Lei to limit the orders, for those at the end of the line might end up with nothing to eat. After securing everyone's consent, Huang Lei's pace quickened. In less than an hour, the stock he had prepared for the day was entirely sold out. Although the chives were delectable, they were in short supply, leaving patrons to order other offerings from his stall. Meanwhile, other vendors also enjoyed a share of the benefits, as Huang Lei's stall was rather limited in size. Those who were too lazy to wait in line had no choice but to dine at nearby stalls. Hey, how much for the chives? As the crowd thinned, several stall owners approached Li Yi, offering him cigarettes. He accepted with a smile, replying, homegrown. However, he understood their intentions, seeking to establish connections while inquiring about purchasing. Who wouldn't want to make a profit? Yet, they all recognized the principle of first come, first served. Even a blind person could see that Huang Lei shared a special bond with the vendors selling chives. Huang Lei occasionally glanced in their direction, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Although they had a good rapport, when it came to making money, clarity was essential. That could be discussed later. Li Yi casually chatted for a bit, and the stall owners didn't mind. Boss, time to settle the bill. Jia Yuntai, with a belly full of food, cheerfully remarked to those around him, What do you think? Did Jiayun deceive you? His companions, acknowledging his reputation as a foodie, responded in unison, Absolutely delicious. They cheered, giving him a thumbs up. Jia Yuntai, feeling a sense of pride, paid over 600 yuan and left with a smile, greeting Li Yi and Huang Lei as he departed. Chapter 24. The chives are too strong. Disturbing the night, Jia Yuntai was a businessman, wealthy, with a beautiful wife and a daughter nearing university graduation. With enough money, it was time to enjoy life. However, with declining health, all dreams seemed futile. Old Jiao, I'm off. Jia Yuntai waved his hand, a look of melancholy on his face. He once thought of home as a warm harbor, a place that could calm his mind and spirit. Yet now, he felt no courage to return to his beautiful wife. Each time he caught a glimpse of her sorrowful eyes, he felt a pang of distress and guilt. As the saying goes, a woman at 30 is like a wolf, and at 40 like a tiger. At this age, the demands were considerable. Jia Yuntai wished to provide his wife with wonderful experiences, but it proved exceedingly challenging. Regardless of whether overt or covert, he had sought out doctors and remedies aplenty, yet to no avail. Frustrated, he kicked a small stone by the roadside and unconsciously lit a cigarette. No matter what, He did not wish to carry this negative emotion home. After finishing the cigarette, Jia Yuntai rubbed his cheeks, discarding all bad feelings before stepping inside the house. Inside, the lights were on, and his wife was reclining on the bed, engrossed in a book. Jia Yuntai cast a fleeting glance at his wife, whose long, fair legs were exposed, his eyes momentarily pausing. His wife was nearly 12 years his junior. At the age of 45 or 46, he found himself married to a woman still in her 30s, with the benefits of wealth and careful maintenance. Her beauty and skin remained remarkably youthful. Though she was in her 30s, she truly resembled a young maiden. Go take a shower. Her voice floated from the room. Jia Yuntai responded with a soft sigh and made his way to the bathroom. The clothes, towels, and toiletries had all been thoughtfully prepared, standing beneath the warm lights. He pondered the merits of his wife, only to suddenly freeze in thought. He slowly lowered his gaze, recalling the vision of her long, fair legs and the myriad of exquisite garments she had worn. Could it be? Jia Yuntai could not help but rub his eyes in disbelief. Could it be that the leaks truly work? He exclaimed. My dear, I think I might be well again. Jia Yuntai, do you really expect me to believe you're not washing up properly? Though the Jia family was substantial, they were surrounded by numerous neighbors. Wait, what is going on? Lu Chuanfeng could not help but sit up, having prepared for sleep. Beside him, his wife gazed at him with an expression steeped in melancholy, her eyes reflecting profound sorrow. What's wrong? Don't you have any awareness of the situation? She remarked. It's been 20 minutes. Lu Chuanfeng cleared his throat, unable to meet her sorrowful gaze, while his mind churned with unease. Every time old Jia's escapades lasted no longer than 2 or 3 minutes, but tonight was different. Was he under some sort of spell? It defied all logic. Despite their usual jovial demeanor, when it came to issues of dignity, they were unyielding. Jia Yuntai and Lu Chuanfeng were old friends. Yet some matters demanded resolution, such as the length of time or the volume of sounds produced. Ahem, I digress. This evening, Lu Chuanfeng found it difficult to settle into sleep. Typically, it was Jia Yuntai who envied him, yet the roles had reversed, leaving him utterly frustrated. Consequently, even though it was his beloved wife, who usually snuggled up to him sweetly as they drifted off, tonight, he found himself on the sofa. Ah, Jia Yuntai, you scoundrel. Lu Chuanfeng was on the brink of madness. It was one thing for the escapades to last 10 or 20 minutes. But 30 minutes of rest followed by yet another round. Was there no respite for sleep? Jiao Kongda, too, was in a challenging predicament. Dear, what are you doing? His wife, with a figure that was nothing short of exquisite, had once been a model. Absolutely perfect, utterly captivating. However, as Jiao Kongda's performance had waned recently, his wife had gradually lost her interest in seduction. She understood that when a man begins to show such signs, the situation would only deteriorate further. Thus, whenever their child was away, she donned casual attire, foregoing any elaborate preparations. This evening, she wore a simple, low-cut lace nightgown that accentuated her fair, smooth skin, appearing exceptionally lovely under the soft glow of the lights. Upon returning home and witnessing this scene, Jiao Kongdao felt his blood surge with excitement. Plunging into bed without a second thought. Why does it smell so strongly of alcohol? Keep your distance. My dear wife, it seems my ailment has subsided. His wife's expression turned to one of exasperation. Jiao Kongda, you say this every time. Yet what is the outcome? Go away. Stop teasing me. Only to leave me to resolve everything alone. Get lost, and don't disturb me while I watch my videos. Jiao Kongda, however, was oblivious to others' opinions. He only sensed that he might be feeling better. Yet, he was acutely aware that if his wife insisted on bathing with him again, he might not see the light of day tomorrow. Old Jiao, huddled in a corner, shivered, his face paling as he said, Dear wife, it's already 4 o'clock. Shall we retire for the night? I've just begun to recover. Surely, you wouldn't want to be left alone in the future? His wife, with a look of melancholy, sighed and approached him, gently taking his hand. Come, let us bathe together. No, I do not wish to bathe, he protested. The following day, when Jiao Kongda rose, neighbors came knocking, inquiring if there had been a kidnapping or robbery at his home. For the sounds of distress from the previous night had alarmed many. Jiao Kongda, sporting dark circles under his eyes, had to explain repeatedly before finally sending the well-meaning neighbors away. Hurry dear, come eat. Looking at the table laden with wolfberries stewed black chicken, yellow eel, and lotus seed soup, Jiao Kongda trembled. Chapter 25. My dear wife, I cannot endure this any longer. The leeks are invigorating. Hurry dear, come eat. I just remembered I have something to attend to. I'll be right back. You start without me. Jiao Kongda ran 3 or 4 miles before stopping, drenched in sweat. At this moment, he felt a tumult of emotions towards her, both love and frustration. Once he regained his composure, a headache began to throb in his temples. If this continued every night, he feared he wouldn't live to see 50. What had suddenly stirred his senses? As he approached a breakfast shop, he pondered, aside from last night's leaks, what could have caused this? Could it be that leeks truly possess aphrodisiac properties? What would you like to order? The server inquired. After some thought, he replied, I'll have 2 portions of dumplings filled with leeks, and 2 leek pastries as well. Thank you. Jiao Kongda speculated that perhaps leeks were indeed a miraculous food. He devoured everything in one go and suddenly felt invigorated. The fatigue from the previous night vanished. After strolling around for a while, he returned home with newfound confidence. His wife stared at him intently, and to his surprise, she had donned a new outfit, quite dazzling. Jiao Kongda chuckled and followed her into the room. 3 minutes later, chaos erupted. Get out, get out. Wife, let me explain. I do not wish to hear it. If you are not able tonight, do not come back. And thus, Zhao Kongda was unceremoniously expelled from the room, feeling utterly dejected. How could this be? He had consumed leeks. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair and suddenly thought of Jia Yuntai, promptly pulling out his phone. Let me give old Jia a call. After some affectionate moments with his own wife, Jia Yuntai finally attended to his grooming and dressing. Last night's battle rekindled his confidence as a man, allowing him to showcase his prowess. The long-lost sensation returned, and indeed, it felt remarkably different. After finishing breakfast, Jia Yuntai opened the door to find his neighbor, old Lu, sporting dark circles under his eyes. What on earth happened to you, old Lu? Jia Yuntai thought, aware that Lu was quite attentive to his health. It was the first time he had seen him like this. I swear I'll kill you, Lu Chuanfeng exclaimed, extending his arms as if to strangle him. Have you lost your mind? Jia Yuntai dodged, bewildered by Lu's sudden outburst. You've driven me to madness, Lu Chuanfeng lamented. Huh? Jia Yuntai was utterly confused. What do you mean? Stop pretending. Don't you have any idea what you did last night? Lu Chuanfeng's gaze was filled with a haunting sorrow that sent shivers down Jia Yuntai's spine. Come on, be serious. We're still good brothers, Jia Yuntai retreated, crossing his arms. Lu Chuanfeng was at a loss for words and asked, did you take something? Take something? Jia Yuntai was puzzled for quite some time before finally responding. Oh, you're talking about last night. I didn't take anything. Without taking anything, you were that vigorous? Lu Chuanfeng shot him a doubtful look. Jia Yuntai paused, realizing that he had been so caught up in the moment that he hadn't considered this question. Why was I so vigorous last night? As they began to smoke, Lu Chuanfeng encouraged him. Think carefully about what you ate last night. Jia Yuntai rubbed his forehead, pondering, barbecue. Ridiculous. Does barbecue enhance vitality? Are you joking? Lu Chuanfeng was incredulous. Now that you mention it, I do recall going to a rather unique barbecue place with Lao Jiao last night. The barbecue was somewhat extraordinary. But what stood out even more was their chives. They were simply he absent-mindedly wiped his mouth, then locked eyes with Lu Chuanfeng, and they both exclaimed in unison chives? Just then, Jia Yuntai's phone rang. It was Lao Jiao. Let us hear what he has to say, Lu Chuanfeng urged eagerly. Old Jia. The excited and trembling voice of Zhao Kongda came through the phone. Did you do anything last night? Among good brothers. Just a few words conveyed the essence of the matter. Jia Yuntai and Lu Chuanfeng's eyes brightened, and he responded with a simple yes. I'm telling you, last night's chives might be our salvation. The glimmer in their eyes grew brighter, filled with hope. Honestly, I'm starting to suspect that too, Jia Yuntai admitted. But there's no evidence to prove that those chives have any vitality-enhancing effects. I've tried it. You've tried it? Jia Yuntai widened his eyes in disbelief. How did you try it? I had some other chives this morning, and not only did they taste completely inferior, but they also didn't have any effect. Being men, they both understood the implications without needing further explanation. Old Jia, shall we go again tonight? Zhao Kongda was quite eager. Same time, same place. After hanging up, Jia Yuntai felt a surge of delight. Count me in for tonight, Lu Chuanfeng said wistfully. Jia Yuntai replied with a grin, sure. Shantao Village. Li Yi's place. After Li Yi and Li Dazhuang finished selling their vegetables as usual and returned home, they found Huang Lei sitting in front of his house. You're not working anymore? Li Dazhuang exclaimed. You're the one who's not working, your whole family. Huang Lei retorted with a laugh. Dog Dazhuang, when did you come back? You're the dog, your whole family is a pack of dogs. Although Li Dazhuang was simple-minded, he was not foolish. After exchanging playful banter, they followed Li Yi into the house. What brings you here so early? Li Yi asked, fully aware of Huang Lei's intentions, but choosing not to confront him. Hey, what do you mean? Aren't we brothers? I come to your house, and you're not happy? Huang Lei grumbled, while picking up his cup. Of course. I'm happy, Li Yi replied with a smile, shaking his head. Huang Lei continued. Last night, when we finished work, I counted 6,038 yuan. Honestly, since I came back, I haven't made more than 3,000 in a night. Most of the credit goes to your leaks. Chapter 26, Signing the Contract. Preparing to sell oranges, Li Dazhuang joined in the laughter. How could the vegetables from Xiaoyi's family not be reliable? After I got home last night, I thought about it all night, Huang Lei said, biting his lip, a glint of determination in his eyes. Even though we're brothers, we still need a contract. 50-50. No need for that. Huang Lei's expression changed, fearing that Li Yi was about to backtrack. Let us revise it to 60-40. You get 6, I get 4. Li Yi said leisurely. Huang Lei was bewildered, struggling to understand. Didn't we agree last night? I was just joking, Li Yi replied, pressing him down onto the chair with a chuckle. I'm only responsible for the raw materials, while you handle marketing and barbecuing. Essentially, you're doing more work than I am. The 60-40 split is my careful consideration. Everyone needs to make a profit, right? It's unreasonable for me to take more without contributing. However, I hope you promise me that once we grow bigger, you won't forget your roots. At this statement, Huang Lei's expression turned complex, and he exclaimed, are you planning to take over the village? Li Yi anticipated that Huang Lei, with his quick wit, would deduce it. Are you crazy? Your grandfather spent his whole life trying and failed. You're the only one among us who attended university. You should go out. This is my grandfather's wish, Li Yi replied earnestly. I want to give it a try. Huang Lei fell silent. He understood Li Yi's character. Is Dazhuang helping you now? Yes, Li Yi nodded. Huang Lei appeared hesitant, seemingly contemplating something. After a long silence, he said, I'll agree to help you, but I'm unsure how much I can assist. Your willingness is enough. I really do need your help now. All right, what is it? Selling oranges, Li Yi stated. What? Huang Lei exclaimed, his face showing shock. How much can you sell oranges for? Realizing Li Yi was serious, he was taken aback. Li Yi didn't explain. Instead smiling, you go back first, come over at noon, and you'll see if I'm lying. Is it true? Absolutely. Get out of here. Huang Lei waved his hand. Then I'll come over at noon. I need to prepare the ingredients for tonight. Watching Huang Lei leave, a smile crept across Li Yi's face. Despite Huang Lei's seemingly unreliable nature, Li Yi knew that among his childhood companions, he was the most meticulous and dependable. Having entered society at an early age, Huang Lei possessed a better understanding of human relationships than Li Yi and his peers. Whenever his friends faced financial difficulties, they would often turn to him for assistance, and Huang Lei never uttered a word of refusal. He preferred to keep such matters close to his heart rather than speak of them openly. Thus, when Huang Lei offered to help him, Li Yi recognized that he had gained another reliable ally in his endeavor to develop the village. The funds were gradually accumulating. Li Yi realized that once he completed the purchase of the oranges, the subsequent tasks could commence. After notifying his uncles, including the eldest, second, third, fourth, fifth, and seventh, he promptly brought a portion of the contracts over. Soon, his uncles arrived at his home. If this matter had solely been in the hands of Li Dazhuang, it would have likely gone unnoticed, and they might have even reprimanded him. However, since it was Li Yi who was handling it, they were compelled to pay attention. With little need for superfluous words, Li Yi recounted, after I went out last night, I finalized the collaboration. He handed the contracts to them, most of whom could read, albeit with limited educational backgrounds. At that time, many had only completed the first or second grade of elementary school, which was commendable. Li Yi continued, the price we negotiated for the oranges is 8 yuan and 50 cents. Although the fourth, fifth, and seventh uncles were already aware of this, they were still taken aback upon seeing it in black and white. Is this truly the case, Xiao Yi? The eldest uncle inquired, visibly concerned. Rest assured, my elder brother, Xiao Yi is a scholar and trustworthy, advised the seventh uncle, Li Shiyong. Moreover, why would anyone deceive us with such a price? Upon hearing this, the others who were about to voice their doubts fell silent. Li Yi chuckled, Uncle Seven, you are being overly cautious. Let us set an example for our families. Given the significance of this large order, I must earnestly ask, have you all ensured that every tree has been adequately watered? This matter was of considerable importance. It was not that Li Yi distrusted his relatives, but rather that human perception can often be misleading, leading one to believe that tasks have been completed when remnants remain. Do you really doubt us, you rascal? The eldest uncle, Li Shihong, glared at Li Yi. However, recognizing the gravity of the business at hand, they agreed to inspect their respective areas upon returning home. Fourth, you should spread the word. Once everyone sees that they can profit, they will surely understand what to do. At this point, the eldest uncle took charge, asserting his authority as the leader. Li Yi, truth be told, found it difficult to assert himself in such company. Nevertheless, should they find success in their venture, that would be another matter altogether. Soon, arrangements were underway. However, Li Yi estimated that there would still be some time before things truly began to unfold. Due to transportation limitations, even if they spent an entire day hauling oranges, they would not be able to transport a substantial amount. Thus, the operational capacity of the entire village has significantly increased. Once the elders departed, Li Yi swiftly entered his own space. 3 acres of land, 1 acre for potatoes, 1 for cabbage. The remaining acre would be dedicated to cultivating leeks. Li Yi began to water a golden silk nanmu tree that had already reached approximately 30 meters in height. Nearby, 5 smaller golden silk nanmu trees were also growing at a visibly rapid pace. Excellent. Everything was progressing as anticipated. Once he sold another tree, the initial funds for the project would be secured. Furthermore, when all the oranges in the village were sold, every household would be in possession of considerable wealth. When Li Yi proposed the road construction, it would be much more acceptable. He was confident that no one would oppose the influx of riches. Chapter 27. Wu Haidang sprained her ankle. It seems a harvester is necessary. The workload on these 3 acres has become quite substantial. Despite the differing flow rates here and outside, he needed to consider his own well-being to avoid exhaustion. After completing these tasks, he still had time. Li Yi then watered all of his plants once more. Subsequently, he visited the homes of his relatives to gather the final information. At noon, Lin Wanting's convoy arrived as scheduled, with the first stop being Li Yi's home. It was not that the products from Li Yi's household were the finest, but rather to set a precedent. Today, Lin Wanting donned a fitted black trench coat, paired with knee-high black boots, her long and slender legs accentuated. With her hair styled in a single ponytail, she exuded an air of youthful beauty that was indescribably alluring. Accompanying Lin Wanting was Wu Haitang, who wore a loose sweater that highlighted her curvaceous and tall figure, complemented by short shorts and black stilettos. Li Yi's gaze involuntarily drifted towards Wu Haitang's bosom. He couldn't shake the feeling that she had grown. Of course, it could also be attributed to the effect of the sweater. As Wu Haitang leaped from the vehicle, she swayed with an astonishing grace. Lin Dazhuang was utterly mesmerized. Seemingly oblivious, Wu Haidang allowed Lin Dazhuang to swallow hard as she proudly cast a glance at Li Yi, saying, Hey, isn't your village going to repair the road? Miss Wu, you jest. Even if we wanted to repair the road, where would the funds come from? Li Yi shook his head. Securing funding here was exceedingly difficult. Wu Haiding lightly furrowed her brow, as if deep in thought. Is it really that hard to obtain? She inquired. My grandfather is the village chief, and he has requested funding at least 8 times. Li Yi shrugged. Otherwise, your large trucks would have been able to enter long ago. Wu Haiding and Lin Wanting exchanged glances, both displaying a flicker of indignation. I will resolve this matter, Wu Haiding declared. Li Yi chuckled. Miss Wu, please do not jest. He did not take her seriously. Was the county government truly under her family's control? Lin Wanting's gaze towards Li Yi's home grew increasingly complex. She could hardly fathom the existence of such poverty and backwardness. The blue brick house seemed almost a relic of the past. If Li Yi's family was in such dire straits, how much better could the others be? Lin Wanting and Wu Haiding were engulfed in deep thoughts. Where are the oranges? Lin Wanting finally inquired. Just behind the house, Li Yi replied, casting a glance at their shoes. Perhaps it would be better for your people to go up, while you two remain here. Do you look down on us? Wu Haiding retorted, her large, sparkling eyes brimming with indignation, hands on her hips, her figure striking. Li Yi subtly averted his gaze and replied nonchalantly, suit yourselves. Humph. Wu Haiding, undeterred, declared, I am going. Lin Wanting's gaze shifted between Li Yi and Wu Haiding. Feeling a twinge of discomfort, she could not quite articulate. She quickened her pace to catch up. They rounded to the back of the house, where a vegetable garden lay, leading up to a small hillock. Adjacent to this elevated ground was a ditch, muddy yet surprisingly clean. A small staircase, carved out by a hoe, meandered upward, revealing a splendid orange grove that came into view. Wow! Exclaimed Wu Haiding, her eyes sparkling with delight, as if witnessing something for the first time. She hurried forward, but the muddy path caused her to lose her footing. Hey, wait for me! Wu Haiding called out, her body swaying precariously. Be careful! Li Yi turned back to see Wu Haiding rushing too eagerly, her black high heels twisting beneath her. Although the ditch was not particularly deep, a fall could lead to considerable trouble. As Wu Haiding stumbled forward, Li Yi instinctively reached out, grasping her firmly and pulling her back. Ah, he grimaced, feeling the impact on his chest, which was surprisingly resilient. Wu Haitong's warmth enveloped him, her soft form pressing against him, particularly as his hand inadvertently rested upon her. Both were momentarily flushed with embarrassment. Haiding, are you alright? Lin Wanting and the others, still at a distance, expressed their concern. Wu Haitong's face flashed with panic as she quickly pushed herself up. I'm fine, she stammered, avoiding Li Yi's gaze, but as she steadied herself, another wave of pain surged through her. Li Yi immediately extended his hand, encircling her delicate waist to prevent her from falling again. Wu Haiding trembled slightly, her face growing increasingly warm. Are you okay? Li Yi asked. Leaning against his not-so-robust frame, Wu Haiding felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. A rosy hue crept up her ears as she realized for the first time how cumbersome a sweater could be, and how warm it made her feel. Haiding! Lin Wanting called out anxiously, though she hesitated to rush forward. Li Yi gently assisted Wu Haiding to her feet, sensing a peculiar closeness as she stood, her weight leaning against him. Did you twist your ankle? He asked with a frown, his arm still around her waist. I'll escort you down. Wu Haiding huffed softly, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, a blend of reproach and undeniable appreciation in her tone. I'll let you carry me down. Li Yi had intended to say carry, but it felt too intimate. Wu Haitong's previously softened expression deepened into a rosy hue as she emitted a faint sound. Once Li Yi crouched down, Wu Haiding abruptly leaped onto his back. Li Yi shot her an odd glance, instinctively placing his hand on her lower back. Where are you touching? Wu Haiding leaned closer to his ear, her teeth gritting. The warmth of her breath and voice sent a shiver through Li Yi, prompting him to lower his hand slightly, his face betraying a flush. An overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped him, particularly as he navigated the steps with Wu Haitang on his back, the jolts becoming increasingly palpable. Chapter 28. Lin Wanting's warning. Why are you so careless? Lin Wanting reproached with genuine concern. Wu Haitang, a bit embarrassed, murmured, I just wasn't paying attention. I'll take her to sit up front first. You all go ahead. This is all my family's place, so feel free to pick. Li Yi stated, using his strength to lift Wu Haitang slightly higher. Wu Haitang's ears burned with embarrassment. This scoundrel truly showed no regard for delicate feelings. Observing Wu Haitang's flushed cheeks and her almost desperate attempt to cling to Li Yi's back, Lin Wanting's expression grew increasingly grim. Be gentle. How can I be gentle with you being so heavy? Are you a dog? I am a dog, and I'll bite you. If you bite me, I'll drop you. Go ahead and try. Watching the two slowly depart, an inexplicable sense of frustration welled up within Lin Wanting. Boss, what about us? You all go ahead. I'll join shortly, Lin Wanting replied with a hint of irritation. The staff, sensing the tension, dared not inquire further and proceeded upstairs with their tools. Lin Wanting lingered in place, her expression filled with indecision before she ultimately turned away. Gently setting Wu Haitang down from his back, Li Yi turned around. You stay here. I'll fetch a chair and bring some medicinal alcohol and ice. Okay. Wu Haitang responded softly, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Li Yi. If the other girls were to witness the typically domineering eldest daughter of the Wu family displaying such a vulnerable demeanor, they would surely be taken aback. Before long, Li Yi returned with a chair, several bottles of medicine, and a substantial bag of ice. Here, take a seat. He gently grasped her small hand, which felt somewhat cold. Wu Haitang's cheeks turned a shade of pink, her eyes evasive, unable to meet Li Yi's gaze. As he held her hand, her heart began to race inexplicably. Li Yi assisted her in sitting down, and Wu Haidang suddenly experienced a delightful sensation. Would you mind if I help you? Li Yi inquired. Wu Haidang shyly shook her head, pressing her rosy lips together. Li Yi, oblivious to her bashfulness, lifted Wu Haitang's left leg, only to realize how slender it truly was. While it might not match Lin Wanting's length or straightness, it certainly held its own. Grasping her calf clad in black stockings, Li Yi gently removed her shoe. Does it hurt? Ah, yes it does. Wu Haidang gritted her teeth, glaring at this rascal before her. I said it doesn't hurt. Why are you poking? Li Yi chuckled awkwardly. Ah, it seems a bit swollen. Wu Haidang rolled her eyes. Li Yi gently placed her foot on his leg and reached for the medicinal wine beside him, pouring it into his hand. Bear with it. It will sting a bit, he said. Wu Haidang responded with a voice as delicate as a mosquito. In the past, she would not have behaved this way. After warming his hands, Li Yi poured the medicinal wine over her ankle. Ah, be gentle. Don't apply so much pressure, Li Yi. It hurts terribly. As Lin Wanting walked back, preoccupied with her thoughts, she turned to see Wu Haidang nearly slumped in the chair, her expression a mix of embarrassment and pain. Li Yi. Lin Wanting could only catch a glimpse of Li Yi's back, noticing how he was still holding onto Wu Haitang's leg, and her mind instantly buzzed with confusion. She hurried over, yanked the bewildered Li Yi up, and with a swift push, sent the unsteady Li Yi sprawling to the ground. I never expected you to be this kind of person. Lin Wanting felt an indescribable rage boiling within her. Li Yi landed on his rear, wincing in pain. Ting ting. Wu Haitang blushed, casting an uncertain glance at Lin Wanting. What is wrong with you? Is he trying to? Lin Wanting's gaze fell upon Wu Haitang's exposed, delicate foot, rendering her momentarily speechless. Gradually, Lin Wanting's face flushed as well. You're incorrigible. Li Yi rubbed his sore backside, grimacing. He wrapped an ice pack in cloth and handed it to Wu Haitang. You do it yourself. Wu Haitang, noticing Li Yi's slightly irritated demeanor, felt a twinge of unhappiness. This was something Li Yi should have done for her, yet now she had to do it herself. As Li Yi went inside to put things away, Lin Wanting, her face still flushed, asked, Did he help you with your foot? What else could it be? Wu Haitang stared blankly at her best friend. You must be mistaken. Lin Wanting interjected sharply, cutting off Wu Haitang's words. I just misjudged the situation. Wu Haitang raised an eyebrow, falling silent. Soon, Li Yi emerged. Come with me, Lin Wanting said coolly. Li Yi maintained his expressionless demeanor as he followed her to a place where Wu Haitang could not hear. Li Yi, I warn you. You'd better not have any designs on Haitang. Li Yi furrowed his brow, looking at Lin Wanting in silence. Lin Wanting continued coldly. She has never been in a relationship, so I don't want her to be deceived. Also, let me interrupt you, Miss Lin, Li Yi said helplessly. I don't understand what you're saying, and I'm not sure if you have some misunderstanding about me. I've only met Miss Wu twice. Please don't make a scene. What do you mean by what? You're her friend, not her mother. Who she likes is none of your business. Li Yi replied coolly, Don't throw your little princess tantrums here. I'm just a farmer, and our interactions are purely business-related. Don't think too highly of yourself. Lin Wanting's expression darkened. She hadn't anticipated Li Yi would confront her so directly. Is there anything else? If not, finish up with the oranges and leave quickly. I don't have time to entertain you. Li Yi scoffed, dismissing Lin Wanting as he went back to help in the orange grove. Lin Wanting stood in place, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions, gazing at Li Yi's departing figure, and she stamped her foot in frustration. How could this scoundrel show such blatant disrespect? What did you say to him? Wu Haitang inquired, her curiosity piqued as she observed Lin Wanting's countenance. For reasons she could not fathom, Lin Wanting felt her inner turmoil intensifying. Chapter 29, The Abundant Sale of Oranges. A heartfelt conversation between two women. I told him not to harbor any improper intentions towards you, Lin Wanting confessed. Wu Haitang paused momentarily in her foot massage, her expression stiffening, yet she quickly forced a smile and retorted, What nonsense are you talking about? Nonsense. Lin Wanting scrutinized Wu Haitang's shifty gaze, fully aware of the truth. Her dear friend had an unmistakable tell. Whenever she lied, her eyes would dart about in a most erratic manner. The Li family's orange orchard boasted a staggering yield of over 10,000 pounds, and they had yet to finish the harvest. In the afternoon, a throng of people had gathered nearby. Are they really harvesting oranges? Did the eldest Li truly not deceive us? Let us see how much they pay us. If that is the case, let us all sell ours too. Many were congregated in the area, but Lin Wanting and her companions regarded the villagers as mere spectators. Today, the Li family had collected 10,000 pounds, followed by Li Yi's second and third uncles, each also gathering 10,000 pounds. Based on previous pricing, that amounted to $8.50 per pound. Each family thus received a total of $85,000. When the villagers received the money, the atmosphere erupted in excitement. Is it really that expensive? My heavens, let us hurry back and prepare. $80,000 is more than I earn in a year. With this revelation, the villagers could scarcely contain their excitement. Oranges seemed to abound in every household. 10,000 pounds equated to $85,000. What family didn't have at least 10 to 20,000 pounds? We won't be coming again, but the convoy will continue to collect, and we will ensure the quality of the goods, Lin Wanting stated calmly. Understood, Li Yi nodded. And the two acted as if the earlier incident had never occurred. Lin Wanting assisted Wu Haitang into the vehicle when suddenly, Wu Haitang turned back and exclaimed, Hey, huh? Li Yi looked at Wu Haitang, bewildered. Take this. Wu Haidang tossed him a small bag, and he instinctively caught it, utterly perplexed. Lin Wanting's eyes turned cold for a moment. Then a complex expression flitted across her face, but she remained silent. As the two women sat in the car, each was lost in her own thoughts. Did you truly give him something? Lin Wanting finally broke the silence once the vehicle had started moving. Wu Haidang was startled, her cheeks flushing as she replied, I merely gave him a small gift. A small gift? Lin Wanting's agitation grew, and without warning, she tugged at Wu Haidang's clothing slightly, asking, what about your pendant? Wu Haidang, like a startled rabbit, quickly covered her neckline, stammering, it might have fallen at home. Lin Wanting fell silent. A rare stillness enveloped them. He is not a suitable match. Lin Wanting spoke again. Wu Haidang chuckled awkwardly. What are you rambling about? Haidang, we have known each other for so many years. Can you truly deceive me? Lin Wanting fixed her gaze on Wu Haitang's eyes. Dare you claim you have no ulterior motives? Wu Haidang felt somewhat at a loss. If you wish to pursue a romance, we, as sisters, will undoubtedly support you. Lin Wanting sighed. However, considering your family's circumstances and his, are you truly unaware? Do you believe there will be a fruitful outcome? Do you think your parents would consent? Yet, Wu Haidang struggled to find a retort. Someone who willingly remains in the countryside, regardless of their reasons, already falls short in ambition. You two together would lead to no good end, Lin Wanting advised. Suddenly, Wu Haidang lifted her gaze, fixing an intense stare upon Lin Wanting. What about you? She pressed. What about me? Lin Wanting averted her eyes. Why do you seek to impede me? Wu Haidang inquired. I am merely stating the facts, Lin Wanting replied coolly. Wu Haidang smiled, turning Lin Wanting's face towards her and declared, very well. Then you must swear not to get close to Li Yi. Lin Wanting's heart tightened as she removed Wu Haitang's hand. Do not jest. Ting, how is this jesting? You deem him unworthy, lacking capability, preferring to remain in the countryside, believing he is not fit for me. I am indifferent to that, Wu Haidang asserted earnestly. I find him acceptable. If you do not like him, then why try to stop me? As a good sister, shouldn't you support me? I've never been in love. I wish to experience it, even if it leads to misfortune. Wu Haidang whimpered playfully. If I don't date soon, they will arrange a marriage for me. Besides, you do not like him. So what harm is there in helping me? Lin Wanting, feeling a blend of emotions, pressed down on Wu Haitang's small hand. I shall not concern myself with this. So, you are no longer opposed? Wu Haidang exclaimed joyfully. Lin Wanting remained silent, yet an indescribable sense of displeasure and resentment swelled within her. By the way, you should return and let Ming Ming accompany you. I will visit uncle, Lin Wanting said. Oh, Wu Haitang replied without suspicion, then return early. Upon reaching the town, Lin Wanting alighted from the vehicle and made her way directly to the town hospital. As the somewhat chilly wind brushed against her, Lin Wanting's thoughts began to calm. She then realized that her encounters with Li Yi had been rather few. Was it truly necessary to let his circumstances disrupt her serenity? Carrying her items, Lin Wanting arrived at the hospital. Upon seeing her, Lin Yanan's face brightened. After learning that Wu Xianglan was Li Yi's mother, Lin Wanting found herself engaging in more conversation with them. Ting, how have you considered the matter we discussed last time? Lin Yanan began, and both Wu Xianglan and Lu Guifan perked up to listen. Chapter 30. What kind of person are you exactly? Lin Wanting's movements momentarily paused, an odd expression washing over her. She and Li Yi had only met a handful of times. Their acquaintance was not particularly strong, yet neither was it poor. Originally, she harbored no feelings for Li Yi. He was indeed handsome, but looks alone do not suffice. Furthermore, learning that Li Yi was a top student who chose to remain in such a destitute rural area was a point of contention for her. Regardless of how fearful a man may be of facing external pressures in the world, he should not hide away. Clearly, Li Yi fell short in this regard. Until today, Li Yi began selling oranges with the villagers, and through their conversations, she discovered that this young man seemed to have his own thoughts. More importantly, her close friend, Wu Haidang, who had never been in a relationship, surprisingly developed a strong interest in Li Yi. For a girl who had never experienced love, this was undoubtedly a crushing blow. Her intuition warned her that Li Yi was not a suitable match for Wu Haidang, at least in their current states. They were worlds apart. Even if they were to be together, formidable obstacles would lie ahead, and she was reluctant to witness the sorrow that might befall Wu Haidang in the future. Yet, Lin Wanting was acutely aware within herself that she harbored no feelings for Li Yi. However, upon hearing her best friend candidly express her interest in him, she found herself inexplicably agitated and uneasy. She was unwilling to admit it and forcefully suppressed her discomfort. Uncle, I just want to focus on my work for now. Lin Wanting chuckled. Dating and work are not mutually exclusive, Lin Yanan insisted, growing anxious. Besides, Xiao Yi is a good person. Just tell me, how do you feel about him? As Li Yi's mother, Wu Xianglan was the most anxious at this moment. Lin Wanting responded, he is quite nice. Isn't that enough? Lin Yanan exclaimed, thumping his thigh. I'm not pressuring you. It's perfectly fine if you don't want to marry now. You can always date first, right? Xiao Yi may not have money right now, but we shouldn't judge everything by wealth. Look at those who pursued you before. They were utterly unreliable. Xiao Yi, on the other hand, is considerate, polite, and, most importantly, compassionate. During these days when Aunt Lu has been hospitalized, it's been Xiao Yi taking care of us. Where else can you find such a good kid? Lin Wanting felt a stirring in her heart, but thinking of Wu Haidang, she held back. Can we discuss this later? She said with a bitter smile. No, today your Aunt Wu is here. Just tell us the truth. If you truly find Xiao Yi unappealing, we won't force it. But if you think he's decent, how about you two spend some more time together? Lin Yaonan was resolute, demanding a conclusion. Lin Wanting reluctantly replied, all right. Let's see how it goes. Lin Yaonan and Wu Xianglan both sighed in relief. Seeing the smiles on her elders' faces, Lin Wanting felt an inexplicable sense of ease. While she didn't fully grasp their sentiments, she was willing to try to understand. By the way, uncle, my money won't circulate for a couple more days. I'll inform the doctor to delay the payment, Lin Wanting reminded. No need, Lin Yaonan replied with a smile, waving his hand. Lin Wanting's expression darkened as she said, Uncle, what do you mean? We must get treatment. Hearing this, Lin Yaonan felt warmth in his heart, realizing his niece had misunderstood. What I meant was, my illness is nearly cured, and Xiao Yi has already covered the hospital expenses and other miscellaneous costs. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanting's heart trembled slightly. Her large eyes filled with disbelief. Cured? How is that possible? And he actually paid for everything? Upon recalling the dilapidated house of Li Yi, Lin Wanting was profoundly astonished and filled with an indescribable feeling. Is it truly possible that such selfless men exist in this world? For the first time, she began to question her own perceptions, considering that even friendships can be severed over financial disputes. Yet, he was willing to assist these individuals financially. Lin Wanting found herself bewildered as she exited the hospital, her curiosity about Li Yi intensifying. What manner of man is he? In Shanta Ozhai village, near Li Yi's residence, a throng of people gathered. Uncles Li Shihong, Li Shibi, Li Shiren, Li Shijun, Li Shizhong, and Li Shiyong, among others, congregated outside his home. Among the invited villagers stood Huang Lei, who, even at this moment, felt as though he were in a dream. Literally, could this possibly be a deception? Even as someone well-versed in the ways of society, he was utterly taken aback. Li Yi understood that the myriad questioning and curious gazes were awaiting his explanation. As everyone could see, this was all indeed true. A ripple of excitement surged through the crowd, voices rising in fervor. However, as Li Yi began to speak, silence fell upon them, contingent upon his words. Esteemed uncles, aunts, and villagers, if I were deceiving you, would the money not be a fabrication as well? Nods of agreement swept through the assembly, acknowledging that the money was undoubtedly genuine. Little E, what on earth is happening? They inquired. We are all from the same village. You cannot show favoritism, they urged. Quickly, speak up. Our family has an abundance of oranges. With their eager eyes fixed upon him, Li Yi raised his hand for calm. Firstly, this matter is indeed real. Secondly, if you wish to sell oranges, you must follow my guidance. Lastly, to sell the oranges, they must undergo my inspection, followed by signing a contract. You have seen that our oranges, as well as those from my uncles, are larger than yours and, as for taste, I need not elaborate. This is due to a harmless nutrient spray I have recently developed, which significantly enhances the quality of the fruit. My uncles and I toiled late into the night to complete this, applying the spray at least 3 times. If you desire your oranges to be more delectable and marketable, you must cease your current tasks and first apply this nutrient spray. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with excitement. For them, this was hardly a predicament. It was not yet the peak season for farming, and they still had leisure time. In a few days, they would need to harvest rice. And that would be the real rush. Typically, rural oranges and similar fruits receive minimal pesticide treatment. Not out of necessity, do not doubt it. For the authoress family is just so, but rather due to neglect, as they believe they cannot sell them regardless. However, the situation had changed. Witnessing Li Yi and his family reaping financial rewards, who could remain unmoved, even if the coming days would entail some labor, in comparison to the prospect of earning money. What was that? What difficulty could there possibly be? Let us commence upon our return today. Xiao Yi, do you truly believe we can sell it? Although the labor may be arduous, what troubles us most is the fear of laboring in vain. I have already conferred with the boss regarding this matter. As long as the products are of acceptable quality, I assure you they will undoubtedly sell. Li Yi declared, thumping his chest in assurance. The crowd was instantly elated, their eyes gleaming with excitement. This news spread like a tempestuous whirlwind. Shortly, I shall deliver the nutrient solution based on proximity. My uncles will also be present as guides. And you need only follow along. Excellent. The assembly eagerly consented. Fortunately, Li Yi had prepared in advance, making the execution of the plan rather seamless. As individuals gradually departed, Huang Lei approached, incredulous. Is this for real? Just spray the nutrient solution? Li Dezhuang tossed a large orange to him, and Huang Lei skeptically sampled 2 segments. Goodness! Huang Lei exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Give me some of that for tonight's fruit platter. Hearing this, Li Yi's eyes sparkled. What a splendid idea. By the way, I also have potatoes. You could roast them or prepare them in a dry pot, Li Yi added. Just like leeks? Huang Lei grasped the concept instantly. Li Yi nodded with a smile, while Huang Lei hurriedly devoured the orange, a look of satisfaction and enjoyment gracing his face. Are you serious about this? Such a hefty size? Huang Lei was taken aback, comparing it to his own head, realizing it was indeed enormous. Hurry and prepare. I cannot accompany you tonight. Li Yi chuckled, needing to prepare the spiritual spring water. Huang Lei, undeterred, took 50 large potatoes to test the waters and also dragged away 300 pounds of leeks. Regardless, once tonight's tasks were completed, they would conclude their endeavors. Failure would only signify that their dreams were indeed fanciful. As Huang Lei departed, Li Yi promptly began dividing tasks with Li Dezhuang. The matter of the spiritual spring must remain concealed. After finding a reason to send Li Dezhuang away, Li Yi immersed himself in the lucrative enterprise. Thankfully, the supply of spiritual spring water was sufficient. Otherwise, meeting the demands of the entire village would be an insurmountable challenge for anyone. While Li Yi diligently prepared for the orange sales strategy, Huang Lei had already set off with his mother, Zhang Hong, towards the town. Managing alone was simply untenable. Assistance was imperative. Huang Lei felt a twinge of uncertainty. After all, just yesterday business had seen a slight uptick, and now prices had risen, giving the impression of opportunism. What if some customers decided to forego their purchases entirely? That would be devastating and tarnish their reputation. Yet, this endeavor was inevitable. Though it was only 8:30, the night had already enveloped the surroundings in darkness. The chill of winter nights felt particularly biting. Upon arriving at Tianda Town with his mother, Huang Lei noticed an unusually large crowd near his original stall. Why are there so many people? Zhang Hong inquired. I'm not quite sure, Huang Lei replied, harboring a vague suspicion but hesitant to voice it. As the vehicle approached, many turned to look. Goodness, Boss Huang, you're much later than usual. My word, I've been waiting for over an hour. You've finally arrived. Come, everyone. Make way, for Boss Huang has arrived. The patrons could hardly contain their enthusiasm, causing Huang Lei's mother, Zhang Hong, to feel a tinge of unease. What could her son have done to evoke such concern? Chapter 32. Price increase and its ripple effect. With a smile, Huang Lei expressed his gratitude. While a few vendors in the distance cast envious glances, today, he had deliberately brought along 3 additional tables and chairs, which was the extent of his capacity. Boss Huang, I trust you have prepared enough supplies today? One of yesterday's customers jested. Yes, I am well prepared, Huang Lei replied, beginning to arrange his wares. In total, there were 10 tables, with 2 more rented for the day. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of delight. Soon enough, everything was in order. With Zhang Hong assisting her son, Huang Lei, somewhat sheepish, addressed the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, I have an important announcement to make. His cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. He hesitated, unsure of how to convey the news of the price increase. I wonder if I shall be met with a barrage of complaints? What news? The crowd inquired eagerly. Could it be a joyous occasion? They urged with laughter. The leeks from yesterday were cultivated by a friend of mine who invested considerable effort and resources into their growth. The vegetables from his farm are consistently of this high caliber. As Huang Lei spoke, many in the crowd visibly changed demeanor. Therefore, my costs have risen, and consequently, the prices will also increase. Rest assured, the portion sizes will remain generous. The atmosphere grew noticeably less enthusiastic. The previous day's offerings had been delectable and reasonably priced, leading to robust sales. However, the patrons were not naive. A price hike so soon would undoubtedly displease many. Surely not. Others typically wait until business stabilizes before raising prices. This seems rather excessive. One exclaimed. Heavens, it's evident that all merchants are cut from the same cloth. The dissatisfaction was palpable, and some could no longer tolerate it, voicing their grievances. This reaction was anticipated. Those vendors who had previously envied Huang Lei now appeared taken aback. The young man was indeed too inexperienced to raise prices at this juncture, after having just garnered a following, was likely to extinguish the goodwill he had built. Without a modicum of business acumen, his future prospects appeared grim. Vendors with scant business lamented his misjudgment. Such commotion. At that moment, Jia Yuntai, Zhao Kongda, and Lu Chuanfeng arrived. Upon seeing them, Huang Lei recognized familiar faces. Boss Huang, do you still have leaks from last night? Jia Yuntai inquired, and the atmosphere quieted considerably. What was amiss? Why were so many visibly upset? Had Boss Huang failed to bring sufficient supplies? Haha, I suspect so, Zhao Kongda joked, but upon noting the patron's anger, he sensed something was amiss. Huang Lei sighed and replied with a forced smile. Gentlemen, my primary offerings will now be iron plate leeks, grilled leeks, and iron plate potatoes. Thus, I must raise the prices. I merely wanted to give advance notice. Upon the utterance of those words, Jia Yuntai and Zhao Kongda exchanged a knowing glance, immediately grasping the implications. Is Huang Laobin not concerned about the potential ramifications for his business? Zhao Kongda remarked, narrowing his eyes. Huang Lei, recalling Li Yi's confident demeanor, inhaled deeply and proclaimed, here is my price list, and alongside it, the standards for each item. In my business dealings, I, Huang Lei, prioritize fairness. The materials I select are of the utmost quality. Take, for instance, the chives. Those who dined last night can attest to their excellence. I need not elaborate. As for the potatoes, many regulars at the morning market are well aware of their worth. These potatoes are priced at 5 yuan per jean. Is it unreasonable for me to earn a modest profit from my business? Those who have tasted the produce from this proprietor know that it is undeniably authentic and justifies the price. I can only assert that good goods come with sound reasoning. I, Huang Lei, shall never substitute inferior products for quality ones. Furthermore, with the prices doubled, my quantities have also increased proportionately. Should any of you deem me unscrupulous, you are free to abstain from partaking. Thank you. With that, Huang Lei bowed deeply, gambling on this bold declaration. Zhao Kongda and Jia Yuntai erupted into laughter and promptly seated themselves. We will have the same as yesterday. Bring it all to us. Since they are hesitant to partake, we shall indulge. Huang Lei was taken aback, having anticipated a more confrontational response. Little did he know, Zhao Kongda and his companions were merely succumbing to their cravings. Let the prices rise. As long as these offerings genuinely promote health and remedy our ailments, what do a few extra coins matter? We have already spent tens of thousands without resolution. If we can rectify our issues for just a few hundred, that would be sheer bliss. The few who sat down were predominantly affluent and unconcerned about expenses. Huang Lei promptly nodded and began his preparations. He had conferred with Li Yi, and with the prices increased, the quantities must follow suit. Otherwise, he would be deemed unscrupulous. Soon, the rich aroma of chives wafted through the air, and the vibrant green chives, resembling intricately carved jade, stirred the appetites of all present. The first platter of sizzling chives was served, accompanied by grilled chives. The portions were substantial. Lu Chuanfeng could not contain himself, exclaiming, "I must sample this." His anticipation was palpable, for he hoped this dish would reinvigorate his spirits. Wow! Lu Chuanfeng's eyes widened in astonishment as he savored the flavors, unable to restrain himself. "Old Lu, you've outdone yourself. This is sizzling potato," Huang Lei replied with a grin. "Additionally, this is a complimentary fruit dessert." Lu Chuanfeng, along with several others in the crowd, recognized the offering and exclaimed, "Isn't this the kind of orange that sells for 8 yuan per gene?" Chapter 33. Are you all here for enhancement? Oranges? What oranges? Zhao Kongda and Jia Yuntai exchanged puzzled looks, their recent focus having strayed far from culinary delights. "You don't know?" Lu Chuanfeng gazed at them in disbelief. "What oranges are you referring to?" "I, too, am quite curious. I just returned." "No way. When we were in the big city, oranges never sold for 8 yuan. Could they possibly be hormone-treated?" The crowd that had been waiting in line began to express their thoughts. At that moment, someone in the crowd remarked, "Honestly, when I first saw someone selling oranges for $8, I was utterly taken aback and turned to leave. I thought to myself, how could a measly orange be worth $8? Surely, they must have lost their mind." However, I eventually went ahead and bought one. A ripple of disbelief spread through the crowd. To be fair, I initially refused and bought just a pound, but after tasting it, the flavor was simply unforgettable. As the speaker shared this, curiosity piqued among the crowd. Could it be true? Surely they are exaggerating? What could an $8 orange possibly taste like? Many shook their heads, speculating that the individual might have been away from the countryside for too long. "Ah, this brother speaks wisely," Lu Chuanfeng chimed in, picking up a grilled leek. "I too thought it was madness to sell an orange for $8, but after buying it, I realized that some exceptional products are indeed worth that price." Jia Yuntai and Zhao Kongdao exchanged astonished glances, fully aware of Lu Chuanfeng's character. They turned their attention to the plate of oranges on the table, unable to resist picking one up. Under the illumination, the plump oranges appeared vibrant and inviting, their translucent skin revealing the succulent segments within. The unique fragrance of the oranges wafted through the air, refreshing and invigorating. Jia Yuntai took a bite. He had tasted good oranges before, but to encounter one priced at $8 in such a modest place was truly a first. As he bit into it, the juicy segments flooded his mouth with a delightful nectar akin to a divine elixir that tantalized his taste buds. His eyes widened gradually in astonishment, and he slowly closed them, savoring the moment. "Goodness, this feels akin to indulging in a rare delicacy." "Jia, are you pulling our leg?" Laughter erupted among the crowd. "You wish." Jia Yuntai finally snapped back to reality, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Boss, these oranges are truly remarkable. Do you have any more?" Huang Lei chuckled. "Not for sale at the moment. They are reserved for tonight's late-night patrons." "Impressive," Jia Yuntai exclaimed, his face beaming as he marveled at the vibrant hue of a potato, imbued with a subtle fragrance that was not typical of potatoes. As he spoke, many eyes turned towards him, eager for the spectacle. Yet, few were bold enough to indulge in such a luxurious treat. This flavor is delightfully crisp, quite remarkable." Zhao Kongda's eyes lit up as he sampled a palm-sized potato slice, distinctly different from the norm. At this point, the enticing aromas of both the grilled leeks and potatoes had begun to permeate the air. "So fragrant. It looks promising, albeit a bit pricey. Let's wait a moment." Several diners felt their resolve wavering. Just then, a group of individuals in luxury cars approached slowly from a distance. "Is this truly the splendid place you mentioned?" A gentleman driving a BMW 5 Series approached. "Ah, the culinary delights are indeed found among the populace." Jia Yuntai chuckled. "Boss Huang, please arrange a few more tables and place them together." Huang Lei acknowledged with a nod. Suddenly, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class found a parking spot. Following closely were a Cadillac, a Volvo, and a Hummer, all arriving in succession. What on earth is happening? Are the big shots fond of barbecuing? These are all affluent individuals. At this moment, the onlooking diners began to notice a pattern. Those coming to relish the barbecue here were predominantly of considerable means. In the blink of an eye, this group had occupied 10 tables, significantly boosting Huang Lei's business. Despite the high prices, such a crowd was unexpected. How could it be? There were no available seats now. Although wealthy patrons do not lack funds, they have undoubtedly tasted myriad exquisite dishes. Their willingness to indulge here clearly indicates the quality of the offerings. Some hesitant diners felt a pang of regret. At this juncture, Huang Lei was too occupied to attend to these matters. Zhang Hong gazed at her son in astonishment. 68 yuan per plate. Do you truly dare to charge that? Mother, have no worries. This fare is worth every penny, Huang Lei replied with a smile. If I am not mistaken, these individuals are all friends of Boss Jia and Boss Jiao. Of course, Huang Lei remained unaware that these patrons were drawn by the aphrodisiac properties of the chives. Chapter 34. selling golden silk Namu boss, your seating is rather limited. One of the diners remarked with a chuckle. Huang Lei, busy with preparations, offered a wry smile. It's a small operation. I have no choice. Have you considered renting a larger space? The diner inquired. There is nothing available for rent here. Huang Lei shook his head. Moreover, with my modest business, the rent wouldn't be feasible. The diner laughed. What about the land behind you? Huang Lei glanced at the expansive area, which was a small square flanked by shops. Do you see that unoccupied storefront? Zhang Shuyan interjected with a smile. Others start their rent at 10,000, but I'll offer you 6,000 monthly. How does that sound? Huang Lei was taken aback, staring intently at the individual. Jia Yuntai chuckled. Boss Huang, you might not be aware, but that shop belongs to him. He has plenty of space to spare. If you rent this shop, your establishment could easily accommodate 20 to 30 tables. Consider it? Zhang Shuyan suggested with a smile. Is what Mr. Zhang says true? Huang Lei asked, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Could such a bargain really fall into his lap? Zhang Shuyan smiled, casually producing a key and tossing it to Huang Lei. Take a look and see if it meets your satisfaction. If not, you needn't rent it. I'll return tomorrow evening to retrieve the key. The crowd gasped with admiration. Now, that is a true boss, exuding charisma. Huang Lei, flabbergasted, quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. He wasted no time and earnestly began preparing the culinary delights. As these affluent individuals gathered in the small town, many diners flocked in eager anticipation, forming long lines. Huang Lei's modest barbecue stall was officially beginning to make a name for itself. As twilight enveloped the scene, many still found themselves without food. Could it be? Boss Huang, are you out of stock again? It appears that there was a previous hesitation, yet now there is a gleeful expression from the successful purchase. Indeed, though the price is somewhat steep, I genuinely believe it to be worthwhile. Are you implying that after consuming chives, you have enhanced your virility? Come on, dare you claim that this was not your intention? What? This thing can indeed bolster one's vitality? Haha, I am not deceiving you. Upon seeing you, it is evident how disingenuous you are. Does it truly enhance potency? No wonder so many proprietors flock to partake. Ahem. The likes of Jia Yuntai and others began to cough, their faces flushed with embarrassment. That evening, the entire circle of friends was astir. Savvy diners, well-versed in the art of sensational headlines, began to post a flurry of remarks that left many men deeply stirred. Astonishingly, a certain item was discovered in the town that purportedly enhances virility, first-hand experience. Surprised, one declared that consuming this item could lead to 7 encounters in a single night. Breaking news, a man's blessing has arrived, right here in Tianda Town. Such varied and bizarre proclamations abounded. Undoubtedly, Huang Lei's modest barbecue stall had ignited a fervor. However, at this moment, Li Yi was unaware that after laboring throughout the day, he had succumbed to fatigue and drifted into slumber. Early the next morning, he awoke promptly. Having spent considerable time in the enigmatic space coupled with the consumption of this miraculous spring water, Li Yi noticed his physical prowess was increasingly formidable. Could it be that the spring water possesses transformative properties? He resolved to continue his investigations. As per routine, he ventured out to sell vegetables and subsequently delivered lunch to his mother. Upon returning, he resumed overseeing the irrigation of the village oranges. This morning, Lin Wanning's convoy had, in fact, already arrived, though it was not particularly early. They first completed the task of gathering oranges from Li Yi's household before proceeding to his uncle's residence. The sequence of collecting oranges was strategically arranged to ensure the fruit's delightful flavor. At present, Li Yi had already garnered over 100,000, nearing 200,000 from merely selling oranges. Nevertheless, he harbored no concerns about depletion. He could always cultivate more in the space. He believed that the produce grown in the rich black soil of the mysterious realm would surpass anything found in the outside world. At noon, Li Yi glanced at the time. The deadline for his trade with Wang Zhongqi and Li Ku was fast approaching. The golden silk Nanmu in the mysterious space had grown increasingly majestic and robust. Were it not for the existence of this space, Li Yi felt certain that even his grandchildren would not witness trees of such ancient age. Moreover, with the gradual expansion of the space, the flow rate within was accelerating. He harbored serious doubts that, in the later stages, the flow rate might reach hundreds or even thousands of times that of the outside world. If that were indeed the case, this space would prove exceedingly advantageous. Currently, his uncle Li Shihong and second uncle Li Shibin had delineated their roles with clarity. The well-educated and socially adept seventh uncle was tasked with the sale of oranges, while his elder uncles provided guidance across various groups within the village. All were to reap profits, and none could afford to be careless. Li Yi offered a word of caution to Li Dazhuang before embarking on his journey in his vehicle. Once the magnificent golden silk Namu tree is sold, he estimates that work can commence promptly. Subsequently, each villager will receive their share of the money, allowing them to inquire whether a road can be constructed. Li Yi believes that it is feasible for each household to contribute a modest sum for the road's construction. Particularly once the oranges are sold, everything will fall into place. In the same familiar location, when he is certain that no one is around, Li Yi releases the imposing tree, now towering over 40 meters, from his spatial confines. Brotherly, you're here quite early. After a short while, Wang Zhongqi rushes over, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Chapter 35, is this what you meant? Ever since Wang Zhongqi procured a piece of golden silk Nanmu wood, he has been unable to sleep. Filled with joy, after conferring with Li Ku and his father, Li Tianwu, they swiftly divided the profits from the tree. Indeed, the gains were substantial. This is the essence of business. Did Li Yi incur losses? Not at all. Wang Zhongqi and the others also benefited. It was a win-win situation, ensuring future collaborations. Thus, this transaction was initiated by Wang Zhongqi and Li Tianwu. Li Tianwu expressed curiosity about the magnitude of the tree Li Yi could bring forth this time. The previous tree had netted them considerable profits and enabled connections with influential figures previously unattainable. If they could acquire even better resources this time, it would be momentous news for them. If only it were a 100-year-old tree, Li Tianwu remarked. Wang Zhongqi chuckled wryly. Don't even mention a century. Even a tree aged 70 or 80 years would suffice. The disparity in age translates into a significant financial difference. However, both Wang Zhongqi and Li Tianwu understood a fundamental truth. A century is indeed a pivotal milestone. If such a tree exists, the price fluctuation would be trivial. What truly matters is the invaluable relationships formed. Currently, the market is nearly void. Golden silk Nanmu wood is exceedingly rare. Ah, someone is approaching. Wang Zhongqi squinted into the distance. Wow, Li Tianwu exclaimed. I have a feeling that this time it's a colossal one. The two exchanged a glance, their breaths quickening. The tree appeared extraordinarily long and thick. It was undoubtedly a remarkable specimen. With the speed of a man rushing to greet his beloved, Wang Zhongqi and Li Tianwu dashed towards Li Yi. Brotherly, you're here quite early. Wang Zhongqi grinned widely, his prominent yellow teeth strikingly visible. Meanwhile, Li Tianwu's gaze was fixated on the grand tree, utterly transfixed. A complete tree. Even if it is not quite 100 years old, it must be very close. No single person could embrace it. How astonishing. If this tree were to be presented to the market, it would undoubtedly create quite a stir. Li Yi noticed that although Wang Zhongqi was greeting him, his eyes remained glued to the golden silk Nanmu tree, prompting a resigned smile from him. Boss Li, could you introduce me? Wang Zhongqi and Li Tianwu, startled, swiftly refocused their attention. Hello, Mr. Li. I am Li Ke's father, Li Tianwu. Greetings. Li Yi nodded with a smile, suggesting that the two could proceed with their inspection. Wang Zhongqi, not one to be polite, waved his hand. And individuals promptly arrived to begin the examination, which included scrutinizing the tree rings and the overall quality of the timber. Once the assessments were completed, both Wang Zhongqi and Li Tianwu could not suppress their astonishment. The age of the trees astonishingly exceeded 100 years. Such specimens are exceptional. Any that reach 300 years are likely to be mere relics of the past. A century's worth is undoubtedly among the most treasured of our time. Initially, Wang Zhongqi suspected Li Yi might be deceiving him, but to his surprise, it was indeed true. After exchanging glances with Wang Zhongqi, Li Tianwu spoke first. Mr. Li, this tree is at least a century old, with a preliminary estimate placing its age at around 108 years. According to current market prices, that translates to 130,000 per ton. The weight of your trees is approximately 1,563 tons. 130,000? Li Yi replied with a beaming smile, while Wang Zhongqi's expression grew tense. Ignoring Wang Zhongqi's anxious gaze, Li Tianwu calmly affirmed, Indeed, 130,000. You may leave now. Li Yi gestured with his hand. Li Tianwu's expression darkened, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction as he questioned, What do you mean by that, Mr. Li? Li Yi continued to smile at Li Tianwu, stating, Why don't you inquire about the price that Boss Wang offered me last time? I trust you have sold my trees by now. You should know their quality and material better than I do. At this juncture, Li Yi's smile vanished, and a frostiness enveloped his gaze as he addressed Boss Wang. As the saying goes, 3 times, and you're out. I have tolerated the first 2 instances, but there will be no third. What is your attitude? Li Tianwu fumed. My attitude is contingent upon your demeanor. Li Yi retorted sharply. I will not sell this tree. You won't sell? Li Tianwu's eyes turned icy. What? Do you intend to coerce me into selling? Li Yi stood his ground unwaveringly. Witnessing the escalating tension between the two, Wang Zhongqi felt overwhelmed. Li Yi, not regarding Li Tianwu, turned to Wang Zhongqi and asked, Boss Wang, does his stance reflect yours as well? At this declaration, both Li Tianwu and Wang Zhongqi's expressions shifted drastically. Wang Zhongqi hurriedly responded, Brotherly, this is a misunderstanding. This is no misunderstanding, Li Yi replied, his gaze cold as he fixed it on Wang Zhongqi. Now, I ask, does his perspective align with yours? If so, I regret to inform you that our collaboration ends here. Conversely, if it does not, from this moment onward, my sole partner shall be you. Should he be involved, or if I discover he has any connection with you, you can forget about acquiring a single piece of timber from me. Boss Wang, we are all adults here. I have no interest in the intricacies of your trade. However, you must understand that if I disseminate news regarding my possession of these materials, I assure you, potential buyers will be far more formidable than you can imagine. Do you believe it? Chapter 36. Do you still desire this? Li Yi's words were undeniably compelling. It is crucial to recognize that the one holding the initiative is Li Yi, not Wang Zhongqi or Li Tianwu. Whoever possesses the precious golden silk Nanmu is, without dispute, the dominant party in this transaction. According to last year's market prices, a century-old golden silk Nanmu could indeed fetch 130,000 per ton. However, the current market fluctuates daily, and Li Yi is not a fool. He would certainly conduct his due diligence. To discuss collaboration based on last year's prices is to underestimate my intelligence, is it not? It is not merely the entire timber. Even a century-old piece released into the market can easily attract numerous buyers at the price of 150,000. Moreover, a complete log weighing around 15 tons would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among potential buyers. Frankly speaking, if Li Yi were to post a picture online, countless buyers would come knocking at his door. The figure of 150,000 per ton is merely a lowball offer. If not for Li Yi's pressing financial situation, would he be in such a hurry to sell? Poor road conditions render all efforts futile. Wang Zhongqi and Li Tianwu's expressions have shifted dramatically. They did not anticipate that this young man would be so formidable. Previously, Wang Zhongqi had cautioned Li Tianwu against such petty tricks, but Li Tianwu dismissed the warning. Eager to test the waters. Now, Li Yi has flipped the table. If they wish to negotiate, fine. However, I, Li Yi, harbor no fondness for Li Tianwu. Should you, Wang Zhongqi, choose to collaborate with him, then our partnership is at an end. It is as simple as that, bold and direct. Li Tianwu's countenance fluctuated. After years in business, this was his first miscalculation. Li Ke's temperament likely mirrors that of Li Tianwu. Previously, Li Yi had operated under the principle of mutual profit. Yet, with Li Tianwu treating him as a fool, Li Yi naturally became displeased. Brotherly, let us negotiate, Wang said. Li Yi's expression remained stern. His tone assertive. I have made my position abundantly clear. If we are to collaborate, he must be dismissed. If not, we part ways. My time is limited, and I have no patience for idle chatter. There is no room for negotiation. You must resolve this yourselves. If you desire this entire golden silk Nama tree, you must sever ties with Li Tianwu. There is no alternative. Old Wang and Li Tianwu's faces grew increasingly grim. This was indeed a significant loss. Mr. Li, do you really wish to close this avenue? Oh, is Mr. Li attempting to threaten me? Li Yi chuckled lightly, his eyes brimming with scorn. What? Relying on sheer numbers to intimidate me? Li Tianwu's face darkened considerably. Li Yi's attitude incensed him. Even after he had lowered himself, Li Yi remained obstinate. I must admit, I have indeed been remiss in my considerations. I apologize to you, brotherly, Li Tianwu said, bowing deeply. Yet, Li Yi feigned ignorance. Li Tianwu's agitation grew. He had truly shot himself in the foot this time. What must brotherly do to continue our collaboration? Li Yi smirked inwardly, fully aware of how crucial this complete golden silk Nama tree was to both Li Tianwu and Wang Zhongqi. Perhaps this tree could allow them to reap substantial profits. Or they might have already made promises to a significant merchant, creating a momentous obligation. If they fail to acquire this tree, the consequences could be dire. Despite the apparent erosion of trust in contemporary times, it remains an essential currency in the realm of commerce. Without it, one finds oneself excluded from the game of business, a harsh reality indeed. Li Yi cast a fleeting glance at Wang Zhongqi and remarked, I have long informed Boss Wang that in our dealings, as long as no underhanded tactics are employed, there is ample opportunity for mutual benefit. Should you choose to treat me as a fool, I shall not be so accommodating. You, the Li father and son, have already provoked my ire for the second time. Let this be the last. 160,000 per ton. What? Both Wang Zhongqi and Li Tianwu were taken aback. What are you shouting for? Li Yi retorted, his lip curling. This time, however, we shall revert to the standard market price. Consider this merely a lesson for you. With that, Li Yi glanced at his wristwatch and stated, I shall grant you 3 minutes to deliberate. Should you choose not to purchase, then so be it. Wang Zhongqi and Li Tianwu wore expressions of bitter dismay, having underestimated the resolve of this younger adversary. They now realized they were at a significant disadvantage. This tree had already received a reservation. Even if they were reluctant, they had no choice but to secure it, leaving no room for negotiation. Li Yi was acutely aware of this, and thus, he had fashioned a perfect rationale for his price increase. This loss was one that Li Tianwu and Wang Zhongqi would inevitably incur. Brotherly, you must keep your word. Wang Zhongqi offered a cigarette, forcing a smile. Upon accepting it, Li Yi allowed Wang Zhongqi to light it for him, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Although I have only collaborated with Boss Wang twice, it should be evident that I am not one to suddenly inflate prices. I prefer to engage with those who abide by the rules, as I have previously stated. Indeed, Wang Zhongqi nodded, bowing slightly, overly courteous. Li Yi gestured towards the golden silk Namu, saying, to speak candidly, we have an abundance of such trees in our mountains. The funds I seek are not for personal gain, but rather for the construction of roads in our village. Once the roads are completed, you will no longer need to travel. I will arrange for the delivery myself. At these words, Wang Zhongqi and Li Tianwu's eyes lit up. Are there trees that are centuries old? If that were indeed the case, it would be a significant profit. Now understanding that Li Yi required these funds for road construction, they felt a sense of equilibrium return. Though the sum was considerable, its application towards roadwork would likely render it but a drop in the bucket. They finally grasped why Li Yi was selling these items. So, do you still wish to acquire them? Chapter 37. Earning 2,500,000. Yes, we absolutely must. Wang Zhongqi responded almost without hesitation. Li Tianwu vigorously nodded in agreement. Although this venture might require substantial expenditure, from a long-term perspective, it promised great returns. More importantly, they were left wondering just how many more treasures Li Yi possessed. This uncertainty was the most tantalizing aspect. What if Li Yi had not only golden silk Nama timber? What if there were other valuable trees? The unknown held the most allure and anticipation. This tree totals 1,563 tons. If we calculate at 160,000 per ton, that amounts to 2,500, 800. Wang Zhongqi exclaimed, am I correct? Indeed, you are. Li Yi nodded, his heart trembling with astonishment. A single tree had astonishingly sold for $2.5 million. He truly felt as if he had struck gold this time. He wondered if the mysterious space would expand once more. He fervently wished for as much land within it as possible. Moreover, the remaining 5 saplings had all matured. Li Yi's next plan was to introduce some high-value timber seedlings while nurturing a single sapling of golden silk nanmo. The other 4 would be cultivated until they reached approximately a century in age, at which point he would fell them. While older trees could fetch a handsome price, they might also arouse suspicion. After all, century-old trees, although sufficiently rare, could still be encountered. Trees aged 300 years, however, were virtually impossible to find. Thus he aimed to cultivate their rarity. His savings had already reached 710,000, and with the recent influx of 250,000, he now possessed a total of 3 million. Once the villagers' oranges began to sell, they could raise funds through donations to construct the village roads. Relying on others was unreliable, but one could depend on the villagers. Each household would contribute at least 10,000 pounds of oranges, meaning a minimum profit of 80,000. With over 500 households in the village, even if each contributed merely 5,000, that would amount to 250,000. The funds for road construction were thus beginning to take shape. Wang Zhongqi and Li Tianwu had managed to gather 250,000, which they transferred to Li Yi. At that moment, Li Yi officially became a millionaire. Remarkably, this transformation occurred in less than a week from his previous state of destitution. He was exhilarated, yet his expression remained composed, as if he had long been accustomed to the grandiose aspects of life. Mr. Li, when will the next tree be traded? Wang Zhongqi couldn't resist inquiring. In 4 or 5 days, I'll contact you then. I'm quite busy at the moment. The farming season is approaching, so it might be a little delayed, Li Yi replied candidly. All right, we shall keep in touch by phone, Wang Zhongqi responded with a smile. Li Yi waved his hand and rode his small tricycle back to the village. With assets now totaling 320,000, it was time to reach out to a construction team. The village roads must be accessible and sufficiently wide. It shouldn't merely be a one-way street. While it was manageable now, if an influx of vehicles arrived in the future, it would necessitate road reconstruction, which would be a colossal hassle. Thus, he planned to initially construct a one-way road, during which he hoped to earn some profits, and once that was completed, he would proceed with another. In rural areas, a two-way road was considered a major thoroughfare. However, this would likely double the costs, potentially reaching at least $1 million. How vexing. The process of making money felt unbearably slow. Upon returning home, Li Yi discovered a familiar face waiting at his doorstep. Huang Lei. You finally made it back. Huang Lei's face beamed with undisguised joy. Li Yi surmised that he must have achieved significant success the previous night. Haha. Can you guess how much I earned last night? Huang Lei playfully draped his arm over Li Yi's shoulder as they entered the house, pouring himself a bowl of water. 8,000. Huang Lei shook his head slightly. Guess again. 10,000. Li Yi, filled with doubt, pondered whether this young rascal could possibly be earning money faster than himself. Last night, I sold 157 servings of iron plate potatoes, 185 servings of potato pancakes, 197 servings of iron plate leeks, and 236 servings of grilled leeks, Huang Lei remarked, raising an eyebrow. Li Yi was momentarily stunned. What were the prices? 48 for the iron plate potatoes, 10 for the potato pancakes, 68 for the iron plate leeks as you mentioned, and 28 for the grilled leeks, Huang Lei chuckled. 29,390? Is that for real? Li Yi exclaimed in shock. Even he was taken aback. It was important to note that Huang Lei had returned only because the ingredients had run out. This implied that, had he not been constrained by manpower in the late hour, he could have easily surpassed 30,000 last night. Li Yi couldn't help but swallow hard. This seemed like a shortcut to wealth. Let us settle on daily payments, splitting 4 to 6, with you taking the larger share. That would amount to 11,756 for you. Huang Lei laughed. Check your phone. Even though Li Yi had earned 250,000 that day, the profits from Huang Lei's venture were far more exhilarating. A minimum of 10,000 daily translates to 300,000 monthly. If a branch or franchise were to be opened, the potential earnings would be staggering. Chapter 38. Hospital Symposium. However, yesterday I encountered a client who happens to have a shop over there. It looked promising and he offered me a friendly price of 6,000 for a month's rent. Huang Lei stated earnestly, indicating that this matter required discussion with Li Yi. I find it feasible. Your network here is quite commendable, Li Yi replied with a smile. Rest assured, if you secure the shop, I will ensure the supply meets demand. By the way, don't neglect your oranges. Don't worry. My father and grandfather are brimming with enthusiasm, Huang Lei said, half amused. Currently, the ability to sell oranges felt like a glimmer of hope. Thus, Huang Lei's grandfather and father wished they could spend 24 hours in the orange orchard. In the past, no one in Shantou village valued these fruits. Anyone could pick them at will, but now, they represented money. Do you have enough funds? Li Yi inquired. Huang Lei chuckled sheepishly. I might be a bit short on renovation costs. Li Yi smiled. How about I lend you 200,000? Huang Lei's eyelids twitched at the suggestion, and he hastily waved his hand. 10,000 would suffice. I'll transfer it to you, Li Yi replied with a grin. If the renovations proceeded swiftly, they could be completed in 2 to 3 days at most. Having a storefront would be a significant boon for both Huang Lei and his mother, Zhang Hong, as well as for the other barbecue patrons. After Li Yi supplied Huang Lei with leeks and potatoes, Huang Lei set about his preparations. Observing everything beginning to unfold as he had envisioned, Li Yi felt invigorated. After preparing the meals, Li leisurely rode his bike towards the hospital. According to their agreement, today marked the final checkup. Provided everything was in order, Wu Xianglan could be discharged. The knowledge of his mother's well-being lifted a considerable weight from Li Yi's heart. He no longer had to concern himself with any reservations. The mess left by his grandfather was now his responsibility and duty to rectify. However, he understood that he must not take overly ambitious steps. The town hospital, as the only tertiary grade C hospital in Tian's town, possessed a reasonably robust faculty. At this moment, the resident physicians, attending physicians, associate chief physicians, and chief physicians of the hospital had nearly all assembled. Jin Han, though still young at just over 50, was considered an exceptionally qualified chief physician. This meeting was convened at his behest, aimed at discussing the conditions of 3 patients, Wu Xianglan, Lin Yaonan, and Lu Guifan. I hope each of you will share your insights, Jin Han stated, rapping his knuckles on the table to emphasize the seriousness of the gathering. Why don't we first hear from Associate Chief Zhao regarding his comprehensive report? Someone suggested. Indeed, the 3 patients have been primarily managed by Associate Chief Zhao, Associate Chief Li, and Dr. Zhu. Perhaps their accounts will provide us with clearer insights. The core members of the hospital were now present. Prior to this meeting, Zhao Qingchong and his colleagues had kept matters rather close to the vest. Even Jin Han was not privy to much information. Noticing Jin Han's gaze upon him, Zhao Qingchong promptly addressed the assembly. Please take a look at this statistical table, which records the detailed conditions over the past week. It is evident that the patient statuses have varied significantly from day to day. On the 3rd day, we began more thorough examinations and discovered that the patient's recovery, resistance, and emotional states were interconnected. However, if we were to identify the decisive factor, it would undoubtedly be the patient's dietary intake. Dietary intake. Jin Han furrowed his brow. This hypothesis did not align with the meticulousness expected of a physician. Yes, Zhao Qingchong felt a surge of pressure, but pressed on. If you turn to pages 3 and 4, you will grasp the significance of my assertion. The rustling of pages filled the air. How can this be? Vegetables can cure ailments? On the contrary, Associate Chief Zhao's research bears considerable value and relevance, and he has meticulously documented the dietary regimens. Indeed, each improvement coincided with mealtimes. Moreover, observe here, this is the testing report provided to the food-related departments. The vegetables are rich in essential nutrients, vitamins, and trace elements vital for the human body. In essence, these natural, harmless products could be considered miraculous remedies. The more Jin Han read, the more alarmed he became. His expression gradually turning grave. He held Zhao Qingchong in high regard. His usual demeanor was one of rigor, never indulging in deceitful practices. Coupled with the organized records and detailed annotations, along with experimental analyses, Jin Han felt almost certain that this discovery was indeed genuine. The patients were present within the hospital, and Zhao Qingchong had subsequently provided test results 2 or 3 times a day. There was simply no room for fabrication. This indicated that these vegetables might indeed represent a groundbreaking advancement in the field of biological research. Even if the medicinal value of these vegetables is substantiated, it would represent a monumental achievement for hospitals, the healthcare sector, and even the nation. Perhaps it could save countless patients worldwide, unraveling symptoms that have long remained enigmatic. Will that young man, Li Yi, you mentioned, be coming today? Jin Han inquired, calmly directing his gaze at Zhao Qingchong. Nothing will impede him. Zhao Qingchong affirmed with unwavering certainty. He may arrive shortly. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Jin Han's brow furrowed, and many doctors present displayed expressions of astonishment. Jin Han had previously notified everyone that unless absolutely necessary, interruptions were to be avoided. Who could be so inconsiderate? Jin Han nodded, and a doctor near the door opened it. To their surprise, it was the head nurse. Director Jin, the test results are in. This statement left everyone perplexed. Test results? What results? Jin Han's expression shifted to one of shock, and he, along with Zhao Qingchong and a few others, rose to their feet as the head nurse entered and handed the report to Jin Han. The many doctors witnessed Jin Han's face transform into one of sheer astonishment, tinged with disbelief. You may leave now, he instructed the head nurse. As she stepped back, Jin Han pinched the bridge of his nose, aware that the hospital would likely become the center of attention. Today, one of my patients, not exactly a patient, I suppose, has come for an examination. Jin Han collected his thoughts and continued. Zhang Shuyan, you all must be familiar with him? Could it really be him? The crowd's expressions turned peculiar, as this individual was rumored to be suffering from impotence. The doctors in the hospital had offered suggestions, but none seemed effective. In truth, they understood that treatment for such conditions could only adopt conservative measures. Firstly, a regular diet was essential. Secondly, one must abstain from tobacco and alcohol. And thirdly, exercising and controlling frequency were imperative. Under a multitude of stringent conditions, only then could any gradual improvement be anticipated. It is important to note that this would only lead to some recovery, not a complete restoration. Once one ceases, all progress would be rendered futile. Zhang Shuyan and his associates were affluent merchants. Could they possibly adhere to such restrictions? It would be entirely reasonable if they could not be cured. However, today, an unusual incident unfolded. Chapter 39. Unusual events continued to unfold. Zhang Shuyan came for a routine checkup, informing Jin Han that his condition had improved. The crux of the matter was that last night's chives had revitalized him. Jin Han merely smiled, dismissing it as nonsense. Yet, upon examining Zhang Shuyan, Jin Han discovered that he was not fabricating the truth. This situation was becoming rather absurd. Jin Han sternly cautioned Zhang Shuyan against relying on folk remedies or medications, as these could be detrimental. Nevertheless, Zhang Shuyan insisted that it was the chives that had brought about his recovery. Was this not preposterous? If chives could enhance vitality, what need would there be for so many doctors? Before Zhang Shuyan departed, another old acquaintance, Zhao Kongda, arrived, along with other local entrepreneurs such as Jia Yuntai and Lu Chuanfeng. They all echoed similar sentiments. What could this imply? Jin Han is not an obstinate individual. After years of medical practice, he adheres to a philosophy of pragmatic realism. If it is suggested that Zhang Shuyan's words are mere fabrications, stemming from a man's pride, what then of Zhao Kongda, Jia Yuntai, and Lu Chuanfeng? Are they also deceiving? Among them, Zhao Kongda and Jia Yuntai exhibit the most remarkable recovery, and based on their accounts, Jin Han realizes he cannot dismiss this matter any longer. According to Zhao Kongda and Jia Yuntai, this chive is not only delectable, but also possesses astonishing medicinal properties. For instance, previously, they could endure only 2 to 3 minutes, but now their endurance averages over 10 minutes, a compelling testament to its efficacy. Furthermore, consuming these chives imparts a profound sense of vitality and vigor. Regardless of whether it is medicinal, ingesting it is less harmful to the body. One could argue its detrimental effects are minimal. However, this chive is extraordinary, akin to a miraculous elixir. They now brim with energy, free from aches and fatigue, exuding a spirited demeanor. Although the price is somewhat steep, the benefits it offers are undeniable. Thus, Jin Han, exercising caution, mandated thorough testing and analysis for them all. Initially expecting results by afternoon, he was pleasantly surprised to receive them by noon, leading to the spectacle witnessed by all. Could it be? A miraculous vegetable capable of healing has emerged at the hospital, and now there are chives that enhance vitality? When did Tianda Town become so fortunate? Director Jin, what are the results? Observing the eager gazes of the crowd, Jin Han found it hard to believe as he stated, "Indeed, there is remarkable recovery underway, and at an astonishing rate. At this rate, within a week to half a month, they will revert to a state of normalcy, perhaps even surpassing it." The eyes of the male doctors sparkled with excitement, while the female doctors stared in disbelief. The evidence cannot be denied, which means we can investigate this matter further. Jin Han declared decisively, "Tonight, I shall meet with the vendors selling chives and barbecue." Cough, cough. Director, may I accompany you? Vice Director Lee offered, eager to join. "You are quite busy. Shall I accompany Director Jin instead?" "Oh, please, you think I am unaware of your little schemes?" Jin Han's face flushed with embarrassment as he cleared his throat. "Let us not quarrel. Tonight, Zhao Qingchong will accompany me. If the efficacy of these chives is substantiated, the town hospital's involvement will surely earn commendation. Uncovering the truth behind this could provide them with tales to share for a lifetime. I will report to the county," Jin Han stated, acknowledging the risks involved in such a report. The audience held their breath, casting him encouraging glances. Jin Han promptly activated the video call, and 10 seconds later, a stern visage appeared on the screen. "Professor Sun, good day. Let us get to the point," he said. Professor Sun's expression was icy, causing the crowd to lower their heads in deference. Indeed, it was the same Professor Sunday. Jin Han composed himself and continued, "Professor Sun, regarding the gradual recovery of 3 patients from our hospital, I have new developments." Director Jin, Professor Sun interrupted brusquely. "You have held the position of chief physician for some time, have you not?" "Indeed," Jin Han affirmed with a nod. "Miraculous recovery from cancer? What has become of your reasoning?" Professor Sun slammed the table, startling everyone in the conference room into a hushed silence. "Are you going to indulge in foolishness alongside your subordinates? If cancer were curable, would we all be mere idlers? You are physicians, not philosophers. Do not confuse the essence with trivialities. Let this matter rest here. Do not err again." Jin Han's face flushed crimson, yet he resolutely replied, "Professor Sun, we have reached a conclusion. The patient has already undergone the procedure, and I have other surgeries to attend to." Without allowing Jin Han a chance to speak further, Professor Sun prepared to terminate the call. "Jin Han, I implore you not to engage in their frivolities. The city officials will be coming for inspections soon. I understand the urgency stemming from a lack of accomplishments, but I urge you to remain grounded in reality." With a decisive click, the video call ended. A collective sigh of relief swept through the room, for facing Professor Sun was indeed daunting. This issue, despite its gravity, was still not receiving adequate attention at the county level. In truth, Jin Han and his colleagues were well aware that gaining acceptance and trust was no simple task. It had taken them several days to reluctantly accept this reality themselves, let alone the county hospital, which had been largely overlooked at this moment. "Zhao Qingchong, you are in charge of receiving Li Yi," Jin Han instructed. "Leave all the reports behind, and if they can be discharged, then let them go." "Understood," Zhao Qingchong nodded. Recognizing that this matter would eventually come to light, it was merely a question of time and circumstance. In the patient room, Li Yi chatted jovially with Wu Xianglan and the others. "Is what you said true, Xiao Yi?" Lu Guifen's eyes were red-rimmed, being older than Wu Xianglan. She could easily be Li Yi's grandmother. Yet, Li Yi affectionately referred to her as Aunt Lu. "It is indeed true," Li Yi replied with a smile, acknowledging that in the past, he would never have dared to act in such a manner. Taking Lu Guifen home was a well-considered decision. Her son had abandoned her, and she needed to live. An elderly woman living alone at home was far from ideal. By bringing her to his home, he could keep her company. And with his current financial stability, he would not lack for resources in the future. Thus, what harm was there in caring for another person? As for Lin Yaonan, Lin Wanting would come to retrieve him tonight. Although his son did not care for him, Lin Wanting would. Such is the peculiar nature of life. At that moment, a pair of long, elegant legs appeared, none other than Lin Wanting. Today, she exuded an air of a domineering CEO, her presence commanding attention. Upon seeing Lin Wanting arrive as promised, Lin Yaonan felt a sense of comfort. Perhaps it was Li Yi's imagination, but he sensed that Lin Wanting seemed less aloof than before. Indeed, women are creatures that men can never fully comprehend. Dr. Zhao, you have arrived? Wu Xianglan pondered whether her son and Lin Wanting could become a couple when Zhao Qingchong and his colleagues entered. Chapter 40. Li Yi's passed at the entrance stood Zhao Qingchong, Li Fenglong, and Zhu Yun. Witnessing the cheerful scene within the room, the three doctors were moved. The hospital is a place where one often witnesses profound emotions, while simultaneously being a realm that can reveal the harshest and most indifferent aspects of humanity. The saying that no filial child exists by the sickbed for long is not an exaggeration. If it weren't for Li Yi, Lin Yaonan, and Lu Guifan, wouldn't it be a true reflection? The only distinction lies in the fact that although Lin Yaonan's son has disregarded him, his niece, Lin Wanting, who is aware of his situation, still looks after him. This can be considered the sole source of solace for Lin Yaonan. Just moments ago, the conversation between Li Yi and Lu Guifan was overheard by Zhao Qingchong and others, who could not help but acknowledge, in their hearts, that this young man is indeed commendable. At the very least, when faced with a topic that others shun, he has courageously shouldered a portion of the responsibility. Such valor is rare. Reflecting on the potential connection between the recovery of these three patients and this young man, they felt a wave of emotion. Zhao Qingchong entered, stating, upon examination, your conditions are gradually improving. After some time of recuperation at home, you may return for regular checkups. Upon hearing this, Li Yi was overjoyed, exclaiming, so, does this mean I can truly be discharged today? Indeed, Zhao Qingchong replied with a smile, his gaze scrutinizing the young man before him. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but the young man appeared markedly more vibrant than before. Not only that, his previously healthy wheat-colored skin now hinted at a subtle lightening. Zhao Qingchong was uncertain but made a mental note of it. Just complete the discharge formalities here, and you may leave, Li Fenglong said with a grin. Thank you. Thank you. Li Yi responded eagerly. I'll take care of that now. Let us go together, Lin Wanting offered, catching Li Yi by surprise, though he nodded in agreement. As they watched Li Yi and Lin Wanting depart side by side, Lin Yaonan and Wu Lengxiang exchanged knowing smiles, feeling a certain warmth in the atmosphere. Dr. Zhao, we are truly grateful to you, Wu Xianglan said, oblivious to any deeper connections between their ailments and Li Yi. They believed that the treatment and various minor surgeries they underwent daily were solely the result of Zhao Qingchong and his team's efforts. This was, of course, part of Zhao Qingchong's strategy. Until matters were made public, they needed to maintain a facade to prevent alarming anyone. This is a little specialty from our family. Please take some to enjoy, Wu Xianglan said, handing each person a few large oranges. Zhao Qingchong and his colleagues regarded the sizable, fragrant oranges, bemused yet amused. Well, we shall accept them, they replied with smiles, offering a few final instructions before exiting the room. How can oranges be this large? Zhu Yun remarked with laughter. Perhaps it's a characteristic of farm produce? Li Fenglong shrugged, not dwelling on it. At that moment, Li Yi and Lin Wanting had completed their paperwork. As they walked side by side, an unexpected silence fell upon them, leaving them somewhat at a loss for words. Li Yi was not one to force conversation. Finding no topic to discuss, he chose silence instead. Did your mother say anything to you? Lin Wanting suddenly inquired. Huh, Li Yi replied, gazing in bewilderment at her profile. He could not deny that Lin Wanting possessed long legs, an exquisite figure, and delicate features. Her overall demeanor leaned towards the mature and sophisticated, yet she also exhibited a touch of youthful charm. Lin Wanting furrowed her brows slightly, realizing that Li Yi was staring at her, causing her heart to inexplicably race. She chose to remain silent, letting out a light huff as she quickened her pace towards the hospital room. Li Yi scratched his head in confusion, wondering about the situation. He was not particularly fond of Lin Wanting due to her volatile temper. Nevertheless, he decided to dismiss the matter and leisurely followed her into the room. Inside, Lin Yaonan had little to tidy up, just some ordinary belongings. In contrast to Wu Xianglan and Lu Guifan, he had more items. Upon entering, Lin Wanting wore an icy expression, refusing to speak to Li Yi. He, in turn, chose to ignore her and focused on helping his mother and Aunt Lu organize their things. We'll be leaving now, shall we? Remember to visit this old man when you have time, Lin Yaonan said with exaggerated winks. Oh, sure, Li Yi nodded, glancing at Lin Wanting. The tall, proud girl huffed again and took Lin Yaonan away. Did you bully Tingting? Wu Xianglan approached, playfully nudging Li Yi. How did I bully her? Li Yi replied, looking at his mother with a puzzled expression. Then why does she act like this towards you? How would I know? Maybe she is just a bit eccentric. He exclaimed. No wonder you can't find a girlfriend. Wu Xianglan shot her son a glare, feeling exasperated. With such a son, her troubles seemed never-ending. She had high hopes for Lin Wanting, yet her son appeared rather oblivious. Let us go, Li Yi said, carrying most of the items, while Wu Xianglan and Lu Guifan had surprisingly little. In the car, Lin Wanting and Lin Yaonan sat in the back seat. Did that boy provoke you again? Lin Yaonan asked. No, Lin Wanting replied, fuming. Lin Yaonan chuckled, his face crinkling with amusement. He took her hand and patted it gently, saying, Xiaoyi is truly a good kid. During these days in the hospital, he has been the one taking care of us. He is not obligated to do so. Lin Wanting's gaze softened gradually. Your cousin Lin Yaonan's eyes flashed with a hint of melancholy. Let us forget about him. Uncle is getting older and has no other desires than to see you married and starting a family. Don't blame Xiaoyi. It's said he has been hurt before. Lin Wanting's heart trembled slightly at this revelation. Hurt. Her gaze turned distant, recalling her own sorrows. And the coldness returned to her eyes. Lin Yaonan sensed a shift in her demeanor, aware that his niece harbored her own stories. It was precisely for this reason that he wished to bring them together. Li Yi's character was commendable, and he was not lacking in appearance. The only perceived flaw was his family background. However, the Lin family was not in the best of circumstances either. What good was wealth if a son did not acknowledge his father? Lin Yaonan remarked, I once heard from Aunt Wu that Xiaoyi had a girlfriend. Lin Wanting's eyes fixed on Lin Yaonan, who understood that he had piqued his niece's curiosity. Thus, he remarked, initially, Aunt Wu had shown us photographs, unabashedly declaring that the young lady was exceptionally beautiful. A surge of competitiveness inexplicably arose within Lin Wanting, prompting her to inquire, how beautiful? Certainly not inferior to you. Perhaps even surpassing you, Lin Yaonan replied. Uncle, Lin Wanting huffed, pulling away from the rough, weathered hand of the elder in discontent. With a hearty laugh, Lin Yaonan exclaimed, surely, your uncle cannot be deceitful. But this is the truth. That figure, that appearance, that charisma. As Lin Yaonan sighed, Lin Wanting's desire to uncover the subsequent events intensified. How could such an exquisite young woman have taken an interest in Li Yi? Why had they parted ways? What transpired thereafter? Chapter 41. Subsequent plans. What happened next? Lin Yaonan pondered briefly before responding. Later, I heard from Aunt Wu that Li Yi had initially planned to remain outside, but a year ago, his grandfather passed away. His grandfather's dying wish was to uplift the village, steering it towards prosperity. Li Yi thus committed to fulfilling that promise. Subsequently, it seemed that Li Yi and the young lady encountered some discord. He isolated himself in his room for 7 days without emerging. Lin Wanting's gaze flickered slightly. Aunt Wu's health deteriorated, leading to her hospitalization and accumulating significant debts. When Li Yi finally emerged from his room, he appeared gaunt, and we felt a pang of sympathy. As for what transpired between him and that young woman, Li Yi remained tight-lipped and reluctant to discuss it, while Aunt Wu dared not probe further. As Lin Yaonan concluded his narrative, Lin Wanting's expression softened considerably. She stared intently ahead, lost in thought. Uncle, focus on your recovery. Once I attend to my affairs, I will have a conversation with him. Very well, Lin Yaonan responded, his laughter echoing with relief at Lin Wanting's willingness to engage. Mother, Aunt Lu, bundle up warmly. Li Yi called out, his voice booming as he drove the tricycle. At that moment, the sun shone brightly overhead, yet warmth was elusive. The two elderly women seated in the back of the tricycle, wrapped in thick blankets, felt no chill. Their eyes reflected deep concern and curiosity. They wondered how. In just a few days, Li Yi had acquired a vehicle. Although it was merely a tricycle, its cost was not insignificant, several thousand. They were also troubled by the source of Li Yi's funds, particularly with recent medical expenses and the daily sums he had been providing to her, which left Wu Xianglan feeling inexplicably uneasy. Despite the brevity of 1 week, everything felt surreal. As Li Yi navigated the rickety path, he finally returned. Many villagers witnessed this scene, their expressions revealing apprehension. Isn't the daughter-in-law of Li Lao Lu hospitalized? It's said that her ailment cannot be treated in the short term. Now Li Yi is bringing her back. Does that mean there is no hope for her recovery? A shadow of concern swept through the village. Upon learning that Li Yi was returning home with Wu Xianglan, his uncles and neighbors were so alarmed that they immediately set aside their farming tasks and hurried back. Seeing that their home remained unchanged brought a sense of relief to Wu Xianglan. Mother, take your time. Li Yi gently assisted Wu Xianglan as she disembarked. Aunt Lu, allow me to help you. The two women successfully alighted from the vehicle. As Lu Guifan gazed at Li Yi's home, a flicker of sorrow crossed her eyes. In truth, her family was far more affluent than Li Yi's, yet alas, she had given birth to unfilial children. That household was one she could not return to and thrive. However, just the thought of Li Yi's care for her and her family over the past half-year flooded her heart with emotion, akin to a dam bursting. Aunt Lu, why are you still crying? Li Yi, taken aback, was at a loss. Oh, Xiaoyi, Aunt Lu is simply overwhelmed with joy, she wept. Embracing Wu Xianglan and speaking in a muddled manner. Wu Xianglan understood Lu Guifan's sentiment and sighed inwardly. From now on, the three of them would rely on one another. Please don't cry, Aunt Lu. Rest assured, I will take care of you, Li Yi said, wiping the elder's tears. Yet, he mentally noted that if he ever encountered Lu Guifan's two ungrateful children, he would not hesitate to give them a sound thrashing. The bitterness of that situation was simply too much to swallow. After tidying up the house a bit, Li Yi finally felt a semblance of warmth within. Just as he finished, he noticed a large crowd gathering outside his yard. Wu Xianglan and Lu Guifan were equally startled and hurried outside to see. There stood his uncles and aunts, along with some concerned villagers, all curiously gathered at the entrance. Uncle Li Shihong and Aunt Qin Hongmei, the most senior and thus the most respected voices of the Li family, were the first to stride over, followed closely by Uncle Li Sherbin and Aunt Zhou Rong. Elder brother, sister-in-law, second brother, sister-in-law, Wu Xianglan called out to them. Sister, you've been discharged? Are you alright? Qian Hongmei asked anxiously, her gaze flickering between Wu Xianglan and Li Yi. Before them were faces filled with concern for her well-being. Wu Xianglan nodded, her eyes glistening with tears. I'm fine now. The doctor said I could go home. It wasn't he until she presented the discharge papers that the others finally believed her. Li Yi noticed a collective sigh of relief from his uncles, as Wu Xianglan's safe return was indeed a moment of great joy. Li Shihong, Li Shibin, and the others expressed their delight, clamoring to organize a big feast that evening to celebrate. Naturally, Li Yi had no objections and agreed. Lu Guifen's presence did not cast a shadow over their spirits. Since Li Yi had made the decision, they opted not to interfere. After Wu Xianglan and Lu Guifen went out for a stroll, particularly astonished to learn of her son's newfound success, Li Yi seized the opportunity to slip into his space. At that moment, the space had expanded once again to encompass 5 plots of land. Li Yi was now quite certain that crossing the million mark was merely a threshold. The next milestone would require either 5 million or 10 million before he could hope to acquire the 6th plot of fertile land. However, he was no longer in a rush. Managing these 5 acres alone was indeed quite a challenge. The subsequent mechanization process had to be prioritized, otherwise he risked exhausting himself. The newly sprouted golden silk namu saplings were carefully transplanted by Li Yi to a nearby location, as he sought to temporarily regulate their quantity. The price of these precious trees remained disappointingly low. He needed to acquire more quality saplings, for financial resources were undoubtedly insufficient. Despite possessing over 3 million at present, the moment road construction commenced, he would swiftly find himself impoverished. 1 acre was dedicated to cultivating leeks, another to cabbage, and yet another to potatoes. 2 additional acres remained, one of which was being prepared for winter vegetables such as rapeseed, garlic, chili peppers, and white radishes. Customers flocked to purchase his produce without cease. Once his mother and Aunt Lu were settled, Li Yi intended to have them focus solely on vegetable cultivation. Otherwise, he would face challenges in justifying the source of his vegetables in the future. He had already cleared the family land and sown the seeds. More importantly, the older generation could not bear idleness. If they were not given a task, they would feel quite uncomfortable. The vegetable garden at Li Yi's home was indeed substantial, ample enough for Wu Xianglan and Lu Guifen to engage in their activities. Could oranges be a venture worth pursuing? Li Yi pondered, recalling the golden tangerines in his backyard, which commanded a price significantly higher than that of regular oranges. In Chapter 42, Promotion of Oranges, an Entangled Saga, Li Yi recalled reading a news article during his studies about a rare variety of citrus known as the protruding top citrus in Fusang, which fetched an astonishing price of 494 each. This exotic hybrid of tangerine and orange was among the most exorbitantly priced products he had encountered. He promptly ventured outside to transplant the tangerine and orange trees from his backyard, commencing the grafting process with a small knife. He skillfully carved a tapered incision on a branch, ensuring it was neither too deep nor too shallow, while preserving the bark. He then inserted a pointed piece of another branch into the incision, ensuring a close contact, and meticulously wrapped the area with transparent plastic to secure the grafting. Whether it would succeed remained uncertain. As for the golden tangerine trees, there were several saplings, though they had yet to mature. Even in Li Yi's garden, only 4 or 5 viable specimens existed. Nevertheless, this fruit was quite expensive, priced at a minimum of 3 to 4 yuan, with more premium varieties reaching 6 yuan. Cultivating such a valuable product in the fertile black soil, Li Yi believed he deserved to charge a premium for it. With everyone else selling out their oranges, Li Yi planned to focus on the boutique market for the remaining lesser-yielding fruits like oranges, pumpkin, and honey pomelo. He would then see if the prominent businesswoman Lin Wanting would be interested. Should she express a desire for them, a complete industrial chain would be firmly established. Meanwhile, Lin Wanting had expanded her fleet, indicating that she was ramping up her efforts. In Xing'an County, 5 major districts existed, with the most luxurious and well-developed being Xinglong District, the county seat of Xing'an. The county encompassed 2 thriving towns, 4 townships, and 5 districts, with the 2 towns significantly outpacing the 4 townships in development. The remaining 4 districts encircle Xinglong District, which is the most prosperous among them. Though it may merely be a county town, its vibrancy nearly rivals that of the urban center. Lin Wanting's shop is situated in the prime location of Xinglong Street, a place where every inch of land is of utmost value. The Tingwan Building, owned by Lin Wanting, comprises 4 stories. The top floor is designated for KTV. The 3rd floor serves as a restaurant. The 2nd floor contains guest rooms, and the ground floor is a fruit shop. The fruit shop on the ground floor, while modest in size, has had its remaining space temporarily allocated, primarily due to a lack of substantial inventory. However, since 4 months ago, the reputation of Tingwan Building has plummeted. Merely 50 meters across the street, a new shop has opened, occupying an area twice that of Tingwan Building. This fruit shop is named Eden, owned by Ma Rufi. In less than 4 months, Eden has rapidly established its prominence and swiftly captured market share. This has caused Lin Wanting considerable distress. If the competitor were anyone else, it might be bearable, but this woman harbors a deep-seated animosity towards her. Lin Wanting has struggled to swallow her pride, having incurred significant losses over the past few months. The rival consistently undermines her efforts, often outpacing her. As a result, many of Tingwan Building's former loyal customers have now become Eden's primary patrons. Are you ready? Wu Haiding approached, gently squeezing Lin Wanting's shoulder. Yes, Lin Wanting nodded. Though her confidence wavered. It was already afternoon, and the promotional time was imminent. Could she not be anxious about this life or death battle? Don't worry. We will outshine that wretched woman, Wu Haiding declared with conviction. Lin Wanting smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. Eden boasts bright decor, and even the waitstaff are strikingly attractive young women. Inside, Ma Rufi is engrossed in her phone. Her beauty rivals that of Lin Wanting, yet it is her alluring figure, characterized by an enviable waist and curvaceous hips, that captures the attention of many male patrons who frequent the establishment, while Lin Wanting possesses long legs. Her physique lacks the provocative allure of Ma Rufi. Moreover, Lin Wanting's demeanor is inherently cool and reserved, in stark contrast to Ma Rufi's exuberance and bold, seductive attire. The accentuation of her shapely rear in a fitted skirt creates an exquisite silhouette. Clad in a refined uniform that highlights her tiny waist, Ma Rufi exudes an irresistible charm, igniting desire in the hearts of many men. If Eden's wealth and superior fruit quality serve as supplementary advantages, then Ma Rufi herself is the final straw breaking Lin Wanting's resolve. Boss, at that moment, a woman named Zhu Ling hurried towards Ma Rufi. Ma Rufi immediately set aside her phone, her gaze sharp as she fixed her eyes on Zhu Ling. What news? She inquired. I have confirmed that Tingwan Building will launch its new products at 6 o'clock tonight, Zhu Ling replied. New products? Ma Rufi gently furrowed her brows. Fully aware of every movement within the Wanlu recently, there had been no new products launched. Oranges. Oranges? Ma Rufi nearly thought she had misheard, and could not resist confirming once more. Indeed, it was oranges. Unable to contain her excitement, she set down her phone and sauntered to the entrance, immediately capturing the attention of numerous passersby. She then revealed a charming smile, causing the men to pause involuntarily. Gentlemen, would you care for some fruit? Ma Rufi inquired in a voice as soft as silk. Yes, of course, several responded, stepping inside while their gazes occasionally lingered on her. Ma Rufi had long since grown accustomed to such behavior. She was well aware of the nature of these men. After casting a glance towards the Wanlu, she turned back into the store, unable to suppress a derisive shake of her head. Is that all Lin Wanting is capable of? Boss, Lin Wanting is nothing compared to you, Zhu Ling immediately flattered. Although she recognized the insincerity behind the words, Ma Rufi clearly relished the praise. Do you know where these oranges came from? She continued to inquire. It is said she sourced them from a rural town. Spending a considerable sum, Zhu Ling promptly relayed the latest news. Ma Rufi's eyes narrowed. Do you know the price? I heard it was around 7 or 8 yuan per jean. That's just what I found out, Zhu Ling remarked, a hint of mockery flickering across her face. Even if the oranges were rotten, no one would bother to purchase them, which speaks volumes about their quality. To be frank, if it weren't for Lin Wanting's reputation, I would suspect she has lost her mind, Ma Rufi concurred, sensing that her rival was indeed cornered. A fleeting smile passed through her eyes as she elegantly raised her long, black leg, genuinely anticipating her rival's inevitable downfall. When the time comes, if Jia Ming were to find out, he would surely be overjoyed. Zhu Ling wisely refrained from interjecting. Such matters were beyond her purview. Go, keep a close watch on their movements, and report back to me at all times. Understood, Zhu Ling replied, promptly departing. As Ma Rufi observed Zhu Ling's retreating figure, a smirk of derision appeared in her gaze. Lin Wanting, if this is your final act of defiance, I shall not hesitate to ensure your closure. Ma Rufi's expression gradually hardened. Within the confines of the school, she was always overshadowed by Lin Wanting, but beyond those walls, she excelled in every aspect. Your man has betrayed you. Your staff has turned against you. Soon, all your customers will abandon you as well. I shall make you experience the taste of being trampled underfoot. As for Lin Wanting's current promotion, Ma Rufi had scarcely given it a thought. To speak bluntly, upon learning that Lin Wanting was sourcing oranges from the countryside and foolishly paying a hefty price, she realized that her rival was nearing the brink of madness. Such a person was hardly worth her effort. Time is the most effective tool to defeat her. She does not wish to drive Lin Wanting into a corner all at once. Rather, she hopes to witness Lin Wanting gradually descend into despair, ultimately kneeling before her in supplication. In Shantao village, after completing everything, Li Yi found his mother, Wu Xianglan, and Lu Guifan exceedingly busy. The two, having just recovered from serious illnesses, were now quite adept at working. Relatives of the Li family had all decided to come over for dinner, celebrating Wu Xianglan's safety and the fact that everyone had sold oranges and made a profit. Tonight's meal consisted of dishes cultivated by Li Yi, accompanied by a generous portion of meat. Hence, his uncle and others planned to join as well. Around 5 o'clock, Li Yi received a phone call. Hello? Li Yi hesitated before answering, for the call was from Lin Wanting. The atmosphere behind him was lively and boisterous. Standing beside the house, he felt the evening breeze and quietly listened to the distant clamor, yet Lin Wanting's voice was absent. She remained silent, and he did not urge her to speak. I bet everything. After a prolonged silence, a voice finally emerged from the other end. Li Yi was uncertain of what to say. He did not even comprehend Lin Wanting's situation or what she was enduring. After pondering, he realized he lacked reasons to persuade her. Following her statement, noticing Li Yi's prolonged silence, which was only marked by steady breaths, she chuckled softly and then hung up. Furrowing his brow, Li Yi placed his phone in his pocket, preparing to return and assist. The phone rang again. Upon checking, he saw it was still an unfamiliar number. Hello? It's me. The tone of the voice immediately revealed it was Wu Haidang. Miss Wu, just call me Haidang, she commanded imperiously. Li Yi felt a bit bewildered. What do you need me for? Can't I just call you for no reason? Wu Haidang replied with a huff. Li Yi raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss with her. Oh, you can. What are you up to? It sounds quite noisy. Wu Haidang shifted into a chatty mode. I'm cooking, Li Yi said with a smile. I'm hungry too. I haven't eaten yet. Then go eat, he casually suggested. At that moment, Wu Haidang took a deep breath, quietly reminding herself that sometimes straightforward men could be quite endearing, aside from the occasional urge to strangle them. There was no turning back now. It was almost time to witness life and death. What do you mean? Over there, Ting plans to promote your oranges, and if she cannot break even this time, she might go bankrupt. What is there to worry about? Rest assured, she will not go bankrupt, Li Yi assured, as he was counting on her to purchase more agricultural products from the village. Are you so certain? Absolutely. What if? There is no what if, Li Yi asserted with unwavering confidence. Wu Haidang was momentarily rendered speechless. Li Yi, do you have a girlfriend? Hey, why are you silent? Wu Haidang frowned and called out. Do you or do you not? Hello? Hello? The line went dead with a series of beeps. As she listened to the beeping tone emanating from her phone, the smile on Wu Haitang's face gradually faded. Her fingers, gripping the device, turned slightly pale. She cast a glance at Lin Wanting in the distance, then at her phone, and silently stepped outside. Did you call him? Yes. Wu Haidang nodded. I asked if he had a girlfriend, and he abruptly hung up on me. Ugh. In frustration, she stomped her foot, her chest heaving with agitation, her teeth clenched. Lin Wanting, who was arranging oranges, slightly trembled, causing one to roll away. What is the matter? Wu Haidang picked up the fallen orange, reassuring her, don't worry. He assured me there would be no issues this time. Lin Wanting collected her scattered thoughts and nodded. That Marufi woman truly spares no effort to undermine you. She has taken matters into her own hands. What a despicable person, Wu Haidang remarked disdainfully, particularly appalled by the lengths to which the rival would go, including using her own body to entice consumers. As evening approached, the sky darkened around 6 o'clock, with lights flickering to life. Lin Wanting's advertisements had been disseminated. However, the potential outcome remained uncertain, especially given the exorbitant price of the oranges. Presently, even the least appealing ones were priced at 12 yuan per pound, with others reaching 15 and 18 yuan per pound. These oranges represented Lin Wanting's final offensive. She understood fully that, in terms of supply, she could not compete with Marufi. It's begun, she murmured. In the vicinity of Tingwan Building, a steady stream of people continued to arrive. Today marked the launch of new products and significant promotions, with discounts available. Yet, many hesitated upon seeing the prices, a rather pragmatic concern. Inside the store, whispers floated. Do you think the boss will succeed this time? It's not that I doubt her, but these oranges are simply too expensive. Aside from their size and a faint aroma, they lack any other merits. Shoo, keep your voice down. The boss is in a foul mood. At this rate, our shop might close down tomorrow. Surely no one will buy oranges today. All right, just focus on your tasks. As the group looked up, they noticed Lin Wanting approaching, prompting them to scatter. Soon, the clock struck 6. Please come in, a server greeted with a smile at the door. Many patrons were regulars, though their visits had become increasingly infrequent. Why are these oranges so large? What kind of oranges are these, priced so high? Are they made of gold? 18 yuan per pound? This is highway robbery. The customers' reactions erupted into a cacophony. The commotion drew the attention of passers-by, and as the workday concluded, foot traffic surged. Ladies and gentlemen, our oranges are a special variety. Truly remarkable. We have some peeled for tasting. The server introduced nervously, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Regardless of whether they are store clerks, servers, or cashiers, all present are engulfed in a profound sense of trepidation. They lack confidence, feeling that even oranges priced at 12 yuan per pound are exorbitant. Only someone truly unwell would consider purchasing such fruit. Lin Xiangyue, the cousin of Lin Wanting, is quite astute and reliable, having often assisted Lin Wanting in resolving various predicaments during her tenure there. Yet now, as a sales associate, Lin Xiangyue finds herself under immense pressure. Outside the Tingwan building, the crowd continues to swell, but these individuals are not there to buy oranges. They have come to witness the spectacle. Moments ago, numerous voices of discontent had stirred the curiosity of many. They are eager to ascertain what this store, boasting a grand new promotion, is truly up to. Special supply variety? A voice sneered from the throng. You dare to price a mere orange at 18? How can your establishment be so unscrupulous? Our oranges are unique with an exceptionally high sugar content. Lin Xiangyue attempted to maintain a smile as she explained, but was abruptly interrupted. Spare us the niceties. You merchants will stop at nothing to profit. Haven't you engaged in false advertising before? Another voice chimed in. Indeed, in the bustling cities I frequent, during peak orange scarcity, they sell for only 6 yuan. Have you lost your minds with these inflated prices? Special supply? You think such products would be showcased in a place like this? Chapter 44, Failed Sales Promotion? The crowd erupted, their voices resembling a flood that could not be contained. Lin Xiangyue stood resolutely, feeling the weight of the situation. Ladies and gentlemen, I have recently heard troubling news. It appears that the Tingwan building is dissatisfied with the business taken by the Eden nearby, and since their fruit quality is inferior, they have concocted this dreadful scheme. I fear they aim to swindle customers and then close shop without a trace. Surely not. That would be appalling, someone exclaimed. I even signed up for a membership here. If that is true, I'd be utterly devastated. As the crowd began to rally behind this narrative, the entire promotional event, yet to commence, was spiraling into chaos. Lin Xiangyue felt a surge of urgency. If she did not intervene soon, the evening would undoubtedly end in disaster. She recognized Zhu Ling, the instigator of the crowd's agitation, as an employee from Ma Rufi's store. However, engaging in a verbal altercation with her would serve no purpose. An idea struck Lin Xiangyue. She seized the megaphone and, with an authoritative voice, declared, "Everyone, please lend me your ears for a moment." Although many were fueled by intense emotions, they gradually fell silent. Even those intent on stirring the crowd found their voices drowned out by Lin Xiangyue. Firstly, in response to some of your doubts, I must reiterate, our Tingwan building is substantial and will not be closing tonight, nor will it ever. I cannot fathom the motives of those spreading such rumors, but I wish to clarify that the Tingwan building would never engage in such an act. In the second point, our promotions at Tingwan Lu stem from certain personal motivations. However, we would never deceive our patrons. As for the fruit platters we offer, I understand there may be skepticism regarding the quality of what we present versus what is purchased. I hereby solemnly declare that if anyone finds the fruit unsatisfactory after purchase, Tingwan Lu will compensate you at the original price. A ripple of intrigue swept through the crowd. Lin Xiangyue took a deep breath. Each orange from Tingwan Lu is of relatively uniform size, categorized by various labels, each equipped with anti-counterfeiting measures, ensuring that even in the event of forgery, we remain unperturbed. This was advice imparted to her by Lin Wanting previously. As for the third point, if you find our offerings unpalatable and feel wronged, please observe this data we submitted to the Food Supervision Administration for verification. These fruits are natural and free from pesticide application, with no falsified data. If these 3 points fail to convince you, I sincerely apologize. Lin Xiangyue bowed deeply, adopting a resolute demeanor. If after consuming our oranges, you still deem the Eden across the street superior, then by all means, go there. This unusual approach, first soft, then assertive, disrupted the thoughts of the onlookers. She stabilized their resolve and then boldly proclaimed the superiority of their products. If you find them lacking, feel free to abstain from purchasing and head to the competition. After this display, many were left in awe. Ultimately, most attendees had not contemplated deeply. After all, it was merely food. Seeing many intrigued, Lin Xiangyue continued, "Now, for those wishing to purchase, may I suggest sampling the fruit platters first? We guarantee that what you taste will be the same variety as what you buy. There will be no deception." The crowd began to stir, and among them, Zhu Ling could no longer contain herself. "Do not listen to her nonsense." Silence. Lin Xiangyue had been anticipating this moment. As soon as Zhu Ling spoke, Lin Xiangyue seized the microphone and retorted sharply, "Who are you? Leading the crowd astray is one thing, but to slander Tingwan Lu? Have we wronged you in any way? Have we taken from your family? What is your true intent? Or are you perhaps an emissary from Eden?" As Lin Xiangyue's inquiries echoed, numerous gazes fell upon Zhu Ling. She had never anticipated being so thrown off her game by Lin Xiangyue, especially under the scrutiny of so many. The pressure weighed heavily on her. "You cannot just accuse me." "Accuse you?" Lin Xiangyue scoffed. "Were you not just instigating the crowd? Were you not disparaging Tingwan Lu? Were you not asserting that we would take our profit and leave? While new customers may be excused, our longtime patrons are well aware of our history here. Our foundation is established. We are not going anywhere." With confidence, Lin Xiangyue stepped forward, and the crowd instinctively parted for her. "Are you even a customer?" I am. Have you ever purchased our products?" Lin Xiangyue responded with a cold laugh. "How absurd. Whether you have bought them or not is irrelevant. You spread rumors here without having made a purchase. I could accuse you of defamation. Currently, you are inciting the crowd, constantly extolling the virtues of Eden. Should I interpret this as you being in their employ, or perhaps having been bribed by them? Or is it that you are earning commissions by bringing in customers for Eden?" In that moment, Lin Xiangyue cast these accusations upon Zhu Ling without hesitation. Zhu Ling's face turned pale with fear. Each of Lin Xiangyue's claims struck a chord. The crucial point was that many could verify her connections. She was indeed affiliated with Ma Rufi, and there would undoubtedly be acquaintances who recognized her. Zhu Ling realized her plan had failed and dashed out without uttering a word. Lin Xiangyue secretly sighed in relief. Had the woman chosen to deny everything and retaliate, she would have been at a loss. However, with her departure, even if Lin Xiangyue's assertions were not entirely factual, they would incite countless speculations. As she turned away, she discreetly wiped the cold sweat from her brow. Nonetheless, many were still willing to give it a try. "I'll have a pound for 12 yuan. I'll take a pound for 15 yuan. I'll take a pound for 18 yuan. At this point, the buyers were predominantly loyal customers, driven by trust and willing to take a chance. Yet, many new patrons, or those less familiar with the establishment, refrained from making a purchase. As the night drew to a close, Lin Xiangyue's expression remained grim while tallying the sales. They had sold less than 100 pounds that evening, a disheartening outcome. "Boss," she said, despondently standing before Lin Wanting's desk, her eyes betraying her worry. "Tonight was a failure," Lin Xiangyue reported. Although Lin Wanting had anticipated this, a bittersweet smile crept onto her face. "Understood. Let's allow everyone to rest well. We shall open later tomorrow." Lin Xiangyue gazed at the weary Lin Wanting, who had many words to say, yet chose to remain silent. Once Lin Xiangyue departed, Lin Wanting could no longer maintain her composure, feeling utterly distraught. Ting Ting. Wu Haiteng entered, and Lin Wanting let out soft sobs. She had lost her gamble. This time, it was undeniably over. It's all right. We still have opportunities ahead, Wu Haitang said, embracing Lin Wanting with a sympathetic expression, though she too felt uncertain. Was there truly another chance? Chapter 45. Meeting for road construction in Tianda Town. Jin Han and Zhao Qingchang stood before the bustling barbecue stall, astonished by the throngs of people waiting in line. Is it really this popular? Zhao Qingchang swallowed hard, captivated by the rich aroma of chives. Jin Han, unable to resist, swallowed as well and suggested, "Shall we join the queue? Director Jin? Deputy Director Zhao?" Just as they prepared to line up, someone at the stall called out to them. Jin Han and Zhao Qingchang were momentarily taken aback, before turning their gaze towards Zhang Shuyan, Jiao Kongda, Lu Chuanfeng, and Jia Yuntai, who were beckoning to them. "You are here too?" they inquired. Indeed. Zhang Shuyan laughed heartily. "You wouldn't believe it, but ever since we indulged in these delicacies, we feel our health improves day by day. The leeks, the potatoes, and these oranges are simply exquisite." Lu Chuanfeng could not help but chime in. Jin Han and Zhao Qingchang remained somewhat skeptical. "Is it really that remarkable? Come, Director Jin. We know words alone are insufficient. You must taste for yourselves." Jiao Kongda urged with a grin. As Jin Han and Zhao Qingchang were there for an investigation, they resolved to partake in the experience. Without further hesitation, they picked up the roasted leeks and brought them to their mouths. In an instant, both Jin Han and Zhao Qingchang were rendered speechless. Had it not been for the rhythmic motion of their jaws, Zhang Shuyan and the others might have thought they had been struck by a spell. Wow, what a flavor! Jin Han's eyes lit up, and he felt a gentle warmth coursing through his body after swallowing. He exchanged a glance with Zhao Qingchang, being medical professionals. They understood the implications. The exquisite sensation that followed the leeks entering their stomachs was akin to parched earth rejoicing in a much-awaited rain. A wave of realization washed over them. These leeks held profound significance. Observing their expressions, Zhang Shuyan chuckled. "So what do you think? I haven't misled you, have I? I suspect these might be potent aphrodisiacs. With a regimen of 10 to 15 days, one's health could dramatically improve. If you publish this research, you too could become luminaries in the medical field." Whether they would indeed become renowned figures in medicine remained uncertain to Jin Han. What he did know was that if this significant discovery aligned with the findings related to Li Yi's mother, the implications could be staggering. The medical community would undoubtedly be stirred. Dietary therapy, a scientific approach bequeathed by our ancestors, has regrettably fallen into neglect over time. Its slow efficacy and lengthy duration are one aspect of its decline, but more critically, much of the knowledge has been lost. Coupled with the overwhelming influence of Western medicine, which favors rapid solutions, few are willing to bide their time. Should this research and exploration prove meaningful, Jin Han was certain that Tianda Town would be etched into the annals of history. Of course, the ultimate efficacy would require further observation before drawing any conclusions. "Come, let us eat." Zhao Qingchang felt somewhat reserved, yet Zhang Shuyan and the others were exceedingly generous. That evening, they shared their experiences and changes from the perspective of patients, which would serve as crucial medical data for Jin Han and Zhao Qingchang moving forward. One could only wonder about the remarkable individual who cultivated these vegetables. Indeed, should they ever meet this person, it might be possible to promote his crops and gain worldwide acclaim. Tianda Town remains too impoverished. With a star industry, it could ascend to new heights. In the early morning, Li Yi rose from his slumber. Li Dazhuang informed him that a meeting was scheduled for noon in the village. This initiative had been proposed by Li Dazhuang's father, Li Shuren, as the villagers had nearly exhausted their stock of oranges. Each household had managed to earn a considerable sum, and the weather remained relatively warm. If the road were to be constructed, it would be prudent to commence at the earliest opportunity. Any delay would complicate matters. Upon hearing this, Li Yi felt invigorated. Regardless of its feasibility, it was worth attempting. If all went as planned, this year everyone would celebrate a prosperous new year. However, Li Yi's aspirations extended far beyond this. Constructing the road was merely the first step towards a moderately prosperous society. The village's development still had a long journey ahead. With the road in place, everything else would fall into place. "If that's the case, we shall proceed to the village committee at noon," Li Yi agreed. Taking advantage of the early hour, Li Yi and Li Dazhuang set out to sell 2 carts of vegetables before returning home. Wu Xianglan and Lu Guifan had already prepared breakfast. Indeed, the taste of a mother's cooking was unparalleled. Li Dazhuang naturally joined Li Yi's family for the meal. "By the way, we have several plots of uncultivated land behind our house. Should we consider cultivating them?" Wu Xianglan inquired. "Aunt Lu and I plan to grow more vegetables, as they sell quite well," Lu Guifan added. Li Yi was momentarily taken aback. "Now that my mother and I have both recovered, we can contribute," Lu Guifan remarked, seemingly having contemplated this for some time. "I have heard of your desire to shoulder your grandfather's responsibilities, which is commendable. However, since you have your own plans, pursue them. Leave the vegetable planting and selling to your mother and me. It is evident you have a vision. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Whatever you wish to undertake, pursue it wholeheartedly." With tears welling in his eyes, Li Yi gazed at Wu Xianglan and Lu Guifan, finally nodding emphatically. In his mother's absence, he had shouldered the family's burdens alone. Now that she had returned, he felt that although the weight of responsibility remained unchanged, he was now more capable of bearing it. "Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Aunt." "Foolish child, there is no need for such formality. Let us eat," Wu Xianglan chided gently, casting a glance at Li Yi. We have assessed the rice. It is time for harvest. Only then did Li Yi recall that the rice had been ready for collection for some time. I will attend the meeting first and then harvest the rice this afternoon. Li Dazhuang focused solely on his meal, having never been one to interject. If memory served him correctly, he had used spring water to irrigate the village's rice fields. He wondered what condition the rice must be in now. Recently, he had been so preoccupied that he nearly forgot about the impending harvest. Surely, this batch of rice would fetch a decent price, he mused. Typically, the family stored grain would not last long, and they would have consumed most of it. According to rural customs, they would retain enough grain for nearly a year, selling the excess to augment their financial well-being. Li Yi quickly dismissed these thoughts, as time was of the essence. By the way, where's Jiabao? Wu Xianglan asked. At my house, Li Dazhuang replied. During this period, Li Yi had no time to care for the little dog, so he entrusted it to his uncle's family. Today, he would retrieve it, Wu Xianglan suddenly remarked. All right, Li Yi nodded. With his mother around, it was fine for Jiabao to take care of it. It was no trouble at all. Chapter 46. The counterattack begins as Li Yi busied himself with a multitude of tasks at this very moment in Xing'an County, in Eden. Ma Rufi reclined languidly on a resting chair, stretching her limbs with a yawn. Her fitted attire accentuated her exquisite curves. She then rose and inquired, what is the situation outside? Boss, I heard from Wanlu that they closed down last night. The situation isn't looking good. Our preliminary observations suggest they sold at most 100 pounds of oranges, came the response. Oh, a knowing smile spread across Ma Rufi's face, as she was hardly surprised. After all, relying on oranges purchased from some obscure mountainside was nothing short of a fanciful delusion. Come, let us pay a visit to this old friend. I imagine she must be quite distraught, she suggested, referring to Lin Wanting. Lin Wanting had hardly slept, and thus Wu Haitang could only accompany her through the long night. Eventually, however, Wu Haitang succumbed to sleep. In a hazy state, she was awakened by the sound of someone weeping. Ting Ting, don't cry. We still have opportunities, Wu Haitang comforted. Upon Wu Haitang's awakening, Lin Wanting hurriedly wiped away her tears, though her reddened eyes betrayed her emotions. I wasn't crying, Lin Wanting asserted defiantly, sniffling. Wu Haitang playfully pinched Lin Wanting's nose and teased. Of course not. Our little treasure has not cried at all. You're insufferable. Lin Wanting chuckled, and the two joined hands, declaring, let us move forward. We must eat something first. Such is the nature of the marketplace. There is no journey without its challenges. Lin Wanting nodded in agreement, changed her clothes, and after a quick wash, descended with Wu Haitang. As they reached the first floor, Lin Wanting encountered the last person she wished to see in her lifetime. Ah, Boss Lin, you seem to be in good spirits, Ma Rufi said. Her arms crossed and her silhouette striking, a smile plastered across her face as she gazed at Lin Wanting. Beside her, Lin Xiangyue's expression darkened upon seeing Ma Rufi and Zhu Ling behind her. The people from Eden truly were repugnant, Lin Xiangyue cursed internally. Glancing at Lin Wanting with concern, I heard that Boss Lin is holding a major promotion. I wonder how well it's selling. I also heard you have new products. I'm curious to know what they are. I would love to purchase some to try, Ma Rufi continued to mock, seemingly oblivious to Lin Wanting's displeasure. Ms. Ma, I initially thought your surname was merely reminiscent of livestock. I did not expect you to resemble it so closely. Wu Haitang interjected with a bright smile, clutching Lin Wanting's arm. As a seasoned contender in the art of verbal sparring, Wu Haitang had never known defeat. Ma Rufi's radiant smile faltered. What do you mean by that? In the early morning, who is Wu Haitang trying to impress with her ostentatious display? Taking a step forward, she straightened her chest and lifted her chin. There's no need to flaunt your counterfeit goods. Deceiving men might work, but us? Huh. Ma Rufi's face instantly flushed crimson. As if pricked by a thorn, her gaze involuntarily fell upon Wu Haitang's bosom, her expression darkening. Get lost. Don't seek validation in front of me. The farther you go, the better. Wu Haitang showed no restraint, refusing to tolerate Ma Rufi bullying her dear friend. Suddenly, Ma Rufi burst into laughter, turning her attention to Lin Wanting. Lin Wanting, do you know what your most disgusting trait is? You clearly desire to compete, yet you feign indifference, and that is precisely why you consistently fail. Each word from Ma Rufi pierced like a dagger. Your man now grovels at my feet, like a dog. How amusing. I heard you nearly took your own life for him. Such a pity. You can't even manage a scoundrel like him, yet you contemplated such despair. I truly feel sorry for you. In this shabby establishment of yours, give me 6 months, and I'll strip you of your property entirely. Lin Wanting, what can you achieve with Wu Haitang backing you? Can she provide you with clients? Wu Haitang's pretty face clouded with frost as she cast a worried glance at Lin Wanting, ready to speak. Have you said enough? Lin Wanting's voice was frigid. Of course not. Ma Rufi's expression darkened, her tone turning menacing. From today onward, I will impose an all-encompassing suppression on you. Everything you cherish, I shall destroy. Let us see how long Wu Haitang can protect you. Dare you? Wu Haitang seethed with rage, an unprecedented air of authority and chill radiating from her. Oh, does the Wu family still think they can control this? I, Ma Rufi, shall strike her using legitimate means. What can you do about it? Ma Rufi looked at the two with arrogance and provocation. As the two women fell silent, Ma Rufi's gaze landed on an orange. She casually picked one up, tossed down 100 yuan, and sneered. With such trash, you expect to rise? You deserve to be trampled beneath my feet. With a thud, the orange was violently smashed to the floor, bursting open and spraying juice everywhere. Lin Xiangyue and the other staff glared furiously at Marufi. Surpassing me. You'll never manage it. Marufi huffed, preparing to leave. Just as she turned, she noticed several people approaching. Marufi's face instantly transformed into a charming smile. Boss Jiang, what brings you here? Are you looking to purchase fruit today? We have a plethora of fresh produce in stock. Clad in revealing attire, Marufi approached with a beaming smile. This Boss Jiang was a significant client. However, after scanning Marufi's bosom with a smile, Boss Jiang disregarded her and walked towards Lin Wanting. Marufi's expression stiffened as she turned to Lin Wanting and Boss Jiang. Lin Wanting and Wu Haidang were about to leave when Boss Jiang blocked their path. Lin Boss, may I inquire how many oranges you have? I require a substantial order. Boss Jiang's warm voice resonated. Beside them, the sales associate, Lin Xiangyue, gazed at the prominent figure before her, her expression one of sheer astonishment. It took her a moment to regain her composure. Are you saying you wish to place a substantial order? Lin Xiangyue inquired, prompting Lin Wanting and Wu Haidang to react in turn. Particularly, Lin Wanting and Wu Haitang's eyes were fixed intently on the distinguished Mr. Jiang. Under the scrutiny of such two enchanting women, even Mr. Jiang felt a flicker of uncertainty within, yet his heart brimmed with exhilaration. After all, such an opportunity was indeed rare, a privilege seldom afforded to the average person. With a gentle smile, Mr. Jiang affirmed, indeed, I wish to place a large order. May I inquire how much you have available? Lin Wanting's heart raced, and after a brief moment of distraction, she regained her composure. How much do you require? However, I must clarify that our oranges are categorized into several tiers. Would you like to order them all, or just one specific type? Mr. Jiang promptly responded with enthusiasm. I would like all 3 tiers, the 12, 15, and 18 yuan varieties. Please provide me with 500 jin of both the 12 and 15 yuan types. And for the 18 yuan type, I will need 1,000 jin for now. Gasping, Lin Xiangyue and the other staff members rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Did I hear that correctly? Such a large quantity. After the promotional sales ended last night, each of them had felt a heavy weight in their hearts, assuming their prospects had dimmed. To their astonishment, a miracle unfolded today. Excellent. Lin Wanting immediately beamed with a gentle smile, momentarily forgetting her breakfast. Mr. Jiang, please come this way. Let us finalize the contract. Certainly. Mr. Jiang was slightly taken aback. His visit had merely been exploratory. If Lin Wanting's supply proved sufficient, he would consider expanding his orders. However, Lin Wanting was no novice in the market and was not about to reveal everything too readily. Soon, the contract was drafted and signed. Given the magnitude of the order, Lin Wanting generously reduced the price by 50 cents for each variety, much to Mr. Jiang's satisfaction. With 3 different types of oranges, each reduced by 50 cents, the total came to 30,500 yuan. This order was indeed substantial for the fruit shop. Just as Mr. Jiang finalized this first order, a convoy of vehicles approached from a distance. Mercedes-Benz C-Class, BMW 7 Series, Hummer, and Bentley arrived in succession. Old Jiang, you certainly have a swift pace, exclaimed a man stepping out of the Mercedes. Not too fast, Mr. Jiang replied with a smile. This scene left Marufi and the other staff utterly dumbfounded. The subsequent vehicles belonged to prominent figures, each with considerable demands. Lin Boss, your oranges are remarkable. We tasted them yesterday, and they are truly distinct from those available in the market, well worth the price. We have come today to procure some stock. Can you offer a discount? Wu Boss, Mr. Jiang just purchased at the original price, and I merely discounted 50 cents. If you all wish to order, the price will remain the same, won't it? Haha, Lin Boss, you are generous. I shall take 1,000 jin of each. Very well. Lin Wanting guided them. Let us proceed to sign the contract. Lin Boss, I too will take 1,000 jin of each. No problem. Let's proceed with the contract. Boss Lin, I would like 1,500 pounds each. Very well, please follow me. Boss Jiang could not suppress a gulp. He had preliminarily calculated that over 20,000 pounds had already been sold. Just how much stock does Ting Wan Lu still possess? Boss Wu, please take care. I will arrange for the delivery immediately. Boss Xiao, rest assured, I will ensure that everyone is accommodated. Boss Missouri, you are too kind. I will prepare the stock for tomorrow. At this moment, Lin Wanting wore a radiant smile, while Wu Haidang attended to the guests. After bidding farewell to the various bosses, a thunderous cheer erupted from Ting Wan Lu. It's done. Haha, it's done. Wu Haidang exclaimed joyfully, embracing Lin Wanting. Lin Wanting maintained her composure. Yet Lin Xiangyue stood at the door with her hands on her hips, addressing the astonished Marufi. Boss Ma, aren't you going to hurry back and shake that backside of yours? Ah! The staff burst into laughter. Marufi's face flushed crimson, her eyes blazing with intense fury as she retorted at Lin Xiangyue. You little wretch, what are you so proud of? Do you think that by merely arranging a few acquaintances to pose ostentatiously here, you can turn the tide? Utterly ridiculous. These are nothing but foolish, self-deceptive tactics. Do you truly believe we would fall for it? At this moment, Marufi and her associates could not accept the reality. Just a few damaged oranges. How could so many people come to purchase them? Lin Xiangyue shot back at Marufi. Be careful, Boss Ma. Careful? You can take that back. Marufi, of course, remained unconvinced, hands on her hips, ready to unleash her tirade. Suddenly, a throng of people surged from the street behind her, all carrying baskets and rushing towards them. Some, unable to stop in time, collided straight into Marufi. With a loud thud, she fell to the ground. before she could even begin to curse. More figures rushed forth from behind. Cries of alarm arose. A vast multitude surged toward Ting, Wanlu Lin Xiangyue, and the others were taken aback. Beautiful lady. Your oranges are truly sweet. I'll take $15 a pound. My grandson couldn't stop eating them after trying them last night. Yes, yes. My little granddaughter has been lacking appetite, but after eating those oranges yesterday, her eating issues were resolved. Come, come, I want the sweetest ones at $18. Shadows flitted about. It was still early in the morning, yet a long queue formed on both sides of Ting, Wanlu Marufi, who had suffered a minor trampling incident, ultimately sustained no serious injuries. However, her appearance was marred. Her allure was no more, replaced by a state of utter disarray. Oh. Marufi stomped her feet in frustration, and with just one glance, she understood without needing further explanation from Ting Wanlu. She had lost. Time to return. Seething with anger, Marufi had several abrasions on her body, her hair a chaotic mess, and her newly purchased outfit was now completely ruined. Lin wanting. I will not rest until I settle this score with you. In her fury, Marufi violently hurled objects around her. Not only had she lost face today, but her appearance was also ruined. How could she not seek revenge? Please investigate. I must know who sold him these oranges. The surrounding individuals fell into a hushed silence, merely nodding in acquiescence. Gazing towards the bustling crowd at Tingwan Tower, Marufi's eyes brimmed with resentment and jealousy. Shantou Village. Approaching noon. Li donned a relatively presentable outfit. Today, he was not required to deliver a speech. His primary purpose was to gather donations for the upcoming road construction. Once the road was completed, the funds would undoubtedly flow in abundantly. Wu Xianlan and Lu Guifan had cultivated a portion of their barren land, now beginning to grow vegetables. Presently, they had essentially taken charge of both the orchard and the vegetable garden. Li Yi felt considerably relieved, especially as the available land had increased. With more fields, there was no concern for production. However, the fate of the hybrid pomelo remained uncertain. The village also had plans for premium varieties of oranges, pumpkins, and honey pomelos. He had yet to reach out to Lin Wanting, intending to postpone that conversation until the evening. At noon, the target location was the village committee. The fate of the road construction hinged on this meeting. In truth, Li Yi had not visited the village committee since his grandfather's passing. In the village, there was no village chief, and few outsiders ventured into these deep mountains. Generally, in a secluded village like Shantou, the village leaders were elected by the residents themselves and subsequently reported upwards. Elections were lively affairs, with each village consisting of several groups, each comprising 30 to 40 households, collectively representing the entire village. The election process resembled that of selecting class representatives in school, where one would write names on slips of paper and cast them into a box. As Li Yi strolled towards the village, he noted its desolation. The village committee had become a dilapidated ruin, the building in a state of complete disrepair. It appeared that yet another expense awaited. Chapter 48. The meeting commences. Li Yi becomes village chief. The village committee was relatively spacious, albeit barely located at the village's center. There was no concrete flooring, only a somewhat level patch of grass. The building itself was not particularly large, covering approximately 100 square meters. Half of the structure was constructed of red bricks, while the other half was made of blue bricks. However, as time wore on and the village lacked sufficient financial resources, it had fallen into further disrepair. Li Yi's grandfather had once conducted his affairs here. Indeed, the older generation had received little formal education. Some had never ventured beyond the confines of the village in their entire lives. With limited knowledge, abilities, and connections, and nestled within the depths of the mountains, how could they hope to prosper? For millennia, their survival hinged solely on the land. Should fortune favor them, they might enjoy a prosperous year. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences. In Li Yi's childhood, every household lived in extreme poverty. He vividly recalled how remarkably low prices were back then. The finest cigarettes his grandfather smoked cost merely 2 yuan a pack, named Junjian. It seems this brand has now vanished from existence. During the festive season, receiving a red envelope containing 5 or 10 yuan could truly brighten one's spirits for an entire day. In the village, there were families of relatively greater affluence. And every new year, the town would be alive with children playing with firecrackers, sparklers, and meteor discs. At that time, Li Yi felt a deep sense of envy. Yet he could not afford such luxuries. As he matured, Li Yi eventually spent his pocket money on these items, only to realize that the joy and fascination he once felt had faded. Presently, the village's backwardness severely hampers its development. While some from his parents' generation attended school, completing even elementary education was considered a significant achievement. Most only recognized a few characters. After all, with numerous children in each household, childbirth was easy, but raising them posed a considerable challenge. In recent years, the nation has grown stronger, providing substantial support to rural areas. However, Li Yi's grandfather did not live to witness this change. Shantou village is exceedingly remote, and countless other places share this isolation. Li Yi, unwilling to wait any longer for a brighter future, preferred to take initiative. The nation's prosperity is a source of pride for its citizens. Yet relying solely on the government is not a realistic approach. As he walked slowly, memories of his grandfather's features and voice flooded his mind. Once, as a child, he innocently asked his grandfather why, despite the lack of benefits and the need for subsidies, he chose to serve as the village head. Back then, Li Yi could not comprehend. His grandfather replied that witnessing the village improve day by day was enough to fill his heart with satisfaction. Today, Li Yi begins to understand. Standing before the dilapidated village committee building, which lacked even a level concrete floor, Li Yi thought, "I am willing to shoulder your burdens. Will you see it?" With tears welling in his eyes as he stood on grass taller than his ankles, he felt the weight of his responsibilities. "Shall boomed the jovial Li Dazhuang, waving. They were pushing a wheelbarrow laden with lime, drawing straight white lines on the grass. This method has been employed in the village to this day, ensuring that each group remains within designated lines for easier counting. Uncle Li Shihong directed the activities, while Uncle Li Shibin and others busily wiped with clean water. Despite the aged surroundings, the Li family had held the position of village head for 3 generations, which instilled a sense of honor. Now, as Li Yi prepares to take over, he knew it must be done with due solemnity. With a smile, he ran over to offer his assistance. "Go on. You don't need to work today," Aunt Zhou Rong admonished with a glare, pushing him aside. Li Yi found himself both amused and exasperated. "Aunt, your task today is to inform everyone of your plans and how you intend to proceed. We will take care of the minor details." Aunt Zhou rarely displayed such assertiveness. "You rascal, stop staring and get to work." Li Dazhuang received a playful slap, grimacing as he obediently began pouring the white lime into the inverted conical iron bucket. The bucket featured a vertical line at the bottom, with an iron support tied to it. As Li Dazhuang pushed the bucket along, the lime would fall, creating a straight line. Observing an increasing number of villagers approaching and greeting him, Li Yi could only step forward to welcome them. Today, the Li family regards this meeting as the grandest of all gatherings. Villagers, carrying their small stools and portable seats, flocked to the venue. What initially appeared to be an expansive area gradually became bustling with people. Huang Lei also arrived, dressed quite elegantly. Before noon, the crowd had swelled, creating a lively atmosphere. Almost all the elderly and children were present. The older generation in the village, being well acquainted with one another, contrasted sharply with Li Yi's generation, where many were unfamiliar with each other. The village, not too large yet not excessively small, often left even those in the same group unacquainted, let alone those from different ones. Today's assembly was indeed a rare occasion for gathering. In front of the village committee, an old but draped red table was set up, accompanied by a single chair. Surrounding it were additional chairs for the group leaders, who were relatively esteemed. Uncle Li Shihong picked up the newly purchased microphone and tested it, producing a piercing sound that instantly silenced the noisy crowd. With a significant portion of the village's young and middle-aged population having left in pairs, the overall attendance was noticeably lower than usual. Li Shihong, possessing ample experience and a steady demeanor, commanded the respect of the village's elders. "Attention, everyone," he called out. "The meeting of Shantou Village is about to commence. Please remain quiet." After making this announcement, he turned to Li Yi. For reasons unknown, Li Yi felt a bit overwhelmed today, as he had never been the focus of so many eyes. He realized that his moment to take the stage had arrived. The village eschewed elaborate formalities. There would be no lengthy opening speeches to induce ennui. Here, discussions were straightforward and to the point. With everyone eager to return to their work, especially with the farming season approaching, Li Yi stepped onto the platform, and the villagers were not taken aback. Their gazes were filled with gratitude and warmth. He took the microphone, positioning himself at the center. "Greetings, esteemed elders. I am Li Yi, the grandson of Lianping." Taking a deep breath, he continued. "After a year, I stand here in place of my grandfather, with a singular aim, to lead us all towards a prosperous future." A resounding applause erupted, more fervent than Li Yi had anticipated. As he scanned the crowd, his ears buzzed with excitement. He realized that standing in this spot held a certain enchantment that stirred his emotions. Most notably, he noticed the weathered eyes before him, radiating a fervent hope for the future and genuine gratitude towards him. This sensation felt surreal, yet profoundly worthwhile. I would now like to share my plans for the future and invite all of you, dear villagers, to join me in this endeavor. Chapter 49. What the Li family owes you. As the applause gradually subsided, Li Yi finally acclimated to standing in this prominent position. "First and foremost, I wish to announce my acceptance of the position of village chief." Li Yi cleared his throat, a flush creeping onto his cheeks, for he was not one to boast. "Of course, if anyone feels more suitable, they are welcome to step forward." The village youth interjected. "What nonsense are you speaking? This position of village chief truly belongs to you. Your grandfather hoped you would shoulder this responsibility, and no one has objected." The seated villagers echoed their agreement. Over the years, they had all witnessed the diligent efforts of Li Yi's grandfather and were well aware of the character inherent in the Li family. Were it another in his stead, they might not command such respect. Despite his awareness of this, Li Yi's anxious heart finally found solace. "Allow me to share my intentions and plans. If anyone has questions, let us discuss them openly." Li Yi set aside pretense. He found the customary pleasantries awkward and deemed it more prudent to address the matter at hand. "Our village's oranges are nearly sold out. I believe everyone will have a prosperous year ahead." His expression turned serious. "This leads me to my first point, road construction." A ripple of murmurs spread through the crowd, though no one spoke out loud. "Esteemed uncles and aunts, I shall first express my views, and then we can deliberate together." Upon uttering these words, the crowd fell silent. Our village does not possess a geographical advantage. For us to develop and connect with the outside world, we must construct roads. Some may argue that even the muddy paths are traversable, yet we all know it takes us over half an hour to ride to the town. And that is on a good day. What about inclement weather? Would we still arrive in that time? Li Yi surveyed the crowd, noting their pensive expressions, and thus slowed his pace. Currently, in our country, most villages have been equipped with cement roads. The advantages of road construction are evident. Take our oranges as an example. You have all observed that this year, due to our poor roads, transportation has been exceedingly inconvenient, resulting in significant losses. But what if we had proper roads? This would present us with an opportunity to reach beyond our village, and many outsiders would learn about us. When our roads are impassable, our connection to the outside world is severed. Even if someone wishes to conduct business in our village, it becomes exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, I have noted that aside from oranges, we also have tangerines, pomelos, and honey oranges, all of which can be lucrative. Upon hearing the word lucrative, the eyes of every household in attendance sparkled with hope. The trade of oranges had brought them sweetness, and some even awoke smiling from their dreams. However, our roads are such that large trucks cannot enter. If we wish to sell at higher prices, we must bear the burden of transportation costs. Otherwise, why would anyone choose to buy from us? No matter how exceptional your goods may be, if others incur great losses, who would engage in such a business? At this juncture, Li Yi paused, contemplating his words. For now, I shall refrain from discussing other matters. Let us address one issue at a time. Regarding road construction, I invite everyone to share their thoughts. Village chief, can these tangerines truly be sold? Someone asked. We have chestnuts at home. Another chimed in. We have plenty of sweet pomelos. Yet another added. And winter peaches. Li Yi wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that the topic had veered off course. Silence, everyone. We are now discussing road construction. As long as you all have faith in me, selling these items should not pose a significant issue, Li Yi proclaimed. I intend to build a two-way road for the village. However, we will commence by paving just one side, with the other side to follow gradually. My proposition is this. I will initially invest $2,500,000, and then we shall collectively raise another $2,500,000. Regardless of the circumstances, we must pave a road first. The crowd erupted in astonishment. $2,500,000, a staggering figure indeed. Forget it, let us abandon the idea. Indeed. How could such a sum be feasible? The road is not impassable. The dissenters were numerous among the crowd. Abandon it. Suddenly, Huang Lei stood up, pointing at those nearby who were shaking their heads vehemently. Will you remain confined to this village for the rest of your lives? You will live in poverty your entire life. Your children will inherit your plight, and you expect your grandchildren to follow suit? How can you speak so? I simply do not wish to build a road. What of it? With this money, I would rather enjoy a better life for myself. A fierce rebuttal arose from the crowd. Huang Lei bellowed, silence. Gradually, the surrounding atmosphere calmed, yet tension lingered. I ask you, is the money from selling oranges not thanks to Xiao Yi's assistance? Huang Lei fixed a cold gaze upon an elderly woman, under the scrutiny of so many eyes. She could not bear to lie. And so what? We grew those oranges ourselves. Ah, you grew them yourself, Huang Lei scoffed, casting a glance at the woman. How many others share this sentiment? Step forward. Today, I shall embrace the role of the scapegoat, eager to see who among you dares to voice such shameless opinions. The crowd's faces flushed with indignation. Li Yi, Huang Lei continued, his brow furrowed slightly. He did not wish to force anyone. I will pose but one question. Each household has earned at least 70 to 80,000. Who facilitated this for you? If your conscience has not been devoured by dogs, then for heaven's sake, tell me, who helped you earn this? He disregarded Li Yi's presence. Was it him? Huang Lei's face contorted with fury as he pointed at Li Yi. The crowd fell into silence. I had thought the people of our village were united, pooling our strength together. Yet it appears there are indeed those with treacherous hearts. Why should we contribute our own hard-earned money? Someone retorted. Huang Lei turned, pointing at that individual. Zhu Yigui, is it? I recognize you. If memory serves, your family sold 30,000 jin of oranges, earning at least 100 to 200,000. Very well, your family does not wish to build the road. Who else shares this view? Many in the crowd remained silent, but a few were visibly agitated. Several figures rose, prompting Huang Lei to laugh heartily. Ladies and gentlemen, open your eyes wide and observe closely. Li Yi has offered his secret formula, envisioning a collective prosperity for the village. Zhu Yigui, tell me, does the Li family owe you anything? Huang Lei approached, confronting Zhu Yigui directly. But before Zhu Yigui could respond, Huang Lei delivered a punch, causing those nearby to scream in shock. Had he not just declared his intent to build the road? Do you truly believe these matters are his obligation? That the Li family owes you something? Huang Lei's words reverberated like thunder, echoing in the ears of the crowd. Chapter 50. Huang Lei's outburst, the donation list. Have you all lived for so many years, only to wallow in ignorance? Who dares claim that the Li family owes any of you? Step forward. If I do not bring him down today, then no one in this village possesses the right to speak. How dare you assert that it is their duty? Countless faces turned crimson with indignation. Li Yi, when earning money, first thinks of the village and its people. If you are unwilling to contribute to the road repairs, then so be it. We shall cover the costs, but let me make this clear. Since you lack compassion, do not blame me for being unyielding. Once the road is completed, anyone who dares to pass without paying will face my wrath. On what grounds? Zhu Yigui and others were instantly incensed. On the grounds that I am the one funding it. Is that not sufficient? Huang Lei's expression twisted into one of fierce determination. Furthermore, I am not afraid to tell you the truth. The money from selling oranges is but a trifling sum. Do you truly believe that Xiao Yi possesses only this meager talent? Use your minds wisely. He could thrive elsewhere, so why is he here, struggling alongside you? Do you genuinely think his family owes you anything? A bunch of ungrateful ingrates. Li Yi may remain silent, but today, I will speak. The village road must be repaired. Those unwilling to contribute may do as they please. However, anyone who dares to traverse the completed road without paying will find themselves facing my wrath. Try me if you doubt it. Secondly, regarding the money from the orange sales, I will overlook it this time, as I have seen your true colors. However, from now on, for every project that Li Yi embarks upon to earn money, those who refuse to contribute to the road repairs shall not partake. If I catch anyone involved, I will not hesitate to act against them. Countless expressions shifted in shock. No one anticipated the situation would escalate to this extent. I would like to speak. At that moment, the group leader stood up, being the most senior among them. Although Huang's tone was harsh, his reasoning stood firm. In our village, we have lived here for generations, and the Li family has never wronged us, nor neglected us. For instance, this year, if it had not been for Li Yi, how much money would we have left in our pockets? The group leader surveyed the assembly and continued. While I do not endorse Huang Lei's approach, I will not force anyone to contribute to the road repairs. However, I must emphasize that we must live with integrity, honoring our conscience and the world around us. Everyone has made substantial profits from selling oranges, and while it is understandable to be reluctant to spend, we must recognize that times have changed. We are growing older. How much longer can we continue to earn? Many heads bowed in contemplation. As the group leader took his seat, Uncle Li Shihong stood up and proclaimed, our second group feels the same. We will not impose. But since there are differences of opinion, let us hold a vote. Write your family name. Those who vote will contribute when the time comes. Those who do not vote will be noted separately. Upon the utterance of those words, the countenances of Zhu Yigui and his companions transformed dramatically. Those who opposed the road construction wore expressions of utmost distress. Although Li Shihong's words were somewhat veiled, none among them were fools. Those who had contributed financially were entitled to vote, while those who had not were to be publicly identified, risking the scorn of the entire village. Which household in the village had not benefited from Li Yi's generosity? Should the matter be disclosed later, their reputation would be utterly tarnished. Even those who had sold the least oranges had still amassed considerable earnings. Was it truly excessive to ask for a contribution of 10,000? Not at all. Yet some individuals, gripped by poverty, found themselves exceedingly anxious at the prospect of parting with such sums. The sudden proposition of road construction met with reluctance from many. Not necessarily because it was inherently wrong, but rather from the perspective of the collective, it appeared misguided. Li Yi was not at fault, nor was Huang Lei, nor Zhu Yigui. It was merely a matter of differing viewpoints. Li Dazhuang and others commenced the distribution of papers, determined to see this matter through today. Li Yi cast a bittersweet and grateful glance at Huang Lei, never anticipating that this role of the villain would fall upon him. With a gentle sigh, he acknowledged that the situation had not unfolded as he had envisioned. To elicit a willing financial contribution from the populace without presenting sufficient incentive was an arduous task. Had he revealed additional profit-sharing conditions earlier, perhaps the outcome might have differed. Nevertheless, Li Yi refrained from doing so, fully aware that this issue would impact him and everyone involved. Yet, he understood the necessity of his actions and recognized the reluctance of some. He had prepared himself to embrace the role of the antagonist, yet unexpectedly, his close ally Huang Lei took the lead. In silence, Li Yi noted this development as Li Dazhuang and the others completed the distribution of papers. Regardless of individual consent, each person received a sheet, leaving the decision to contribute entirely up to personal discretion. Uncle Li Shihong, Uncle Li Shibin, Uncle Li Shiren, along with several others from the village responsible for auditing and statistics, soon revealed the results. Prior to this, Li Yi had remained silent. Will you contribute? This question seemed superfluous. Earning money was no simple feat, yet they seldom reflected on its origins. Without Xiao Yi, would they have achieved such profits? Moreover, once the road was completed, travel would become significantly easier. Indeed, this reasoning resonated, though reluctant to part with their funds. How could they contest Xiao Yi's substantial commitment of 2.5 million? Only the Zhu family seemed to be fixated on their monetary concerns. The surrounding murmurs pierced like needles and sliced like blades, causing Zhu Yigui and a few others, who were hesitant to contribute, to flush with embarrassment. In truth, many were disinclined to make donations, yet coincidentally, they maintained their silence. As contributions began to flow in, those who were initially hesitant quickly conformed to the majority. While Zhu Yigui and his peers became targets of scrutiny, let us take a moment of silence. Now we shall address those who refuse to donate. Chapter 51. Nailed to the pillar of shame, it was Li Yi who spoke next, aware that revealing the statistical results was not an insurmountable task, especially given the number of participants. As he accepted the folded envelope, a hint of concern flickered within him. It was to be expected that some would withhold their contributions. In every village, there exist individuals who are notoriously stingy, akin to the mythical Pishio, who eagerly opens their mouths to receive wealth, but are utterly reluctant to part with it. One might wonder if anyone truly believes that contributing to road repairs constitutes a loss on their part. Such individuals typically revel in their ability to take advantage of others. And since Young Yi has not declared that one must pay to traverse the roads, they will certainly seize any opportunity to benefit themselves. They have truly become ensnared by their own greed. The crowd murmured quietly, Curiosity piqued as to who might be reluctant to contribute to the road repairs. When Li Yi opened the envelope and glimpsed the names inscribed within, he could not suppress his astonishment. To be frank, he had prepared himself for the possibility that at least a quarter of the residents would refuse to donate. Even though Huang Lei had previously confronted some individuals with threats, there were those who remained indifferent. Such characters exist everywhere. They are obstinate in their beliefs, convinced that others are merely attempting to deceive them, self-centered, and fond of grasping at small advantages. However, the current list revealed only 3 families. Zhu Yiguei. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as the crowd erupted in unrest. Though Zhu Yiguei's visage darkened, it also flushed with indignation. Unfazed by the pointed fingers of those around him, he boldly declared, "What of it? I simply do not wish to donate. Besides, Youngie hasn't he said anything about it. Why are you all fussing?" The crowd was infuriated, exclaiming their disdain for such shamelessness. Yet, Zhu Yiguei maintained an attitude of defiance, seemingly impervious to their outrage. "Say what you will, we will not contribute. Let us see what you can do about it." Li Yi, however, chose not to intervene further, instead calling out, "Zhu Dajuan, Zhu Xiaoda." The uproar intensified among the crowd. It turned out that all the culprits were from the Zhu family. The 3 brothers were indeed notorious for their frugality, and the villagers were well aware of their reputation. To everyone's astonishment, all 3 brothers were intent on evading their responsibilities. Previously, those who had expressed reluctance to donate were now secretly contributing, which had not been anticipated. Thus, it became apparent that these 3 families were the sole dissenters in the village. When everyone else stood united, animosity naturally grew towards the Zhu family. Li Yi raised his hand to quell the uproar, calming the agitated villagers. Whether to donate was ultimately their choice. With a serious demeanor, Li Yi adopted a firm stance, stating, "Let me be clear. Should you choose not to contribute to the road repairs, that is your prerogative. I will cover the remaining costs myself. However, I am not a philanthropist. The promotion of these oranges is but a small token of goodwill from us, but future projects will certainly exclude these 3 families." He made this declaration in front of everyone, refusing to engage in duplicity or deception. Li Yi, as the village chief, how can you justify such disparate treatment? Do you honor the memory of your deceased grandfather? Zhu Xiaoda's face was etched with mockery as he regarded Li Yi. His words were akin to igniting a powder keg. "Zhu Xiaoda, do you not have a shred of dignity? Having already taken advantage, do you still wish to linger? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? He may have wronged many, but he would never betray your Zhu family. Truly, it is shameless." When the Li family faced turmoil, your Zhu family did not extend a helping hand. Yet when fortune smiled upon the Li family, you were the first to encroach. Now, you dare to utter such words? Do you believe I won't strike you down? At this point, Zhu Xiaoda had incited the wrath of the crowd, with many rising and seizing their benches, poised for confrontation. "Everyone," Li Yi interjected, striving to calm the tempest, "let us not be swayed. I shall state this plainly. If the Zhu family seeks to challenge me, they are welcome to try." Now robust and resolute, Li Yi was unafraid to employ forceful measures. He understood that to secure his position, he must sometimes wield power decisively. Simply offering favors would bear no fruit. "As for the road construction, I shall expedite the process. When the time comes, we will disclose the names of the donors. Since the villagers are funding the road, it is imperative that everyone knows that the path they tread is paved with your hard-earned money." Upon hearing Li Yi's declaration, an invigorating fervor surged through many. This was a matter of great honor, akin to the village's temple fair. Shantao village boasts a grand, albeit dilapidated, temple where those who contributed to its restoration were recorded on a merit tablet. Visitors, when paying their respects, would see these names. The expressions of Zhu Yiguei and his 2 accomplices shifted dramatically. Should something akin to the merit tablet come to fruition, the Zhu family would be forever marked in disgrace. Not only would outsiders notice, but even the younger generation returning to the village would likely point fingers at them in scorn. A flicker of trepidation arose within Zhu Yiguei and his companions as they witnessed the ruthless determination of this youthful adversary. Yet, they found themselves trapped with no means of retreat, unable to concede their pride. "Very well, the list for the road construction shall remain as it is. I will promptly arrange for the work to commence, and every expenditure will be documented here for all to see how the funds are utilized." Li Yi smiled. "Having discussed expenditures, it is time we turn our attention to generating income." Chapter 52, Future Plans for Profit. With this statement, an immediate silence enveloped the village committee. Though there had been no prior discourse, the willingness to contribute to road repairs stemmed from a sense of conscience and a shared desire for a better path. However, most importantly, Li Yi had refrained from discussing his assumption of the village chief role for an entire year, and his sudden declaration today indicated he was prepared. The unexpected profitability of the oranges had taken everyone by surprise. There was a burgeoning sense of anticipation among the villagers, hoping that Li Yi would once again work miracles for them. Having endured the numbing grip of poverty, they were now presented with a glimmer of hope and were unwilling to relinquish it. They all awaited, anticipating Li Yi's announcement regarding the forthcoming plans and strategies. When Li Yi finally spoke again, a collective sigh of relief escaped from the crowd, as if a weight had been lifted from their shoulders. What could possibly be profitable? Zhu Dajuan scoffed. Now that winter was approaching, what could he sell? "I suspect this is largely a ruse," he thought. Zhu Xiaoda nodded in agreement, echoing his sentiments. Only Zhu Yiguei felt somewhat uncertain. Although Li Yi was a junior, He was among the few university graduates in the village, academically accomplished and dependable since childhood. Otherwise, the venerable village head, Li Anping, would not have entrusted such an important responsibility to his freshly graduated grandson. Under the eager gazes of the villagers, Li Yi proclaimed, "The project I am about to discuss is intimately connected to all of you, so please pay close attention." The atmosphere grew tense with anticipation. They understood that a lucrative opportunity was at hand, even though they had yet to commence. Their faith in Li Yi led them to believe that he would not deceive them. It was October, and with winter fast approaching, the first opportunity for profit lay in our rice. I have already begun to reach out to merchants. When the time comes, we should be able to sell our rice at a premium. However, I will first negotiate the price, and once that is settled, we can proceed with selling. I thought it would be some grand scheme for profit, but it turns out to be just selling rice. Zhu Dajuan said, disappointment etched across his face. No matter how expensive the rice was sold, could it ever compare to that of foreign varieties? Could it rival those specially cultivated? Zhu Dajuan, must you always voice your dissent? Huang Lei and Li Dazhuang rose to their feet, only to realize that the response from the crowd was not as fervent as they had hoped. Speak again, and I shall have you thrown out. Zhu Dajuan still feared Huang Lei and Li Dazhuang. Huang Lei looked at Li Yi with a furrowed brow, concerned that selling rice, even without Li Yi's mention, would be something the villagers would pursue on their own. Speaking of it now would hardly serve as a motivational catalyst. Li Yi observed the scene keenly, fully aware that until a matter is definitively resolved, belief is often elusive. Yet, when expectations run high, the realization dawns that making money is indeed a challenging endeavor. How much could rice actually sell for? They had sold it in prior years. Regardless of the grain store, the purchasing price never exceeded 1 yuan and 50 cents. In today's vast market, farm rice held little to no advantage. From what Li Yi knew, the most sought-after rice on the market scarcely included farm rice. The current market was primarily divided into 4 categories. The first category consisted of enterprises rooted in rice production, exemplified by Beidawan. The second category included businesses originating from other industries that ventured into rice. These companies, backed by substantial capital and established reputations in other fields, could penetrate the rice market rapidly, represented by brands like Fulimin and Jinlongju. The third category encompassed small brand rice, notably Northeast rice and Taihu rice. The fourth category consisted of unbranded rice, primarily bulk rice sold at wholesale markets, characterized by severe homogenization and lacking a definitive advantage, with weak brand recognition. Farm rice predominantly fell within this fourth category. The price of rice being offered at 1 yuan per jin is indeed a remarkable bargain. In the past, rice collectors would come into the village, but due to the scarcity of grain and the unpopularity of farm-produced rice, it eventually fell out of favor. Therefore, when Li Yi mentioned this, there was a significant psychological gap among the villagers. If selling rice could yield substantial profits, they would simply retain their sons and daughters-in-law after the new year to cultivate rice next year. But is that realistic? No, it is not. Everyone is aware that it isn't profitable and often leads to losses. Consequently, the mood was somewhat dismal, leaving many feeling disappointed. Li Yi's third uncle and others furrowed their brows, perplexed by this sudden suggestion of his. Ladies and gentlemen, is it even feasible to sell rice within the next few days? Seeing the questioning glances directed at him, Li Yi promptly reassured them. I, Li Yi, would not deceive you. Please rest assured. The second matter at hand pertains to vegetable cultivation, which is a long-term endeavor. I believe every household has a vegetable garden. However, I implore everyone to remember that this time, I hope our Shantou village can establish its own brand and ultimately market it. Village chief, may we pose a few questions? A group leader stepped forward to inquire. Please go ahead. Li Yi responded with a smile. With so many sellers in the current market, how can we ensure that the vegetables we sell are profitable? Indeed, growing vegetables is no easy task these days. Our competition is formidable. Upon hearing these concerns, a smile graced Li Yi's face. The fact that they were participating indicated there was still hope. You are the leader of the 5th group, correct? Li Yi inquired with a grin. Perhaps you elders are unaware of my recent endeavors. I have been selling vegetables. For instance, our family's cabbage is currently fetching 88 yuan each in town, and it sells out daily. Potatoes are priced at 5 yuan per jin. How is that possible? Cabbage for 88 yuan. What kind of vegetables are those? Potatoes are usually only a yuan or so. The villagers were astonished, struggling to believe the news. Li Dazhuang accompanies me daily to sell vegetables. He can attest to the truth of this. Li Dazhuang chuckled. Xiaoyi makes a considerable amount from selling vegetables. I earn 200 yuan a day. The villagers knew Li Dazhuang well. If this simpleton were to tell a lie, then no child in the village would be innocent. Hearing him speak in such a manner, the crowd began to trust Li Yi a little more. Our vehicle was also purchased from the town with the money earned from selling vegetables, Li Yi added with a smile. Moreover, I possess the techniques and methods to transform your vegetables into something as remarkable as oranges. Chapter 53. The most expensive rice in the world. When Li Yi made this statement, the villagers immediately set aside their apprehensions. The efficacy of oranges was well understood, especially now that they had money in hand. If vegetables could indeed yield a stable source of income throughout the year, as Li Yi suggested, it would be a boon for everyone. The elders in the village have grown old, and most of the middle-aged have sought work elsewhere, leaving many fields in the village essentially abandoned. If we are to cultivate vegetables, the potential for growth is immense. Seeing that no one contradicted him, Li Yi felt a slight sense of relief. He remarked, in due time, I will disclose the subsequent plans here, so that everyone can be informed. Although I have a general direction, the specifics of implementation still require deliberation. With a smile, he added, in any case, this year will surely be a prosperous one for all. A thunderous applause erupted, and the crowd felt a renewed sense of hope. Before tonight, I will arrange for someone to collect donations to expedite the road repairs, thus facilitating easier travel for everyone, Li Yi announced. With that, the villagers began to rise and make their way back home. Once they had departed, Huang Lei approached and asked, "Why is your next step selling rice?" He was well aware that rice from local farms tends to be at the bottom of the competitive market. Unless one is exceptionally frugal, most people would opt for higher quality rice. The difference may only be a few yuan, but the quality of rice can be worlds apart. Without a competitive edge, making a profit would be a fanciful notion. Li Yi patted Huang Lei on the shoulder and reassured him, "You don't truly believe I am unprepared, do you?" Huang Lei paused, then exclaimed, "Wait, you can't be considering using the method you applied with oranges, right?" "Clever." Li Yi chuckled, explaining that he had employed this technique on the vast majority of the rice harvested in the village. Some had yielded less noticeable results, but his crops matured quickly due to being planted earlier. Others would require an additional 2 to 3 days, which was more than sufficient. Huang Lei's eyes lit up as he inquired, "Do you have confidence in this?" He expressed concern over the abundance of delicious rice available in the market. "Rest assured, I will not part with my rice for less than 15 yuan per kilogram," Li Yi stated confidently. Huang Lei was taken aback. 15 yuan? Are you out of your mind? Li Yi comforted him. "Do not fret. You will come to realize that 15 yuan is merely the starting price. Without several hundred yuan, others may not even be able to purchase it." Huang Lei shook his head in disbelief, convinced that Li Yi was merely boasting. "Do you know where the world's most expensive rice is cultivated? Do you know its price per kilogram?" Li Yi queried. Huang Lei thought for a moment before confidently answering, "The Thai jasmine rice?" Li Yi shook his head. "The Niigata Kashihikari rice from Japan?" Again, Li Yi declined. "The golden dragon fish rice from Singapore? The helianthus sunshine rice from our own country? The royal gold rice from the United States?" Huang Lei was left speechless. All these world-class rices were indeed exorbitantly priced. Surprisingly, none of these are the answer, Li Yi elucidated. "The most expensive rice in the world is also produced in our own country. How can that be possible?" Huang Lei's initial reaction was one of disbelief. This rice is produced in Jingyang Town, located in Beihu Province, which boasts a high elevation of over 1,600 meters. The environment here is exceptional, and the area dedicated to rice cultivation is merely over 100 acres. The climate, temperature, sunlight, and suitable soil contribute to the rice's growth. Li Yi explained. The most renowned soil here is the cold paste field, a unique local soil type that allows for only one harvest per year. Timing is crucial. Any significant rainfall or drought can adversely affect both yield and quality. Such stringent conditions? Huang Lei furrowed his brow. Indeed, the irrigation is sourced from mountain spring water, and the rice is harvested manually, rich in selenium. Each grain is translucent and radiant, thus commanding a remarkably high price. After all this, what is the price per kilogram? Huang Lei inquired. 8 for 100 per kilogram. Li Yi chuckled. Huang Lei stumbled, nearly losing his balance. How much? Per kilogram? His voice had taken on a tone of incredulity. 8 for 100. That translates to 200 per pound? Huang Lei was taken aback, questioning. You can't be serious. Whether I'm deceiving you or not, you can verify for yourself. Li Yi waved his hand dismissively. Upon checking his phone, Huang Lei was left utterly astonished. So, you intend to sell the village's rice for 15 yuan per pound? Is that not an exaggeration? Not at all, Xiao Yi. You wouldn't be considering this marketing strategy, would you? Take a guess. You cannot possibly be aiming to establish this rice as a world-class product, selling it for hundreds or even thousands per pound. Try again, Xiao Yi. You seem to have grand ambitions. I can't shake the feeling you have ulterior motives. Huh, nonsense. Absolutely not. Just look at that cunning smile of yours. Li Yi remarked. The rice from Jingyang is indeed a delicacy. Otherwise, it wouldn't command such exorbitant prices. However, our local rice has yet to reach that level. Yet, the rice from the mysterious space may very well surpass those standards. The enigmatic black soil, coupled with the mystical spring, is more than capable of overshadowing any competitor. When the time comes, don't be surprised if the price reaches 10,000 per kilogram. I assure you, there will be buyers. Can anything grown in the mysterious space be subpar? Unfortunately, I cannot divulge this information to them. The 15 yuan price is merely a reflection of our current lack of preparation. Next year, the price of this rice remains uncertain. Recognizing the need to establish the brand of Shantao Village, Li Yi was determined not to take a haphazard approach. This time, he aimed to create the finest production system. Even if challenges arose in the future, the villagers would not be left with only a single option for survival. Chapter 54. Harvesting rice. The lunch was prepared by Aunt Lu, and Li Yi was pleasantly surprised to discover that she was an excellent cook, serving dishes that were exceptionally delectable. Jia Bao had returned. Although only a few days had passed, it was evident that he had grown considerably. Wang Wang. With his plump little legs, Jia Bao joyfully sprinted towards Li Yi, exuding happiness. His chestnut-colored fur was fluffy and vibrant. Upon reaching Li Yi, he began to circle around his legs. Upon encountering Li Yi's indifference, it stood on its hind legs, gazing at him with a pair of innocent, large eyes. Its front paws resting on Li Yi's trousers. I can't stand you. Li Yi, though outwardly dismissive, picked it up. Jiao Bao was not a specific breed, but merely a native dog. At 1 month old, it was even plumper than now, adorably chubby. After Li Yi adopted it, he placed it in his room at night. The moment the lights went out, it would wail pitifully, causing Li Yi many sleepless nights. However, as time passed, the little creature adapted to its new home and became a wonderful companion to Li Yi. Having been left at his uncle's house for a few days, the little one was quite anxious. Once Li Yi embraced it, Jiao Bao immediately opened its mouth wide and licked Li Yi's hand in a display of joy. Mom, I'll go prepare now. You all wait here. All right. Wu Xianglan and Lu Guifan were somewhat slower. Harvesting rice required numerous preparations, all of which needed to be taken to the fields, thus maintaining a slow overall pace. Sides, straw hats, burlap sacks, ropes, thick plastic coverings, and the rice transport cart were all necessary. The cart was star-shaped, with a large cylindrical structure approximately 50 centimeters in diameter at its center, hollow inside. The sides were constructed from joined wooden planks, adorned with U-shaped iron rings. The center served as the granary, the place where the harvested rice was stored. On the opposite side, there was a foot pedal. Once pressed, the central cylinder would rotate, allowing one to place the cut rice ears on it, causing the grains to separate. Li Yi mounted his small three-wheeled cart, with Jiao Bao following closely behind. Unfortunately, its short legs could not ascend the vehicle. Woof! Don't go! Li Yi waved his hand, and Jiao Bao whimpered a few times, its tail drooping as it turned away, seeking solace from Wu Xianglan. Xiaoyi! Li Dazhuang approached, carrying a shoulder pole and 2 bamboo baskets, placing them conveniently at the back of the cart. Today, his uncle and others would assist in the rice harvesting. Otherwise, Li Yi's family alone would find it overwhelming. Harvesting rice was laborious and tested one's endurance. Improper exertion could lead to discomfort in the back. Li Yi and Li Dazhuang first transported the tools, alleviating the burden on the others. Soon, Li Yi's family gathered. The field below the reservoir was Li Yi's first experimental plot. Upon unloading, they discovered the entire rice field shimmering in golden hues. Xiaoyi, why do I feel your rice looks different from others? Li Dazhuang inquired, sensing something unusual. Li Yi smiled. Of course it's different. Our field is entirely irrigated with spiritual spring water. How could it not be unique? Stepping out of the cart and onto the ridge, Li Yi gazed in astonishment at the rice ears that were nearly bowing to the ground. This was merely after a final watering. How extraordinary would it be if grown in a mysterious space? Squatting by the field, Li Yi and Li Dazhuang marveled at the rice ears almost touching the earth, their eyes sparkling. This is enormous, Li Dazhuang exclaimed. Indeed it is. In the past, the rice grains cultivated by the farmers were slender and elongated, resembling sharp, shuttle-like shapes. However, while their length remains unchanged, the fullness of the grains has significantly improved, giving the impression of having gained weight. Li Dazhuang, seizing the moment, plucked a few grains of rice, and as he clasped his hands together, the outer layer of golden husk fell away. In his hands appeared immaculate, plump, and translucent rice grains, so substantial that one grain could rival 2 grains of pearl rice. Li Dazhuang exclaimed in astonishment. Despite his simplicity, he had seen enough of the world to know that many high-quality rice varieties tend towards an oval or even round shape, exhibiting a robust texture and substantial quality. However, the rice from Li Yi's family shattered Li Dazhuang's preconceived notions. Li Yi smiled knowingly, relieved that he need not worry about selling the rice. With a satisfying crunch, Li Dazhuang popped 2 grains into his mouth, his eyes sparkling with delight. The flavor, previously unnoticed, revealed a subtle sweetness that was not the saccharine kind, but rather reminiscent of the gentle sweetness of mountain spring water. Of course, Li Dazhuang was unaware of Li Yi's practice of irrigating with spring water. After dismantling the threshing machine and preparing the remaining tools, they were soon joined by Wu Xianglan and her family. With more hands on deck, the pace of work accelerated significantly. Li Yi and Li Dazhuang were responsible for threshing the rice, while the others focused on harvesting it. Once the work was completed, Li Yi went to collect the payment, preparing for the road repairs in the village. This time, he was unconcerned about spending a little extra money. Speed was of the essence. If they waited for the work to be completed at a leisurely pace, it would be too late to reap any benefits. The cement road was constructed swiftly, and within 3 to 5 days, it could be traversed. With every household commencing the rice harvest, the rice ears stood in the fields like Mongolian yurts, serving as a source of winter kindling or as a means to enrich the soil in the following year. Naturally, with the impending road repairs and the chill of winter approaching, straw would be needed to cover the newly laid surface. This would not only prevent immediate damage to the road, but also provide insulation. The winter nights were far colder than summer, and if the temperature dropped significantly, it could cause cracks in the newly paved cement. Li Yi was well aware of these preparations for road construction, and he was thoroughly knowledgeable about the tasks at hand. One person per furrow, called out Senbo, as he grasped the sickle and bent his already stooped back. With his left hand, he seized a handful of rice ears, and as the back of the sickle grazed the ground at a 45-degree angle, he gently swept it back, and the rice was freed. Senbo then placed it down carefully, methodically continuing to cut ahead. The rice ears were coarse, and the leaves on either side were serrated, posing a risk of cutting fingers with a careless move. Thus, everyone donned gloves while wearing long sleeves. Had they worn short sleeves, their arms would suffer for days after the harvest. Dazhuang, Li Yi rushed over, embracing a substantial pile of rice stalks, and stood alongside Li Dazhuang in front of the threshing machine. Li Dazhuang was responsible for operating the machine, while Li Yi handled the delivery. For undertaking the task alone could prove taxing on the back. With a creaking sound, the threshing machine whirred rapidly under the firm pressure of Li Dazhuang's sturdy foot. The plump, rounded grains danced and fluttered within the hopper, ultimately colliding with the wooden plank opposite and tumbling to the bottom. It is often said that a man and woman working together find the labor less burdensome. However, Li Yi did not quite share this sentiment, for he felt quite content with his partnership with Li Dazhuang. Moreover, with his swift hands and Li Dazhuang's strength, they efficiently grasped the rice stalks, flipping them over to ensure all the grains had been separated, leaving the stalks on the other side. Working alone can be exceedingly tedious. Yet when engaged in labor alongside others while exchanging casual banter, it transforms into a most enjoyable endeavor. As Li Yi and Li Dazhuang noticed the hopper brimming with rice, they promptly ceased their work and hurried to the ridge, seizing burlap sacks. Each sack could hold approximately 150 to 200 pounds. The freshly cut rice stalks retained moisture, rendering them unpalatable to many merchants. Naturally, even after harvesting, farmers must dry the rice before it can be sold. In the past, Li did not fully comprehend why it was necessary to dry the rice after cutting it. However, he gradually came to realize that, although the rice had been harvested, it needed to be 70% dry for sale. An experienced grain collector could ascertain the moisture content with a mere touch. Fortunately, the rural folk were generally straightforward and rarely resorted to deceitful practices, as they were all quite busy with their own affairs. The harvested rice would bask in the sun for 3 to 4 days, which was generally sufficient. It was only October, and while the sun was still bright, it was not excessively scorching. Moreover, this sun exposure effectively eliminated most of the moisture from the rice. As mentioned previously, rural life differs from urban existence. It is predominantly self-sufficient. The rice is primarily consumed by the household, with any surplus sold off. Additionally, a portion is reserved as grain for the coming year, stored in the granary. Whenever the family runs low on rice, they might take 1 or 2 sacks to a designated place for husking and threshing, thus ensuring sustenance for several months. This encapsulates the lifestyle of the majority of rural inhabitants. After the rice has been threshed, the outer husks are also valuable, as they yield bran. Even the most inferior rice husks produce fragrant bran. Typically, this bran is retained by rural families for pig farming. Raising pigs is a food-intensive endeavor, with leftover meals and scraps serving as their feed. However, if one wishes for the pigs to gain weight, bran becomes an indispensable component. While rural conditions may be challenging, they offer abundant resources for cultivation. For instance, in his childhood, Li Yi frequently gathered a certain type of leaf, known locally as gui, which resembles a maple leaf but possesses only 4 corners, with the smallest being the size of a palm and exuding an unpleasant scent reminiscent of insect repellent. These trees are abundantly found in rural areas, with clusters lining the roadsides. Households that raise pigs typically collect several baskets of these leaves, which are then chopped finely and mixed with kitchen waste and bran to create a nutritious feed for the pigs. This process enables the pigs to attain an exceptional level of nutritional value in a remarkably short period, facilitating their weight gain. After nearly a year of raising piglets, achieving a weight of 200 to 300 pounds is no small feat, as the quality of the pork directly influences the family's happiness in the countryside. Currently, Li Yi's family owns a pig, though it is not particularly fat, especially considering the recent scarcity of food for the family, let alone for the pig. Nevertheless, with the kitchen waste at home likely possessing considerable nutritional value, Li Yi intends to nurture the pig further over the next couple of months, hoping it might gain some weight. At the County First Hospital, today, Director Ren Jiqiang unexpectedly convened an emergency meeting, an occurrence not witnessed in the past 2 years. The various department heads, deputy directors, professors, and chief physicians promptly assembled. The large conference room was already filled to capacity. Whispers circulated among the attendees regarding the sudden urgency of the meeting. Was it perhaps due to significant matters? Rumor had it that city leaders were coming for an inspection. Could it be related to that? The gathered crowd, caught off guard by the director's summons, speculated about the circumstances. Soon, Director Ren Jiqiang arrived, his expression grave, as if someone owed him a fortune. This ominous demeanor alerted many present to the gravity of the situation. Standing at the forefront, Ren Jiqiang's gaze fell upon Professor Sun Fulin, who sat with his eyes closed, seemingly unbothered by the murmurs around him. With a gentle tap on the table, Ren Jiqiang commanded silence, and the room fell quiet. Professor Sun slowly opened his eyes, meeting the director's stern gaze. Today, I have called you all for a meeting regarding 2 matters, Ren Jiqiang announced in a commanding tone. The first matter is that the city leaders have arrived and expressed their satisfaction with our hospital's work. A wave of relief and joy washed over the attendees. The second matter, however, was less favorable. The city leaders also conveyed their strong dissatisfaction with our work and attitude. A murmur spread through the room. What could this mean? The juxtaposition of satisfaction and dissatisfaction left everyone perplexed, and no one dared to suggest that the director was jesting, given the seriousness etched on his face. Ren Jiqiang scanned the room before settling his gaze on Professor Sun Fulin, inquiring, "Do you have anything to say, Professor Sun?" At this, the collective gaze of the attendees instinctively narrowed. What could this imply? Was the source of the city leader's discontent related to Professor Sun? This seemed unlikely, as his competence was well recognized, and he had been preoccupied with surgeries, not engaged in any misconduct. Sun Fulin furrowed his brow, now in his 50s. His hair had turned completely white. During Ren Jiqiang's tenure, he had always spoken with purpose, never indulging in frivolous discourse. His opening remarks made it clear that the issue at hand lay squarely with him. If he had indeed erred, he would accept the consequences. Yet the crux of the matter was that he was utterly oblivious to what had provoked dissatisfaction among the city leaders. "Director, what do you mean?" Sun Felin's irritation was palpable. With a resounding bang, a noise startled everyone present. No one anticipated that Ren Jiqiang would erupt in such fury. "What do I mean? As a professor, do you not have any awareness?" Ren Jiqiang hurled a folder onto Sun Felin's desk. "Why have you not reported the crucial medical research from Tiandijan?" Tiandijan? Important medical research? The attendees in the conference room were utterly bewildered. What research report could possibly arise from Tiandijan? Although it was the most prosperous township in Xing'an County, its educational resources paled in comparison to those of the county hospital. They were not even in the same league. Sun Felin knitted his brows in confusion and, with a look of skepticism, opened the folder. Chapter 56, The Heightened Attention on Shantou Village Regarding Dietary Therapy Addressing Multiple Human Bodily Ailments. The Leak Edition. A specialized report on the auxiliary role of farm vegetables in alleviating human ailments and enhancing immune capabilities, as well as cancer-fighting substances. Bold letters jumped out at him. And Sun Felin's body jolted in realization. His memory began to resurface. Sun Felin promptly expressed his discontent. "Director, this matter is trivial." "Trivial?" Ren Jiqiang chuckled. "I implore Professor Sun to examine it closely. All the data is recorded in real time, and even the efficacy and follow-up are genuine. Are you suggesting this is trivial?" By the end of his statement, Ren Jiqiang was pounding the table in anger. "As medical personnel, is this how you practice medicine and save lives? In a hospital, is there anything that is trivial?" Ren Jiqiang's outburst left everyone in stunned silence. Sun Felin's complexion turned ashen. He had dismissed Jin Han's words entirely. Were it not for Ren Jiqiang's explosive reaction today, he would have completely forgotten this matter. "Director, I believe this issue warrants thorough investigation and scrutiny. Have you conducted your investigation?" Ren Jiqiang's cold question caught Sun Felin off guard. "Have you assessed it?" Another piercing inquiry made Sun Felin's expression darken further. "You have done nothing and are merely denying it with your words?" Ren Jiqiang tossed another document onto the table. "Open your eyes wide and examine the research and reports of others." "Fine. I will go to the city leaders to receive criticism while the director of the second hospital receives accolades. Do you think I have been too lenient lately?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone understood. The first hospital of Tiandijan was not a mere subsidiary. Yet the first and second reports were directed to the county's first hospital to draw attention, while Professor Sun dismissed it outright. Consequently, the township hospital, with its research findings, had no choice but to seek assistance from the personnel at the second hospital to submit their findings. The credit for this achievement does not belong to the first hospital. Rather, it is the second hospital that revels in the glory. Ren Jiqiang is indifferent to such matters. Yet it is infuriating that he was the last to learn about something so significant. One can only imagine the extent of his anger. The research has vanished, and the dire consequences that follow are apparent to even the most oblivious. The first hospital will likely become a subject of ridicule. How could Ren Jiqiang find solace in this? Had the research yielded conclusive results, it would have been an astounding accomplishment. Yet now, that opportunity has slipped away. Professor Sun's complexion turned pale. He genuinely did not regard the research as noteworthy. However, the unfolding circumstances exceeded his expectations. He realized the gravity of the situation. "Dean, what shall we do now? What do you want me to say?" Ren Jiqiang slammed the table in anger. "Reflect on your actions and consider how to rectify this. The meeting is adjourned." After venting his frustration, Ren Jiqiang turned and left, his expression dark and forbidding. Professor Sun lifted his gaze and noticed many colleagues casting discontented glances in his direction. Typically, his elevated status and fiery temper deterred anyone from crossing him. However, with such a monumental achievement and research slipping through their fingers, the fact that no one confronted him directly was already a testament to their restraint. Sun Felin felt overwhelmed and immediately retreated to his office, dialing Jin Han's number. After a prolonged wait, the call was finally answered. "Director Jin, Professor Sun?" Sun Felin found the address somewhat jarring. "About the research you mentioned last time?" "What research?" "There is no research," Jin Han denied. Sun Felin's face stiffened, a surge of blood rushing to his head, which he managed to suppress. "Director Jin, this matter has garnered significant attention from the first hospital. I'm sorry, Professor Sun, but I'm not well informed on this issue. The second hospital is handling it now, and I have a meeting to attend, so I must end this conversation." Beep, beep, beep. Sun Felin slammed the phone down on the table, his face filled with distress. This was a serious predicament. If he did not resolve the issue, the first hospital might no longer tolerate him. Vegetables curing ailments? Leeks enhancing vitality. Sun Felin picked up the folder he had brought earlier, deep in thought. The dean would not have given it to him without reason, prompting him to flip through its contents. Tian Town? Sun Felin immediately stood up. He had to visit Tian Town to locate the source of these vegetables. The second hospital would likely be investigating as well. Once the origin of these vegetables was established, the hospital would undoubtedly be prepared. Should this research be validated, the findings would astonish the nation and even the world. Sun Felin understood that time was of the essence. He must urgently locate those who sold or cultivated these vegetables. Xing'an County Office. Wu Guoli slowly hung up the phone. Could there truly be extraordinary vegetables capable of healing the human body? He had already attracted attention, especially since city officials were now involved. It was imperative to uncover the truth. If it was a township enterprise, immediate and robust promotion and support would ensue. If it was a rural enterprise, maximum backing would be provided. If this discovery came to fruition, it would indeed be a triumph for all, with accolades cascading down through the ranks. Knock knock. Wu Guoli immediately put away the documents and said, "Please come in. County head, Miss Wu Haidang is here to see you." The tension on Wu Guoli's face eased slightly as he smiled and replied, "Let her in." Yes. Just as Wu Guoli stood up, the door swung open. "Seventh uncle. I've missed you so much." Wu Haidang dashed over and embraced Wu Guoli. With a helpless expression, Wu Guoli patted his niece's back and said, "You're all grown up now, yet you still act like this. Speak up, what do you need my help with this time? I must remind you, I will not abuse my power for personal gain." Wu Haidang pulled Wu Guoli to sit down, massaging his shoulders as she spoke. "Seventh uncle, how can you say that? I truly miss you." Wu Guoli chuckled, unconvinced. Lifting his teacup, he took a sip and admitted, "This tea is quite good, and your massage skills are impressive too." Sensing her uncle's disbelief, Wu Haidang felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Well, I wanted to ask you something." "All right," Wu Guoli nodded, already aware of his niece's intentions. "I've heard that a village chief under Tian Dajin has applied several times for road repairs, but those requests have been shelved." Wu Guoli paused, his hand holding the teacup hesitating, as the mention of Tian Dajin struck a sensitive chord. He noticed his niece's hand movements had slowed down and nodded towards his shoulder. Feeling the pressure increase, Wu Guoli smiled in satisfaction. "Who told you this?" he asked casually. "I heard it from a friend," Wu Haitang replied, her eyes darting. "Is this friend Lin wanting? That's none of your concern. Just tell me if it's true." Wu Haitang pouted. Wu Guoli grimaced, thinking his niece was rather naive, wondering which foolish individual might lead her astray in the future. "I haven't received any information regarding this matter," he stated directly. Hearing this, Wu Haitang furrowed her brows slightly, exclaiming, "That can't be. He clearly said his grandfather applied, but hasn't he received a response?" "His grandfather?" Wu Guoli remarked sharply. Wu Haitang paused, realizing she had inadvertently let something slip, particularly under her uncle's scrutinizing gaze. Clearing her throat, she avoided Wu Guoli's eyes and said, "Seventh uncle. You didn't know? I heard this from Tingting." "Oh, what does she have to do with it?" Wu Guoli's concern for his niece's intelligence grew. "It has everything to do with her." Wu Haidang quickly replied, "You probably don't know, right? Yesterday, Tingting had a huge orange promotion, and today's orders have already surpassed 200,000 pounds. The revenue for just one day has exceeded 3 million. Wu Guoli sputtered, spraying tea from his mouth in shock. He stared at Wu Haitang, astonished. Although his niece often acted foolishly, she had never lied. Was this truly the case? 3 million? Wu Guoli's expression reflected sheer disbelief, as tumultuous thoughts surged within him. As a politician, one's imagination is undoubtedly vast. Consider this, even a fruit shop, regardless of its sales volume, would never exceed 10,000 jin. Yet, Lin Wanting has astonishingly achieved a revenue of 3 million in just one day. What a terrifying concept. 200,000 jin. How many oranges has she procured? And from where did her oranges come? No. Wu Guoyang abruptly fixed his gaze upon his niece, exclaiming, "How could 200,000 jin of oranges possibly yield 3 million in sales?" He keenly detected the inconsistency in his niece's words. "Is she truly deceiving me?" Wu Haitang blinked in exasperation and replied, "Her oranges sell for no less than 12 yuan per jin. The revenue reaching 3 million is actually an understatement, with the highest selling at 18. Wu Guoyang erupted into a fit of coughs. "Seventh uncle, please take your time drinking. No one is competing with you." Wu Guoyang nearly rolled his eyes in exasperation, thinking, is this merely a matter of drinking water? Currently, the market price for oranges is generally low, around 2 yuan per jin. Where does this 12 yuan figure come from? Does she truly think the shop owners are fools? Wu Guoyang shook his head slightly, stating gravely, "The consequences of falsification are severe." "Falsification?" Wu Haidang replied incredulously. "How could that be possible? Uncle Jiang knows her too. He has placed an order as well, and the other uncles you know have also confirmed." Listening to his niece's detailed explanation, Wu Guoyang's expression grew increasingly serious. The terrifying figure of 200,000 jin was evidently just the beginning. Has Lin Wanting already purchased all the oranges in the village tonight? This young girl is remarkably bold. Wait, did you mention that these village oranges are exceptionally delicious? Are they from Tianda town as well? Wu Guoyang's expression froze as countless pieces of information interconnected in his mind. Yes, indeed. Wu Haiding nodded vigorously. The oranges from this village are delightful. But the roads are terrible. Tingting has incurred significant transportation costs. Their village is entirely self-sufficient, and the community is simple and honest. Yet they lack even a single paved road. This is impossible. Wu Guoyang frowned. I remember approving several road construction projects in various villages. How could there be no roads? It is true. Wu Haiding pulled out her phone, exclaiming, "Look!" Gazing at the images captured on Wu Haitang's phone, Wu Guoyang's expression darkened further. Having only taken office for 2 years, many initiatives were initiated post his appointment. Moreover, the government's robust support could not possibly cover every aspect. However, he distinctly recalls that the previous administration had indeed approved such matters, unless there were issues at the grassroots level, or perhaps the funds were not dispersed. Seventh uncle? Wu Haiding called out when she noticed his silence. Haiding, you should return home. Seventh uncle has some matters to attend to. But what about Shantou village? They still have plenty of fruit. If the roads are repaired this year, perhaps next year this village could be the first to develop, leading the way for others in the vicinity and inspiring a collective enthusiasm. Rural life has never been easy. While agricultural products may possess commendable quality, they are often subject to the relentless squeeze of the market. If the farmers manage to establish their own brand presence, it would indeed be a significant achievement for you. Now please step outside. Wu Guoli waved his hand dismissively. He was well aware of these matters. As Wu Haiding left, looking dejected, Wu Guoli immediately called out, "Bring me the files for Tianda Town and Shantou Village right away. Additionally, within 5 minutes. I need to know how many of the 24 villages under Tianda Town lack proper access." The secretary promptly exited the office with urgency. Wu Guoli wore a grim expression. He genuinely wished to address the concerns of the common people. It was disheartening to learn from his niece that there were still impoverished villages without proper roads, which tarnished the image of the nation and hindered its progress. In less than 5 minutes, the secretary returned with the requested files and the results of the investigation. Upon reviewing the documents, Wu Guoli's expression grew increasingly dark. What nonsense is this? He slammed his palm on the table, causing the secretary to lower his head in fear. Where's the data? County Chief. This, upon seeing the secretary's troubled countenance, Wu Guoli sensed that a serious issue had arisen. The secretary, visibly apprehensive, handed over the data files. Wu Guoli cast a brief glance at them and felt an overwhelming surge of anger. With a forceful bang, he nearly shattered the table and stood up in fury. This is utterly unacceptable. His face flushed with indignation as he grabbed the telephone on his desk and dialed a number. This time, he reached the mayor of Tianda Town, who was engrossed in organizing documents and work. The phone rang incessantly, prompting the mayor to reluctantly answer. "Hello?" He responded in an impatient tone. The moment Wu Guoli heard that tone, his ire intensified. "What an impressive display of authority, Mayor. I had to call 3 times just to reach you." Hearing Wu Guoli's name sent a jolt through the mayor, who immediately abandoned his tasks and responded with trepidation. "County Chief, why are you calling? Are you planning to conceal this matter indefinitely?" Wu Guoli slammed the table again. The funds allocated 2 years ago for the 24 villages under Tianda Town were meant for 12 of them to gain road access. Why have only 7 villages been connected? Where has the money gone? The mayor, Fan Lian, was engulfed in confusion and anxiety. "County Chief, are you referring to road construction?" After a considerable pause, he finally grasped the situation. He had heard of this newly appointed county chief, a person of considerable influence and a pragmatic leader devoted to public service, known for his decisive action. Given the current inquiry, it seemed accountability was at hand. With a bitter expression, Fan Lian replied, "County Chief, I have only been in office for a year. This matter was not under my purview." "Not under your purview? So, you choose to remain uninformed?" Wu Guoli scoffed coldly. 1 year in office, and not a single road has been built. What have you been doing? Chapter 58. Fan Lian's anger. Road construction. After 3 days, a cold sweat broke out on Fan Lian's forehead. "County Chief, to be frank, I too am investigating this matter." Indeed, when Wu Guoli called, he was in the midst of his inquiries. Upon learning that the county chief was Wu Guoli, Fan Lian had already begun his preparations, albeit a step too late. "Oh, I would like to inquire why the remaining roads have not been constructed. Where has the funding gone?" Fan Lian promptly replied. "The delay in road construction is due to a significant incident involving the previous construction team, which resulted in unresolved compensation issues, leading to a prolonged dispute for the past 2 years. Additionally, rest assured, the funds have not been misappropriated. The halt in work resulted from complications during last year's assessment, and I am still investigating the specifics. Since taking over this year, I have been dealing with the aftermath." "Fan Lian, I did not come to hear your excuses. I came for results," Wu Guoli interrupted sharply. "Starting with Shantaekan, I expect at least 3 roads to be completed by the end of this year." Fan Lian was taken aback. 3 roads? How could that be possible? Yet he understood the terrifying decisiveness of Wu Guoli's iron-fisted approach. When 3 roads were mentioned, it was a mandate with no room for negotiation. "Since the funds are available, I will issue the approval documents swiftly. 3 roads this year, 8 next year. You have this much time. Fail to deliver, and you will be dismissed." With a resounding click, the phone call ended. Fan Lian wiped the cold sweat from his brow, unable to suppress a bitter smile. What was this? He had been cleaning up after his predecessor, and just as he had finally sorted through the chaos, this new predicament arose. "Shaoli, Mayor, immediately investigate the reserve funds and the previous approval documents," Fan Lian said with a headache. "Also, look into Shantaekan and find out if anything has occurred at the county level. I need to know right away." "Understood." As Fan Lian paced back and forth, his keen intuition suggested that the county chief would not pursue this matter without cause. Although this mess was left by his predecessor, he had nearly cleaned it up. Gradual progress on the road was achievable as long as standards were met within the designated time frame. However, it was clear the county chief held a different view, insisting on completion within the year, which indicated a deeper connection to the issue at hand. The fact that a county chief personally intervened implied that higher authorities were likely paying attention. Anxiety gnawed at him, although he was merely the town mayor. The jurisdiction encompassed 24 villages, a considerable area. Failure to handle this matter adequately could lead to accountability. Before long, half an hour had passed, and Shaoli returned. "Mayor, here are the investigation results. Please take a look." Fan Lian immediately took the document. his expression shifting dramatically. The Disease Control Research Center? The town hospital and the second hospital are involved? When did this happen? Did you not know? The vegetables from our town have gained quite a reputation. And it seems the vendors are from Shantaken. Fan Lien was taken aback once more. Shantaken again? A daily turnover of 3 million? Has the orange become the latest sensation? Propelling rural prosperity, yet hindered by poor road conditions? Fan Lien anxiously broke into a cold sweat, cursing under his breath, lamenting the incompetence of his predecessor. The weight of this burden was enough to bring tears to his eyes. At last, he comprehended the county chief's fury. Although he was not well versed in the medical benefits of vegetables, he recognized the paramount importance of this issue to the nation's economy and the well-being of its people. Should success be achieved and he remain ignorant as a town mayor, the repercussions could be dire. Currently, the rural initiative to establish its own brand of fruit was achieving remarkable sales, exceeding 3 million daily, a rare feat indeed. If obstructed by road issues, it would mean the demise of a second Huashi village. Fan Lien wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing the gravity of the situation. A meeting, immediately. I want everyone here within 10 minutes. Those who cannot make it will face consequences, he declared, slamming his hand on the table. 10 minutes later, Fan Lien glared ominously at the few tardy individuals, exuding an icy aura. Ah, old Fan, why the urgency for a meeting today? Entered Peng Xinting, a longtime employee known for his laxity and prior role as an assistant to the last administration, often overlooked by Fan Lien. Out. Fan Lien responded coldly, taken aback. Peng Xinting had never before faced such a blatant rebuke from Fan Lien. Old Fan. Bang. Fan Lien slammed the table, causing everyone to tense up. What are you doing? With whom are you so chummy? He glared. I instructed you to convene in 10 minutes. How long have you been late? Is a few minutes really that significant? Peng Xinting dismissed the gravity of it. Get out. Fan Lien's expression darkened as he pointed to the door, expressing serious doubts about Peng Xinting's competence. An inspection team will assess your work. Should your performance be deemed unsatisfactory, your career here is finished. At this declaration, Peng Xinting and the others finally grasped that this seemingly indifferent mayor was indeed serious. Is my message still unclear? Fan Lien's eyes glinted coldly at the disorganized assembly. It has been a year. Haven't adjustments been made sufficiently? If not, shall I grant you an extended vacation? With that, everyone straightened in their seats, refraining from any further fidgeting. Even Peng Xinting felt the weight of immense pressure. Today, I shall address 2 matters. First, I have resolved the lingering issues from the past year, and I do not wish to revisit such trivialities. Those unwilling or incapable of fulfilling their duties may as well leave. This place does not accommodate idlers. A palpable tension enveloped the room. Secondly, regarding the road construction, I shall not delve into past grievances, but by the end of the year, the 3 roads in these 3 villages must be completed. Allocate the necessary funds without hesitation. Should I discover any underhanded maneuvers, I will not hesitate to take action. Finance and engineering departments. Adhere to the regulations and contact the village heads of Shantou Village today. I expect to see construction commence by the day after tomorrow. Meeting adjourned. The door was slammed shut by Fan Lien, leaving the attendees of the meeting momentarily stunned. The atmosphere was heavily charged, as Fan Lien exuded an intimidating presence, instilling a profound sense of pressure among them. It became evident that the mayor was not merely bluffing. This time, he was decidedly serious. Previously, his hesitance may have stemmed from various considerations, but now, his swift and resolute action suggested that external pressures had compelled him to act decisively. Everyone present, not lacking in intelligence, started to connect the dots and took action accordingly. Fan Lien's disregard for Peng Xinting's authority indicated that he was indeed serious. Any delay could jeopardize their livelihoods. Chapter 59. Subsequent developments of the construction crew. At this moment, Shantou Village was bustling with activity. After tirelessly working until 4 in the afternoon, Li began to traverse the village on his tricycle, collecting payments from each household. By the time he completed his rounds, it was already 8 in the evening. Upon returning home, he found his front yard overflowing with countless bags of rice. The lights inside were bright, and the sounds of merriment filled the air. Clearly, preparations for dinner were underway. As Li entered, his uncle and others were already cheerfully serving themselves. Xiao Yi is back. Come, savor Aunt Lu's culinary skills. Li gratefully accepted the bowl of rice, delighted by the sumptuous spread. With financial stability now, they could afford to indulge in their meals. Moreover, since his uncles had assisted in the rice harvest, it was only fitting that they were well fed. The dining table could scarcely accommodate all of them, so Li and the others opted to take a few dishes and stand around the table while eating. After dinner, they enjoyed some oranges, basking in a sense of contentment and ease. Outside, Uncle Li Shihong, Uncle Li Shibin, and Uncle Li Shi were smoking. Upon seeing Li emerge, they beckoned him over, saying, "We had a discussion this afternoon. It's imperative that we repair the village roads, and additionally, we ought to address the main thoroughfares." Uncle Li Shihong continued, "We believe that while families still have some funds, we should pool our resources to ensure that the main roads in front of each household are accessible. This endeavor requires substantial financial outlay." Li looked at his uncles, noticing their consensus. He replied with a smile, "I have no objections to this. But the challenge lies in the fact that each family has already contributed 10,000. Can we afford to contribute more? Oh, but that's south for the road leading to their doorstep. Surely they want mind." Uncle Li Shi interjected, Li Yi paused, realizing he had fallen into a misconception. Earlier in the afternoon, Li Shihong and the others had consulted the elder generation, and they shared the same sentiments. However, it was clear that relying solely on individual efforts would be insufficient. If the main roads in front of each household were to be constructed, collective financial support would naturally resolve any issues. It merely required a leader to spearhead the initiative. All right, tomorrow I shall go out and seek assistance while discussing this matter. If everyone is in agreement, it will be much easier to proceed. Li Yi nodded in affirmation. The construction of these roads would undoubtedly benefit future development. In the evening, Li Yi escorted the weary uncles home, then took a refreshing bath before swiftly entering his space. The road construction was nearly assured. However, should there be a need to extend it further, additional funds would be required. Thus, the pace of earning must accelerate. Moreover, the expansion of the vegetable garden also necessitated some oversight. Once the brand effect was established, the produce from Shantou village would likely become a fixture, potentially opening avenues for export. Within the space, the crops were proliferating, yet Li Yi felt they were insufficient. 5 acres was still a meager amount. The 5 golden silk nanmu trees had grown ever more robust. He contemplated selling them should funds run low. He also intended to cultivate more in the mountains, which could serve as evidence in the future. Additionally, he needed to acquire some more expensive saplings, as this was one of his plans. Trees indeed yield profits swiftly. After harvesting the vegetables, he glanced at the grafted saplings, which had matured and were even bearing flowers and fruits. He wondered if they could produce the coveted convex-top citrus that matched those from Fusang. If they did, selling them to large cities would be immensely profitable, over 400 yuan each, a terrifying yet enticing prospect. Naturally, due to their limited yield, oranges, pumpkin, and honey pomelos could only temporarily follow a boutique route. Currently, the village's primary development focused on 2 main sectors: fruit trees, oranges, pumpkin, citrus, and honey pomelos, and vegetables. However, this was far from sufficient for the village's future aspirations. Today, while collecting donations for the road, Li Yi counted, there were over 200 fish ponds in the village, both large and small. If fish farming were to be pursued, it could indeed lead to substantial profits. Previously, fish farming was fraught with risks, but now, with his involvement, there was little to worry about. They could plan for it this spring. Upon exiting his space, Li Yi set forth with further plans. 3 tasks awaited him for the morrow. First, to find a construction team for the road. Second, to establish connections for procuring the most valuable saplings. And third, to contact merchants for selling rice. After returning from the space, Li Yi fell into a deep slumber, utterly exhausted. In the morning, he instinctively rose early. The vegetable sales had been taken over by Wu Xianglan and Lu Guifan, while Li Dazhuang guided them to familiarize themselves with the local stalls and environment. Li Yi, meanwhile, accompanied the chubby little Jiaobao to water several designated large ponds with spiritual spring water. However, this arrangement proved burdensome for him. It seemed this was not a sustainable solution. Li Yi shook his head slightly, resolved to construct several large ponds near his home and lay down water pipes. In this way, every household could access the diluted spiritual spring water. He understood the principle of a commoner bears the guilt of possessing a treasure. The wondrous applications of the spiritual spring water were well known, but he could not disclose them. For this matter to endure, it was essential that everyone grew accustomed to it, and that its significance was downplayed. After completing these tasks, Li Yi began preparing feed for the pigs. While consuming raw food has its merits, cooked meals are decidedly more beneficial for pigs. The vines of potatoes, along with the stems and leaves of other plants, are indeed consumable for pigs. When mixed with bran, it essentially becomes a complete meal. The pigs at home are rather lean, which is not ideal. Recently, with an abundance of leftovers, Li Yi has been providing the pig with 4 hearty meals a day, allowing it to eat and sleep continuously, thus promoting weight gain. I am confident that by the time of slaughter at year's end, the meat will be of exceptional quality. After Wu Xianglan and Lu Guifan return from breakfast, Li Yi sets out on his small tricycle. A multitude of tasks awaits his organization and management. Indeed, time equates to money. The road repairs must be completed within 3 days. Upon arriving at Tiantown, Li Yi couldn't help but reflect on the fact that money truly is the ultimate driving force. Just then, as Li Yi passed by the store that Huang Lei was renovating, Huang Lei emerged. "Are you looking for the construction team?" he inquired. "Yes." Li Yi halted his vehicle. This shop is impressively large and located in a bustling area. It seems Huang Lei's landlord is indeed quite remarkable. Huang Lei, with an air of mystery, replied, "You need not search any further." Huh. Li Yi was taken aback, puzzled by the implication. "I've taken care of it for you," Huang Lei smiled. "Do you recall the few loyal customers I mentioned?" Lu Chuanfeng, the boss of Lu S, specializes in this kind of work. He has handled the construction in the other villages around Tiantown as well. Chapter 60, Official Funding, Problems Resolved after Huang Lei's detailed explanation. Li Yi finally understood the situation. Such is the marvel of fate. Had Huang Lei not received Li Yi's vegetables and fruits, he might not have developed such a profound connection with these regular patrons. Now, their mutual acquaintance has naturally fostered a cooperative relationship, instilling a sense of security. Li Yi did not wait long before Lu Chuanfeng arrived. "Hello, Boss Lu." "What Boss Lu? I'm older than you, so just call me Brother Lu." Like Huang Lei does. Lu Chuanfeng is quite the humorous fellow and detests formalities. Huang Lei, being perceptive, grasped this early on, making their interactions quite effortless. Li Yi chuckled and said, since Brother Lu doesn't mind, I shall not be formal either. Once the three were seated, Li Yi continued. Our village is currently facing this situation. The specifics of the construction depend on your plans. My requirements and intentions have already been expressed. 2 roads are imperative. If that is the case, we need to undertake construction and excavate the roadbed. This is indeed a significant project. While we can save on the earth and stone for paving, the budget will exceed expectations, Lu Chuanfeng calculated on paper. Li Yi and Huang Lei exchanged glances. Lu Chuanfeng was straightforward. He presented clear pricing without any pretense, offering a comprehensive market perspective. The implication was unmistakable. As friends, he wanted to ensure transparency, preventing any feelings of being taken advantage of later. This forthrightness greatly enhanced Li Yi's admiration for him. Is 5 million sufficient for now? Li Yi inquired. Even Lu Chuanfeng could not help but raise his eyebrows in astonishment as he gazed at Li Yi, exclaiming, is it truly 5 million? Indeed, Li Yi affirmed. It is worth noting that securing such a substantial sum for a project is exceedingly difficult, as payments are seldom made in a single installment. Thus, Lu Chuanfeng had his reservations. However, at this moment, Li Yi's words stirred something within him. To speak candidly, 5 million might barely suffice for constructing a road. Yet, if one must also allocate space for an equally wide roadbed alongside other engineering requirements, the cost would far exceed that amount. I am aware of the road in your village, which stretches approximately 37 to 38 li. Given the current construction costs, if we consider 29,000 per kilometer, this represents the lowest price I can offer. Consequently, the total for this road would amount to 550,000. Lu Chuanfeng, with a serious demeanor, inquired. Are you certain you can bear this expense? Moreover, the roads in your vicinity are adjacent to the mountains. If one wishes to excavate a road of equivalent distance, this project, even with all hands on deck, may not be completed within a month unless I enlist partners for assistance. Not to mention, the widening of 1 li alone, including rock excavation, would require no less than 50,000. For 38 li, that totals 190,000. If you intend to construct roads on both sides, an additional 550,000 must be factored in, bringing the conservative estimate to a staggering 12,900,000. Upon hearing this, Huang Lei felt his spirits plummet considerably. Where would such a vast sum of money come from? The villagers had only contributed 10,000. Would they be willing to donate more? Huang Lei had not anticipated the complexity of this matter. As I see it, constructing a single road in the village would suffice, and the remaining funds would be superfluous. Lu Chuanfeng suggested, you might consider rallying a bit more support within the village. A slightly wider road would still serve the purpose. Li Yi recognized this as sound advice. However, he was not inclined to settle for less. If they were to undertake this endeavor, it must be executed to perfection. Over 10 million is indeed a considerable sum, but it is not insurmountable. Thus, Lu de Ge, I would like you to proceed with the initial arrangements. For the time being, I will allocate 5 million to construct one road, while simultaneously expanding the foundation for another road, ensuring that it can accommodate large trucks as well. Upon hearing such demands, Lu Chuanfeng's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. What was this person thinking? Had he not heard his previous warnings? Such requirements would inevitably escalate the costs. At that moment, Lu Chuanfeng's phone rang. It was Jia Yuntai. Old Jia, I am currently engaged in business negotiations. Let us discuss matters later. He attempted to hang up. Don't disconnect. Today, the town leadership reached out to me regarding the commencement of road construction. Road construction? Lu Chuanfeng was taken aback. Are they referring to your engineering team in mind? That is correct, Jia Yuntai replied. Moreover, they will also settle the outstanding payments. I must tell you, this new town mayor seems to have issued a firm directive. A document was just released today mandating that the roads for 3 villages must be repaired by us, and they must be completed by the end of the year. Lu Chuanfeng furrowed his brow and responded, but I am already in discussions regarding road construction in the village. Which village? Jia Yuntai remarked, just wait. They will call you shortly. They will allocate funds this time as well, and the documents have been issued. There is no escaping this matter. Lu Chuanfeng sighed in resignation. This situation had become quite troublesome. They were obliged to cooperate with the town government's plea. However, with Li Yi present, things had become complicated. Indeed, before the call had even ended, Lu Chuanfeng's phone began to ring. Could it be that our road construction is in jeopardy? Huang Lei inquired. Li Yi's expression darkened. If that were the case, hopes for this year's road construction would be dashed. The phone rang again. Li Yi glanced at his mobile screen, noting an unfamiliar number. Hello? Is this Mr. Li Yi? Yes, it is. Greetings, we are from the town government office. You are currently the village head of Shantaekin, correct? Yes, I am. Li Yi replied, suspicious. What can I do for you? We are officially notifying you that the funds requested by your grandfather for road construction have been allocated. A total of 4 million has been approved. We hope you can inform the village and organize travel arrangements accordingly. Our government will commence work in the shortest time possible. Do you have any questions? Li Yi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Is this really true? Indeed. Our personnel have arrived at your village committee and have handed the documents to someone named Li Sherbin, who claims to be your relative. Yes, he is, Li responded. Thank you very much. You're welcome. As soon as Li Yi hung up, he noticed Lu Chuanfeng and Huang Lei staring at him in astonishment. Wow. Lu Chuanfeng and Huang Lei exclaimed in unison. Don't tell me Shantaekin is your village? Li Yi chuckled. As luck would have it, it is. Lu Chuanfeng could not contain his excitement and slapped the table, exclaiming, I was just pondering how to handle this. Now the biggest dilemma has been resolved. Even Li Yi had not anticipated such fortuitous circumstances. However, he could not help but wonder if this was truly just good luck. With an additional 4 million in funding, the road construction was practically assured. Lu, will we be able to proceed with the road now? Li Yi smiled broadly. Yes, we absolutely must. The three exchanged glances and erupted into hearty laughter. Sometimes, fate is indeed wondrously strange. Who could have known that everything would come full circle in the end? Lu Chuanfeng scrutinized Li Yi, honestly surprised that this matter had culminated in such a way. As individuals accustomed to dealing with local officials, they were well aware of certain realities. Yet, they had not anticipated that Shantaekin would be among the first beneficiaries. With over 9 million secured for foundational work, it would not pose a significant issue for both construction teams to operate simultaneously. Lu Chuanfeng appeared considerably more confident this time. The town government acted swiftly, leaving both Lu Chuanfeng and Jia Yuntai utterly astonished, especially considering how slow responses had been in the past. With the most significant issue resolved, Li Yi felt a sense of relief. The remaining matters would now be manageable. Well then, I shall not disturb you two any longer. Lu Chuanfeng promptly rose to his feet, as the directive received indicated that work would commence tomorrow, or at the latest, the day after. One must not forsake the opportunity to earn wealth. Although this endeavor involved two engineering teams collaborating, he and Jia Yuntai were seasoned partners. Fully aware of the intricacies at play, given the necessity for the road to be sufficiently wide, meticulous preparations were imperative, otherwise, unnecessary complications could arise. Naturally, Li Yi was oblivious to these nuances, as he lacked understanding of the local matters. After exchanging a few casual remarks with Huang Lei, Li Yi merrily departed, riding his small tricycle. Upon arriving at the sapling market, Li Yi was struck by the observation that a considerable number of fine saplings had recently arrived. Hey there, young man, come take a look. A vendor called out eagerly. The saplings on display were indeed of commendable quality. However, they did not possess the particular varieties Li Yi sought. After a few casual inquiries, he found himself compelled to turn away. Hey, brother, why the long face? What kind of fine saplings are you after? The vendor, a straightforward individual, promptly detained Li Yi to inquire. Li Yi responded, I'm looking for those rare trees that can fetch a significant price. The vendor cast a skeptical glance at Li Yi, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Are you certain? Absolutely certain, Li Yi replied, his heart racing. Could there truly be exceptional saplings available? The vendor couldn't suppress a smile, saying, as a matter of fact, I have a few right here, though I'm unsure if you can cultivate them successfully. Noticing the vendor's demeanor, Li Yi sensed an opportunity. After all, with his resources, there was nothing he could not grow. Those who sold timber or saplings often enjoyed experimenting with rare varieties, yet many failed to keep them alive. Cultivating precious trees requires multiple environmental factors and conditions. It is not merely a matter of planting them and expecting success. Moreover, the growth cycle of trees is exceedingly long, and many people lack the patience to wait. However, such concerns did not trouble Li Yi. Even if they might not survive, I must give it a try, he chuckled. Why not show me what you have? Upon hearing this, the vendor eagerly led Li Yi inside. Among the numerous saplings, two stood out distinctly. I won't hesitate to tell you. This one is the renowned black ebony, the vendor declared with pride, and this other one is ironwood. Black ebony is indeed a prized specimen, more valuable than golden silk nanmo. This species bears a striking resemblance to agarwood and ranks 7th among the world's top 10 precious trees, surpassing golden silk nanmo by 2 positions. Black ebony is a rare find. Should it be successfully cultivated, it could lead to great fortune. Naturally, even more esteemed than black ebony is ironwood, which bears a resemblance to chicken wing wood, making it difficult for the untrained eye to distinguish. Li Yi's heart raced. If he were to acquire these two specimens, financial troubles would become a thing of the past. Aggressively cultivating saplings would become one of Li Yi's primary business ventures in the future. Observing that Li Yi's expression remained largely unchanged, the vendor could not help but exclaim, these saplings are incredibly valuable. Then why don't you cultivate them? Li Yi replied with an innocent smile. The proprietor's countenance flushed with a hint of embarrassment. The young man, perceptive as he was, understood the unspoken truth between them. It is well known that even the finest trees struggle to thrive in such conditions. If you desire these saplings, I am willing to part with them. But once you leave this establishment, our dealings shall be concluded. Upon hearing this, Li Yi discerned that the proprietor's seedlings were undoubtedly doomed, for it was improbable that a solitary specimen of a single variety would remain. How much do you ask? Li Yi inquired casually. 100 for the black sandalwood and 150 for the ironwood, came the reply. Li Yi shook his head, declaring, that is far too expensive. I am no fool. You must have lost these plants. Even seasoned cultivators would struggle to keep them alive. Purchasing them would only lead to my ruin. 18 for both, the proprietor exclaimed. Brother, your bargaining is outrageous. 200 is the price, and both shall be yours, he chuckled. Then I shall pass, Li Yi responded, shaking his head with indifference. 200 could be better spent on a meal. Let us both take a step back. 190. Surely you can allow me a modest profit? The proprietor implored, visibly distressed. Li Yi feigned hesitation, while the proprietor's anxiety grew. As Li Yi had predicted, he ultimately acquired 3 saplings, regrettably losing all for he had previously cultivated. The remaining 2 were left untouched, for the risk of incurring a total loss was too great. The seedlings were inherently costly, and their failure to thrive was not unexpected. However, selling the two could at least recoup some of his expenses. Very well, Li conceded. But do remember, should you acquire any more rare seedlings in the future, I would be interested. Let us negotiate a fair price. Absolutely. The proprietor beamed. For procuring seedlings was not overly challenging. After settling the payment, Li joyfully placed the two saplings, one black sandalwood and one ironwood, into his space. Once these two flourished and produced offspring, he need not fret about future income. With the matter of the seedlings resolved, Li's spirits soared. He had embarked on this outing with 3 objectives, and now he had accomplished 2. Only the final task remained. Despite its modest size, Tinda Town was among the most prosperous in Xing'an County, bustling with grain merchants and rice traders. However, securing a favorable price remained a daunting challenge. Li pondered whether his lofty pricing would provoke an adverse reaction. The Qian family grain shop, while not large, held a respectable position in Tinda Town. Located near the local primary school, it benefited from a reasonable purchasing power in the vicinity. Qian Zhongyin, the proprietor, had been enjoying a comfortable life, particularly since acquiring fresh produce that had delighted his family. Yet, the current market for rice was poor, leading to a decline in prices. With numerous grain shops around and supermarkets dominating the market, business had become increasingly challenging. Qian Zhongyin found himself in a quandary. He had recently procured a batch of high-priced, premium rice, yet the local purchasing power was limited. Most customers opted for mid-range rice, affordable yet popular, while the lower-priced varieties attracted virtually no buyers. This has rendered individuals like Qian Zhongyin increasingly difficult to manage. Consequently, Qian Zhongyin has recently been venturing outside, entrusting the management of the store to his wife, Wang Xiangyue. If no alternative paths are sought, the situation will indeed become dire. Chapter 62. 8 yuan a jean? Are you insane? Boss, do you buy rice? Li inquired from door to door. Before establishing a brand effect, it seemed nearly impossible to sell anything. Even if Li claimed to be a vegetable grower, others would simply dismiss him with a laugh. Just because you excel at growing vegetables does not imply you can cultivate rice equally well. What kind of rice? Farmhouse rice. Li replied with a smile. Farmhouse rice? The boss's expression immediately soured. Do you have any husked? Yes. 90 cents a jean, the boss declared. Then forget it. Li shook his head. Thank you. Wait, let me see your rice. Shortly, the boss emerged, and upon seeing the plump, round grains of rice, his eyes brightened slightly. However, he quickly masked his expression. This rice is decent. How about I offer you 1 yuan and 3 jiao? The boss proposed. Li chuckled. Thank you. But that price is too low. I will not sell. Hey. The boss stopped Li, saying, you must think this through. The current rice prices are dismal, and the market is flooded with good rice. The least favorable option is your farmhouse rice. Only those living on tight budgets would consider it. I can offer you 1 yuan and 3 jiao, which is a tremendous act of goodwill. You must have asked around, right? No one will offer you more than I have. While the boss's words held some truth, they did not align with Li's expectations. He nodded with a smile. I shall take my leave. What is your expected price? The boss inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. This figure. Li gestured with his hand. 7 yuan. No. It is 8 yuan. The boss's voice changed pitch instantly. Have you lost your mind? 8 yuan a jean for rice. Farmhouse rice? He regarded Li as if he were a fool. Is this person out of his mind? Expecting 8 yuan for farmhouse rice? Does he think he is dealing with premium rice? Even the most expensive brand rice in these small local supermarkets barely reaches 5 or 6 yuan. The reality is, the buyers are ultimately just a minority. Li understood this well, having inquired at no less than 8 places, all yielding results akin to that of this boss. This particular boss, though more discerning than the previous ones, still deemed Li a madman. Li chose not to explain. He mounted his 3-wheeled bicycle and headed towards the Qian family grain store. This was the last shop. If this one did not yield results, he would need to devise another plan. Wang Xiangyue was engrossed in a drama. Business at the rice shop was becoming increasingly challenging, and her husband had gone out seeking opportunities. Is the boss in? Upon hearing someone speak, Wang Xiangyue looked up. Are you here to buy rice? It's all here. You can choose for yourself. She gestured towards the rice displayed before her. Various types of rice were neatly categorized in different sections, making this shop far cleaner and more organized than the others. Boss, I'm not here to buy rice. I'm here to sell it, Li remarked with a polite smile. Sell rice? Wang Xiangyue looked up and continued. Recently, rice has been difficult to sell. Your rice must be homegrown, right? Indeed. Then the price probably isn't very favorable. Wang Xiangyue glanced at Li, suddenly pausing in astonishment. You are the one who sells vegetables? Wang Xiangyue exclaimed excitedly, standing up in surprise. The boss lady knows me? Li inquired politely. Of course I do. Wang Xiangyue, brimming with enthusiasm, gestured for Li to sit down and poured him tea. Our children are quite a handful. They refuse to eat vegetables, and it's all thanks to your produce. Li chuckled, realizing he had a devoted fan. By the way, is the rice from your farm? It's in the car. Li rose and brought a small sample, rubbing it in front of Wang Xiangyue. Wow. Despite being a housewife now, Wang Xiangyue had quite the impressive background. Is this rice from your own cultivation? Her face was filled with shock and disbelief. If she hadn't witnessed it herself, she would never have believed such a scene. The rice was large, plump, and glistening, exuding a delightful aroma unique to quality rice. Had Li not claimed it was farmed, Wang Xiangyue would have found it hard to accept as genuine. Having encountered countless varieties of rice, she knew that the only advantage of farmed rice was its affordability. Beyond that, it rarely boasted any other merits. Yet now, Li Yi's rice profoundly impacted her. Remembering the miraculous benefits of his vegetables, Wang Xiangyue resolutely asked, "Mr. Li, are you planning to sell this rice?" "Yes." "What price?" 8 yuan per jin. Wang Xiangyue stood there, momentarily stunned, before finally regaining her composure. This price is even higher than that of Jinxiang rice. It is worth noting that Jinxiang rice is rated highly in the market, boasting an impressive score of 84. This rice belongs to Jinyuan Rice Industry, established in 1946, and is the largest rice supplier on the island. Furthermore, Jinyuan Rice Industry pioneered bagged and vacuum-packed rice, being the only rice merchant on the island to acquire both ISO 9001 and HACCP certifications. The Jinxiang brand is a flagship product, having garnered numerous awards, including the prestigious Q-Mark certificate and the Reader's Digest Platinum Award for credibility. Moreover, Jinxiang jasmine rice is favored by high-end seafood restaurants and 5-star hotels, with an 8 kilograms pack retailing around 120 yuan, averaging less than 10 yuan per jin. Such rice is indeed considered a premium product, while others sell for under 10 yuan. You, with your farmed rice, start at 8? News of this might provoke considerable controversy. Mr. Li, Wang Xiangyue swallowed hard and cautioned. Isn't your starting price of 8 yuan too steep? No, Mr. Wang, you have misinterpreted my words. If we were to sell our rice separately, the price would certainly be no less than 15 yuan. However, for bulk purchases, I can offer an initial price of 8 yuan. Wang Xiangyue was utterly astounded. How could he possibly set the price at 15 yuan as a starting point? Was he out of his mind? How could rice from a farmer ever command such a steep price? Li Yi, of course, possessed this confidence. The reason he was quoting such a low price now was that the market had yet to open. Once it does, the circumstances would be entirely different. Although there is a considerable amount of rice in the village, the actual quantity available is quite limited. The rice nurtured by his spiritual spring, rich in nutrients and easily absorbed by the human body, is undoubtedly incomparable to other types of rice. His vegetables, when consumed over time, also contribute significantly to bodily improvement. Buyers are not foolish. They are well aware of the health benefits these vegetables offer, which have undergone subtle transformations. It is akin to spending money on health. Who would not be pleased? As for this particular rice, it is not mere boasting on Li Yi's part. Those who have tasted it would likely find it difficult to eat any other rice. Chapter 63. Lin Wantings, sharing Li Yi's sense that this last negotiation was likely to fall apart. After all, the expression on the shop owner's face was wide enough to swallow an egg. He had already witnessed too many astonished reactions. "Excuse me," Li Yi said, undeterred and devoid of any despondency. There was no rush for the rice. He firmly believed it would sell soon enough. "Wait." Wang Xiangyue inhaled deeply and suddenly proposed. "Could you leave some here with me? I cannot guarantee that I will sell it." Li Yi paused, looking at her in disbelief. "But I must sample it. I am unsure about others, but in our household, we have tasted it, and anything that makes it here is assuredly of good quality." Wang Xiangyue spoke with a serious and earnest demeanor. "If your rice is indeed exceptional, I would even be willing to promote it for free. However, I cannot promise that it will sell." This outcome was entirely unexpected for Li Yi. He had not held out much hope. Yet, Wang Xiangyue's boldness made him realize that opportunity had arrived. The fragrance of wine does not fear the depth of an alley, but it requires foot traffic outside. The same principle applies to his rice. There is approximately 100 pounds here. You may taste it first. If you decide to sell it, let us set the price at 8 yuan, Li Yi suggested with a smile. If it truly does not sell, I shall gift it to you. Very well. Wang Xiangyue readily agreed, and instructed Li Yi to unload the rice. After concluding this matter, Li Yi promptly rode his little tricycle back to the village, leisurely. There was no hurry regarding the rice. He would take his time. With all issues resolved, the next tasks were road repairs and planning for the last stretch of winter. The reclamation of the village's fields would certainly require time. Moreover, if everyone is to cultivate vegetables, the greenhouse must be established. By the time the road construction is completed, all preparations will be adequately in place. The remaining funds for the road amount to 2 or 3 million, which will necessitate the sale of a tree, Li Yi contemplated. He could cover the shortfall, but it was imperative to inform the villagers. Spending money without communicating with the villagers would be sheer folly. He must demonstrate that Li Yi, is unwavering in his commitment to the village's development, which would also serve to establish his undeniable authority. Henceforth, the villagers will only recognize him, Li Yi. As for the pathways in front of each household, these are minor issues. However, the funding for them must come from the villagers themselves. This is a stark reality they must confront. Upon returning to the village, Li Yi promptly arrived at the dilapidated village committee office and began broadcasting his message. "Dear villagers, I am your village chief, Li Yi. I am here to announce several important matters, and I ask the group leaders to coordinate with me." Soon, every household heard Li Yi's voice, and many paused their work with hose in hand. Although the village was impoverished, they did possess a broadcasting system. "Today, I visited the town and have successfully contacted a construction team, which will commence work tomorrow. Our cement road will soon be a reality. The second announcement is that I have received confirmation and obtained the documents. The town has approved a portion of the funds for road construction." With these two pieces of news, a wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. The third matter concerns the construction of a dual-lane road. Therefore, In addition to the donations collected from everyone and the funds approved by the town, I will cover the remaining expenses myself, so there is no need for concern. The only thing to keep in mind is the safety of travel, as widening the roadbed will require the excavation of part of the mountainside. As Lee elaborated, understanding began to dawn on the villagers. The fourth matter, still regarding the road construction, pertains to the small pathways leading to each household, separate from the main road funded by the town. This portion of the pathways will not require significant funds, and I encourage everyone to contribute to their repair. Group leaders should take note of this, but participation is not mandatory. After all, these pathways are for your own convenience in the future. That is all I wish to convey today. By tomorrow evening, I hope the group leaders will come to the village committee with their lists. As Lee concluded his broadcast, the atmosphere in Shantou village grew lively once more. The financial details regarding the road construction would be publicly posted, so everyone would be informed. Furthermore, Lee's willingness to subsidize the main road expenses left the villagers feeling they were benefiting from the situation. After all, they were not required to spend their own money. However, the primary topic of discussion remained whether to repair the pathways in front of their homes. Repairing them would mean additional expenditures, while neglecting them could lead to a situation where the roads in front of other households were passable, leaving their own in disrepair, a predicament that would be hard to justify. More crucially, if they wish to repair the roads in the future, they might struggle to find a construction team willing to take on such minor projects. After notifying the villagers of this matter, Lee chose to step back and let the situation unfold. He is the village chief, overseeing the broader picture, and certainly attentive to the main roads. However, regarding the condition of the minor paths belonging to each household, he is genuinely indifferent. Whether they are repaired or not is a personal matter. Just as Lee was taking a moment to rest and sip some water, a call from Lin Wanting came in. Hello? The oranges have been sold out. Achieving great success, Lin Wanting's voice sounded exuberant over the phone. Currently, our oranges are in high demand, and we have adopted a conservative strategy. Thank you. Thanks to Lee's oranges, Lin Wanting has finally turned the tide. Now, not to mention selling at 18 yuan per pound, even at 28, there are plenty of buyers. As major wholesalers recognized the opportunity, they immediately began to inflate prices, shifting towards a premium route. Lin Wanting has now altered her strategy. Previously, a single buyer could easily procure over 10,000 pounds of oranges from her. However, now, each individual can only purchase a maximum of 5,000 pounds within 3 days. This predicament has left those big bosses distressed, yet ironically, they still have to seek Lin Wanting's favor and cannot afford to offend her. What pleased Lin Wanting even more was that Ma Rufi, upon seeing Lin Wanting acquire the oranges from Shantou village, considered imitating her. However, the money spent yielded a hodgepodge of oranges, varying greatly in quality. The hard-earned reputation crumbled in an instant. This inadvertently served as excellent publicity for Lin Wanting. In summary, Lin Wanting is now thriving, holding over 300,000 pounds of oranges, and plans to pursue a premium strategy moving forward. Lee listened quietly. This was the first time Lin Wanting had proactively shared so much with him. Our village also has pumpkin, pomelo, and oranges. Would you like some? Lee inquired. Lin Wanting's eyes lit up immediately. Yes, I want them. She was not foolish. Although the current oranges had achieved remarkable success, their singularity posed a risk. Once the market cooled down, the fervor would undoubtedly diminish, though not swiftly decline. However, if she introduced a series of related products, her market share would likely stabilize. Alright, when will you have time to come over? By the way, we are repairing the roads here, so it will definitely be more challenging to navigate. Be prepared for that. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lee began to attend to his other tasks. Returning to his room, he took out his notebook and started to ponder. Gradually, he pinned down a few immediate goals. The first small goal, to construct the village committee. As a relic of a bygone era, Lee truly had endless grievances. There was no choice. Back then, things were underdeveloped, and the village committee remained dilapidated without concern. However, for the sake of establishing the future brand of Shantou village, this committee could not be neglected. Building the village committee would require corresponding facilities and equipment, as well as the creation of a cement platform. Although a green lawn appears eco-friendly, it somehow feels inadequate. Lee made a preliminary estimation regarding the village committee, which is situated at the very heart of the village. As the village head, he finds himself in a somewhat improvised position, with no other village officials in sight, which is far from ideal. Should higher authorities send representatives, Lee would naturally welcome them. However, in the absence of such appointments or elections, the village must rely on its own selection process. Presently, the majority of village officials are indeed elected by the villagers themselves, merely following the established protocols. Taking out his calculator, Lee began to crunch the numbers. Establishing the village committee building along with the necessary facilities would require at least 2 to 3 million yuan. A headache indeed. This is merely the initial planning phase, followed by the installation of streetlights. At night, the village is enveloped in darkness, necessitating solar-powered streetlights that absorb sunlight during the day and illuminate the night. This is the visage that a new rural community ought to embody, and thus it must be included in the plan. He had inquired about the cost of a single streetlight, which is quite steep, approximately 300 yuan, inclusive of installation fees. Lee was quite familiar with the village's main thoroughfares and the branching paths. After some calculations, he realized that to adequately light the village, at least 350 streetlights would be required, amounting to nearly 450,000 yuan. Just for these essentials, he was looking at a total expenditure nearing 4 million yuan. This, indeed, represented one of Li Yi's subsequent goals. In addition to the renovation of the village committee, his third objective was the construction of a village primary school, a matter of utmost importance. In the past, during Li Yi's childhood, there existed a primary school. However, as time passed, it fell into disuse. The village was simply too impoverished to compete with others, forcing the children to seek education elsewhere. This was decidedly unfriendly to Shantou village, given the poor road conditions that made traveling to other areas for schooling quite troublesome. Li Yi had been acutely aware of this issue, and now that he had successfully taken charge of Shantou village, he was keen to address it. There were many children in the village, with their parents working in distant lands, striving to provide for their families, with the primary aim of ensuring a better future for their children. The money earned was intended to afford them opportunities, even to venture beyond the village. Yet, the absence of a primary school locally was disheartening. Li Yi was determined that the current generation should not endure the same fate. He understood profoundly the vast difference between those who receive an education and those who do not. The village elders would inevitably grow old, and when the younger generation rises to take on responsibilities, they must be equipped to support the community. Thus, Li Yi set about drafting his third plan, the construction of a primary school. He could only conduct some preliminary research online to form an estimate. Once built, the school would require teachers, and the matter of salaries would fall under the purview of the village committee. Resolute, he decided to take full responsibility for it, as he was the village head and had no alternative. According to the insights provided by online professionals, the construction cost for a school spanning 1,000 square meters would amount to a minimum of 500,000 yuan. If adhering to the highest seismic standards, the cost would amount to 3 million. The national guiding principle is to withstand major earthquakes without collapse, to allow for repairs after moderate tremors, and to remain unscathed during minor quakes. Numerous authentic cases can be found online, and after observing them, Li Yi estimated the necessary expenses. He resolved to proceed with the best option, 3 million. As he gazed upon the lengthy string of figures, a wry smile crept across his face. The road construction was now on the right track, and during this period, he could still earn some income. Currently, the villagers had donated 2,500,000, and the town had allocated 4 million, totaling 650,000. However, his previous arrangement with Lu Chuanfeng was for a dual carriageway, and when considering all associated costs, it amounted to a total of 12,900,000, meaning he would need to subsidize 640,000. The issue was that he only had 325,000 available. After setting aside 3 million, he kept 25,000 for emergencies at home. In essence, he was already in debt by 340,000 just for the road construction. When adding his second goal of 4 million and the third goal of 3 million, he found himself burdened with a staggering debt of 1,040,000. And the development of Shantou village had only just begun. Li Yi rubbed his temples, deciding to stop calculating. It was best to take one step at a time. One can only eat meals bite by bite and walk paths step by step. It was not yet time to run. Once the vegetable base was established, then there would be capital for racing ahead. After finishing the detailed arrangements, it was already late into the night. At Qian Chongnin's home, it was rare for him to smoke in front of his wife, Wang Xiangyue, and she did not stop him. The couple sat facing each other until Qian Chongnin finished his third cigarette. Finally, he spoke. "Are you absolutely certain it's his?" "Indeed," Wang Xiangyue replied. "I cannot be mistaken. At least $8? "Yes." Qian Chongnin sighed. "Is the food good? Look at our son." Qian Chongnin waved his hand. "That little pig only eats rice now. It's utterly ridiculous. But the food is incredibly fragrant." For some reason, after their son finished eating, he seemed to have become more handsome. Of course, Qian Chongnin knew it was merely an illusion. "So you've sold some?" What astonished Qian Chongnin most was that earlier that evening, many old customers, seeing the appealing appearance of the rice, agreed to buy a couple of pounds to take home. As a merchant, he wondered if these customers had lost their minds. Everyone was not particularly well off. Purchasing such expensive farm rice was utterly preposterous. All right. I think this rice is quite good. Whether it can sell or not will depend on tomorrow." Wang Xiangyue playfully kicked Qian Chongnin. At dawn, as the drowsy Qian Chongnin and Wang Xiangyue approached their grain shop, they were taken aback. "Oh no, wife, run!" Qian Chongnin exclaimed, positioning himself protectively in front of her. Their sleepiness vanished instantly. Before their grain shop stood a dark figure, and they feared it might be a robbery in progress. "Stop! Don't run!" someone shouted as they approached. Qian Chongnin was drenched in cold sweat, pushing his wife aside, exclaiming, "What are you dawdling for? Run!" It was too late. They truly were being targeted for robbery, and the situation appeared dire. Wang Xiangyue, pale with fear, stammered, "If you don't flee, I won't either. If we are to leave, let us depart together." Upon witnessing the rapid approach of the figures before them, Qian Chongnin realized that with his wife in tow, escape was no longer an option. He had never anticipated that his spouse would refuse to abandon him in such dire circumstances. Their assailants were merely after money. He reasoned that it was better to part with their wealth than to lose their lives. Summoning her courage, Wang Xiangyue declared, "We must prioritize our lives." As the shadowy figures drew closer, despair enveloped Qian Chongnin and Wang Xiangyue. Reflecting on their lives, they could not recall committing any grave misdeeds. In fact, they had engaged in numerous acts of kindness. Yet, why had they found themselves in such a predicament? Resigned, Qian Chongnin thought, if we are to be robbed, then so be it. It is preferable to facing death. He instinctively shielded his wife behind him, determined to protect her from both theft and harm. Brother, this is all I possess. I truly have nothing left. Please take it, Qian Zhongyin gasped as the menacing figure approached. The voice that responded seemed oddly familiar. As he raised his gaze, he recognized an old customer, Old Zhang. Boss Qian, what brings you here so early? Old Zhang queried, his expression laced with suspicion. Coughing to mask his embarrassment, Qian Zhongyin stammered. It's good to see you. What brings you here? He quickly redirected the conversation to avoid further humiliation. Old Zhang, oblivious to any underlying tension, replied enthusiastically. Your rice is remarkable. My mother has been suffering from chronic back pain, but after eating your rice yesterday, her pain has subsided. The old comrades at the cafeteria all rave about it. Really? Qian Zhongyin was taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances with his wife, utterly perplexed. Come quickly. Many people are eagerly waiting to purchase yesterday's rice. Dragged along by Old Zhang. Qian Zhongyin was increasingly confounded. He had been absent from the shop the previous day and was unaware of who had come to buy rice. Upon arriving at his shop, Qian Zhongyin was astonished. Goodness, so many people? He marveled. Even the busiest of days had never drawn such a crowd. One might think he had hired actors to create a scene. Trembling, he opened the doors to his grain shop, greeted warmly by customers, which sent a shiver down his spine. Wang Xiangyue stood within the shop, smiling brightly, asking, What rice do you wish to purchase? Yesterday's, came the chorus of voices. Yesterday's? The one priced at 8 yuan per pound. Old Zhang interjected. Qian Zhongyin, in shock, spewed his tea, exclaiming, What nonsense is this? 8 yuan per pound? Didn't the boss lady say the price would increase? He turned to his wife, who had finally regained her composure. By heavens, Li's farmhouse rice. They both thought simultaneously, their minds racing with a terrifying realization. Li's farmhouse rice is likely to become as popular as his vegetables. Give me 5 pounds. Give me 3 pounds. Give me 4 pounds. Since it is a grain shop, customers do not purchase in large quantities. Even if they enjoy it, they hesitate to spend too much. Yet, abstaining is not an option. Thus, they plan to mix it with other rice. Of course, no one anticipated that this rice would soon be in such high demand. They assumed that Qian's grain shop would have ample stock, so their purchases were modest. However, the total amount of rice left by Li was only a little over 100 pounds, and a portion had already been sold yesterday. Coupled with those who had sampled it the day before and spread the word, this led to today's scene. A considerable queue formed, but half of the people left empty-handed, as the rice was sold out. Is this a joke, Boss Qian? We woke up so early. And you say there is no rice left? My child can't eat any other rice now. What should we do? Boss Qian, please arrange for more. Qian Zhongyin felt overwhelmed. How about trying some other rice for now? I need to restock. Complaints arose from the crowd, as everyone had risen early with hopes of cooking with the rice. Yet, it was all gone. The crowd dispersed, reluctantly purchasing some rice from another store, all the while reminding each other to ensure a restock. The sky was still dimly lit. What should we do? Wang Xiangyue looked at her husband. Unable to contain her concern, Qian Zhongyin, habitually lighting a cigarette, replied, Perhaps we should alter our strategy and cease stocking other varieties of rice. Just focus on Li's. Yet, the concern remained. What if his rice was insufficient? Wang Xiangyue pondered this dilemma. His rice was indeed excellent and profitable. Yet a grain shop needs to sustain itself in the long run. If his supply were limited, what would they do? This question troubled Qian Zhongyin greatly. Indeed, for an average family, selling several hundred to over 1,000 pounds of farmhouse rice is already remarkable. A few thousand pounds is nothing for a grain shop. No, I must call him, Qian Zhongyin declared. Li's rice tastes good. The rice from his village should be equally fine. If I purchase all the rice from his village, it should sustain us for quite some time. Whether or not to stock other types will depend on the ultimate sales of this rice. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiangyue felt that it was the only viable option. Qian Zhongyin promptly took out his phone and dialed Li's number. They were familiar with each other. Yet at this moment, Qian Zhongyin felt a mix of nervousness and excitement. After a couple of rings, the call connected. Hello? Came Li's familiar voice. Brotherly, it's me, Qian Zhongyin. Boss Qian, what can I do for you? Brotherly, do you remember the rice you left with us yesterday? Qian Zhongyin reminded him. Of course. What is the matter? Is it too expensive to sell? If that bag doesn't sell, consider it a gift to you. Li's cheerful laughter resonated through the line. No, brotherly, someone purchased this rice yesterday. Purchased? Yes, today's repurchase rate is exceptionally high. I believe by noon, there will be others urging for it. Qian Zhongyin excitedly inquired. This rice is indeed remarkable. I am considering acquiring it from you. Would that be possible? Haha, are you jesting, Boss Qian? Of course not. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Zhongyin asked, By the way, is this rice exclusive to your family, or is it available throughout the village? Our village has it. It is a new variety we have developed. Most people cannot cultivate it. Upon hearing this, Qian Zhongyin's eyes sparkled. Has the farming frenzy already commenced? Yes, it began yesterday. And households have been steadily harvesting. Li chuckled. If Boss Qian is interested, I can offer it at 8 yuan per pound. Alright, I'll come over immediately. Qian Zhongyin nodded enthusiastically, his merchant instincts honed. His intuition told him that Li spoke the truth. This rice merely lacked recognition. Once it gained popularity, coupled with high demand, the price would soar. This presented a splendid opportunity for Qian's grain shop to profit and establish a brand effect. Quickly, you stay here to watch over it while I go acquire it. In such a rush? Foolish woman, if we delay, we will miss our chance. I believe this news will spread swiftly. Qian Chongyin urged fervently. Even if I cannot transport it back today, at least let us sign the contract and transport it gradually. I have a premonition that we will make a substantial profit this time. Chapter 66. The farmhouse rice draws attention at the town government. Today, work will commence in Shantou village, and arrangements here are progressing swiftly. In the morning, Fan Lian arrived at the cafeteria as usual, but today, an unusually large number of people were present. It is noteworthy that these leaders seldom frequent the cafeteria. Good morning. Encountering Fan Lian, who was in good spirits, everyone greeted him with smiles. What are you all waiting for? For rice porridge. Rice porridge? I thought you all disliked it? Fan Lian replied with a chuckle. Town chief, you may not know, but the rice brought in yesterday was delectable. I craved it all night. Indeed, that rich flavor is truly extraordinary. I can still recall the taste. This rice, I hear, is quite expensive. Fan Lian shook his head, unconcerned, and proceeded to cue. Old Zhang, 1 bowl of porridge, a plate of pickles, and 2 buns. Old Zhang was the chef, and today he had hurried to buy rice. Why are the rice grains in today's porridge so large? They also emit a fragrant aroma? Fan Lian sensed something was amiss. Town chief, do taste it. Fan Lian skeptically took a sip, his eyes widening in astonishment. Delicious, isn't it? Old Zhang lamented. Though it's a bit pricey at 8 yuan per pound, this rice is beneficial for health. A warm sensation enveloped his body, and Fan Lian instantly felt his fatigue dissipate. It was his first time encountering such plump, fragrant rice grains. Where did this rice come from? From Qian's grain shop. Old Zhang replied honestly. Imported from abroad, isn't it? I heard it's farmhouse rice, Old Zhang remarked. Farmhouse rice? Fan Lian's body trembled, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he gasped. Are you certain it's farmhouse rice and not imported? Mayor, what's wrong with you? The proprietress asserted. I personally confirmed it's farmhouse rice. Hey, where are you going? Fan Lian dashed a few steps, then returned, tilting his head back to gulp down the porridge. He seized 2 buns and bolted outside. Farmhouse rice. Such delectable rice is indeed farmhouse rice. Its presence in Tianda town implied that this farmhouse rice was procured from either Tianda or one of the 24 villages nearby. Fan Lian's mind raced with these thoughts. As a politician, he harbored ambitions and possessed a keen instinct. Having taken office for a year, he genuinely aspired to achieve notable accomplishments. The pressure from above was immense. Yet he understood that for this small town to advance, it must rely on the surrounding villages. However, with so many villages across the nation, how many had truly developed? Food is paramount to the people. If beneath his direct jurisdiction, a variety of rice emerged that could rival top-tier imports, it would undoubtedly be a significant achievement. Rice, particularly in the south, is an indispensable staple. No one can go without it. Upon returning to the office, Fan Lian immediately called out, Shall we? Yes? Quickly. Find out where the Qian's grain shop is located. We're going there. All right. In less than 3 minutes, Shao Li reported, Mayor, the Qian's grain shop is near the town's primary school. Let us go, accompany me. Shao Li was puzzled by the mayor's urgency, yet wisely refrained from asking further. Soon, the two arrived in front of the Qian's grain shop. There were hardly any customers. It was quite desolate. Clearly, this rice had yet to be discovered, after all. 8 yuan was rather pricey, Fan Lian thought, revealing a confident smile. Is anyone here, looking to buy rice? Wang Xiangyue emerged. Glancing at the man before her without much concern, Fan Lian entered, his sharp gaze surveying the shop's layout. Very orderly, quite clean, and evenly distributed. The corners are free of dust and cobwebs, indicating that the owner values cleanliness, Fan Lian assessed internally. Do you have any 8 yuan rice? He inquired deliberately. Wang Xiangyue paused, then smiled. Oh, you're here to buy farmhouse rice too? I'm afraid we're out of stock. Out of stock? Fan Lian nearly choked, stunned. Has it already been discovered? Yes. It sold out this morning. My husband went to restock. If you're looking to buy, you'll have to wait until noon or afternoon, Wang Xiangyue chuckled. 8 yuan can sell out? Ah, you don't know? The parents group and community chat in our town have been buzzing about it for a while now. Buzzing? Fan Lian furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, they're discussing me, saying I should stock more. Wang Xiangyue smiled wryly and remarked. The issue we face now is that we are quite helpless. Acquiring this rice requires time. Moreover, the quality of this rice is exceptional and beneficial to health, which has led to overwhelming demand. However, the volume of orders has far exceeded our expectations, leaving us in a rather difficult position. Fan Lian's lip twitched slightly as he sensed an air of arrogance in her words. Do you know where this rice is sourced? He inquired, curiosity piqued. What are you planning? Wang Xianyue's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a serious and wary expression, as if she were scrutinizing a thief. Realizing his misstep, Fan Lian quickly clarified. Please do not misunderstand. I must close the door now, Wang Xianyue said coldly. Wait, that's not. Fan Lian was forcefully ushered out of the shop, his face etched with bitterness. Mayor, you have committed a faux pas, Shali cautioned. Fan Lian was well aware of his blunder. After all, this was someone else's lucrative business, and it was unwise to speak of it. It seemed he would have to devise a different strategy. He needed to locate the village cultivating this specialty rice and provide robust support. Once a brand effect was established, his performance would surely flourish. I shall return and continue to investigate the origins of this farmhouse rice. Indeed. Meanwhile, Li Yi, having enjoyed a refreshing slumber, felt quite invigorated. Upon learning that Qian Chongyin intended to purchase rice, he was filled with joy. The villagers had another opportunity to earn, and he believed that once the rice was sold, no one would question his leadership again. Naturally, he felt confident that road construction issues would no longer pose a problem, having profited from the sale of oranges. And now with the rice set to yield significant returns, he thought it absurd for anyone to hesitate in repairing their roads, as that would condemn them to perpetual poverty. However, he still needed to sell a golden silk nanmu tree today, as his funds were insufficient otherwise. In the morning, Li Yi broadcast a notification to the villagers, announcing that a buyer for rice would be arriving. It was going to be a busy day for him, as he also needed to host Lichuanfeng and Jia Yuntai. The village roads were about to undergo construction. With 2 construction teams working simultaneously, it was conservatively estimated that the work would take no more than 10 to 15 days. A prospect that was quite reassuring. Brotherly, I have arrived in your village. Where is your home? Chapter 67. The rice sales begin in Shantao village Wang. The plump little dog, though barely a foot long, exuded a fierce demeanor. As Qian Chongyin's vehicle approached the front yard of Li Yi's home, it immediately began barking. At that moment, its cuteness overshadowed any semblance of ferocity. Li Yi gently nudged it aside with his foot, and the little creature promptly ceased its barking at Qian Chongyin. Lu Guifan emerged from the house, offering a cup of water to Qian Chongyin, who gratefully replied with a thank you. Wu Xianglan and Lu Guifan remained silent, as Li Yi was now the one making most decisions regarding family matters. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qian Chongyin could no longer contain his excitement and rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, "Ah, Mr. Qian indeed has a spirited nature." Li Yi smiled and led him towards his warehouse, saying, "Let me show you." "Excellent." Qian Chongyin nodded vigorously. Every household possesses a dry chamber for storing grain, primarily to deter rodents and prevent moisture from compromising the harvest. In the village, Li Yi's rice fields are modest in size, yet they are far from insignificant. Today, he tends to 3 plots that collectively span 5 acres. The most bountiful harvest comes from the expansive field located below the reservoir, while the other 2 yield comparatively less. Li Yi had previously estimated that the total output from these 5 acres would amount to approximately 19,000 pounds of rice. The family's annual consumption of rice is around 1,000 pounds, which is more than sufficient for their needs. The remainder is destined for sale. Qian Zhongyin, an experienced merchant, surveyed the neatly packaged rice and, after inspecting a few bags, could not conceal his satisfaction. "Excellent, truly excellent," he exclaimed, nearly trembling with excitement. "So, you want to buy it all?" Li Yi inquired with a beaming smile. "Indeed, I do," replied Qian Zhongyin. "However, I must wait a bit longer for the remaining grain." Li Yi understood well that some villagers had just begun harvesting their rice and were in the process of drying it. As a businessman, Qian Zhongyin was not inclined to make purchases at this juncture. Once the grain is dried, it becomes significantly easier to store, and its weight diminishes considerably. Nevertheless, there were logistical constraints. Road construction was underway, and large vehicles could not access the area, necessitating the use of smaller carts, which would inevitably slow the transportation process. During this time, Qian Zhongyin had already established a solid reputation. "That sounds feasible," Li Yi agreed. "By the way, I heard you are now the village chief. I need to sign a contract with everyone." Qian Zhongyin chuckled. "I'm just trying to ensure no one beats me to it." Li Yi nodded and remarked, "The group leaders from each sector will be arriving shortly. You can discuss contracts with those willing to sign. Once they do, you can gradually transport the grain without much difficulty. Once the road is completed, the concerns will be significantly alleviated." "That sounds splendid." Qian Zhongyin promptly called over his assistants to begin the transportation of the rice. The total weighed 18,962 pounds. At $8 per pound, that amounts to $151,696, correct? Correct. At this moment, villagers had already gathered outside Li Yi's home. After all, he had issued a notice that morning, and during a previous meeting, he had assured them that they would soon be able to profit together. It had only been a short time, yet Li Yi had indeed succeeded. The sight of over 10,000 pounds of rice yielding a profit of $150,000 left many astonished. $8 as a starting price? Can this rice truly sell for $8? Exclaimed one villager. Good heavens! If that is the case, we must plant more in the coming spring. Let us see what the village chief has to say. Countless villagers crowded around Li Yi's home, while the timid dog, Jiabao, cowered in fear, trailing closely behind Li Yi. Once Li Yi received the payment, the villagers' doubts were dispelled. It was impossible not to believe it now. In the back of the crowd, Zhu Yigui could not contain his astonishment, exclaiming, "Such immense profits? What are we waiting for? Let us hasten to prepare." Indeed, there are still quite a few old grains at home. Let us sell them together. Zhu Daju and couldn't contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Huh? Just because Li isn't bringing us along to prosper, does that mean we cannot prosper ourselves?" "Absolutely," Zhu shouted and nodded vigorously. "Even if Li refrains from aiding us in making money, he cannot prevent our success. Let us not rush, let us wait and see," Zhu Yigui thought fervently. Although he had a bit of a quarrel with Li Yi, he had to admit that the newly appointed village chief was indeed quite capable. Li Yi glanced at Qian Chongyin, nodding as he addressed the villagers. "As per our usual practice, the rice harvested yesterday should be dried for now, especially since we have been enjoying sunny weather lately. Furthermore, I must inform everyone that we will only accept this year's rice. We will not be taking in rice from previous years. Additionally, as you all are aware, this year's rice is distinct from that of the past. Those who have already husked their rice should be well aware of this. The crowd responded with a resounding agreement. Li Yi continued, "This gentleman, Mr. Qian, is my friend, and he wishes to sign contracts with everyone today. The price will be the same as mine. You may sign for however many pounds you can sell. Once the contract is signed, the rice will belong to him, and you will receive payment upon delivery." He added, "If anyone is unwilling to sell, that is perfectly fine." At this moment, Li Dazhuang had already assisted Qian Chongyin in setting up a square table and a chair. Qian had brought the contracts, a single sheet of paper for each agreement. Signing was uncomplicated, requiring just a name, the amount of rice, and a thumbprint. Those willing to sell rice should approach Mr. Qian to sign the contract. Remember, signing a contract has legal implications, and you must not sell this rice to others, Li Yi reminded, hoping to prevent any misunderstandings. As Qian Chongyin sat down, a throng of villagers surged forward. Zhu Yigui and his companions stood frozen in place, helplessly watching the villagers rush forward while they remained on the sidelines. Ever since these three had ceased contributing to road repairs, many in the village had distanced themselves from them. Naturally, they were excluded from the irrigation of rice. Now that only newly irrigated rice was accepted, even Zhu Yigui and his companions understood the implications. "What should we do?" Zhu Xiaoda exclaimed in a panic. If everyone else made a profit while they couldn't even sell their rice, how would they manage? "What is there to panic about?" Zhu Dajuan scoffed. "I refuse to believe we won't be able to sell it. We can discreetly approach this gentleman later. He will surely take it." "Exactly, Yigui. You stay here while we head back to prepare. Once he has done here, we'll seek out this gentleman to negotiate." "All right," Zhu Yigui nodded, not believing that their rice wouldn't sell without Li Yi's involvement. Chapter 68, Signing Contracts. Observing road repairs, Qian Chongyin felt a surge of delight. With each contract signed, his joy multiplied. He estimated that within 2 or 3 days, this rice would reach its peak demand. At that point, selling it for 8 yuan a pound would undoubtedly be a loss. He needs to conduct preliminary statistics here and then consolidate the approximate quantities. Only then can he take the next steps. Selling at 8 yuan per pound is certainly unfeasible. His labor costs, transportation fees, fuel expenses, and store costs are all quite substantial. Upon returning, he will immediately raise prices. Remembering what Wang Shengyue mentioned yesterday, Li Yi plans to start purchasing at least 15 yuan. Qian Zhongyin does not perceive this as mere boasting. Upon his return, he will set the starting price at 13. The subsequent price increases will depend on market demand. Once all contracts are signed, Qian Zhongyin already has a rough estimate in mind. The total amount for the entire village is approximately 500,000 pounds. While this sounds substantial, it is not particularly large. Therefore, upon his return, raising the price is only part of the strategy. He must also establish a limited supply. Otherwise, it will take time for the next batch of rice to arrive. After bidding farewell to Li Yi, Qian Zhongyin joyfully returned with his team and the rice, only to be unexpectedly intercepted. "Boss Qian," Zhu Yigui approached with a cheerful smile. "Who are you?" Qian Zhongyin inquired politely, returning the smile. "Our family also wishes to sell rice," Zhu Yigui replied, rubbing his hands together. "That is fine. Let us sign a contract," Qian Zhongyin suggested. "A contract is unnecessary. Why not come to our place for a visit?" Zhu Yigui proposed. Qian Zhongyin squinted his eyes and smiled. "The rice from your family isn't the kind I purchase." "Is it?" Zhu Yigui was taken aback. "You'll see for yourself." "Sorry, but I am currently only purchasing this type of rice. You can keep yours for personal consumption." "Hey, Boss Qian, we can offer our rice to you at a very low price." "I have no interest even if it's cheap," Qian Zhongyin scoffed, promptly driving away. He was focused on marketing and making money, having no time to indulge in frivolities. Qian Zhongyin was no fool, while others came to sign contracts. This individual blocked his path, clearly indicating trouble. Fuming, Zhu Yigui hurried home. Excitedly, Zhu Dajuan and Zhu Xiaoda, upon hearing Zhu Yigui's words, slammed the table in anger. What should we do? After their furious outburst, they felt a wave of frustration. They could clearly see that others were beginning to receive their second round of income. And soon, there would likely be a third and fourth. At that point, the gap between them would be irrevocably widened. Though they were stingy, they were not foolish. With the roads still under construction, other families were about to receive tens of thousands in earnings. Once the roads were completed, wealth would surely flow in continuously. Reflecting on how their three families, due to their reluctance to contribute to road repairs, had become pariahs in the village, they felt a deep sense of discomfort. "Why don't we go talk to the village chief?" Zhu Xiaoda could not contain himself. "Talk about what? Where would I put my face?" Zhu Dajuan and Zhu Yigui shouted in anger. "Is face more important than money?" Zhu Xiaoda murmured. Just as the two were about to come to blows, Zhu Xiaoda dashed away. "If you don't go, I will." "Do you dare? What is there that I wouldn't dare?" Zhu Xiaoda exclaimed with indignation. "You two have always been so miserly, and now that you have the chance to profit alongside the village chief, why do you still cling to your frugality? What do you hope to gain? Can your money grow by merely lying idle? The village chief has assured us that everyone will benefit. Why are you being so obstinate? I have made up my mind to donate funds for road construction until he agrees to help me earn money. Mark my words, if I make a profit, do not come to me for loans." With that, Zhu Xiaoda dashed away. Despite his own thriftiness, he had a vision that extended beyond that of his two brothers. It was unreasonable to expect to reap rewards without contributing anything. If I were in their position, I would feel equally discontent. Li Yi's actions were not at odds with the community's interests. He sought wealth, and substantial wealth at that. In such a short time, each household's income had surged by tens of thousands. If this continued for another year, wouldn't everyone become a millionaire? Why couldn't his elder and second brother grasp this? Zhu Xiaoda decided he must align himself with the majority. At Li Yi's home, he pleaded, "Village chief, I was wrong, truly wrong. Please grant me another chance. I am willing to donate 20,000. At this moment, his uncles and numerous villagers were present, eagerly observing the unfolding drama. Zhu Xiaoda, are you really abandoning your brothers? They questioned. Bah, those two are like greedy beasts, taking but never giving. They will never achieve true wealth. Zhu Xiaoda retorted through clenched teeth. Had I not been misled by their deceitful words, would I have found myself in this predicament? Village chief, everyone, I sincerely regret my actions. I am willing to contribute 20,000. Will you let me join you in earning money? It must be said that Zhu Xiaoda's ability to offer such a sum demonstrated his resolve. After all, his family had only earned a little over 60,000 from selling oranges, so presenting a third of that amount was indicative of his intentions. Additionally, the villagers were not devoid of compassion. With Zhu Xiaoda's newfound willingness and generous attitude, the community rallied to intercede on his behalf. Li Yi had no intention of being overly harsh, thus he acquiesced. Very well, everyone, hurry back to your tasks. I must go inspect the road construction. Upon hearing this, the villagers finally realized the day had come to commence the roadwork. Curiosity sparked within many, and they eagerly declared, "Let us go see." A great number had never witnessed road construction before. Leading the way, Li Yi drove his small tricycle, while many others ambled leisurely behind him. As Li Yi approached the main road near the village entrance, a throng of workers had already set to their tasks. Upon seeing Li Yi's arrival, Lu Chuanfeng and Jia Yuntai approached with smiles, extending their hands in greeting. "Village chief, you are indeed a promising young man." "Not at all," Li Yi replied. Pulling back the covering on his tricycle, "Here are our oranges. Feel free to take some if you're thirsty." Lu Chuanfeng and Jia Yuntai's eyes brightened. "The ones priced at 8 yuan?" Seeing Li nod, they couldn't help but feel a sense of goodwill towards him. This load of oranges was quite valuable, with each person likely to receive 2 or 3. After all, their combined engineering teams numbered around 70 to 80 people. "Then we thank you in advance." They both laughed heartily. "Is it convenient to expand the roadbed?" Li Yi inquired. "Absolutely," came the response. Lu Chuanfeng presented the engineering blueprints, stating, "We will widen both sides simultaneously. Apart from the central section, which poses some challenges, the sides can be expedited. The entire middle section will require excavation, which may take around 3 to 5 days." "Very well, I hope for a swift completion, but let us avoid any complications," Li Yi replied. He then expressed some of his own requirements. "I appreciate your efforts." In Chapter 69, a modest profit of 5 million. After engaging in casual conversation with the two engineering bosses, Lu Chuanfeng and Jia Yuntai, Li Yi had to proceed to the next site. This time, he was once again selling trees, specifically golden silk nanmu, which had been cultivated for a considerable duration. Upon reflection, it had nearly been 10 days. The quality of this particular tree was undoubtedly exceptional. Following his outing, Li Yi chose a larger location to showcase the tree. During this period of road construction, he could not sell any trees. Thus he decided to sell the largest one and leave the others planted for the time being. Once the road conditions improved, or if he found himself in dire need of funds, he would reconsider selling. Frequent transactions, after all, could lead to unfavorable outcomes. At the appointed time, Wang Zhongqi and Li Tianwu were notably more attentive. Their eagerness for the golden silk nanmu was palpable. And given that this meeting was a day later than the previous one, they were understandably anxious. Upon receiving Li Yi's call, they promptly made their way over. As familiar acquaintances, they wasted no time in commencing the process. However, upon witnessing such a magnificent tree, they could not help but be astonished. Is this tree truly that old? The eyes of Wang Zhongqi and Li Tianwu sparkled with fervor. Li Yi observed this excitement, knowing that if this tree were sold, these two individuals would likely find themselves financially secure for a considerable period. "Boss, the tree is 232 years old and weighs 996 tons. Even with prior preparation, Wang Zhongqi and Li Tianwu felt overwhelmed with joy. "Brotherly, you are simply remarkable." Wang Zhongqi began to flatter him, but Li Yi interrupted, saying, "Enough of the pleasantries. We are all familiar with one another. Just offer a fair price." "Absolutely, absolutely." Wang Zhongqi and Li Tianwu were nearly salivating with delight. They understood that with Li Yi's current standing, if he sought out external merchants, a multitude would rush to collaborate. Yet, Li Yi chose to partner with them instead, demonstrating his sincere intention. Should any incidents similar to the previous ones occur, it was evident their collaboration would be irrevocably jeopardized. Wang Zhongqi and Li Tianwu had grown adept at deciphering Li Yi's temperament and methods. They recognized that while he was not overly demanding, he would not tolerate deceit or exploitation. If he was willing to collaborate, it meant he had conducted thorough investigations. As long as he did not suffer losses, he would ensure they did not either. The principle was as straightforward as that. After exchanging glances, Wang Zhongqi and Li Tianwu promptly declared 17,500. The standard market price is 16,000, but given its age of over 2 centuries, it is considered quite ancient. Moreover, this is a complete piece. If put on the market, a price of 170,000 would be quite trivial. The additional 5,000 offered is entirely a gesture of goodwill, laying the groundwork for future collaboration. Upon hearing this figure, Li Yi beamed with satisfaction. His conservative estimate hovered around 172,000. And given the discerning nature of these two individuals, he felt quite pleased. At a rate of 175,000 per ton, the total value of this golden silk namu would reach an astonishing 5,243,000. Such a formidable sum indeed. However, Li Yi remained remarkably composed. What does it matter if it is a mere 5 million? He was still a great distance from his ambitious goals, over 180,000 miles, in fact. Not to mention, for his immediate second and third objectives, he was already in debt by more than 10 million. Money, alas, remains insufficient. It is not that Li Yi is unwilling to acquire more trees. The market exists due to its inherent rules and regulations. Selling one piece every 3 or 4 days is quite normal. If he were to sell several consecutively, would others not be stirred? Li Yi must be cautious. Besides, the urgency for funds is not pressing. Once the road is repaired, ample opportunities will abound. So why rush? With over 5 million in his account, Li Yi felt a sense of relief. He now had more than enough for the road repairs. With a slight increase in price, the road could be expedited. What Li Yi truly lacked at this moment was time. That young brother of ours, Wang Zhongqi, truly remains a financial enthusiast. Brother Wang, I am not afraid to tell you. You must have heard the news. Our village is currently repairing the road, and it will take at least half a month to complete. Coupled with the recent agricultural rush, there is much to attend to, Li Yi remarked. I fear I won't have time to ascend the mountain in the near future. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhongqi and Li Tianwu felt as if they had lost their mothers. What? Such a long time. In truth, repairing a road in 10 to 15 days is not lengthy at all. Yet now, the cash they see is merely a tantalizing sight, which naturally causes anxiety. Li Yi paid little mind to their distress. A little suspense serves a purpose. By the way, do you accept ebony wood? What? Wang Zhongqi and Li Tianwu, whose spirits had already sunk, suddenly lit up with excitement. Ebony wood, after all, is even more valuable than golden silk namu. Hee, do you accept it? Yes, yes, yes. The two nodded vigorously. See you in half a month. Wang Zhongqi and Li Tianwu wished to bang their heads against a wall in frustration. If you are not selling now, why tease us? It is quite torturous. Li Yi remained indifferent to their discomfort. Keeping them in suspense was advantageous. Time to return to the village and embark on significant endeavors. Watching Li Yi saunter away, Li Tianwu let out a wail. What a scoundrel. All right, enough of the lamenting. Wang Zhongqi said, dissatisfied. Are you not feeling distressed? I am. Do you not wish to hit him? I do. Then can you endure it? Why not go and hit him? Wang Zhongqi shot Li Tianwu a disdainful glance. Li Tianwu immediately sulked. Damn it, half a month. I must wait half a month. All right, it's just half a month. Wang Zhongqi waved dismissively, his expression one of indifference. After climbing into the vehicle, Wang Zhongqi's expression darkened as he began to pound the steering wheel fiercely. Not being human. Hey, why are you hitting the steering wheel? Li Tianwu opened the car door and settled into the passenger seat, observing Wang Zhongqi, who was tidying his appearance. Oh, I simply dislike this car. Is that so? Li Tianwu regarded Wang Zhongqi with suspicion. Why do I feel like you're angrier than I am? Haha, stop pretending. You want to hit it too, don't you? Haha, achoo. Achoo. Li rubbed his nose and tightened his clothing. Could it be that he was catching a cold recently? Something felt off. He had been working tirelessly every day, drinking spring water, and his constitution had clearly improved. How could he be sneezing? Never mind. He still had his pig to feed. Whether he could enjoy meat this year depended on whether he could fatten it up in these final 2 months. Thinking of the various pork dishes for the new year, Li Yi couldn't help but salivate. This year, he must celebrate the new year well. Chapter 70. A harmonious gathering. The road from Shantou village to Tianda town was under rapid construction. To resolve the issue of meals, Lu Chuanfeng and Jia Yuntai decisively invited the villagers to cook. These two were quite astute, knowing that the vegetables in the village were exceptionally good. So they offered reasonable wages. Indeed, there were many in the village who could cook, and they quickly formed a partnership to cater for the construction crew. The locally grown rice, complemented by vegetables nourished with spring water, instantly won the hearts of the construction team. The sound of roadwork clanged incessantly, and everything began to operate in a positive direction. On the online forum, wow, I must speak frankly. This rice is truly the best I have ever tasted in my life. However, it is somewhat pricey, as the yield is severely limited. That scoundrel at the Qian's grain shop only releases 500 pounds a day. It's outrageous. Speaking of which, is this rice really that good? How much is it per pound? Did you see the pictures? It's this kind of farmhouse rice. Can you believe it? When I first went to buy it, I almost thought it was imported. In the end, I was captivated by it, and it's not that expensive, just 13 yuan. What kind of farmhouse rice is this expensive? It's a robbery. Robbery? Sorry, but you're actually right. Just look at how much people are offering for this rice online. The price has already reached 28, and there is still no availability. Is that true? It is true. The Qian's grain shop has now limited purchases. Each person can only buy 2 pounds. It's ridiculous. I can't even resell it. Wow, buying it for 13 and selling it for 28 sounds great. Great my foot. Ever since I ate this rice, I can't eat any other rice. Not to mention, after eating this rice, my arthritis seems to have eased. 666. I'm reluctantly parting with 1 pound of Qian's grain shop's premium farmhouse rice at a special price of 38. Wow, I'm in. Unbelievable. The online chatter erupted. Completely unrelated to Li Yi, for he was busy with the windmill alongside his mother, processing the rice. The remaining old rice was being dried, but after drying, it would inevitably collect dust and small stones. Such impurities could not be included in the rice bags. Thus, a windmill is required for the task at hand. In the countryside, it is commonplace for nearly every household to possess such a contraption, standing approximately 1.75 meters tall. It features a colossal funnel atop, which facilitates the pouring of grains. At its base, there lies an aperture through which the rice cascades downwards. To the left, there are two openings directed sideways and downwards. The lower opening serves to dispense the rice, while the lateral one is designated for the expulsion of soil clumps and dust. On the right side, one finds a handle reminiscent of a bicycle wheel. When an individual stands here and turns the handle, the windmill is set into motion. One person is assigned to turn the handle, while another is responsible for feeding the rice into the funnel. Li takes on the task of pouring the rice, a labor-intensive endeavor. Naturally, the wind resistance is adjustable. The stronger the wind, the more effective the operation. Creak, creak. Lu Guifan is in charge of turning, while Wu Xianglan is presently preparing dinner. Once the last batch of rice is gathered, today's task will be deemed complete. Aunt Lu, let it be. I shall take over. Li chuckled. You should freshen up. It will itch later. Very well. Lu Guifan, not one to be polite, understood that she would not be able to assist with the subsequent task of transporting the rice. After Li securely tied the bags of rice, he shouldered them and carried them to the small granary. This stock represents the family's sustenance for the coming year. Thus, it cannot be treated carelessly. After several trips, even with his significantly improved physique, he found himself somewhat fatigued. Woof woof. The plump and jovial Jiabao barked from a distance. As Li waved, Jiabao became even more jubilant, following Li closely like a bulldog. Alas, despite its chubby stature, it lacked any imposing presence. It believed that Li was engaging in play. However, after a brief period of self-entertainment, it grew bored and quietly trailed behind Li. Wherever Li went, Jiabao followed. Xiao Yi, dinner is ready. Coming. Upon hearing the call for dinner, Jiabao scampered eagerly with its short legs. Li chuckled and scolded playfully before washing his hands and entering. Sitting at the table, enjoying rice and vegetables cultivated from their own garden, a long-lost smile graced Li Yi's face. Originally, Lin Wanting and Wu Haidang had planned to come by to purchase oranges today, but due to unforeseen circumstances, they postponed their visit until tomorrow. Therefore, Li Yi refrained from notifying the village. After dinner, having washed the dishes, Li Yi decided to take a stroll with Jiabao. Upon reaching the village entrance, he noticed that the construction crew had not yet finished for the day. Brother Lu, what brings the village chief here? Lu Chuanfeng and others were engaged in light conversation after their meal. Just taking a walk. Why haven't you all clocked out yet? Li Yi approached. Well, isn't that your fault? Lu Chuanfeng jested. Li Yi, puzzled, responded, my fault? You can ask them, Lu Chuanfeng said, gesturing with his chin while patting his belly. Village chiefly, the vegetables from your village are simply exceptional. Indeed, it is my inaugural experience savoring such delectable vegetables. After toiling throughout the afternoon, I was on the verge of succumbing to exhaustion, yet upon tasting this meal, I was instantly revitalized. And the rice, oh my heavens. It is the first time I have encountered such fragrant rice. I have consumed 3 bowls all by myself. Village chiefly, you truly are remarkable. It is rumored that this rice is so sought after that it can scarcely be obtained without a reservation, with market prices soaring to 48 yuan per pound. Listening to the idle chatter of the construction crew, Li Yi was taken aback. Is rice truly in such high demand? He chuckled, remarking that we all earn our living through hard work, and having encountered such a generous employer, we cannot afford to delay progress, can we? The oranges you provided, we are aware, are priced at 8 yuan per pound. Since you have shown us such consideration, we shall certainly expedite our efforts to complete the road for you. Li Yi gazed somewhat vacantly at the dark-skinned men before him, their faces streaked with dust, his heart feeling a twinge. These are the most unpretentious individuals, earning their livelihoods through arduous labor. If not for my mysterious space, how would Shantou village fare better than them? The villagers are sincere, providing ample meals. While these laborers may be simple, simplicity does not equate to foolishness. The village offers oranges, the finest vegetables, and the best rice to them. This reflects true kindness. A gentleman repays kindness with reciprocity. This illustrates the attitude of those at the grassroots level. Li Yi sniffed and smiled, saying, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the elder brothers here. During the road construction, we will regularly deliver oranges and other provisions. The road is not urgent. Everyone must prioritize safety, eat well, and rest adequately. After all, money is inexhaustible, but health is paramount. Very well, village chiefly, have you found a wife? My daughter is quite lovely. Get lost, your daughter is nothing special. Village chiefly, my niece is truly wonderful. Consider her. Village chiefly, why are you blushing? Don't run away, we are all experienced. Let us discuss this together. Chapter 71, Money, the Weight of Greed. Price surge in the black market on the third day of Qian's grain shop selling the rice from Shantou village. The exterior was bustling with people. Is that scoundrel Qian Zhongyin still not opening for business? He is opening later each day. It is already 6:30. Goodness, I have queued for so long. Don't tell me I will be unable to purchase any again today. Outside, patrons were lamenting as they waited. The farmhouse rice has become a sensation. Not only in Tianda town, but even in Xing'an County. Countless individuals flocked here to buy rice, but to no avail. Now, supermarkets, merchants, hotels, and restaurants are all seeking Qian Zhongyin. Yet, he remains unfazed, selling only a limited quantity daily, unwavering in his resolve. He disregards the soaring black market prices. During this period, the price of rice remains constant at 13 yuan per pound. Naturally, the limit on purchases is a cunning strategy. Those who have tasted this rice find it impossible to consume anything else. With only 2 pounds available, who knows when they might next procure some. The demand for Shantao village farmhouse rice in the black market is burgeoning. Previously, the price fluctuated daily, but soon, it escalated dramatically. Within just 3 days, the price of this rice soared to an astonishing 78 yuan per pound in the black market. Regrettably, it remains elusive. Consequently, Qian Zhongyin has become the target of criticism. However, the ire directed at him lacks justification, for this rice, priced at merely 13 yuan, is not exorbitant. Comparatively, it is quite affordable against the backdrop of numerous imported and branded rice varieties. The price surge is attributed to unscrupulous merchants and the insatiable demand. Yet Qian Zhongyin himself has refrained from raising prices. This can be considered commendable in such a fervent market. In recent days, Qian Zhongyin has been enjoying a comfortable life, despite the rice shortage prompting a purchase limit, which feels quite oppressive, especially since everyone has developed a penchant for it. The rice from Shantao village is consistently delivered on schedule, and several merchants have also become interested, but Qian Zhongyin has already secured contracts. With the assistance of Li Yi, other rice traders find it impossible to procure rice from this region. Consequently, they speculate that the issue lies with the mountains and turn their attention to other villages. However, the rice sourced from these alternative villages, despite boasting grand names, consistently falls short in comparison to that from Shantao village, leading to a decline in reputation for those grain merchants and further accentuating the exceptional quality of the rice here. Suddenly, the lights flickered on. Finally, the establishment has opened its doors. Amidst the grumbling, eager eyes awaited. The queue was orderly, with no one daring to cut in. For such an act would invite collective retribution. This is the rule. Qian Zhongyin, still groggy, declared, as per tradition, if any household allows a multitude of people to purchase excessively, we shall no longer sell rice to that household. The purchase was limited to 2 pounds. Let the buying commence. The crowd chuckled wryly, having never encountered a rice vendor imposing purchase limits. Nevertheless, they felt a surge of joy. Without such restrictions, those further back in line might never reach the moment of purchase, as the rice would have been sold out long before. Wait, does that mean only 250 people will be able to buy? They lamented. Boss Qian, this hardly seems fair. Could you not sell a bit more? We beseech you, earn some profit. They cried. For the sake of reciprocating your overwhelming support, today, I shall add an extra 200 pounds to the original 500. The crowd erupted in excitement. Many who had lost hope in the queue suddenly felt a glimmer of optimism. Boss Qian is remarkable. We hope for 700 pounds daily. Or even 600. They jested, their eyes fixated on Qian Zhongyin, wondering if this hefty man remained unmoved by the prospect of wealth. Qian Zhongyin stroked his chin and replied, very well, 700 pounds it shall be. But rules are rules. We all understand this. The crowd responded in unison with laughter. On the internet, discussions raged. Is the exorbitant price of rice a sign of moral decay, or merely a reflection of the distorted nature of the merchants? Shockingly, has the market resorted to purchase limits for such rice? This is hard to believe. It is indeed astonishing that some individuals show no interest in profit, opting instead to sell merely 500 pounds of rice each day. After persistent pleas from customers, the proprietor reluctantly agreed to increase the quantity. Such sensational headlines have swiftly captivated the online community. Before long, an array of information regarding the farmhouse rice was unearthed, igniting fervent discussions across the internet. There were those who expressed curiosity, those who harbored skepticism, and even those who maintained a neutral stance, merely observing the unfolding drama. In Fan Lian's office, the phone rang. Hello, County Chief. Fan Lian's expression immediately turned grave. What is the situation with the farmhouse rice? Wu Liguo inquired. This has already garnered the attention of city-level leaders. It is an opportunity to create a brand effect. Have you conducted your investigation? I just started. Fan Lian wiped the sweat from his brow. Just started? Are you idling away your time? This matter has been fermenting for quite a while, and you are only now beginning to look into it? Wu Guoli's anger flared. I will personally conduct a field study. I expect results tonight. The higher-ups are quite concerned. This represents a significant opportunity for our city as branding. Yes. I will take care of it immediately. Also, inquire about the vegetables and oranges while you're at it. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Fan Lian found his back drenched in perspiration. Had it truly only been 3 days for the farmhouse rice to attract the attention of city leadership? Shantao village. Once again, Fan Lian couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed as though this village had encountered a specter. Previously silent, it now seemed to be engaged in a series of significant activities, which was quite overwhelming. The exquisite vegetables, beneficial to human health, had caused quite a stir at the county hospital and the second hospital, with reports of astonishing research results. He was certain that if this research proved successful, the vegetables cultivated in this village would become a sensation throughout the city, province, and even the nation. This would undoubtedly enhance his performance metrics. Not to mention the large brand of oranges that was already established. Now, with the emergence of farmhouse rice, it felt as though political achievements were being handed to him on a silver platter. The foundational work for the village roads had been fully excavated. In just 3 days, a remarkable transformation had taken place. The rural road foundations, approximately 2.5 meters wide for each path, combined to form a width of 5 meters. However, the construction team, following Li Yi's directives, added an extra 30 centimeters in width. Any further increase would have been impractical, as it would lead to increased material costs. One should not underestimate the significance of that 30 centimeters. Naturally, the overall foundation would exceed 5 meters 3, as both sides would retain an additional 30 centimeters for soil filling. Thus, starting today, the roads of Shantou village would officially commence operations. While one side poured cement, the other acted as a temporary roadway. Otherwise, simultaneous construction on both sides would have posed significant travel inconveniences. As the cement road began to be laid, the pace would quicken. Should both roads be completed, it was conceivable that the work could be finished in less than half a month. This was only possible due to the collaboration of 2 engineering teams. Otherwise, it would have certainly taken a full month to finish. Chapter 72. The arrival of 3 women. Li Yi had risen early. The previously unused land at home had now been cultivated by Wu Xianglan and Lu Guifan. They had heaped long mounds of earth, laying rotten wood, bellflower roots, cotton stalks, and straw in between, followed by several layers of soil atop. This is a traditional method employed in rural areas for fertilizing the soil, known as burning earth. Once the soil and its contents have been subjected to fire, the waste from household toilets is then sprinkled upon it, transforming the soil into a highly fertile medium. This enriched soil is then evenly distributed across the areas designated for cultivation, ensuring that the land becomes exceedingly fertile. The vegetable plots require abundant nutrients, and although Li Yi possesses the mystical spring water, he cannot realistically provide every household with this resource for soil enrichment. Many may be unfamiliar with these traditional methods, yet they embody the wisdom and experience accumulated over centuries. Li Yi did not intervene. Instead, each village and group has constructed large reservoirs to store his spring water. The pipeline system has also been established. Every 3 days, Li Yi opens the flow, and nearly all the reservoirs are filled to capacity. Adjacent to Li Yi's home, a small pond has been secretly filled with spring water. This pond, modest in size, approximately 5 to 6 square meters and less than 2 meters deep, is remarkably clear and clean. Beside the small pond rises a high field, where 4 apricot trees are planted in parallel rows. These trees, having matured over the years, bear abundant and large, delicious apricots each summer. Currently, in winter, their branches resemble dark, lifeless limbs, lacking vitality. Below lies an expansive field, completely enveloping Li Yi's home, characteristic of the entire Shantou village, which is rich in vegetation and farmland. Without Li Yi's interventions, a significant portion of the fields in the countryside would now lie fallow, as many young adults have sought work elsewhere, and the elderly are no longer physically capable of performing strenuous agricultural tasks. If Li Yi continues to progress swiftly and effectively, the village's elders plan to encourage their children to remain home during the New Year celebrations instead of seeking employment outside. Li Yi understands their sentiments and wholeheartedly agrees. Should this trend persist, Shantou village will soon face a shortage of both population and labor. If the middle-aged and younger generations continue to leave, development will inevitably stagnate. Before that occurs, Li Yi must instill a sense of hope within them. Even those who choose to remain in rural areas can thrive as much as those working elsewhere. At present, Wu Xianglan and Lu Guifan have begun to see this promise, venturing out with their hoes. The fields owned by Li Yi are extensive, each starting at a minimum of 1 mu, making it quite a challenge for a single individual to manage. Fortunately, with Lu Guifan now accompanying Wu Xianglan, the labor does not seem as burdensome. Wu Xianglan primarily offers support rather than questioning or hindering her son's endeavors, for which Li Yi is immensely grateful. Suddenly, the sound of a small tricycle approaches. Huang Lei has arrived, looking quite dapper. He dismounts and tosses a cigarette to Li Yi, who accepts it with a smile. Oh, Boss Huang is doing well, even indulging in fine cigarettes, Li Yi teases. Oh, shut up. Huang Lei, unreserved in Li Yi's home, produced a bank card and stated, I've sent the bill to your phone. Take a look for yourself. From now on, the money will be kept here, as I find it quite bothersome to run around every day. All right, Li Yi nodded, placing his trust in Huang Lei. How is business? Do provide me with a bit more of the leeks and potatoes. Business is thriving. Huang Lei's expression was a mix of joy and bitterness. Currently, we can't keep up with 400 gene of leeks a night. We're consuming at least 600 gene of potatoes daily. You should be satisfied. Li Yi noticed the fatigue in Huang Lei's eyes and advised, don't push yourself too hard. If it's too much, consider hiring someone. Huang Lei scoffed. Hiring someone costs money. And we're just starting out. It's fine. A little fatigue doesn't matter. He gestured, saying, now even rice is becoming profitable. What do you plan to sell next? Indeed, many villagers were brimming with enthusiasm. The roads were being constructed, and each household had earned nearly 100,000. Everyone was eagerly watching Li Yi, and it was said that if he were not made the village chief, he would likely face the wrath of the entire village. Have the oranges, pumpkin, and pomelos ripened? They were all sold today, Li Yi remarked with a smile. Huang Lei took a deep breath and gave a thumbs up. You're impressive. Have you found the buyers? Still the same ones, Li Yi replied with a grin. Speaking of which, that female boss is quite attractive, and if that doesn't work out, the well-endowed lady beside her isn't bad either. Have you considered it? Get lost. Look at those yellow teeth of yours. You should smoke less, Li Yi playfully scolded. Huang Lei shrugged. The pressure is immense. Although smoking is not a good habit, quitting is impossible. All right, where are the goods? Huang Lei asked. In the warehouse. He promptly went to retrieve the prepared leeks and potatoes. Just then, a rugged SUV slowly approached, revealing Lin Wanting and Wu Haitang. Accompanying them was Zhou Mingyi, a youthful girl with an adorable white rabbit backpack, embodying the innocence of youth. With her twin tails and slightly curled hair, her large, expressive eyes sparkled with curiosity. Is this Li Yi's home? Zhou Mingyi exclaimed as she jumped out of the car. Woof woof. The plump Jia Bao emerged, asserting his role as the master of the house. What a cute puppy, Zhou Mingyi exclaimed, rushing toward him. Before Jia Bao could assert himself, he was completely captivated by the charming Zhou Mingyi. Today, Lin Wanting and Wu Haidang each possessed their own allure, both striking in their own right. Huang Lei, who was transporting items, caught sight of the three women, his gaze sweeping over them. Lin Wanting exuded an icy elegance, giving off an air of aloofness. Wu Haidang embodied the quintessential mature woman, her curves inviting admiration. Ultimately, Huang Lei's gaze became fixed on the irresistibly adorable Zhou Mingyi, clearing his throat and adjusting his attire. Huang Lei coughed lightly and turned to Li Yi. Li Yi rolled his eyes and chuckled. This is my lifelong friend Huang Lei, who now runs a barbecue restaurant in town. This is Miss Zhou Mingyi, Miss Wu Haitang, and the esteemed Lin Wanting. Since Li Yi has introduced them with such solemnity, the three women certainly deserve to be treated with respect. While Lin Wanting and Wu Haidang maintained their composure, Huang Lei became a tad overly familiar with Zhou Mingyi, grasping her hand and refusing to release it. Fortunately, Zhou Mingyi seemed unfazed. Otherwise, Huang Lei would undoubtedly have faced dire consequences. It has been a long time since they last met. Lin Wanting exhibited a marked contrast from her previous aloofness, her smile broadening and softening upon seeing Li Yi. Chapter 73. Zhou Mingyi goes live. Huang Lei battles the book lovers. Li Yi felt somewhat uncomfortable under the intense gaze of someone like Wu Haidang. A beauty of her caliber. Let me show you around, he proposed. Are you afraid to look at me? Wu Haidang leaned closer, this time wisely opting for flat shoes instead of heels. Li Yi ignored her. Have you missed me? She persisted, yet he remained unresponsive. Hey, in contrast to Lin Wanting, Wu Haidang was refreshingly direct. She seized Li Yi's hand and stated, I'm trying to talk to you. Who is I? Li Yi inquired. Wu Haidang burst into laughter, holding up a phone with a selfie stick. Although Zhou Mingyi was undoubtedly an avid foodie, she also possessed considerable charm as a live streamer. Despite her focus on food, her fanbase was impressively large. After her previous live stream where she devoured oranges at home, she inadvertently propelled Lin Wanting into an unprecedented wave of popularity. It was not Zhou Mingyi's first foray into live commerce, but the success of selling oranges was a remarkable first. Upon witnessing this astonishing promotional success, Lin Wanting promptly decided to have Zhou Mingyi host another live stream. Additionally, they aimed to assure the fans that the fruits they sold were entirely genuine. As Zhou Mingyi entered the live streaming room, 2,000 to 3,000 viewers instantaneously filled the space. Big-eyed Meng, we missed you. Meng, you look stunning today. Oh dear, is our glutton Meng here to bring us more delicious treats? Countless comments surged forth like flames. Zhou Mingyi was a popular anchor with immense potential for growth. Yet stability was elusive. Currently, having 20,000 to 30,000 viewers was a significant milestone. Typically, 1,000 viewers was considered a triumph. Hello, everyone. I am Zhou Mingyi. She raised her phone, saying, right now, I'm in a quaint mountain village. The delicious oranges you ordered last time were sourced from here, absolutely authentic. Today, my good friends Miss Lin Wanting and Miss Wu Haidang have come to restock. Can you guess what we have this time? My goodness, 2 stunning beauties. No way, really? 666. Brothers, we are in for a treat. Let us shower them with gifts. A torrent of comments flooded the screen. What should I do? I think I'm falling for someone else. Miss Lin Wanting is so beautiful. Wow, I've developed a crush on Miss Wu Haidang. Everyone back off. Meng is mine. My 40-meter-long sword is already yearning for action. The atmosphere within the live stream was quite jovial. At that moment, Huang Lei approached Zhou Mingyi's side. Possessing a basic understanding of live streaming, though not particularly well-versed, his curiosity led him to take a closer look. Goodness, what on earth is this? My word, I was eating, and it startled me enough to drop my bowl. Is this some sort of ghost? It's incredibly dark. Did it come from Africa? Oh no. It seems our Meng is headed to Africa. Numerous comments flooded in, with viewers expressing their shock at the sudden appearance of this individual. Zhou Mingyi wore an expression of embarrassment mixed with amusement. She didn't harbor any strong dislike for Huang Lei. In fact, she found him quite amusing. Though it was undeniable that he was rather dark, coupled with his slight pudginess, it rendered his complexion even more distinctive. Upon his appearance on screen, it certainly startled many. Huang Lei had intended to greet everyone, but upon seeing countless comments referring to him as African, he immediately became incensed. What the hell? Huang Lei exclaimed, seizing the live stream microphone and directing his ire at the viewers. I am clearly handsome and dashing. Which one of you saw me as resembling someone from Africa? What is wrong with being dark-skinned? Are you saying Africans have eaten your rice? Goodness. An ambush, retreat. A black figure from the depths of hell. Do not spread rumors. The people of Africa are our dear friends. Some viewers chimed in. Right, I was shocked. This is the first time I've seen someone so dark and so shameless. Meng, quickly withdraw. This fellow is as dark as can be and is certainly not a good sort. They continued. Our Meng is naturally fair. Why is he leaning in? Isn't he just asking for trouble? Countless comments surged by as Zhou Mingyi found herself both amused and exasperated. Huang Lei, with his sharp tongue, seemed ready to engage in a battle of wits. However, he underestimated the prowess of the online keyboard warriors. Yet, as history has shown, comments often reveal talent. And Huang Lei stood firm against the onslaught. The ensuing verbal sparring not only failed to diminish the popularity of Zhou Mingyi's livestream, but actually propelled it to a staggering 35,000 viewers. Get out of the way, dark fellow, don't block our view of Meng Meng and the two lovely ladies. Plead with me, plead with me. Huang Lei turned the camera towards his own face. Ugh, this wretched large face has startled my heart. I offer my heart in sacrifice. I yield. He continued. Brother, you're not dark. I beseech you. Return the camera to her. Come, we'll shower gifts. We can concede, can't we? Even the vast audience felt a twinge of fear. It's not that they feared the man as shamelessness, but rather his audacity. Particularly as Huang Lei persistently presented his large, dark face to the camera, viewers felt a sense of offense. In an instant, a torrent of gifts flooded the live stream. Zhou Mingyi's south eyes sparkled like crescent moons, her delightful smile radiating joy. With a twinkle in her eye, she watched Huang Lei, who was continuously amusing the audience, laughing heartily. Ahem, considering that you all have acknowledged your errors, I shall pardon you this once, Huang Lei shamelessly declared. The audience collectively exhaled in relief. Witnessing the malevolence of the world, Zhou Mingyi's beauty shone brighter, and everyone felt as though their eyes had been restored to clarity. Zhou Mingyi chuckled, in truth. Brother Lei is quite a good person. Streamer, please spare us. Is it not permissible for us to buy? I am already haunted by shadows. Am I the only one who finds Brother Lei rather handsome? To those above, kindly vacate. Such foolishness. What is your aesthetic? Ahem, let us promote harmony, unity, and camaraderie, refraining from foul language, lest he deigns to instruct us again. Oh yes, unity, harmony, mutual assistance, and friendship. At this moment, the barrage serves as our shield. Now, Brother Li will take us to view the fruits available for sale today. Zhou Mingyi dashed to the front, directing the camera towards Li Yi and his companions. At this juncture, Li Yi remained unaware, as Wu Haidang had just grasped his arm. Wow, is he truly from this locale? The young man is quite dashing. Oh dear, I feel as though I am falling in love. Go forth, pick him on, win over this charming lad. As the camera focused on Li Yi, the comments began to take a different turn. Ladies and gentlemen, I am quite curious. Why is this young man, hailing from the same place, so strikingly handsome and fair, while our Brother Lei is, shush. Ahem, perhaps it is the local environment that nurtures diverse beauty? My Brother Lei is also quite handsome. To those above, cease your remarks. Zhou Mingyi had not anticipated that Li Yi would be so photogenic, instantly captivating numerous female viewers. Chapter 74. Surge in live stream popularity. Someone is trying to converse with you. When Zhou Mingyi shifted the camera to Li Yi and the others, it coincided with Wu Haidang holding on to Li Yi. Who is this person? Initially, the viewers were admiring Li Yi's looks, along with Lin Wanting and Wu Haitang's exquisite beauty. However, with just one comment from Li Yi, the entire live stream erupted. Wow, 666. The dashing young man remains single by sheer merit. Who is he? He is simply who he is. Could this be the legendary ironclad straight man? Wu Haitang's expression turned a shade of green with envy. Li Yi, the handsome. Draw your sword. I challenge you. Miss Wu, release that straight man, and let me have a turn. Zhou Mingyi was left speechless. She never imagined that merely allowing Li Yi to appear and utter a single phrase would cause the viewer count to surge to 45,000. This was even more astounding than the previous battle between Huang Lei and the viewers. Huang Lei had to rant for several minutes to attract over 5,000 viewers, while Li Yi achieved a 10,000 increase in just 3 seconds with a single utterance. Goodness gracious. The crucial detail was that many female fans were now fixated on Li Yi. Zhou Mingyi's eyes sparkled with a bold idea. Why not have Li Yi host the live stream in the future? Wu Haitang, noticing the suddenly prominent camera, felt her cheeks flush. Naturally beautiful, her deliberate attire and styling today were truly stunning. Standing beside Li Yi, she and Lin Wanting presented a striking contrast, one like ice, the other like fire. Such a visual spectacle was impossible to overlook. The key was that her shyness immediately rendered countless viewers restless. The wrath of Li Yi for coveting a wife shall not be overlooked. How infuriating. Draw your sword, for I shall contend for the affections of the goddess Haidang. Alas, the goddess appears to be shy. Could it be that she harbors feelings for Li Yi? Oh no, while Li Yi is indeed handsome, he is clearly unworthy of the goddess. Nonsense. Li Yi is mine. Wu Haidang is simply not her match. What are you saying? Am I mistaken? The live stream has devolved into a dichotomy, when it should have been a matter of 5 factions. There are those who steadfastly support Zhou Mingyi, others who favor the aloof Lin Wanting, some who stand by Huang Lei, and still others who back Li Yi and Wu Haidang. Moreover, a 6th faction has emerged, aligning with the notion of Li Yi and Wu Haidang together. It is all quite chaotic. Li Yi gazed into the camera of the live stream, his brow slightly furrowed. He was not fond of exposing his private life to the public, and thus he instinctively recoiled. In that moment, Zhou Mingyi, cradling Jiao Bao, looked up at him with a pitiful expression, imploring him not to be upset. Seeing her, Li Yi felt compelled to cease his retreat. Nevertheless, he maintained a slight distance from the two women. Wu Haidang, fixated on Li Yi's silhouette, was filled with a sense of unyielding determination. You wish to distance yourself from me? Not a chance. Wu Haidang pressed closer once more. Lin Wanting, unfazed, swiftly followed suit. Zhou Mingyi and Huang Lei trailed closely behind. And upon arriving at the backyard, they were greeted by the sight of pomelo, honey pomelo, and orange trees. Wow, what a vast garden. Is this what a honey pomelo tree looks like? It is so tall. Each one is a brilliant golden hue. How enormous they are. Why do pomelos resemble oranges so closely? Is that an orange? It seems extraordinarily large. In truth, many city dwellers have never encountered such flora. Goodness. I have gained new knowledge. I never knew honey pomelo trees bore thorns. This pomelo has a dip in the middle, while oranges do not. As Zhou Mingyi approached, Li Yi contemplated and plucked a pomelo, stating, generally speaking, oranges are seedless, but pomelos are different. They contain seeds, yet this does not detract from their sweetness. After casually peeling one, he remarked, what a delightful aroma. Zhou Mingyi swallowed hard, her eyes fixed intently on him. Haha, a big foodie has appeared. Li Yi, you must step aside. My goodness, Ming Ming is salivating. Is this for real? Is the host a foodie? Surely this isn't an act? An act? Just wait and see if the host is performing. She is indeed an unabashed foodie. Countless comments flashed by. Lin Wanting and Wu Haidang could not resist the urge to take a whiff. The scent of this pomelo was far more enticing than that of an orange. Try this, Li Yi offered, distributing pieces to the three women. Zhou Mingyi's eyes narrowed in delight as she exclaimed, delicious. It feels much more substantial than an orange. Oh, I bit into a seed. Upon her spitting it out, the viewers in the live stream were immediately convinced. Wow, I'm now craving it myself. Look at how the goddess Haidang and goddess Wanting are utterly entranced. Could it truly be that delicious? After finishing her piece, Lin Wanting smiled, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction as she inquired, how many are there in the village? I want them all. In the live broadcast room, Lin Wanting deliberately lowered her voice. Yet her words were still overheard. No way. Are we placing an order directly? You must not have tasted their oranges. Although pricey, they are truly delectable. Is that for real? Where's the link? Link? I'm afraid the shop is currently under purchase restrictions. If you wish to buy, you must queue. That can't be true. Who would refuse to do business? Not true. Just search online, and you'll see. They are sold out. As more viewers joined, seasoned fans began to inform others about Lin Wanting's skyrocketing search index, rising at an alarming rate. Zhou Mingyi craved to taste, while Huang Lei peeled the fruit for her. Meanwhile, newcomers couldn't help but comment on Huang Lei's striking looks. However, witnessing Zhou Mingyi's blissful indulgence, the crowd erupted into chatter. I just want to ask the host, can we place an order for this pumpkin later? Me too. I'm dying to have some. Zhou Mingyi glanced at Lin Wanting, who shook her head. And with a hint of resignation, she said, not right now. We are still in the procurement phase. We can only order once it's complete and the shipment has returned. Li Yi paid no heed to the commotion, guiding them to view the oranges. As the small knife sliced through the fruit, the golden flesh ignited a wave of desire among the onlookers. The key was Zhou Mingyi, an insatiable foodie, who completely abandoned the live broadcast to relish the fruit, creating an undeniable stir. Oh no, our adorable Meng Ming's true nature has been revealed. Please, act like a person and stop eating. Host, remember your primary role is to broadcast, not to feast. The Douyu live streaming company was in a frenzy. Supervisor, a room with over 10 million viewers has appeared, and it has attracted 200,000 people in just 10 minutes. The popularity has soared past 5 million. What? The supervisor was immediately alerted. Investigate this. Chapter 75. The Temptation of Exquisite Fruits. It has been confirmed. This is an outdoor live stream? Wait, this data. Hurry, arrange the best recommendation position for this host. Along with a pop-up, the supervisor promptly issued commands. They reached out to the host. Unbeknownst to Zhou Mingyi, a spontaneously decided live stream had thrust her into the limelight. Douyin short videos featuring Huang Lei's banter with viewers and dialogues between Li Yi and Wu Haidang quickly went viral. Within mere minutes, likes exceeded 1 million, and views soared past 100 million. Subsequently, major short video platforms featured these clips. Zhou Mingyi continued her indulgence, while Li Yi provided detailed commentary, with Wu Haidang and Lin Wanting behind him, unable to stop eating. This is so delicious. The more you eat, the more you crave. Huang Lei, however, could only hold the live stream camera, watching the avalanche of gift rockets and the staggering viewer count, relegated to the role of a laborer. When the pomelo was unveiled, the eyes of Zhou Mingyi, Lin Wanting, and Wu Haidang sparkled with excitement. Had I not watched the live stream, I would never have believed this was the true nature of these two goddesses. Oh my, it turns out Meng Ming's friends are all foodies too. I can't believe these oranges are truly this delicious. Meng Ming is even gnawing on the peel. The crux of the matter lies with our goddess Lin, who now seems to disregard her image entirely. Does no one feel pity for my brother Lei, who has been relegated to the role of a mere tool? Huh. I find myself sympathizing with our dear brother Yi, who casts a sorrowful gaze upon the three goddesses as they devour their food voraciously. With over 300,000 viewers tuning in, this undoubtedly marks the pinnacle of Zhou Mingyi's live broadcast. Unbeknownst to her, at this very moment, her stream has taken center stage on the homepage. The viewer count skyrocketed to over 400,000, 500,000, 600,000. Li Yi ascended the pomelo tree, a tree exuding a subtle fragrance, with numerous thick branches suitable for climbing. As he plucked a rather large pomelo, many female tourists expressed concern for his safety. Li Yi smiled at the camera, while the three ladies gazed hungrily at the pomelo, swallowing in anticipation. Suddenly, I yearned for a rural existence. Such days are truly delightful. It was my first realization that the culinary delights of the countryside can be so exquisite. Li Yi drew a knife, slicing the fruit from both sides before making vertical cuts. Once completed, he began peeling away the golden skin. Even after being peeled, this pomelo was larger than a human head. My heavens, this is the largest pomelo I have ever seen. The flesh is so plump, it is almost unbelievable. Is it red-fleshed or white-fleshed? It appears to be white, as our handsome young man has already begun the peeling. My goodness, my adorable goddess can hardly contain her excitement. I can hardly believe someone would forego their live broadcast just for the sake of eating. Once again, I feel for Brother Lei. I should not have criticized him earlier. Just when everyone anticipated the feast to commence, Li Yi set down his knife and, cradling the pomelo larger than his own head, meticulously began to tear away the white flesh. Gently, quietly, and with utmost precision. Standing nearby, Zhou Mengyi, Lin Wanting, and Wu Haidang were transfixed by the pomelo. 10 seconds. 20 seconds, a full minute passed. If not for the barrage of comments flashing by, one might have thought this was a still frame. At that moment, the viewer count surged to 900,000. Countless visitors, upon entering, couldn't resist indulging in a tirade of comments. Am I watching loneliness? Seriously. Over 90,000 people are watching a grown man peel a pomelo? Insanity. Yet, I must admit, this serene scene is strangely soothing. How tranquil it is, while silence reigns. I find myself vexed by compulsive behavior. Indeed, this handsome Li Yi seems to have a compulsion for peeling the white flesh of oranges and pomelos. I can hardly bear it. Li Yi, the dashing young man, please spare us. Do you not see how our adorable Meng Meng is salivating? I can't shake the feeling that my goddess Lin Wanting has subtly clenched her fist. Comments flooded the screen. Li Yi's furrowed brow finally relaxed as he completed the last of the peeling. Zhou Mengyi's eyes sparkled with desire. She was practically drooling. However, just as Zhou Mengyi reached out to take it, Li Yi withdrew his hand. There is still a bit left to peel. Please wait a moment, he said, lowering his head quietly. Zhou Mengyi, Lin Wanting, and Wu Haidang. Ha ha ha. At this moment, let us calculate the shadow area of the three goddesses. Mengyi exclaimed. I swear, my saliva is flowing, and yet you're tearing it apart. The obsessive-compulsive disorder sufferer was driving the three goddesses to madness. The dangers of befriending someone with OCD were evident. Finally, Li Yi tore the fruit cleanly, separating it into several segments, which he offered to the three ladies. The splitting of the pomelo produced a crisp sound. Zhou Mengyi stood before the camera, holding a segment longer than her own face. As a food enthusiast, peeling the pomelo was a trivial task. The long, translucent, and glistening segments, resembling white crystals, appeared exceedingly appealing. Even an amateur could discern the abundant juiciness at first glance. The seeds atop were large and pristine. With a swift motion, Zhou Mengyi knocked the seeds to the ground and bit into the fruit. The crispness, juiciness, and the explosive sweetness that filled her mouth made her want to scream in delight. Having grown weary of oranges recently, even the finest of fruits could become tiresome after consuming hundreds of pounds. Zhou Mengyi joyfully swayed, reveling in the prospect of delicious food once again. Beside her, Lin Wanting managed to maintain a semblance of grace, while Wu Haitang indulged without restraint. It was no surprise, for the pomelo was simply delectable. A single bite revealed the sweetness combined with the unique dryness of the fruit, which heightened the stimulation of her taste buds. Meanwhile, the livestream chat erupted into a frenzy of gifts. Oh no, I crave pomelo again. Regardless of whether it is real or not. I cannot resist the urge to buy two just to taste them. Faced with such a food broadcast, I felt utterly powerless. My craving intensified. Please provide the purchasing link. Echoed the requests. As I watched them eat, I couldn't help but salivate. Suddenly, Huang Lei switched the camera, and a flurry of comments erupted. My eyes. My eyes. Brother Lei is tormenting the youth of society again. Host, you must consider the feelings of the adorable viewers. Please stream for yourself. Huang Lei grinned and replied. Your host has already given up on you. Chapter 76. The village head's promotion. The town head's visit when Zhou Mengyi received the livestream equipment. The viewer count had already surpassed 1 million. A lengthy belch erupted, causing an avalanche of comments. At the very least, this belch indicated one thing. Zhou Mengyi was genuine. Whether she was performing or establishing her persona, such a level of authenticity could not be achieved without truly eating. Zhou Yimeng took Jiabao around for a livestream. While Li Yi let out a long sigh of relief. Facing the camera still felt quite unfamiliar to him. The village lacked many resources, and to reach the quantity of oranges required would be challenging. Li Yi candidly stated, if you wish to purchase, we must sign a contract, as per usual. Lin Wanting wiped her mouth, reflecting on how she nearly compromised her persona for the sake of food, feeling a twinge of regret. If she were to take these fruits out, she was certain that she would secure an invincible position. Let us head to the village committee, Li Yi suggested. Many households have these. I'll notify everyone, and they will come. Lin Wanting and Wu Haidang readily agreed, and called upon Zhou Mengyi to accompany them to the village committee. Through the lens of the live stream, the audience discovered the true essence of rural life. Their preconceived notions painted the countryside as idyllic and unrestrained, but they were mistaken. Living here without money proved to be more arduous than anywhere else. Particularly after witnessing the dilapidated village committee building, many viewers expressed their sentiments. Following Li Yi's broadcast announcement, It wasn't long before members from various groups hurried over to sign contracts. Since the contract matters couldn't be live-streamed, Zhou Mingyi tactfully refrained from filming. Upon seeing the modestly dressed villagers, many viewers fell into a contemplative silence. They realized that the authentic countryside was indeed like this. Numerous viewers and fans expressed a desire for Zhou Mingyi to conduct more live streams of this nature, as selling rural products could contribute to local development. Li Yi and Lin Wanting discussed acquiring pumpkin at the price of oranges, but since the quality of the oranges was superior, larger in size, and not overly abundant, they ultimately settled on a price of 9 yuan. As for the pomelo, they agreed on 12 yuan. Perhaps no household had an exorbitant amount, but hundreds to 1,000 jin was certainly manageable. When the entire village united, Lin Wanting's quantity was not insignificant. However, for sales, a boutique approach remained paramount. Alright, dear friends, we shall conclude today's live stream here. Until next time. No way, it's ending already. Where is this streamer? Please let us know. This is Mount Peach Village. Zhou Mingyi said with a giggle. See you next time. Despite the viewership reaching heights she had never dared to imagine, Zhou Mingyi remained remarkably composed. This live stream had garnered her hundreds of thousands of followers and substantial revenue, drawing the attention of senior executives at Douyu Live. Buzzing. An off-road vehicle halted at the entrance of the village committee. Fan Lian stepped out, observing the crowd dispersing after signing contracts with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Excuse me, may I ask if the village head Li Yi is present? He was intercepted by Sambo Li Xian. Li Xian, glancing suspiciously at the unusually well-dressed and poised Fan Lian, pointed, yes, just over there. Thank you. Fan Lian and his assistant Li promptly approached Li Yi. May I inquire if you are village head Li Yi? Li Yi, who had been discussing details with Lin Wanting, looked up and saw Fan Lian. I am. And you are? Tian de Town Mayor, Fan Lian. Instantly, the surroundings fell silent. Countless gazes converged upon them in an instant. Lin Wanting and Wu Haidang exchanged glances of profound astonishment. Mayor Fan Lian had actually arrived? Fan Lian himself had not anticipated such a significant reaction from the gathered crowd. Hello. The two extended their hands in greeting. The purpose of my visit is to discuss matters concerning our Shantou village, Fan Lian said with a warm smile. Li Yi promptly rose, guiding Fan Lian towards the dilapidated village committee office. The attention from the higher authorities was not something Li Yi could afford to overlook. Moreover, despite being elected by the villagers, there lingered a sense of illegitimacy in his position. There's no need for such formality, village head Li, Fan Lian chuckled. Nodding to those behind him, Xiao Li immediately placed down the file and documents. Your qualifications and background are impeccable, and the town has already submitted and approved your appointment as village head. Upon hearing this, Li Yi exhaled deeply, relieved that his status was now secure. What brings you here today? Li Yi ventured cautiously. Rest assured, my visit is primarily to observe and discuss a few matters with you. Fan Lian began earnestly. Brand. Strong support? Li Yi exclaimed in surprise, realizing this aligned perfectly with his own aspirations. Indeed, Fan Lian replied with a smile. I have conducted an investigation, and whether it concerns your vegetables or rice, both are critical to the national economy and people's livelihoods. We will do our utmost to assist you. Li Yi was overjoyed. This could bolster the village's development significantly. I would like to observe the current state of the village. Would you mind being my guide, village head Li? Not at all. Please follow me, Li Yi responded, rising to lead Fan Lian while narrating the local customs and culture. Lin Wanting, Wu Haitang, and the other women chose not to accompany them, instead attending to matters regarding the acquisitions with the others. Please inform village head Li that we shall return first. One of them requested. Understood. Li Shiren nodded respectfully. Wu Haidang was somewhat reluctant to leave. You're hosting the mayor. Why should I stay? Lin Wanting sighed. There's no choice. We must go. With a pout, Wu Haidang huffed, knowing she could not sulk. Ultimately, she was led away by Lin Wanting and Zhou Mingyi. Meanwhile, as Fan Lian walked through the village with Li Yi and listened to his plans, he couldn't help but regard him with newfound esteem. He was acutely aware of the common pitfalls faced by university students today. Few could exhibit the discernment and determination to achieve so much at such a young age as Li Yi had done, advancing steadily and assuredly. Moreover, Li Yi possessed a clear understanding of his desires and how to leverage his advantages. This realization solidified Fan Lian's resolve, which had been wavering until now. Support was imperative. If Shantou village succeeded, other villages could follow suit. Should they all achieve success, the establishment of new rural communities would make Fan Lian's credentials shine brightly wherever he went. By the time they concluded their tour, it was already afternoon. After enjoying a meal at Li Yi's home, Fan Lian was instantly captivated by the vegetables and rice. He shamelessly purchased several pounds from Li Yi's home, intending to pay the market price. However, Wu Xianglan and Lu Guifan were unwilling to comply, and they generously gifted him a few pounds. In the end, Fan Lian was content to leave with half the market price. Chapter 77. Acquiring another piece of land. Accelerating the space night has fallen, yet the main road leading from Shantou village to Tianda town remained illuminated by white lights. Li Yi could not help but acknowledge the astonishing speed of the two construction teams. A barely visible road was already taking shape. One side was still laying the foundation, while the other had already been paved with cement. They managed to cover less than 2 kilometers today, having only commenced in the afternoon after completing many preparatory tasks. It was certain that the construction pace would accelerate starting tomorrow. The arrival of the town mayor lifted a heavy weight off Li Yi's heart. At least his status was now official, not informal. His plans were gradually unfolding, and he believed that leading the entire village toward prosperity was merely a matter of time. That evening, after feeding his large pig once more, Li Yi began to change his clothes. Upon returning to his room, he closed the door and swiftly entered the mysterious space. He had to admit that the air in this enigmatic realm was truly refreshing. Li Yi gazed in delight at the newly expanded plot of black soil within the space. Now there were 6 plots. He stroked his chin, pondering the secret behind the upgrade of the black soil. With the addition of 5 plots, he recalled that his last profitable venture was the sale of that enormous golden silk nama tree. This meant that the mysterious space upgraded through his earnings. One plot rewarded for 10,000, another for 100,000, one for 500,000, and one more for 1 million. 5 million was the last reward. Exactly 5 plots. So, to obtain the 6th reward plot next, would it require 10 million? That was no trifling sum. With the addition of another acre of black land, Li Yi's controllable space had significantly expanded. Though he now possessed 6 plots of land, the demand would always surpass the supply. Presently, these trees alone occupied nearly an acre. Li Yi reserved the remaining space carefully. Surrounding the 5 golden silk namu trees were saplings, and he continued to plant, planning to transplant them to the back mountain at a suitable time. Shantou village was indeed surrounded by mountains, though some were not particularly tall. The mountains behind were truly formidable, stretching endlessly beyond sight. Li Yi did not wish to leave any loose ends, so certain preparations needed to be executed meticulously. The planted black ebony and ironwood were also growing robustly. Why did it feel like time was flowing faster? Li Yi observed these rapidly changing plants, wondering if the time flow within this space had accelerated as well. Yes, he distinctly felt that it had. This meant that the maturation time for various species would be expedited. It seemed that the hybrid pomelo would soon be ready as well. Li Yi glanced at the fruit trees he had grafted. The formation of a brand effect still has a long journey ahead. The fermentation of vegetables and rice has only just begun, providing ample time for Li Yi and the village to prepare. Once the road is completed, it is believed that the village's preparations will be nearly in place. At that time, the greenhouse vegetables nourished by the spiritual spring water will truly be the lifeblood of Shantou village. As for the rice, Li Yi can cultivate it in the mysterious space. But he has no immediate plans for that. Without mechanization, he would be overwhelmed by the workload alone. It is better to set this aside for now and consider mechanization once the current tasks are completed. After planting the necessary crops in all the fields of the space, Li Yi finally left the mysterious realm. 200 times the acceleration, you say? Li Yi calculated the time and was somewhat astonished. This is indeed a great fortune. After a refreshing sleep, Li Yi felt increasingly invigorated. With the increase in time spent in the mysterious space, he has distinctly sensed an improvement in his physical constitution. This is a positive development. In the county chief's office, Wu Guoli was engrossed in the latest research report, a smile never leaving his face. Good, excellent. Finally, Wu Guoli contentedly set down the report, informed the first and second hospitals that the first to achieve results will claim the credit, and we will cover the research funding. Yes, Wu Guoli, still smiling, recognized that the alleviation of human ailments through vegetables constitutes a novel research subject. Both the county's first and second hospitals are now diligently engaged in research. Individual data studies cannot represent the general populace. Sufficient research examples are essential. Once successful, the vegetables cultivated in Tianda Town will undoubtedly secure their position. Mayor Fan. Wu Guoli picked up the phone, and immediately, the voice of Fan Lian resonated. County Chief Wu, how are things progressing? Wu Guoli inquired. Fan Lian respectfully responded. Please rest assured, County Chief, everything on my end is proceeding smoothly. I have assessed the road conditions, and it should be passable within 10 days at most. Additionally, I visited Shantou village and met with the village chief, Li Yi. Though young, he is remarkably proficient in agricultural production and the organization of various matters, leaving even me in awe. How are the vegetables? The response to the vegetables from Shantou village has exceeded expectations, and they are currently expanding the greenhouse facilities, intending to build upon this foundation. Fan Lian reported. Excellent. Wu Guoli nodded. The villagers have worked hard. Appropriate assistance can be provided when the time comes. Yes. What about the farmhouse rice? The farmhouse rice is also cultivated by the villagers. Fan Lian continued. From the villagers, I learned that Li Yi seems to have researched something, resulting in this remarkable outcome. They are also attempting cultivation for the first time. Wu Guoli immediately beckoned to his secretary, and all of Li Yi's detailed information came into view. It turns out he is a top student from a renowned agricultural university, specializing in this field. All of Li Yi's background and affiliations were clearly laid out before Wu Guoli. There is no need to concern ourselves with Li Yi's secret formula. Who among us does not possess a few secrets? Since it is his research achievement, let it be, Wu Guoli remarked. County Chief, the price of farmhouse rice has soared to 100 yuan per gene. This matter need not be meddled with. Wu Guoli chuckled. The grain merchants haven't raised the price. Have they? No, logically they should have. Fan Lian was somewhat perplexed. That is precisely the brilliance of the grain merchants. Not raising the price serves as the best form of advertising. There is heightened attention from municipal leaders on this farmhouse rice, should it garner sufficient recognition. It could emerge as a second brand, Wu Guoli stated calmly. You must gauge the situation yourself. Indeed, he ended the call. Wu Guoli's spirits soared. Vegetables and rice are of paramount importance to national livelihood. If several prominent brands were to emerge from such humble beginnings, it would undoubtedly bolster his prospects for advancement, enabling the wealthy to uplift the less fortunate. Transforming the entire new countryside into a progressive agricultural hub would also enhance his stature as a county chief. Li Yi had crossed Wu Guoli's mind. Would this lad dare to pursue his own niece? Astonishingly, he had even entered into a romantic liaison with the granddaughter of the old Qin family. Upon seeing the meticulous investigative documentation concerning Li Yi, Wu Guoli was left astounded. Chapter 78. Shantou Village Rice Online. The commotion was tremendous. Shantou farmhouse rice had skyrocketed to fame. Currently, the trending index concerning the name Shantou Village had surged several notches, nearing a permanent position on the trending list. The rice's popularity stemmed primarily from its price and availability. Rice is an indispensable staple in daily life. Its amino acid composition is notably complete, with the predominant protein being rice protein, which is the easiest for the human body to absorb and digest. While culinary traditions may vary between the North and South, the consumption of rice remains a universal practice. The explosive success of farmhouse rice was attributed to several key factors. Firstly, the price. Farmhouse rice had become synonymous with being undervalued. Even in discount supermarkets, farmhouse rice selling for 2 or 3 yuan per jin was considered exceptional. However, the sudden spike to 13 yuan per jin at Qian Zhongyin's establishment undoubtedly shattered records. This sensationalism had taken the internet by storm. Secondly, there was the limitation on purchases. One must concede that Qian Zhongyin was a shrewd merchant. This maneuver left consumers in silent frustration, with no recourse. With purchase limits in place, everyone had the chance to buy. Those who couldn't were left with no complaints. Truly ruthless. Lastly, the rice's nutritional value and flavor were paramount. This was the most crucial aspect. If it were not palatable, would consumers return for more? Would anyone clamor for it? The rice contained a wealth of B vitamins, essential for preventing beriberi and alleviating oral inflammation. It also aids in nourishing the spleen and stomach, enhancing vitality, quenching thirst, and more. Those who had tasted Shantou farmhouse rice felt as if its benefits had been magnified tenfold. It was as if they were consuming a nutritional supplement rather than mere rice. For those with digestive issues, it was a remedy for the stomach. For those with kidney concerns, it was a tonic for the kidneys. More importantly, the nutritional value of this rice surpasses that of ordinary rice by several degrees. The effects are particularly evident among patients, postpartum women, the elderly, and those in fragile health. Furthermore, recent research reports indicate that this farmhouse rice possesses numerous benefits, such as replenishing energy, enhancing vitality, strengthening the body, promoting digestion, and improving eyesight. This is backed by authoritative certification. With the release of this evidence, the demand for Shantou rice has skyrocketed, making it a rarity. Those who have tasted it seldom desire any other variety. Naturally, while world-class rice also boasts these benefits, the price is exorbitant. Take, for instance, renowned varieties like the Lotus Crown rice or Niigata fish pond rice. Their prices are steep, even domestically. Premium rice such as Jingyang rice, Wanyan tribute rice, and Yanji rice are hardly affordable for the average person. The cheapest option, Hongshui red rice from Huan County, still commands a price of 368 yuan per jin. Who can afford that? Amidst such factors, the overwhelming popularity of Shantou farmhouse rice becomes abundantly clear. You might argue that it is expensive. Indeed, when compared to ordinary rice or standard branded varieties, it is quite costly. Yet, when juxtaposed with the internationally acclaimed rice, a price of merely a few dozen yuan is insignificant. How could it not be a sensation? Recently, not only has the name Shantou Village gained fame, the name Qian Zhongyin of Qian's grain shop has become synonymous with high demand. Both loathed and adored, this reflects the public's sentiment. Daily, 700 jin of rice are sold without fail, after which he simply returns home to rest. Who could withstand such pressure? Nowadays, countless grain merchants, supermarkets, and rice suppliers are knocking on the door. They, too, wish to partner with Shantou Village. Do you think Li hasn't received calls? He is disinterested in negotiations, especially since all of this year's rice has already been sold. Discussions regarding next year can wait until then. Once a brand is established, Qian Zhongyin, being astute, undoubtedly understands this. The very next day, he called Li Yi, extending a sincere invitation for a detailed discussion. What was to be discussed? Naturally, it was about establishing a brand. What constitutes a brand? It is something that, upon mere mention, evokes immediate recognition. The label of Shantou Village rice as farmhouse rice is one Li Yi has no intention of discarding, nor do others plan to. Moreover, neither Li Yi nor Qian Zhongyin intends to stray from their original intentions. Thus, after deliberation, they decided to name it Shantou Village Rice. While it may seem mundane, it serves as an excellent promotional tool. As for the establishment of a company, it remains in the nascent stages with no definitive conclusions yet. According to Qian Zhongyin, they propose to partner in creating a company solely dedicated to the farmhouse rice brand. Once the popularity surges, they will establish distribution channels for rice across various regions. Li Yi has no objections to this. With the company in place, Li Yi can step back from daily operations, which is quite beneficial. Ultimately, this leads to discussions of profit. Li Yi will provide the expertise, and the rice from the village will be sold directly here, while Qian Zhongyin will act as the primary investor, with Li Yi receiving dividends. For now, this is the plan, and Li Yi has no objections. Certainly, Some may argue that since the rice has become so popular, Li Yi could simply go it alone. Indeed, that is a possibility. However, Li Yi must acknowledge that he is not a genius, and his energy is limited. Why disregard a shrewd businessman like Qin Zhongyin? To be frank, Li Yi has contributed very little. Aside from possessing the farmer's rice, he has no other foundation. All matters are managed by Qin Zhongyin, who is responsible for funding and has also resolved future grain sales for the village without undercutting others. Why not embrace such an arrangement? Crucially, Fan Lianon has also played a role in facilitating this. After all, this is part of his achievements, and as a member of the town, Qin Zhongyin cannot allow this economic interest to benefit others. Thus, for multiple reasons, the company has begun to take shape. Tian de Town also needs its own branded enterprises. For Li Yi, this is akin to obtaining something for nothing, which is hardly a misstep. Just days later, news of new fruit products surfaced online once again. Lin Wanting and Wu Haidang relayed good news in succession. The pomelos, honey oranges, and tangerines brought back last time garnered rave reviews upon their launch. Countless fruit merchants have even contacted Li Yi. To be honest, Li Yi is tempted, as the prices offered by the others surpass those of Lin Wanting. Li Yi is relatively averse to change. As long as his interests remain untouched, he would never burn bridges. Lin Wanting chose him during the village's most challenging times, a sentiment he has always cherished. Even though he later realized that Lin Wanting was also seeking self-preservation, he still felt justified in his actions. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the village's fruits will be supplied directly to Lin Wanting. Everyone stands to profit. In Zhou Mingyi's livestream, popularity is undeniably booming. However, it has become increasingly difficult to reach the heights of previous days, prompting her and the executives at Douyu Company to ponder the reasons behind this. After all, they had provided Zhou Mingyi with substantial resources. If her popularity were to decline so early in the promotion, that would be unacceptable. Zhou Mingyi is a foodie, and her identity is tied to her love for food. Yet now, the items she consumes pale in comparison to the fruits from Li Yi, significantly diminishing their impact. The audience is not naive. They can discern whether something is genuinely delicious or merely an illusion. Furthermore, Li Yi and Huang Lei have inexplicably garnered their own fanbase, with some viewers eager to watch the two of them, some drawn to the rural setting, and others wishing to see them together. This has led to a fragmentation of Zhou Mingyi's fan group. With a prolonged lack of engagement, it is only natural that her live streaming effectiveness has diminished significantly. Meng, I think you might consider inviting your friends to join your live streams in the future. Chapter 79. Li Yi cultivates garlic. Zhou Mingyi nodded. Naturally, the suggestions from the company should be heeded. Moreover, she genuinely enjoys the lifestyle and interactions in Shantou village. As Zhou Mingyi prepared, Li Yi was also making arrangements. The village's fields have been fertilized, and all the land has been fully cultivated. Even the materials required for greenhouse vegetable cultivation have nearly all been prepared. Each household is now financially stable, allowing them to embark on this venture without excessive concern for budget constraints. The autumn and winter seasons yield a plethora of crops, such as rapeseed, leafy greens, spinach, chili peppers, edamame, leeks, and cabbage, all suitable for autumn planting. In winter, one can cultivate varieties like bok choy, cabbage, potatoes, peas, and radishes. In fact, considering the use of greenhouse vegetables, off-season crops can indeed be cultivated. During the planting process, a village meeting was convened to discuss what each group would plant. It is not to say that every member of a group exclusively grows one type of vegetable. Rather, they primarily focus on one crop while supplementing with others. This approach prevents an oversaturation of any single vegetable variety, thus avoiding market imbalance. This arrangement was thoroughly deliberated by Li Yi and the members of each group. For instance, in the second group, where Li Yi is situated, the main crop is cabbage. If a household possesses 2 acres of land, at least 1.5 acres would be dedicated to cabbage, with the remaining half acre allocated for personal preferences. Li Yi, Wu Xianglan, and Lu Guifan carried their hoes and tools to the vegetable garden at the back. Additionally, the 2 acres beneath the orange grove serve as their greenhouse vegetable garden. Today's primary task is to erect the greenhouse and commence planting. Li Yi enlisted several professionals to instruct them in the construction of the greenhouse, and everyone has mostly grasped the necessary skills with minimal issues arising. The materials used were selected based on Li Yi's recommendations, ensuring the highest quality. Xiao Yi, Luani, and I will plant over here. You go plant the garlic over there, called out Wu Xianglan. Alright, Li Yi nodded in agreement. The garlic patch is modest, consisting of only 6 rows. The longest row spans approximately 4 to 5 meters, while the shortest measures less than 1.5 meters, forming a small triangular plot. Li Yi loosened the soil with his hoe, enriched with organic fertilizer, ensuring it maintained warmth. Having frequently assisted Wu Xianglan with garlic planting, he could handle the task independently. Garlic can be planted a bit more densely. Given the row width of approximately 1.5 meters, he can plant at least 10 cloves per row. It is noteworthy that this garlic differs from the northern variety. It is the smaller garlic commonly used in southern cuisine. Li Yi carefully separated the garlic cloves, each one notably large and plump. When planted, these cloves will yield aesthetically pleasing results. He inserted each clove vertically into the soil. Li Yi did not plant too many in each row, approximately 10 cloves. With his left hand holding a bamboo basket and his right hand pressing the garlic cloves into the soil, he completed the first step of the planting process. Casting a glance at the 6 rows of fields, one might underestimate their size and number. However, by the time he finishes his task, it is likely that Wu Xianglan and Lu Guifen's 2 acres of farmland will have already been attended to. This laborious task demands considerable strength in one's waist. Remaining bent for too long makes it arduous to stand upright. Conversely, alternating between bending and standing proves even more taxing. Fortunately for Li Yi, he is accompanied by a loyal little companion. With each few steps he takes, Jia Bao follows suit, displaying remarkable obedience. After 2 hours of diligent work, he finally buries all the garlic cloves into the soil. Li Yi, gritting his teeth, sits down, disregarding the dirt. One hand massaging his aching lower back, while the other eagerly gulps down water from his flask. The water he drinks is from a spiritual spring. In fact, this has become the staple water source for his household. He plans to venture to the back mountain to replenish the spring water once the greenhouse vegetables are firmly established. Using this water year-round benefits everyone, albeit with some inconvenience. Ruffling Jia Bao's small head, he gazes fondly at the plump little dog and smiles. Come. We must continue our work. He then picks up a bamboo shoulder pole and begins to fill a flat basket crafted from bamboo with the previously collected fire soil. A thin, even layer of this fire soil must be scattered over the garlic to enhance nourishment and provide insulation. While Li Yi does not fully comprehend the underlying principles, he has observed his mother and fellow villagers employing this method and has thus decided to follow suit. Using the shoulder pole is an art in itself. For those unaccustomed to it, it can be quite a challenge. The entire weight rests upon the shoulders, and without the proper application of force, one's shoulders can ache agonizingly, making one wish to discard the burden. During his first attempt, Li Yi winced in pain. Additionally, he instinctively bent forward while lifting, an incorrect technique that he later learned to avoid. He gradually mastered the skill, recognizing that some struggle with balance due to an inability to manage the weight on both ends of the pole. Presently, he has acquired a rudimentary proficiency. As he walks, the weights on either side sway, causing the pole to oscillate. If one fails to synchronize with the gentle undulations, it becomes impossible to carry the load for any significant distance. Now, Li Yi moves rhythmically, gently swaying in unison with the pole, his waist, and the weights, making the task considerably less strenuous. With a simple layer of soil covering the garlic, only one final step remains to complete the task, adding the last layer of insulation. This insulation, however, is not a plastic film but rather cotton husks from summer. Many may be unfamiliar with cotton husks, perhaps having never seen them. Yet for a child raised in the countryside, they are commonplace. Cotton husks and stalks serve many purposes. After harvesting cotton, the stalks become a crucial source of firewood in rural areas. Once dried, they become particularly desiccated and highly combustible. Each year, Li Yi's family, along with others in the village, prepares a small storage space for these to use as fuel during the winter months. The cotton husk bears a resemblance to a fusion of plum petals and lotus flowers. Generally, cotton blooms in a 4 to 5 petal formation, and when immature, it resembles a tightly bound lotus. Once it fully splits open, revealing the snow-white, radiant cotton within, it is akin to a blossoming plum flower. After harvesting this cotton, the villagers would dry the husks. Currently, Li Yi intends to employ a rather popular method within the village. The cotton husk is sharp and can easily prick the skin, yet it does not pierce through, evoking a paradoxical affection and disdain among the children raised in farming families like Li Yi. He donned gloves for the task, lightly scattering the husks over the soil in a generous layer, thus marking the preliminary completion of the garlic planting. Chapter 80. Transporting straw. Oh dear. Help me step on it. Woof woof. Li Yi remarked disdainfully. How is it that you, a chubby little dog, lack any strength? Woof woof woof. Li Yi lay on his bamboo bed, sighing heavily. Jia Bao, with a broad grin, scurried back and forth on Li Yi's back with its pudgy little legs. Unfortunately, despite its plump appearance, this little creature was merely fluff and lacked any substantial weight. With the recent daily consumption of the family's spring water, along with homegrown rice and vegetables, Jia Bao's physique was indeed transforming remarkably. Pets in the city grow slowly because they eat dog food lacking in nourishment. If raised in the countryside, they would flourish in just 2 months. It is well known among those with dog-rearing experience that rural dogs grow exceptionally fast. Get down. Jia Bao leaped from Li Yi's back. Thud. It landed headfirst, its chubby body rolling away. Seeing this, Li Yi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Dazed, Jia Bao stood up, shaking its head. Its chestnut gray fur was notably soft, and, combined with its plumpness, appeared utterly adorable. Upon witnessing Li Yi's laughter, Jia Bao sprang up, thinking he wished to play. But Li Yi was disinclined to engage. Go play elsewhere. Perhaps feeling hurt by his dismissive behavior, Jia Bao barked twice and scampered off. Alas, this bamboo bed has seen better days. Li Yi mused, feeling the large bamboo bed, his favorite resting place during summer. Though the bed was once of excellent quality, it naturally succumbed to wear over time. This bamboo bed had been around since Li Yi's childhood, and its deterioration was to be expected. Conveniently, there was a small bamboo grove located just behind the left side of the orange orchard, occupying an area of about 4 to 5 square meters, a unique landscape of its own. Li Yi was unsure when this bamboo grove had come into existence, but it had been there since he could remember. Now that he had grown up, the grove remained just as it was. Whenever the family required bamboo, they would gather from this grove, using it for fishing rods. In the countryside, purchasing fishing rods is unheard of, Bamboo serves that purpose exceptionally well. Moreover, the elasticity and toughness of bamboo are simply remarkable. Regardless, Li Yi often went fishing with Huang Lei and others during the summer, tirelessly basking in the sun until his skin darkened. It was only as he matured that such activities began to wane. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. The bamboo grove on his property, after all, was a rare scenic spot, prompting Li Yi to venture over and take a closer look. The bamboo, though varying in thickness, was generally not very tall, and given the limited space, it truly could not compare to the grander bamboo forests. Li Yi retrieved some water from his spatial realm and generously sprinkled it over the bamboo grove. Whether the bamboo would be of any use remained uncertain, but if the spiritual spring water could enhance the grove's growth and aesthetic appeal, it would be a worthy endeavor. Having completed this task, Li Yi returned indoors for a meal. With the recent improvement in their diet, coupled with the nourishing effects of the spiritual spring water on the dishes they prepared, both Wu Xianglan and Lu Guifan had regained their health significantly within just over half a month. Li Yi decided to have them undergo a checkup the following day for complete reassurance, to which they readily agreed. He instructed them to wash up and rest while he stayed behind to clean the dishes. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Lu Chuanfeng calling, likely just finishing dinner himself. "I hope I'm not interrupting," Lu Chuanfeng chuckled, his voice loud and somewhat raucous on the other end. "Not at all," Li Yi replied with a smile. "What is on your mind?" Lu Chuanfeng didn't beat around the bush, stating, "As the temperature continues to drop, we need a substantial amount of straw." "Leave this matter to me," Li Yi responded with a grin. "All right, I'll send someone over to assist you." Lu Chuanfeng expressed his admiration for Li Yi's decisive nature. "No need. I'll handle it myself," Li Yi gently declined. "You've all worked hard today, so go have your meal." "Haha, all right, I won't be coy." After hanging up, Li Yi called into the house. "Mom, Aunt Lu, I'm off to deliver the straw. Drive safely." Wu Xianglan promptly rushed out to say, "Will do." Li Yi waved his hand and called Li Dazhuang. "Dazhuang, come out. We need straw for the newly repaired road." "Got it." Li Dazhuang had always been obedient to Li Yi's requests. Before long, Li Dazhuang arrived with his uncle, Li Shuren, who had borrowed a small three-wheeler, the same one he had used before. "Let us go." Li Yi also sent a message to Huang Lei, knowing it was still early evening and he probably hadn't yet gone to town. Indeed, Huang Lei was still in the village, and upon hearing Li Yi's request, he promptly drove out. The four of them arrived at the fields, where Li Yi had previously made preparations during a meeting. He had informed everyone in the village that it was best not to burn the straw just yet, but to save some and bundle it into yurts in the fields. Following the principle of proximity, the four robust men wasted no time in gathering the straw and piling it onto the vehicle. Once they could no longer fit anymore, they set off, the vehicle swaying as they moved forward. On the main road, there were lights, and along the already paved cement road, a thick layer of straw had been laid down, which was further dampened with water. Having nearly repaired 20 miles, when Li Yi and his companions arrived, Jia Yuntai promptly brought people over to unload the straw. "Let's not complicate matters. We should transport all the straw we can today," Jia Yuntai inquired. "We still have a few vehicles here." "All right, there should be some in the surrounding fields as well. I will take you there." Li Yi nodded. Completing everything in one go was undoubtedly the best option, as running back and forth would be inconvenient for them. And Li Yi was uncertain if he had the time to spare. Thanks to the searchlights during the night, even with the ridges and weeds in the fields, it posed little trouble. Although Jia Yuntai and his associates were foremen and bosses, they bore no airs, especially after learning that Huang Lei's leeks were actually cultivated by Li Yi, which made them feel even closer to him. Currently, he was repairing the road, but still returned home every few days. In the past, he had dared not cross the threshold of his home, but now, he eagerly wished to return each day. Ever since things began to improve in this regard, he truly felt as though his entire life had brightened. "Has my little brother not found a girlfriend yet?" Jia Yuntai asked, holding a large bundle of straw. Li Yi smiled and shook his head. "I haven't had the heart to think about such matters for the time being." During these days of road construction, Jia Yuntai and Lu Chuanfeng often chatted with the villagers and had learned about Li Yi's general situation. To be honest, they held great admiration for him. After all, when they were Li Yi's age, though they bore heavy burdens, they were nowhere near the level of responsibility he shouldered. A recent university graduate. Yet he carried the weight of the entire village on his shoulders. This was certainly not something just anyone could endure. "My daughter will soon be graduating. Why not let you two get to know each other?" Chapter 81. Is this worth it? "Ah, Li Yi, how did you fall?" Jia Yuntai and the others rushed over to assist him, while Li Yi couldn't help but feel his cheeks flush. It's nothing. He waved his hand, relieved that the soil in the fields was relatively soft. Although he left behind some stalks of rice, they were not hard. "By the way, Brother Jia, are we good with this road? I think we should be able to finish it in just a few days, right?" Li Yi chuckled awkwardly. Jia Yuntai was quite perceptive. Through their initial interactions, he had a favorable impression of Li Yi. This young man was not only handsome, but also possessed a strong sense of responsibility, filial piety, and accountability. Although he was the village chief, it was not solely his task to repair the road. He bore the cost of its construction alone. Who wouldn't appreciate a conscientious, kind-hearted, and responsible young man? He was not one to quibble over trivialities and preferred to reason with others. He was practically the ideal son-in-law. Jia Yuntai was eager to take action. In fact, Huang Lei was fine too, but he was too opportunistic. He knew his daughter's taste. Given the choice between Huang Lei and Li Yi, she would undoubtedly choose the latter. However, it was clear that Li Yi was currently disinterested in dating. Whether he already had a girlfriend or was preoccupied with other matters, he simply wasn't looking for one at the moment. Thus, Jia Yuntai decided not to pursue the topic further. Time and opportunities were plentiful. Moreover, one must acknowledge that one's own daughter is indeed exceptional. A true belle of the school. With the holidays approaching, it seems only fitting to foster a suitable match. There should be no significant obstacles. My only concern is that Lu Chuanfeng, that old fellow, might meddle, especially since his daughter is equally stunning. What a vexation. It is indeed disheartening to have to consider competition while selecting a son-in-law. The road construction will progress even more swiftly. Rest assured, this pathway will be completed in no more than 3 days, while the next one may take around 7 or 8, optimistically 5 or 6 days at best. Jia Yuntai remarked with a smile. That is reassuring. Li Yi responded. And by the way, do you happen to know anyone skilled in constructing buildings? The dilapidated village committee is quite a headache. Once the road is repaired, the committee should commence its renovations. Then, the streetlights for each group. Indeed. Jia Yuntai paused. Then chuckled. Are you suggesting we build the village committee? Exactly. Li Yi nodded affirmatively. After setting down the straw in his hands, Jia Yuntai and Li Yi walked again along the field path. My young brother, would you mind if I shared a few thoughts? Li Yi gazed intently at Jia Yuntai before finally nodding. Please, do share. Although my words may not sit well with you, I feel compelled to speak. You are the village head, and your family has devoted 4 generations to this village. However, the village's development should not rest solely upon your shoulders. I will not dwell on the roads, but you have invested a substantial amount of money alone. They may express gratitude, yet it is possible my perspective is limited. I can see that the villagers are simple-hearted, without ulterior motives, yet you cannot bear the burden of perpetual giving. Upon hearing this, Li Yi understood. Jia Yuntai was speaking from the heart. After all, most would refrain from addressing such sensitive matters in his presence, particularly those involving finances. Li Yi recognized the goodwill behind Jia Deji's words. Offering a cigarette, they lit it together before Li Yi continued. In truth, I have pondered this issue as well. Why should I invest so much in the village's development? Jia Yuntai looked at Li Yi with curiosity, awaiting an answer. At this moment, I remain uncertain if my answer is correct. My grandfather, my ancestors, have labored for generations since taking over this village. If we speak of contributions, the Li family can proudly claim the foremost position, and as for the villagers, we hold no grievances against them. This is a source of pride. Before I assumed responsibility for the village, I often questioned whether my efforts were worthwhile. Would my contributions be appreciated? Yet, after taking on this role, I began to comprehend the intentions of my forebears. This place, after all, is where we were born and nurtured. They sent us forth to achieve success, not to forget our roots, but to transform this very land. Li Yi inhaled deeply and declared, this is our common foundation, our home, and I firmly believe, with ample reason, that all are inherently good. Money is merely a number. However, I would have never dared utter such words a few months ago. Life, ultimately, revolves around the essentials. Given that I possess the capability, why should I not act? As long as the money suffices, that is all that matters. At least during this period, I have witnessed their income improve, and their lives have markedly enhanced. Those who once hesitated to indulge in meat now occasionally relish a hearty meal. This is life. This is happiness. I find it quite delightful and heartwarming to see their smiling faces, and I believe my grandfather and ancestors shared similar sentiments. Jia Yuntai remained silent for a considerable time, then lifted a few bundles of straw with a wry smile, remarking, perhaps it is due to our differing positions and perspectives. I resonate with what you say, but to truly grasp it, I may not be able to. However, since you have chosen this path, I trust that you are right. Human nature can be treacherous, yet it is not entirely so. At least, during our interactions, I have come to appreciate the ethos of your village. Thank you, Brother Jia. Li Yi felt significantly relieved. I also have faith in them. If you seek construction workers, that is not a difficult task. Boss Huang knows him. He is Jiao Kongda. Jia Yuntai did not hesitate to introduce such a beneficial connection to his brother. If you require additional building materials, I can recommend them to you. Or you may approach Boss Huang. Zhang Shuyan is involved in that field and covers various aspects of real estate. Li Yi was taken aback, and at that moment, Huang Lei, who was holding several bundles of straw, expressed his astonishment. Brother Zhang is a real estate mogul? Chapter 82, Live Stream Request, Contacting the Construction Team. Observing the round faces of Huang Lei and Li Dazhuang, Jia Yuntai could not help but marvel. Indeed, those who possess handsome features have a distinct advantage, especially with Li Yi maintaining such a good rapport with them. He stood out remarkably in their midst. You may not know, but most of the properties in town have been developed by him, and several residential projects are also his. Jia Yuntai chuckled. He initially intended to let you purchase that shop at a discount. Goodness. Huang Lei and Li Dazhuang exchanged glances, recognizing the affluent clientele. Boss Zhang has already treated me exceptionally well. Any further discounts are unnecessary, Huang Lei replied with a smile. While it is human instinct to take advantage, there are distinctions. Both Huang Lei and Li Yi belong to a category of individuals who can benefit from their good friends. However, they would never exploit someone like Jia Yuntai or Zhang Shuyan. Moreover, since Zhang Shuyan has already granted Huang Lei such a substantial concession, seeking further advantage would reflect poorly on one's character. Jia Yuntai, who had been quietly observing, nodded in satisfaction. His earlier remarks were truthful, yet also a test. Truly, like attracts like, the quality of the youth in this village is commendable. Very well, Brother Jia, please provide me with their contact information when the time comes, and I will handle the negotiations. Jia Yuntai readily agreed. As night deepened, by the time Li Yi and his companions finished moving the straw, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Huang Lei had left at 8 to head to the barbecue restaurant, leaving only Li Dazhuang and a few others to continue their work. On the way back, Li Yi found himself immensely irritated. Straw had the unfortunate tendency to cling to the skin, causing considerable discomfort and itchiness. After enjoying a soothing hot shower, he finally lay down in bed, drifting into a deep slumber. Early the next morning, Li Yi rose with purpose. Today's primary task was to inspect the greenhouse vegetables in the village, alongside some subsequent arrangements. Though the workload was not particularly heavy, it was fulfilling. In addition, Li Yi planned to visit the nearby spring water. The village's water was sweet and palatable, albeit relatively so. He aspired to enhance the water quality for everyone, contemplating ways to improve the spring water they all utilized. Although uncertain of its feasibility, he felt it worth a try. After strolling through the entire village, the clock struck 1 in the afternoon. Following lunch, he intended to explore the back mountain. Ding dong. His phone chimed. Li Yi, may I discuss something with you? It was Zhou Mingyi. Glancing at the contact, Li Yi paused. What could this little foodie want? Go ahead. He replied. I wish to do a live stream in your village. Could you appear on camera? I can offer you a fee. Sensing Li Yi might decline, Zhou Mingyi added timidly, punctuating her message with a few adorable emojis. The thought of facing an audience during the live stream made Li Yi feel somewhat uneasy. Nevertheless, Zhou Mingyi had indirectly facilitated the transaction between him and Lin Wanting. Moreover, she was quite the charming girl. Live streaming is fine, but you must arrange the content yourself. I want to take responsibility for it, and I don't need any payment. The tasks I undertake are rather mundane and lack intrigue. If you still wish to proceed with the live stream, then come over. Li Yi sent back. All right, I'll be there shortly, came her swift reply. Li Yi shook his head. This lively girl was quite persistent, but he let her be. Some individuals simply refused to turn back until they hit a wall. He believed that once Zhou Mingyi faced reality, she would likely abandon the idea of seeking him out in the countryside for a live stream. With road construction now set aside, Li Yi needed to prepare for the village committee's building project. This endeavor was significant, involving millions in expenditure, certainly not a trivial matter. After completing the preparations, Jia Yuntai and Lu Chuanfeng confidently assured him that everything would be arranged appropriately. Just as Li Yi ended the call, a number he had just saved the previous day rang through. Village Headley, hello, I am Jiao Kongda, boomed a hearty voice on the other end. Li Yi's face brightened instantly. Mr. Jiao, greetings. He replied. Hey, I say, you're chummy with old Jia and the others, but treat me so formally? Jiao Kongda jested. It appeared he was a straightforward person. Brother Jiao, our village committee requires a complete rebuild, but I'm uncertain about the specifics of the operation. Li Yi expressed his concerns. Yi briefed me on that. Here is the plan. I happen to be wrapping up another construction project in 2 days. And your first road should also be completed around the same time. Let us arrange to meet in 2 days to assess the situation in your village. And then we can discuss the details at Boss Huang's establishment. How does that sound? Sounds great. Li Yi readily agreed, feeling a surge of excitement. Without such connections and fortunate coincidences, these matters would not have been resolved so swiftly. 3 days later, astonishingly, the first road would be completed. How swiftly time passes. After hanging up the phone, Li Yi decided not to contact Zhang Shuyan just yet, as there was still much to be determined regarding the pruning. There was no need to rush this matter. In the enigmatic space, brimming with spiritual energy, and where time flowed astonishingly fast, both the spring water and soil were extraordinary. Li Yi pondered. What if I mixed the spring water with the mystical spring water and used the unique soil from this mysterious realm to reconstruct and reinforce the spring pool? I wonder if it could alter the water quality. Logically speaking, this should be unfeasible, as the quality of the water emerging from the spring has already been established. Nevertheless, Li Yi desired to experiment. What if it worked? Continuously adding water was not a sustainable solution, as it was a waste of time and posed a risk of exposure. Chapter 83. The arrival of Zhou Mingyi Dazhuang. Come help me. After calling Li Dazhuang, Li Yi began gathering supplies. As long as Li Yi did not clarify the purpose of his endeavors, Li Dazhuang would not inquire further. His principle was simple. If Li Yi was using his intellect, he would merely provide the physical assistance required. While everyone was still engaged in planting vegetables in the greenhouse, Li Yi resolved to tackle this significant issue once and for all. The mysterious space was indeed remarkable, particularly due to the incredible black soil. Li Yi had formulated a bold hypothesis. Even with the initial 100-fold acceleration, such rapid results seemed improbable unless the soil possessed exceptional qualities. Furthermore, the spring water was exquisite. Even when diluted outside, it could still yield astonishing effects, indicating its superior quality. Thus, Li Yi arrived at this decision. The soil was the first element. He would extract soil from the spring, effectively expanding the spring pit. Secondly, the spiritual spring. The combination of these two should produce extraordinary results. Countless clumps of soil were loaded into the trunk of Li Yi's vehicle, as he intended to conduct an experiment. He would soon discover whether it would succeed. Before long, Li Dazhuang arrived. Shall Li Dazhuang greeted while munching on an orange. Where are we headed? To the back mountain, by the spring. Oh, Li Dazhuang nodded, refraining from further questions. Just then, a vehicle slowly came to a stop near Li Yi. Brother Li Yi, Zhou Mengyi exclaimed, her eyes crinkling with delight, sparkling playfully. Brother Dazhuang. With such affectionate familiarity, Li Dazhuang's face flushed crimson. He felt a bit bashful, unable to meet the gaze of Zhou Mengyi, whose face was so charming and lovely. Zhou Mengyi began unloading her equipment and bag from the vehicle. Let me help you, Li Yi offered. Thank you, Brother Li Yi. Zhou Mengyi replied, handing over her bag. As soon as Li Yi grasped it, his expression abruptly shifted, and he felt the weight pull him down sharply. I forgot to mention, this bag is quite heavy. Zhou Mengyi quickly explained, her tone anxious. It's all right. Li Yi's face turned slightly red as he gradually lifted it with one hand in front of Li Dazhuang and Zhou Mengyi. Wow, this adorable girl is surprisingly strong. Li Yi seamlessly switched hands, having recently indulged in the nourishing meals and spiritual water from the mystical spring, which had considerably augmented his strength. However, he was taken aback when he nearly faltered moments ago. Just a while ago, Zhou Mengyi effortlessly twisted open the bag with one hand. Placing the bag in front of the car, Li Yi couldn't help but steal another glance at Zhou Mengyi. To his utter astonishment, beneath her soft and adorable exterior lay a veritable steel Barbie. He cautioned himself to maintain a distance. Should she inadvertently unleash her little fists, he feared for his ribs. Behind him was a trove of snacks, and this time Zhou Mengyi had opted for a larger bag, filled to the brim. Once she had organized her streaming equipment, she eagerly greeted her audience. Hello, dear family. Can you guess where I am? With a sweet smile directed at the camera, she waved enthusiastically. Oh, Meng Meng is even more beautiful now. What do you mean? She has always been stunning. Step aside, don't block my view of the goddess. I bet she isn't going back to Shantou village again, right? Really? I want to see the handsome Li Yi. By the way, is Brother Lei making an appearance? Someone, drag this oddball out. Always thinking about Brother Lei. The chat exploded with excitement. As Zhou Mengyi went live and announced her rural broadcast, her longtime fans flocked back. Previously, the audience numbered in the tens of thousands, but now, with Zhou Mengyi's return, it surged to at least 100,000. Especially after learning she was returning to Shantou village, countless old fans rushed to spread the word. You're so clever. Zhou Mengyi glanced at Li Yi and Li Dazhuang, who were still preparing, before turning the camera towards them. This is your beloved brother Li Yi, and this is Brother Dazhuang. Wait, host, you didn't call me Brother Lei? Someone, take this weirdo away. Where's Brother Lei? Zhou Mengyi was both amused and exasperated by her fans' eccentricity. When Huang Lei appeared on screen, the banter escalated to the brink of chaos. Yet, in Huang Lei's absence, the fans began to reminisce. Brother Lei is busy today and can't join us, Zhou Mengyi clarified. If Huang Lei were present, he would likely engage in a verbal spar with the fans. Goodness, he is so towering. It seems our Meng Meng standing next to Brother Dazhuang looks like a mere toy. Don't you think these two together create a delightful contrast in height? Laughter erupted among the crowd. Host, what will you show us tonight? Zhou Mengyi responded with a grin. I have no idea. Let us follow Brother Li Yi. Oh no, I'm calling the police. Meng Meng won't be abducted, right? Shut it, you jinx. Li Yi, look at us. Countless viewers began to greet. At that moment, Li Yi turned around, noticing the barrage of comments in the chat, and smiled. Hello everyone. What? That's it. Truly deserving of the handsome title. Does looking this good come with such an aloof demeanor? This is what they mean by silence is golden. If you have nothing to say, just don't. The atmosphere in the live stream remained joyous. After arranging all their belongings, Li Dazhuang's vehicle followed closely behind. Let us go. Due to the limited space in the tricycle, Zhou Mengyi could only squeeze in alongside Li Yi. Chapter 84, Temple. Grave live streaming equipment was all stored with Li Dazhuang, taking up a considerable amount of space. Thus Zhou Mengyi had no choice but to sit side by side with Li Yi. Unlike a private car, the tricycle offered no protection against the wind. Moreover, the roads here were rather poor, making the ride both cold and bumpy. Before setting off, Li Yi draped his cotton coat over Zhou Mengyi. Brother Li Yi, is that really necessary? Zhou Mengyi felt a bit shy, her cheeks flushed. You'll understand soon enough, Li Yi replied, wrapping himself in thicker clothing. The spring water source at the back mountain was still a fair distance away, primarily due to the detours required by the vehicle. However, if they chose to walk, it would take both him and Li Dazhuang about half an hour. Thus, it was more practical to drive and park at the foot of the mountain. With a truckload of soil, Li Yi and Li Dazhuang climbed aboard, swaying as they headed toward the back mountain. After a while, Zhou Mengyi decisively donned a cotton coat. The coat is truly delightful. I'm feeling seasick. This bumpy ride makes me feel like I'm sailing. The cheerful atmosphere in the live stream persisted, yet it proved intolerable for many viewers. The jolting of the vehicle caused the smartphone to shake, resulting in discomfort for the audience. Consequently, Li Yi had to reduce his speed to minimize the impact. Driving slowly was necessary, not only due to the unpaved roads, but also to accommodate Zhou Mengyi. Wow, Brother Li Yi is so thoughtful, love you, exclaimed viewers. Zhou Mengyi chuckled at the rising number of viewers in the stream, realizing that choosing Li Yi was indeed the right decision. Oh, there's a reservoir. Wow, what a massive reservoir. The appearance of the reservoir was rather peculiar. Countless netizens glimpsed a different rural landscape through Zhou Mengyi's lens. At that moment, the grass on the reservoir's dam had long since wilted, leaving only dry yellow remnants. A gigantic reservoir, resembling a twisted gourd, unfolded before everyone's eyes. Li Yi needed to take a detour to ascend the reservoir and traverse the path atop it to enter the back mountain area, even at a slow pace. The vehicle continued to jolt significantly. Due to previous water releases, the reservoir's water level had dropped substantially. In the middle, a concrete pillar and bridge, standing approximately 20 meters high, served as a gauge for measuring the water level, with one segment rising from the water. In the past, the reservoir would release water every summer, exposing the entire concrete pillar. Occasionally, Li Yi and his friends would even reach the riverbed's bottom. This had once been one of their favorite playgrounds during childhood, but as they grew older, such outings became less frequent. If they visited the reservoir now, it was usually for fishing, as the waters teemed with fish. However, Li Yi had no inclination to fish today. I truly wonder if there are any fish within these waters. It certainly seems plausible, given the vastness of this reservoir. Ah, is that a temple over there? Navigating around the lengthy embankment, Li Yi and Li Dazhuang drove with utmost caution. After maneuvering through a serpentine bend in the road, they were greeted by a downhill slope. At the foot of this descent stood a temple, prominently located at the northern edge of the reservoir. Wow, is this a temple? Shantou Temple? It exudes an ancient ambience. Countless comments flooded in. Most of the viewers hailed from bustling metropolises, where temples predominantly exhibit golden or crimson hues. Such temples are typically grand and resplendent, leading many to mistakenly believe that all temples should resemble this opulence. It was only when Zhou Mingyi aimed her live-streaming camera at this temple that they realized the diversity that exists among temples in this world. Shantou Temple has a history that stretches back quite some time. Li Yi had visited it since childhood. During festivals, it would attract numerous worshippers, and in recent years, as life has improved, the number of visitors has increased. The temple comprises two main sections. The foremost hall houses statues of deities such as the Jade Emperor, while the second hall features sculptures of the Buddha and Guanyin. Li Yi distinctly recalls visiting the temple as a young boy with friends like Huang Lei, marveling at the colossal statue of the Buddha as it was painstakingly carved and painted by a carpenter, a novelty at the time. Over the years, this statue has remained a revered fixture here. The temple is neither tall nor expansive, with its walls painted a pristine white and the eaves curving upward at the edges. The roof tiles are the traditional black ones found in rural areas, rather than the modern organic tiles. To the right of the temple, there are two small rooms, a quaint kitchen, and a modest abode for a monk. Ah, goodness, I see graves. So many graves. How is it that there are graves in such proximity? In broad daylight, the viewers were quite startled. Zhou Mingyi instinctively edged closer to Li Yi, having inadvertently captured the graves in her sweeping shots. Surrounding the temple and extending behind it are mountains, densely forested, yet offering a relatively clear line of sight due to the presence of a path. However, it was unexpected to see the graves appear in the live broadcast. Are all graves like this? I must confess, I have never encountered such graves in my lifetime. Surely, those residing in urban areas would find this unfamiliar. Zhou Mingyi nodded in agreement, stating, "This viewer is correct. In our rural areas, such graves are quite commonplace. Unlike cities, where cremation is the norm, this notion does not apply in the countryside. It cannot merely be dismissed as superstition, as it has been a tradition for centuries." Chapter 85. The Debate of Deities and Spirits. Li Yi, are you not the least bit afraid? At this moment, Li Yi and Li Dazhuang had already brought their vehicle to a halt. The temple serves as an excellent resting point, situated not too far from the spring of mountain water. Li Yi, upon noticing the multitude of comments flooding in, chuckled, "Of course I'm afraid. However, that was a matter of my childhood. As I matured, my fears have lessened." He began to don his equipment, while Li Dazhuang took on the burden of carrying Zhou Mingyi's heavy gear. The mountain you see here, along with the two towering peaks behind it, and the sprawling mountain range near the reservoir, is replete with graves. As Li Yi spoke, he gestured towards a nearby spot, declaring, "This too is a burial ground." "Is that so?" Zhou Mingyi inquired, pointing. "Oh dear, my silly Mingyi, you really shouldn't point like that." "Oh, is it forbidden to point?" "Of course it is. One mustn't point indiscriminately." The live chat erupted in a flurry of comments. What era is this? Do people still believe in such things? Isn't that superstition? Indeed, we live in a scientific age. How can this be labeled as superstition? It's a tradition, a custom, and a part of our heritage. A graveyard is a resting place for the deceased. It is also home. Pointing carelessly is quite disrespectful. Why not ask Brother Li Yi? As the number of viewers surged, sparking intense debate, the Douyu platform began to promote the stream vigorously, leading countless individuals to flock to the broadcast. Goodness, a grave mound. You scared me to death. This host is a bit wild. Is it appropriate to point a camera at someone else's home? Come on, don't frighten the child. The baby is still just a kid. The newly arrived audience members were startled by the grave, most of them advising Zhou Mingyi against such behavior. Feeling somewhat intimidated, Zhou Mingyi clung closer to Li Yi. Li Yi, bemused, patted her shoulder and reassured, "It's all right. A simple apology will suffice." "Huh, could it be? Brother Li Yi, are you superstitious too?" "This isn't superstition. Is there a problem upstairs? Is everything superstition? Is paying respects to Buddha also superstition? How can paying respects to Buddha be considered superstition?" The discussion in the live chat reignited, taking on a heated tone. Yet, this very quarrel only served to amplify the stream's popularity. Li Yi clarified, "Everyone, I am unsure how to define this matter. From my perspective, I do not believe in ghosts or deities." The live chat quickly responded. "However, while you may not believe, to dismiss it outright as superstition might be a bit excessive. Don't you think?" Whether or not ghosts exist is beside the point. In truth, verifiable cases are nearly non-existent. Yes, Brother Li speaks wisely, many agreed. Most of the elders in the village do believe, but does that make them foolish? Do they truly think that by praying to Buddha they will gain immense wealth? I doubt it. Li smiled, continuing, take graves for instance. They represent another resting place for souls after death, a comforting notion. Yet, those educated understand that after death, the body gradually decomposes until nothing remains. So why do some feel compelled to disturb the tranquility of these burial grounds, offering prayers and seeking forgiveness? Do they genuinely believe such things exist in this world? No, it is more of a Confucian culture and inheritance embedded deep within us, whether in life or afterlife. Your existence is acknowledged. As human beings, we ought to strive to be virtuous, and if we disturb others, isn't it only right to offer an apology? Is this superstition? After Li finished speaking, he chuckled lightly. As for the existence of deities in this world, simply place your hand over your heart and inquire within yourself. If you believe in them, they exist. If you declare they do not, then indeed, they do not. With that, Li hoisted his hoe and carried the mud bucket towards the spring in the back mountain. The spring is not too far from the temple. And there are also fields nearby. Deep within the foot of the mountain, there are still families residing. This is rural life. The debate over superstition and the existence of spirits has long been contentious. Who can truly ascertain their existence? Much like the emergence of temples, one may deem it superstition or an alternative faith. Ultimately, it depends on personal interpretation. In any case, Li neither rejects nor endorses it. Zhou Mingyi observed the ongoing debate in the live stream, then bowed slightly towards the grave before hastening to catch up with Li. Li Dazhuang silently followed behind, understanding that it is natural for a girl to possess a timid disposition. As Zhou Mingyi adjusted her camera, their tension eased upon sighting the graves atop the mountain. The sun still shone brightly, but as they ventured deeper, the towering trees obscured much of the light, casting a chill that felt increasingly eerie. It's so cold, Zhou Mingyi remarked, tightening her clothing. Li smiled and replied, indeed, it is colder here. Below lies the reservoir, and above is the mountain. These trees, perpetually lush and hydrated, provide ample shade, naturally resulting in a cooler atmosphere. We are almost there. As he spoke, the camera shifted again, revealing a narrow path about 40 centimeters wide, flanked by grass taller than their knees. The winding trail led them to a secluded recess. Descending further, they encountered a large, rudely constructed pit of cement. Surrounding the pit were trees and weeds, making it difficult to spot unless one looked closely. Is this the water your village uses? Zhou Mingyi exclaimed with wide eyes, mirroring the curiosity of the online viewers. City dwellers are aware of mountain spring water, but have never seen it. This was her first enlightening experience. Though surrounded by numerous trees, the view remained relatively open. They had reached the uppermost part of the reservoir, likely the Hula Spring. Li and Li Dazhuang set down their tools and cleared away the surrounding weeds and leaves. Finally, the two of them worked together to lift the lid, and Zhou Mingyi eagerly brought her camera closer. Chapter 86. Wild mushrooms. The small pit was shallow, less than a meter deep. Zhou Mingyi's round eyes widened, for it was daytime, allowing clear visibility of the bottom. The construction was quite rudimentary, and as she held the camera, those in the live stream could distinctly see the situation within. The water is not particularly deep, with a spring bubbling at its center. Surrounding it are pebbles embedded in the earth, creating an atmosphere of pristine simplicity. On the opposite side, a water pump has been installed, connected to a white plastic pipe. This serves as the village's water supply. Is this what a spring truly looks like? It resembles a fountain found in a shopping mall. Indeed, the villagers were filled with both wonder and a touch of disappointment. Li and his companions often unearthed springs in their childhood, so they were not particularly astonished. The emergence of this spring indicates an abundance of nearby water sources, and it is worth noting that there are many springs around the reservoir below. Furthermore, there is a slender stream flowing upstream, but Li is uncertain of its origins. Beyond the back mountain lies an endless expanse of mountains, which do have paths. Yet Li has never ventured there. He cupped his hands to taste the water, perhaps influenced by the flavor of the mystical spring water from the mysterious space. Although the mountain spring water is somewhat sweet, it lacks a certain essence. Meng Yi, imitating him, tried the water and her eyes brightened. This water is quite sweet and very refreshing. Li Dazhuang chuckled. Xiao Yi, let us tidy this up first. Regular cleaning occurs here, as it is drinking water, and hygiene must be maintained. On cleaning days, each household prepares their water barrels in advance, ensuring that water usage is not disrupted during the process. After a few hours, the water in the pit will settle, leaving the villagers with clear water. Meng, stand back to avoid splashing mud on yourself, Li Yi cautioned. Following his advice, Meng Yi stepped back while Li Yi and Li Dazhuang began their work. Li Yi's plan was to excavate the soil around the base, then fill it with the soil from the mysterious space to enhance the local soil and water quality. He also intended to dig a small pool beside it to hold the spring water, creating a connection between the two, ultimately forming a closed-loop system. This way, the issue would be resolved. Li Yi envisioned himself periodically returning to clean and replenish the water source, confident that while it may not rival the mystical spring, it would certainly not fall short. I'll help you, Brother Dazhuang, Meng Yi exclaimed as she watched Li Dazhuang start transporting soil from the truck, following suit with the transport equipment. Meanwhile, Li Yi dug a deep pit to accommodate the spring water and began excavating the lower soil to infuse it with the mystical soil. The trio's collaboration allowed this endeavor to be completed in a remarkably short time. Seizing the moment when they were out of sight, Li Yi released a continuous flow of spring water. The reliability of this endeavor would soon be revealed in the coming days. Meng Yi, holding the livestream pole, was out of breath. Hey, Meng, what is that under the trees ahead? Is it a mushroom? It looks very much like one. Let us go take a look. The others encouraged. The ground here is covered in dry branches and fallen leaves. The temperature is not too high, and sunlight filters through. Zhou Mingyi observed Li Yi and Li Dazhuang washing their hands, and with a bold spirit, she approached them. As she drew nearer, she could distinctly see that the decaying wood harbored something intriguing. It resembled a type of mushroom, pristine white in color, and around the rotting timber were enormous clusters of black fungus. Li Yi, come quickly, Zhou Mingyi exclaimed with excitement. There are mushrooms and fungus here. Having just finished washing up, Li Yi and Li Dazhuang, donned in their shoes and socks, smiled as they approached Zhou Mingyi, who was squatting beneath a grand tree in the forest. The ground, blanketed by layers of fallen leaves and twigs, felt remarkably soft underfoot. Upon closer inspection, Li Yi's eyes sparkled. These mushrooms were rather large. Mushrooms were not uncommon in the mountains, as he had previously accompanied Wu Xianglan to forage for them. However, they had since become scarce. In addition to mushrooms, the countryside boasted a unique edible delicacy known as dai pai, which bore a resemblance to black fungus but grew directly from the ground, exhibiting a pale blue hue. Dai pai could be stir-fried or stewed, though harvesting it was quite laborious. Yet it commanded a high price when sold. Villagers often spent hours collecting it, enough to fill a bowl, yet rarely sold their finds, partly due to the meager quantities and partly because they preferred to keep it for themselves. While wild mushrooms existed, they were indeed quite rare. In this mountainous region, apart from ancestral worship during festivals, few ventured into the woods. Thus, Li Yi was uncertain about the extent of wild edibles available. Nevertheless, he confidently asserted that there were indeed plenty to be found. These are treasures. Let us search for more, and I shall prepare a meal for you, Li Yi declared. Zhou Mingyi swallowed hard, her eyes widening with anticipation. Wow, Meng, try to maintain some composure, someone commented. Realizing Li Yi's playful nature was once again enticing the food lover within her. Goodness, Meng is wonderful in every way, but when food is involved, she can hardly move. Whoever marries her in the future will only need to cater to her appetite. The audience in the live stream expressed their concerns. Zhou Mingyi's cheeks flushed crimson as she felt somewhat embarrassed by the remarks. But Li Yi, didn't they say mushrooms can be toxic? She queried, following closely behind him and Li Dazhuang as they began their search. Regardless of whether they were mushrooms or fungus, both were edible. Indeed, some mushrooms are poisonous, so identification is crucial. However, those we are likely to find here are mostly non-toxic. Some mushrooms may cause hallucinations, while others might lead to diarrhea or vomiting if consumed in excess, Li Yi explained, urging her to be cautious. In our earlier, more impoverished days, we primarily relied on foraging for these foods, which could be sold for a decent sum. Zhou Mingyi raised her camera, capturing the scene as they followed Li Yi, observing the transformations in their surroundings. Chapter 87. Wild rabbits and mountain chickens. There truly are quite a few mushrooms here, Li Yi marveled, and before long, he and Li Dazhuang had filled a small box with their findings. I've heard there are many wild delicacies in the mountains. Is that true? Have you ever seen them, Li Yi? Zhou Mingyi asked, licking her lips in anticipation. One need not guess. It is evident that this foodie longs for wild delicacies. Streamer, quickly inquire if there are any wild rabbits. I recall there being pheasants, right? Are there any other wild animals? Countless messages flooded the screen, leaving Zhou Mingyi somewhat overwhelmed. Upon hearing her inquiry, Li Yi was also unable to suppress a wave of nostalgia. The children of the mountains, though impoverished, had never indulged in the amusements enjoyed by others. Yet, they experienced many wonders that children in cities seldom encounter. Wild game is indeed available, Li Yi asserted confidently, bending down to carefully pluck a few mushrooms nearby. You must not have seen a wild rabbit before, right? They often dart through the fields beneath our reservoir. Really? Zhou Mingyi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Can we catch them? Yes, but it is quite difficult, Li Yi replied with a wry smile. My uncle's dog has managed to catch a wild rabbit before. Is that true? What distinguishes wild rabbits from domesticated ones? Zhou Mingyi inquired further, while the barrage of comments continued unabated, though she paid them no mind. There is indeed a distinction, albeit not an enormous one. Li Yi chuckled. The wild rabbit that my uncle's dog caught was indeed from that large yellow dog, which is the mother of Jiaobao. That dog is nearly as old as I am. Wild rabbits have an elongated physique. He tossed the mushrooms to Li Dazhuang, who remained silent and merely smiled, then gestured. Domesticated rabbits lack the wild instincts. In contrast, wild rabbits are incredibly swift, darting from one place to another like a fleeting shadow. Secondly, the texture of the meat differs. Domesticated rabbit meat is quite tender and palatable, yet wild rabbit meat is firm and exceptionally chewy. Gulp. Zhou Mingyi swallowed hard. Haha. Oh my, Li Yi, you've made our Meng so hungry. Seeing Meng swallow, I couldn't help but do the same. With such detailed descriptions, you must have tasted it. But how can one eat such an adorable creature as a rabbit? By the way, what does rabbit meat actually taste like? Many people, in truth, have never had the pleasure of tasting rabbit meat. As some comments suggested, rabbits are simply too charming. However, There is a distinction between pet rabbits and those raised for consumption. Those who have kept rabbits know that they can be quite odorous. Raising rabbits is an arduous task. Li Yi's uncle had once raised them, and during that time, Li Yi lent a hand. The stench was unbearable. Far worse than raising pigs. For those of you who have never tasted rabbit meat, here is a hint. It resembles chicken. Li Yi jested. Zhou Mingyi widened her eyes in disbelief. Is it true? Does rabbit meat taste similar to chicken? Gulp. Li Yi nodded with a smile. Indeed. Rabbit meat is quite comparable to chicken, but in terms of texture, rabbit meat has the upper hand. However, when compared to the meat of old hens found in the village, it falls slightly short. When it comes to preparing rabbit meat, stewing it with chestnuts renders it most delectable. First, sauté it, then place it in a pot to simmer slowly, adding raw chestnuts. When served, ladle over a rich, golden broth, and taking a bite of rabbit meat alongside it will surely bring a smile of happiness to your face. The aroma of chestnuts intertwined with rabbit meat undeniably creates a synergy that surpasses mere addition. Having experienced it once, it remains etched in Li Yi's memory forever. Oh, the culinary artistry of this young gentleman is truly remarkable. His words have stirred my appetite. Goodness, what an absurdity. Have you heard the rumors? They leave us utterly tantalized. The barrage of comments flows incessantly. The sound of Zhou Mingyi's stomach growling elicited laughter from Li Yi, Li Dazhuang, and the viewers in the live stream. What about other than rabbits? Li Yi pondered momentarily, then gestured towards a small, sunken hill at the junction of the second and first groups. Over there, where the small and large mountains converge, along with the valleys and the luxuriant tea trees, one could catch mountain chickens. What are mountain chickens like? Zhou Mingyi inquired. Li Yi explained. Have you ever seen a peacock? Zhou Mingyi nodded vigorously. Who hasn't encountered a peacock? I can take you to see mountain chickens sometime. Though I'm unsure of their current numbers, Li Yi mused. We used to see them frequently, but capturing them was another matter. Is it really that difficult? Absolutely. Li Yi elaborated. Mountain chickens share a similar coloration with peacocks, yet their tails are considerably shorter, approximately 30 to 40 centimeters in length. These mountain chickens are slightly larger than domesticated chickens, but they possess the ability to fly, their feathers resplendent in vivid shades of red and pink. In our youthful naivety, we believed we could catch them, only to see their brilliant wings unfurl and take flight. However, being not truly avian, their flying distance is limited, and they do not soar very high. The live stream fell into a hushed silence, as if enraptured by a tale. Can you take us to catch mountain chickens and rabbits, Brother Li Yi? Inquired one viewer. Indeed, we have yet to witness mountain chickens in their natural splendor. It would also be fascinating to observe the wild rabbits, particularly how they are prepared for consumption. Laughter erupted. How ironic. One moment, they proclaim rabbits to be adorable, and in the next, speak of feasting upon them. Humanity is truly insufferable. Zhou Mingyi, observing the flurry of comments, inquired with bright eyes, Brother Li Yi, can we perhaps capture wild rabbits or mountain chickens for raising? Aren't you in need of funds? This could surely be a lucrative venture. Chapter 88. Acquiring land and making bets. As Zhou Mingyi's voice trailed off, Li Yi's thoughts momentarily paused. How could he have overlooked this? Raising rabbits was precisely the forte of his uncle's family. With such favorable conditions now at hand, does it not seem prudent to embark on rabbit farming? Additionally, the mushrooms and wood-ear mushrooms in his possession could also be cultivated. While others may face challenges, he possesses a mysterious space. So is this truly a concern? Although mountain chickens may be elusive, they are not entirely unattainable. If he were to establish a breeding operation for them, it would undoubtedly pave another path to prosperity. Assisting the villagers in overcoming their hardships does not imply an endless obligation to provide support. It is time for him to consider his own family and relatives as well. After all, Li Yi is no saint. Within reasonable limits, aiding one's kin is indeed a duty. Thank you ever so much, Ming Ming. Li Yi, filled with excitement, embraced Zhou Mingyi warmly. Oh no, let go of that girl. I knew it. I knew that our Ming Ming had indeed fallen victim to Li Yi's charm. Look at her cheeks, they're flushed. This is a disaster. The live chat exploded in chaos. Li Yi never anticipated that such a gesture would elicit such a tremendous response. I meant no harm, merely expressing my gratitude. He stammered, visibly embarrassed. Exactly, what are you all imagining? Zhou Mingyi protested, shaking her tiny fist in warning. Li Yi quickly withdrew from the camera's view. Why do I feel like Li Yi is blushing? Someone remarked. Indeed, his face had turned crimson. As one of the witnesses to his rejection of the beautiful Wu Haitang, we certainly have the right to speak. Li Yi would never take a liking to our Ming Ming. Right? A brute like him can flirt with girls? Unbelievable. Zhou Mingyi found herself at a loss for words, bemused by the nonsensical chatter. However, at that moment, she noticed that the number of viewers in the live stream had surged back up, quickly climbing to the top of the rankings. I'm off to cook. Upon hearing the word cook, Zhou Mingyi immediately dashed after him. Wow, you really are a foodie. Come on, host, slow down. You're making us dizzy. Despite the audience's playful jabs, Zhou Mingyi managed to catch up with Li Yi. At that moment, Li Yi had formulated a new plan in his mind. Money, though merely numbers, was becoming increasingly necessary for him. He realized that he had family who required some support. Relying solely on vegetables and rice would only ensure a firm foundation. To strive for a happier and prosperous life, he still had a long way to go. Homeward bound, the trio happily hopped onto a small tricycle, heading straight for home. When they reached the dam of the reservoir, Li Yi halted the vehicle, saying, Wait, while I gather some wild edibles to cook. Wild edibles? Zhou Mingyi exclaimed, her eyes wide with curiosity. Yes, precisely this. Li Yi and Li Dazhuang quickly began foraging on the grassy ground. Can this even be eaten? Zhou Mingyi questioned skeptically, directing the camera closer. At that moment, the viewers could clearly see the peculiar greenish items sprouting from the grass and soil. They were irregularly shaped, varying in size. These wild edibles typically emerged in abundance during summer rain, exceptionally plump, unlike the smaller, drier specimens they were finding now. As Li Yi collected them, he explained, these can be eaten. I can't believe there are so many things in the countryside we've never tasted. Wait, these wild edibles remind me of something unpleasant. What do they remind you of? Dandruff. Get out. That's disgusting. Hey, it's a rather fitting description, isn't it? The wild edibles look like human scalp, and the grass resembles hair. Aren't these just dandruff? You turned a perfectly good food into something revolting. The chat erupted in laughter. Li Yi cast a glance. And although such thoughts were somewhat distasteful, they were undeniably apparent. Those who have never tasted it will inevitably question its edibility and flavor. However, once one has indulged in it, they will resolutely fall in love with it, a fact substantiated by countless examples. Li Yi and Li Dazhuang were the main foragers, while Zhou Mingyi held the live-streaming equipment and joined in. The delicate soil must be gently lifted, yet it clings tightly to the ground and grass, making it easy for novices to tear it. Moreover, the soil is inherently thin and crisp, possessing a slight elasticity. To envision it, one might imagine expertly slicing cold noodles into translucent, thin sheets, tinged with pale blue and green hues. The texture of the soil resembles this description. Before long, the trio had gathered 2 to 3 pounds. Let us head home to prepare a meal, Li Yi said. Zhou Mingyi, already eager, nodded enthusiastically. The three drove home, with Li Dazhuang first dropping off the supplies before returning. Li Yi, meanwhile, decided to wash the car due to the considerable amount of mud. To all the newcomers, the process of Li Yi washing the car might seem utterly despairing. Why, you ask? Curiosity piqued? The reason is that he suffers from obsessive-compulsive disorder. If he washes, he ensures it is impeccably clean. Is that true? Doubt it. Just wait and see as he meticulously removes the tiny stones lodged in the tire treads. Really? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Exaggerated? My friend, you have never witnessed Li Yi peeling tangerines and pomelos. It's enough to make one want to intervene. I assure you. Haha, I don't believe it. Let us place a bet, and the loser gifts the winner. Those of you who are skeptical are bound to lose. Who is afraid? Let us wager. Chapter 89, Cleaning the Soil an Hour Later. In Zhou Mingyi's live stream. Haha, I invite all those who are skeptical to send gifts. Come on, I have screenshots. You can't back out. 6666. Li Yi is magnificent. Damn, I miscalculated. He actually went to dig out the tiny stones from the tire treads? This is truly terrifying. Such an obsessive man. Look, he is meticulously wiping. I can't believe this. Look, he is correcting it. The comments soared. Simultaneously, gifts flooded in, propelling Zhou Mingyi's live stream to the top of the popularity charts. The increased interaction further heightened the enthusiasm. Li Yi, oblivious to all this, was a person who either did not start at all or, once started, could not stop. His cleaning was no different. While some might casually rinse off items, he was not one to settle for anything less than spotless. The dirtiness could be addressed later. For now, his focus was solely on cleanliness. When he finished washing everything to perfection, a genuine smile would grace his face, for the sight was immensely satisfying. Of course, those who do not share his obsessive tendencies might fail to appreciate this joy and could even find it quite bothersome. After all, everyone has a friend with obsessive tendencies, to varying degrees. At times, you may feel inclined to reprimand them, yet at other moments, you find their presence quite endearing. Snap, snap. Zhou Mingyi continues to munch away, surrounded by a towering pile of snack bags. Li, are you done yet? When are you going to cook? She inquires between bites. Wow, our little foodie is relentless. The group teases as Li Yi has spent an hour washing the car, while she has been eating for the same duration and still claims to be hungry. It is hard to believe how voracious she is. Zhou Mingyi shyly chuckles at the camera, adding to her charm. Just a moment. Li Yi replies. You've already said just a moment 10 times, Zhou Mingyi mutters. Haha, does Li Yi care for appearances? Li Yi retorts, I said I would be quick. But as someone with obsessive tendencies, I cannot relent until everything is spotless. If you don't start cooking soon, I shall perish from hunger. This pomelo is delicious. The chat is filled with playful banter. Finally, Li Yi finishes up, and the tricycle sparkles as if brand new. At that moment, Li Dazhuang arrives, surprisingly carrying some meat. Did you bring jerky? Li Yi asks. My mom asked me to bring it. Li Dazhuang grins. Shall we make a stew? Sure. Li Yi nods, pointing to the kitchen. You go ahead and prepare it. Is Annie coming back? Li Dazhuang inquires. No, she and Aunt Lu are dining in town, and will return later tonight. With that, Li Dazhuang steps into Li Yi's kitchen. Meanwhile, Li Yi retrieves a small bamboo sieve, intricately crafted and distinctive in its design. The sieve has a concave center and upward curving edges, narrow at the front and wide at the back. Such items are rarely seen in bustling cities, but are common in rural areas. However, with the passage of time, this traditional bamboo weaving technique is gradually fading away. And even in the countryside, these bamboo products are slowly being supplanted by plastic alternatives. Li Yi has a fondness for kitchen utensils made of bamboo, though preferences may vary among individuals. In rural settings, these items are incredibly durable, lasting 5 to 8 years without wear. In contrast, plastic products can shatter with the slightest pressure. If something is not easily breakable, why would one purchase a replacement? And if replacements are not bought, how do merchants profit? Li Yi harbors a disdain for the current fast-paced lifestyle where everything is exorbitantly priced, yet has a fleeting lifespan. In the past, products were valued for their practicality and quality. Nowadays, aesthetics take precedence, rendering practicality secondary. The swift turnover of goods fuels profit for businesses. From Li Yi's perspective, this is not a favorable situation. However, when viewed from another angle, such exchanges can accelerate economic circulation, promote societal advancement, and generate substantial value in GDP. Is there anything wrong with that? Not at all. What are you up to, Brother Li Yi? Zhou Mingyi asks, holding the live streaming camera close to him. Outside every household, there exists a modest cement basin. This basin serves numerous purposes, yet its primary function is laundry. In truth, it is also utilized for washing vegetables and watering plants. The basin is not particularly large, but once filled with water, it becomes quite useful. Li Yi took out a sizable bucket and proceeded to pour the mushrooms he had previously gathered into it. Zhou Mingyi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Are we eating mushrooms? Indeed. Li Yi responded with a smile. Some individuals possess an insatiable appetite, a trait they cultivate, but he realized that Zhou Mingyi was genuinely a true foodie. What was surprising was her slender frame, juxtaposed with her considerable appetite. However, recalling her formidable strength, Li Yi felt that consuming these items was far from unjust. After soaking the mushrooms in the bucket, Li Yi retrieved a bamboo basket and poured the soil into it. It appeared exceedingly thick. Turning on the faucet, he took another bucket and placed the small bamboo basket atop it. Zhou Mingyi actually doesn't know how to wash vegetables at all. Nor does she have any idea how to handle the dirty soil, which contains clumps of earth, small stones, and grass debris. At this moment, witnessing Li Yi in action, she felt both intrigued and somewhat overwhelmed. In the live stream, a flurry of questions and exclamations erupted. What is this? Can it be eaten? Chapter 90. The spiny fruit known as chestnut? Perhaps these newcomers were unaware, but Li Yi explained that this was a local specialty from the countryside called earth skin. As for how to consume it, we are not quite certain. Let's observe and find out. This material appears quite filthy. It must be difficult to clean, right? Indeed. It is indeed a challenge to wash. If not cleaned thoroughly, one would hesitate to consume it. Difficult to clean? Have you forgotten Li Yi's compulsive nature? A collective laugh resonated as they recalled this fact. Once the water in the bucket began to overflow, the earth skin in Li Yi's bamboo basket began to sink, while the grass debris floated to the surface due to the water's influence. Li Yi deftly scooped it out and discarded it outside. After repeating this process about 10 times, the majority of the grass debris had been successfully removed from the bamboo basket. However, this was not entirely conclusive. Li Yi poured the contents into the bucket, where some of the earth skin remained suspended. He immersed his hands into the bucket and began to gently knead the contents. At this moment, a layer of murky substance also floated to the surface, which Li Yi patiently scooped out and discarded. It became increasingly evident that the color of the earth skin was becoming more vibrant. Zhou Mingyi sat obediently beside him, silent and content, diligently live streaming for everyone. After setting the bamboo basket aside, Li Yi lifted the bucket and poured its contents into the bamboo basket. With a splash, the dirty water dispersed, revealing the fresh and tender earth skin nestled within the basket. This particular step was repeated 5 times, and this time, everyone could clearly see that the pieces of earth skin, when lifted towards the sky, displayed distinct outlines. What had previously appeared as a substantial mass had now diminished by at least half, if not more, after thorough cleaning. Zhou Mingyi extended her delicate hand, picked up a piece of earth skin, and squeezed it, noting its delightful springiness. It even carries a hint of grassy aroma, she remarked, bringing it close to her nose. Li Yi nodded. Almost. Please step aside. Oh. Zhou Mingyi complied and stepped back, watching as Li Yi meticulously washed the mushrooms, demonstrating an extraordinary attention to detail. The entire livestream room was eerily quiet, with hundreds of thousands of viewers captivated by the sight of a single person washing vegetables, as if they were witnessing a profound transformation. Goodness, I must candidly express, even watching him wash vegetables is a pleasure in itself. It is so serene and tranquil that it calms my restless heart. This man possesses something remarkable. With a splash, after draining the water, Li Yi neatly arranged the mushrooms. Just wait, I will fetch half a chicken. Upon hearing the word chicken, Zhou Mingyi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly nodded. Conveniently, there was indeed half a chicken at home. Li Yi retrieved an old cutting board, a cherished antique of the Li family, one that had seen many years of use. After extracting the half chicken, he swiftly chopped it into pieces with a few decisive strikes of his knife, then rinsed it in the sink. Today, I shall treat you to a simplified version of chicken stewed with chestnut mushrooms. Li Yi chuckled. Gurgle, did I just hear something? Is the host swallowing? My goodness. This is truly alarming. I suspect she might even want to eat it raw. Chicken stewed with chestnut mushrooms. Is he preparing a simplified version of rabbit meat? Haha. I adore this young man. He is simply delightful. In the live stream room, viewers recalled Li Yi's previous culinary introductions to Zhou Mingyi and began to understand why he needed half a chicken. Li Yi, where are you going? Zhou Mingyi's stomach was rumbling. She could hardly contain herself. Spotting Li Yi heading towards the orchard behind the house, she quickly followed with the camera in tow. Many new friends were entering the live stream for the first time, and upon seeing the vast orchard behind Li Yi's home, the room erupted with excitement. No way. Do they have chestnuts too? What on earth is that like? I love candied chestnuts. Chicken stewed with chestnuts? That seems like quite an unconventional dish. Many voiced their skepticism. Yet, Zhou Mingyi was too preoccupied with thoughts of food to provide an explanation. Following Li Yi into the orchard, they approached a large fruit tree near the bamboo grove. It wasn't very tall, perhaps under 3 meters, but its branches spread out in all directions. The leaves of the chestnut tree were long and broad, adorned with large, spiky fruits. Zhou Mingyi aimed the live stream camera at the chestnut tree, exclaiming, "Is this what chestnuts look like?" It was indeed her first encounter with a chestnut tree, and she was astonished to learn that chestnuts grew in such a manner. Li Yi turned back and said, "Yes, this is a chestnut tree." As he spoke, he retrieved a small sickle and gloves from the bamboo basket. "I've never seen this before. I always thought chestnuts were just those reddish-brown fruits. But now I realize they are chestnut-colored. Wow, so many spikes. Is this really a chestnut? My goodness. I've just discovered I've been living in a faux rural setting. Chestnuts have always been expensive. I never quite understood why. Now it seems there is indeed a reason for their high price." As the viewers engaged in lively discussion, Li Yi stood beneath the tree, deftly using the sickle to hook a spiky fruit, causing the chestnut to fall into the basket. When harvesting chestnuts, one must exercise caution, for these fruits, upon ripening, tend to detach themselves spontaneously. At times, if one is not vigilant, they may unexpectedly fall upon one's head, leading to potential injury. Upon hearing Li Yi's warning, Zhou Mingyi promptly stepped back a bit. It was amusing to note how often little Yi had been pricked. These fruits indeed resemble hedgehogs, quite intimidating. She was eager to witness the process of peeling chestnuts. Countless individuals posed inquiries, as many were unaware that some fruits do not appear as they are typically presented. Many assume that chestnuts emerge in the form they encounter at the market, which is quite untrue. After gathering nearly 20 spiky spheres, Li Yi declared, "Let us proceed to crush the chestnuts." Crush? Zhou Mingyi's eyes widened in astonishment, and the viewers in the live stream were equally taken aback. Is it necessary to crush chestnuts? Chapter 91. The mallet for chestnuts. Many, filled with curiosity, followed the live stream closely. Once Li Yi poured the chestnuts onto the hard floor and donned his gloves once more, he called out, "Ming Ming, please bring me the mallet." Zhou Mingyi stood there, bewildered, blinking her large eyes. "Mallet? Haha, you're killing me. What is this mallet?" She expressed her ignorance with a playful tone. "Pray tell, what is this mallet?" People often jestingly remarked that one looked like a mallet. Is this a rural saying? Amidst the laughter, they continued to observe the unfolding events. Li Yi, upon hearing Zhou Mingyi's words, could only smile in disbelief. Although she resided in town, her background suggested a certain affluence. Otherwise, how could she be unfamiliar with a mallet? Just as Li Yi surmised, although Zhou Mingyi hailed from Tianda town, she had not lived there for long. It was only recently, with her parents returning to their hometown, that she followed suit. Li Yi pointed towards the area above the pool, near the wall, and said, "Do you see that? That is the mallet." "Oh, wait a moment." Zhou Mingyi's cheeks flushed as she dashed to the poolside to retrieve the object. The viewers in the live stream finally caught sight of the mallet. It appeared as a remarkably thick wooden board, slightly curved at both ends, equipped with a handle. It resembled a sword that had bent and arched upwards, with a pronounced ridge running down its center. This implement measured approximately 40 to 60 centimeters in length and seemed somewhat heavy, though for Zhou Mingyi, it felt as light as a feather. So this is the mallet? What an eye-opener. Pray tell, what purpose does this serve? Is it specifically for crushing chestnuts? Many questioned eagerly. Zhou Mingyi chuckled. "I am not certain. You should ask Brother Li Yi." Brother Li Yi here. As she passed the wooden mallet to him, Li Yi, noticing the influx of messages in the live stream, smiled and explained, "This mallet, in truth, serves little purpose. Its only utility is for washing clothes." Huh, washing clothes? What do you mean? Please enlighten us, dear sir. The audience in the live stream exhibited an entirely curious demeanor. Indeed, they have been exposed to an abundance of experiences that were previously unfamiliar to them, yet have long existed. It is at this moment that they realize this is the authentic representation of rural life. Many outdoor streamers, under the guise of rural broadcasts, indulge in rather dubious activities, and they have grown weary of it. Li Yi chuckled, grasping the pestle, demonstrating. In our countryside, the number of people using washing machines is minimal. One might say hardly any, yet there is an abundance of laundry detergent. Typically, after washing, you cannot see the residue of detergent, hence the necessity of the pestle. The principle of this pestle is akin to that of a washing machine's spin cycle. Do you see that basin in our home? After washing my clothes each day, I leave them to soak in the basin for a while. This aids in the cleansing process. However, this alone is insufficient, as there will still be residue. If not thoroughly cleaned, upon drying, various white streaks of detergent residue will manifest. As Li Yi elaborated, the audience in the live stream began to comprehend. Oh yes, there are times when my washing machine malfunctions and fails to clean properly, resulting in a lot of white detergent residue. So that's the principle behind it. I've learned something new. The wisdom of the working class is indeed boundless. Li Yi observed the barrage of comments and laughed along. Thus, the sole function of this pestle is to twist the clothes and pound them against the stone slab, which effectively expels the remaining detergent and water. After 2 to 3 washes, they are nearly clean. As he spoke, Li Yi picked up the pestle and, with a swift motion, struck a chestnut that had already cracked slightly. Zhou Mingyi was startled, instinctively standing up and stepping back, eliciting uproarious laughter in the live stream. Ha ha. My Mingyi has been frightened again. Truly, my brother never fails to impress. Even with a beauty present, he doesn't announce his actions, the audience teased. With a single strike of the pestle, the chestnut split open. Li Yi then carefully used his gloved hand to gently peel it, but upon finding it unyielding, he resorted to the pestle once more, delivering several strikes until the chestnut popped out with a satisfying sound. It's out, Zhou Mingyi exclaimed, quickly picking it up to show the camera. Yes, indeed, this is it. So it's truly hammered out. Wow, extracting this chestnut is quite the challenge. With a series of strikes, Li Yi continued, as the prickly shell of the chestnut made it impossible to peel by hand, necessitating the use of the pestle. Mature chestnuts, with their significant fissures, could easily be removed with tweezers or pliers. Such shells, no matter how much you pound them, will gradually revert to their original form. Once dried, they serve as excellent fuel, burning cleanly without smoke or odor, and with remarkable intensity. Each chestnut contains approximately 2 to 3 seeds. Li Yi had gathered around 20, amounting to nearly 50, considering some were spoiled. Meanwhile, in Li Yi's kitchen, the smoke of cooking had already begun to rise. Li Dazhuang, an adept cook, had efficiently prepared and cut the meat. Dazhuang, the chicken stewed with chestnuts and mushrooms, was to be cooked first over a high flame and then a gentle simmer. Instructed Li Yi. All right, Dazhuang replied with a silly grin. Li Yi began to deftly peel the chestnuts, revealing their pale yellow flesh. The chicken was to be stir-fried initially before being placed in a basin, where it would slowly simmer, allowing the chestnut's fragrance to be fully released. Once cooked, the chestnuts would emit an exquisite flavor, far superior to the sweetness of sugar-roasted or boiled chestnuts. Chapter 92, Chestnut and Mushroom Stew Chicken. Earth Oven Hot Pot. The kitchen was relatively bright and clean. Unlike the commonly used liquefied gas stoves of today, the rural stove was constructed from stacked bricks, coated with a layer of cement, and finally adorned with tiles. This represented the most advanced cooking apparatus in the countryside. A large pot was set in the middle, and aside from that, there was little difference from modern kitchens. However, on the other side, firewood was needed for cooking. The area near the stove served as a designated spot for stacking firewood. Dazhuang was in charge of stir-frying while Li Yi tended to the fire. Using tongs, Li Yi placed a bundle of firewood into the stove, then grabbed some straw and ignited it with a match. The flames roared to life, instantly illuminating the space. Zhou Mingyi live-streamed the entire process, missing not a single detail, and many viewers found this scene quite familiar. After all, during the height of the show Where Are We Going, Dad?, rural settings were prominently featured, and many had witnessed how to start a fire and use such a large pot. Cooking in a large pot could be cumbersome, yet it offered numerous advantages. Especially with the communal meals prepared in such pots, the flavors were far more aromatic compared to those cooked with liquefied gas or natural gas. This is why many city dwellers enjoy farmhouse cuisine and seek out such eateries. Oil in the pot, onions, ginger, and garlic were added sequentially for sautéing, followed by the chicken. The chicken did not require extensive cooking. About 50 to 60% done would suffice. As the sound of sizzling filled the air, the enticing aroma of chicken wafted forth. Dazhuang had acquired some culinary skills, though he still fell short compared to Huanglei. Li Yi washed his hands and retrieved a small triangular stove, pouring in the fuel before taking out a basin. Nowadays, when dining out, the basins were made of iron and had flat bottoms. Li Yi couldn't help but lament the prevalence of unscrupulous merchants. In days gone by, vendors were far more genuine, using clay pots that preserved the original flavors to the fullest, and the portions were ample. Now, the servings were small, the taste mediocre, and the prices exorbitant. After cleaning, Li Yi carried the basin over, and Dazhuang used a spatula to transfer the chicken. Li Yi then placed it on the small stove, adding the prepared chestnuts and garlic cloves. Finally, he covered the pot and patiently awaited the completion of the dish. Oh my, although I cannot detect the aroma, the delightful expression on Mingyi's face suggests that the chicken must be utterly delectable. While this method of preparation may not be particularly novel, it is indeed my first time witnessing such a presentation. I eagerly anticipate the second dish. Numerous onlookers are commenting as they watch, while Zhou Mingyi has already set aside her snacks. With each deep inhalation of the enticing kitchen fragrance, she cannot help but reveal a look of rapture. It is not mere pretense. The aroma is genuinely intoxicating. Although Li Yi's chicken, nurtured with spiritual spring water and leafy vegetables, is not abundant, it has been transformed, yielding a distinctly different result. The marbled meat, interspersed with fat, is stir-fried with garlic leaves and a hint of dabanjiang, filling the kitchen with an irresistible scent. How fragrant! Zhou Mingyi continuously swallows, her gaze fixed on the sautéing garlic leaves and meat. This constitutes a dish. In that fleeting moment when it is taken off the heat, the deep red chunks of meat capture Zhou Mingyi's attention profoundly. Gulp, gulp. Water is added, and the pot is cleaned. Li Yi takes over. This time, the meat consists of small pieces of fatty cuts, with minimal lean meat on top. He adds only a touch of oil to heat the pan before introducing the fatty meat. After a swift stir-fry, just enough fat is rendered, and then he begins to cook it gently over low heat. Once nearly cooked, he promptly adds the chosen hearts of Napa cabbage. The stir-frying does not require complete cooking, and then it is transferred to another bowl to commence layering with the dough. The golden broth, mingling with the vibrant green dough, creates a delightful visual contrast. At this juncture, the rich essence of the fatty meat is absorbed by the dough and cabbage hearts, leading to a gentle simmering. A robust, refreshing fragrance begins to manifest. Zhou Mingyi is utterly captivated. Wow, even though there are only 3 dishes, I am already feeling famished. I must order takeout. Oh dear. I am eagerly awaiting the host to begin eating. In the live stream, the barrage of comments and gifts is soaring. Friends, have you noticed that our host has not acknowledged us for quite some time? We must grow accustomed to it. It is not the first time she has left us behind upon seeing food. I suspect she may completely disregard us shortly. Host, your saliva is about to spill. Gulp, gulp. The lid of the clay pot has a small vent, from which steam is continuously escaping, though no boiling sound is heard. Li Yi carefully lifts the lid with a cloth, releasing a billowing cloud of steam that obscures everyone's view. As the white mist dissipates, the broth within the chicken pot has thickened. Golden chestnuts are scattered throughout, resembling tiny golden nuggets. In another bowl, the dough is also cooked, with a clear broth, presenting an eye-catching contrast of white and green. All right, let us prepare to eat. Li Yi, observing Zhou Mingyi's unwavering gaze fixed on the meat, cannot help but chuckle. Li Dazhuang rushes over, bringing 3 chairs, thoughtfully placing them beside Zhou Mingyi. Mingyi, please sit, Li Dazhuang says, his cheeks tinged with red as he gestures towards the chairs. Zhou Mingyi took a deep breath, touched the corner of her mouth, and sweetly addressed Li Dazhuang. Thank you, brother Dazhuang. Allow me to serve you all. Chapter 93. The live eating broadcast. Upon hearing that it was finally time to eat, Zhou Mingyi could hardly contain her excitement. Dear friends, it's time for me to indulge. Wait. The entire barrage of comments erupted with pleas. Unfortunately, while they were begging, Zhou Mingyi had already set the live streaming equipment aside. At that moment, the Douyu live streaming platform decided to give her a grand promotion. Having already amassed a considerable following, it culminated in an explosive surge of viewership, reaching over 400,000. This was undoubtedly a new record for daytime broadcasts. Moreover, the numbers continued to climb. Ming, I despise you. How infuriating. The host is indeed a foodie, utterly hopeless. She has completely abandoned us. Wait, is this an eating broadcast? Such high popularity? What on earth is this? It's just a meal, right? Why such a massive viewership? It can't be real. A plethora of newcomers poured in. At that moment, Li Yi sat down and noticed Zhou Mingyi had set the live streaming device aside instead of holding it. He couldn't help but smile. Try this chestnut mushroom chicken. Li Yi scooped a generous spoonful into Zhou Mingyi's bowl, containing a sizable piece of chicken, mushroom, and chestnut. It's a bit hot, he cautioned. Li Dazhuang and Li Yi, having been busy until now without a single bite to eat, were on the verge of starvation. The rice, naturally grown by their family, was plump, round, and translucent. Especially after being cooked, it expanded even more, making each grain appear somewhat intimidating. Taking a bite, the rice was fragrant and sticky, yet remarkably tender. Zhou Mingyi blew on the chicken to cool it slightly, then took a bite, and the tender meat melted in her mouth. The chicken, having been stewed to perfection, was soft yet retained a delightful chew. Delicious, Zhou Mingyi exclaimed. This flavor is simply exquisite. As she spoke, she picked up a chestnut, expecting it to be hard. But upon a gentle bite, it disintegrated effortlessly. The chestnut absorbed the chicken's broth and aroma, and combined with its own fragrance, it awakened her taste buds. Zhou Mingyi was so thrilled that she could hardly articulate her joy, her little head nodding incessantly. Using this broth on the rice makes it even tastier. Would you like some? Li Yi asked. Zhou Mingyi immediately nodded enthusiastically, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Li Yi poured a spoonful over her rice, turning it a vibrant yellow. Slow down while you eat, Li Yi chuckled, shaking his head. This girl truly is an insatiable foodie. Meanwhile, the live stream chat exploded with energy. The viewership, which had just exceeded 400,000, surged to over 600,000 in the blink of an eye. As they observed Li Dazhuang and Zhou Mingyi, 2 food enthusiasts, devouring their meal with such fervor, countless viewers found themselves salivating. What is this colossal grain of rice? What on earth? Does the upstairs crowd not know? This is the family-grown rice, currently fetching over 100 yuan per pound on the black market. Could it be fake? How could rice be so expensive? If you search for Shantou village rice, you'll find out. Oh my, Ming is devouring her food at an astonishing pace. Is she not afraid of burning herself? Goodness, I must confess, I absolutely adore rice soaked in soup. This dish is truly delectable. Watching Ming eat while nodding in approval makes me yearn to rush over and snatch a bite. Alas, having ordered takeout for myself, I can only watch and salivate. What is it that Ming is consuming? Is she actually indulging in fatty meat? My heavens, that must be the pork belly. Just by observing the sparkle in her eyes, one can tell it must be delicious. The tender, glutinous heart of the cabbage is my favorite. Countless people have been commenting and critiquing. Alongside this, the farmhouse rice has also gained significant attention, drawing in many who were previously unaware of its existence. Particularly, those who ventured out to verify its reputation and returned to watch again are now filled with envy. After all, this rice has become a rare treasure. I want more. Zhou Mingyi let out a burp, her cheeks flushed. Li Dazhuang immediately stood up to serve her another bowl. Thank you, brother Dazhuang. Zhou Mingyi accepted it and selflessly drenched her rice with the broth. This pork belly is incredibly delicious, reminiscent of biting into crisp bamboo shoots, yet far more flavorful. Seizing a moment of leisure, Zhou Mingyi remarked, yes, indeed. Li Yi chuckled, make sure to eat plenty. I will. Zhou Mingyi nodded obediently. Oh my brother, how unkind of you not to let Dazhuang eat a bit more. Ming Ming, do not be deceived by him. Oh dear. Our beloved streamer has truly transformed into a little chubby one. It seems she is destined to be captivated by Brother Yi's culinary delights. Brother Yi, may I request some pork belly? Do you sell it? I second that. Name your price. Upon witnessing Zhou Mingyi focus intently on the pork belly stew and cabbage heart, countless viewers could not contain their curiosity. Is this dish truly as delightful as it appears? The answer is a resounding yes. Naturally, Li Yi was oblivious to the countless messages flooding the screen, engrossed in his meal. After finishing, he quenched his thirst with the broth from the pork belly stew, which had absorbed all the oil from the cabbage and pork. Moreover, the soup was exceptionally tasty without being overly salty. Ah, how I envy his meal. Indeed, I find my takeout utterly bland in comparison. They seem to be relishing their food so thoroughly, completely ignoring us. This is the most carefree streamer we have ever encountered. If I may say so. Goodness, is this Ming Ming's third bowl of rice already? She is nearly matching Brother Dazhuang's pace. Li Yi has set his bowl down, watching Brother Dazhuang and Ming Ming with the gaze of a concerned father. Is that stir-fried meat with garlic leaves? The plate is completely empty. The current spicy stir-fried meat lacks authenticity. Oh, I am so hungry. Watching them eat is making me feel as if I might perish from starvation. Chapter 94. A transfer of 300,000. Dazhuang howls. As Zhou Mingyi slumped in her chair, letting out a long, unrefined burp. Even Li Yi could not help but chuckle. Ha ha burp. Ha ha ha. Li Yi, you should refrain from laughing at Ming Ming. Indeed, the elder brother does not laugh at the younger. The screw is unlike the clamshell. Judging by Meng Ming's belly-rubbing posture, it seems her stomach has reached its limit. It is evident that our dear Xiao Yi and Dazhuang's culinary creations are quite impressive. The atmosphere in the live streaming room is filled with joy. Zhou Mingyi, her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment, addressed the audience, saying, I truly only had a little bit. What, just a tiny morsel? Indeed, the host merely indulged in 3 bowls of rice and a bowl of soup. Absolutely, I would never reveal that she had consumed 4 bags of snacks, a pomelo, and 4 oranges prior to her meal. Haha, the undeniable truth of her being a foodie cannot be concealed. Zhou Mingyi's expression turned quite awkward. Having overeaten, Li Yi suggested that Li Dazhuang engage Zhou Mingyi in conversation and take a leisurely stroll. Meanwhile, Li Yi took on the task of washing the dishes, as leaving them unattended would surely result in a race to wash them once his mother and Aunt Lu returned. Unfortunately, Li Dazhuang turned crimson upon seeing Zhou Mingyi, struggling to utter a word, while it was Zhou Mingyi who had to initiate the conversation. Before they knew it, dusk was approaching. Having nearly digested her meal, Zhou Mingyi bid farewell to the audience and ended the live stream, much to the audience's dismay. Li Yi still needed to inspect the vegetable cultivation in the greenhouses throughout the village, so he could not accompany Zhou Mingyi. Instead, Li Dazhuang would see her to the town. Li Yi mounted his little tricycle and began to meander through the village. The greenhouse vegetables were indeed a matter of great importance, necessitating Li Yi's assurance that every household was in order. With the new year approaching, it was imperative to prepare these matters in advance. By early spring, the vegetables would be ready for sale. When Li Yi returned home, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. He had also taken a look at the road in the village, noting that by tomorrow evening, the first road would be fully completed. The following day, it would be nearly ready for use. With the experience and groundwork from the first road, the construction of the second would undoubtedly proceed even faster. The troubles with the road had finally been resolved. Next in line was the village committee. Upon returning home, he found Wu Xianglan and Lu Guifan already back, both wearing radiant smiles. Li Yi understood that the illness had finally been brought under control. It seemed that as long as they consumed ample vegetables and rice, there was no need for concern regarding the ailment. Just like Jia Yuntai and the others with their consumption of leeks, the initial effects were most remarkable. Yet a complete cure could not be achieved with just 1 or 2 instances. According to their estimations, this was related to the quantity consumed and subsequent maintenance. If one were to indulge daily and engage in intimate matters frequently, recovery would certainly be slow. However, with moderate restraint, improvement might commence in a little over half a month, and within a month, one could return to normalcy. For even better results, a longer duration might be necessary. This was the power of the leeks grown in the mysterious space. Otherwise, leeks watered with diluted spiritual spring water would undoubtedly yield far inferior effects. Li Yi conversed with Wu Xianglan and Lu Guifan for a while, before heading off to take a shower. Everything was progressing in a positive direction, and Li Yi knew it was time to prepare to provide some financial support for his people. After showering, he lay on his bed and, as usual, entered the space to engage in his tasks. Amidst the bustling activity, though weariness enveloped him, the subtle aura of inspiration provided a compensatory relief, rendering the experience tolerable. Recently, the workload had intensified, and Li Yi distinctly felt his muscles becoming more taut, a sign of progress. Completing his tasks within the space took merely 10 minutes, as the flow rate had significantly increased. Wong Wong, the plump little dog, wiggled its rotund body, attempting to leap, but failing to gain altitude. Li Yi promptly lowered his legs, allowing Jia Bao to promptly jump onto his feet. As he lifted his foot, the little creature scrambled onto the bed. The chubby Jia Bao nestled closely beside Li Yi, yearning to lick his face, but upon receiving his stern glare, it emitted a soft whimper and obediently lay beside his head. Each evening, contemplating the tasks ahead had become an essential routine for Li Yi. Ding dong. He picked up his phone to find a message from Zhou Mingyi. Brother Li, here is the money from the live stream. To his astonishment, upon glancing at the amount transferred by Zhou Mingyi, 300,000, Li Yi sat upright, inadvertently causing the little dog to tumble and roll against the wall with a soft thud. Jia Bao, with its big, dark eyes, seemed perplexed by its master's sudden excitement and scampered back to his side. Ming, is 300,000 too much? Li Yi mused, as his understanding of live streaming was rather superficial. He had never imagined that a single broadcast could yield such a substantial sum. It's not excessive. Brother Li Yi, I also transferred 100,000 to Dezhuang. Li Yi winced at the thought. Suspecting that Li Dezhuang was presently being subjected to a rather chaotic scene at home. He had been paying Dezhuang a mere 200 yuan a day, and yet, his uncle could wield a bamboo stick as a means of discipline. The situation was compounded by Dezhuang's naivety. Receiving 100,000 yuan would surely lead to a display of pride before Li Yi's uncle. Given his eloquence, it was certain he would face repercussions. You've given too much. We haven't done anything to deserve this. Li Yi shook his head, acknowledging his newfound ability to earn, yet recognizing that 300,000 was indeed no trifling sum. Brother Li Yi, I earned 1 million today. I actually wanted to give you 500,000, but I was afraid you wouldn't accept it. Hehe. How about I manage the salaries for you and Dezhuang in the future? You can take me along for live streaming every few days. Zhou Mingyi sent another message. With a wry smile, Li Yi acquiesced. All right then. By the way, Brother Li, you mentioned being able to catch wild rabbits and chickens. Shall we schedule a time for that? I can't tomorrow. Let us discuss it the day after. Okay. Good night, Brother Li Yi. After shutting off his phone, Li Yi shook his head in disbelief. Did live streaming truly yield such profits? Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Mingyi's earnings for the day were only 700,000. She had generously allocated more than half to Li Yi and Li Dezhuang. Zhou Mingyi's family was not particularly in need of money, and witnessing the village's development, she recognized Li Yi's urgent financial needs. Since the popularity of the live stream stemmed largely from Li Yi's influence, what harm was there in sharing a bit more? She simply relishes the ambience of rural life and the joys of live streaming. As for money, it is an inexhaustible resource. Perhaps it would be prudent to give Dezhuang a call. Li Yi murmured to himself as he dialed the number. Shall Yi save me? Chapter 95, Subsequent Breeding Plans. With a decisive click, Li Yi hung up the phone, satisfied to discover that Dezhuang was indeed enduring a relentless onslaught from his uncle and aunt. A smile crept across Li Yi's face. His cleverness was truly remarkable. Cradling the drowsy little plump dog, he settled down. Since the first road could be successfully constructed tomorrow, it was time for him to exert more effort. The village committee's funds were still somewhat lacking. It seemed he would need to sell a few more trees. He also intended to discuss the construction of the village committee with Zhang Shuyan and Zhao Kongda. Such projects must be resolved before the year's end. As the new year approached, the hustle and bustle would surely return, leaving little time and energy for these matters. Previously, he had profited over 5 million from selling golden silk Nammo, and after deducting the road construction costs, he still retained around 2 million. However, this was far from sufficient. The last calculations indicated that the expenses for the village committee and the streetlights would amount to at least 4 million. Crucially, if they could finalize the school before autumn next year, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for the village. If a primary school were to be built, it must be the finest. Now, Li Yi felt the need to establish a middle school as well, but high school was beyond their means. Let us focus on constructing a primary and middle school first. As for the quality of teaching, Li Yi was not overly concerned. After all, money can accomplish wonders. There are numerous individuals dedicated to community service, contributing selflessly to society. Although the rift between teachers and parents has become increasingly pronounced, Li Yi believes that the majority remain benevolent. At least, throughout his educational journey, all the schools and teachers he encountered were worthy of the title teacher. Especially in rural areas, there are not so many ulterior motives. Back in his school days, aside from textbook fees, there were no additional costs. What was required? Just grain. Once the grain was provided, there were hardly any further charges for that semester. During those times, when his family struggled, the government offered subsidies. Regardless, Li Yi persevered through challenging conditions, far less fortunate than other children, yet he remained content. Now that he has the means, regardless of others' opinions, his priority is to establish the village school. The previous budget for constructing a top-tier primary school was 3 million, excluding teacher remuneration. With the addition of a middle school, the expenses would undoubtedly exceed that initial estimate. A conservative estimate suggests they would need to double the budget, setting a baseline of 6 million. Therefore, despite having over 2 million in hand, there would still be a shortfall of over 8 million to complete the village committee and school projects. Thus, selling trees tomorrow has become imperative. After this sale, he would extend the time frame for future tree sales. Furthermore, relying solely on tree sales for profit is not a sustainable plan. The construction of elementary and middle schools must be completed before September of next year. However, time is indeed quite tight. Li Yi contemplated that today's live stream with Zhou Mingyi had provided him with some inspiration. If the collaboration could generate revenue, it would be advantageous. When the schools are built in the future, he intends to etch Zhou Mingyi's name into the structure, considering the funds as her generous donation. In addition to live streaming with her, Li Yi also plans to venture into cultivating mushrooms and acquiring land. These two endeavors should not prove overly complex within the mystical realm. Should he succeed in cultivation, he would commence his own production. Wild mushrooms have always been in high demand among restaurants, and their sales speak for themselves. Those who have tasted them understand their value. Furthermore, land, once dried, can be easily shipped and rehydrated, presenting a convenient solution. As for raising mountain chickens and rabbits, Li still needs to prepare. He could delegate rabbit rearing to his uncle, while he may take on the responsibility of raising mountain chickens himself. After all, food supplies are currently abundant. This can certainly be put on the agenda. By the end of the year, these are the endeavors he hopes to undertake. Li Yi reflected carefully, and believing there were no significant issues, he prepared for sleep. Suddenly, his phone rang. Who could be calling at such a late hour? Li Yi picked up the phone with suspicion. It was Qian Chongyin. Hello, Boss Qian. Why are you calling me so late? Li Yi inquired. Li, old brother. I have everything sorted out on my end. The company is registered now. I thought I should inform you. Qian Chongyin replied with a smile. Oh, just handle it yourself. There is no need to update me on this. Li Yi was about to hang up, utterly fatigued. Knowing Li Yi disliked idle chatter, Qian Chongyin quickly added, let me share the plan with you. I have secured all the rice. Our farmhouse rice from Shantaekan has surged to 380 yuan per pound in the black market. Didn't you say that this batch is considered the lowest quality? Indeed. Li Yi nodded in agreement, acknowledging the rice's inferior grade. According to your calculations, how many tiers can we create from this rice? Qian Chongyin asked excitedly. Li, old brother, we must capture the low-end market for our farmhouse rice. This way, we can serve more consumers. However, we also possess considerable competitiveness in the mid to high-end market. If we don't strive for it, I want to feel content. Upon hearing this, Li Yi understood immediately. Qian Chongyin had a sharp eye and keen insights. While high-quality rice is commendable, the mid to high-end market ultimately caters to a limited demographic. To make substantial profits, one must focus on the low-end market. The farmhouse rice from Shantaekan is gaining popularity and recognition, making it increasingly difficult to procure. Qian Chongyin cannot afford to overlook this vast market in favor of targeting the mid to high-end sector. Hence, does Brother Qian wish for me to provide a definitive answer for you to arrange subsequent plans and promotions? Li Yi naturally grasped this notion. Chapter 96. The surge of farmhouse rice. Qian Chongyin slapped his thigh. Although Li Yi had just graduated, he was astute and quick to understand. Indeed, that is precisely my intention. If one must categorize, it is true that the rice harvested today is of the lowest grade. However, next year, at least half of the village will cultivate rice of a superior quality, targeting the mid-range market. As for the high-end rice, currently, only I possess the capability to cultivate it, and my yield will be limited. Li Yi noted that this year's rice was scarcely irrigated with the spiritual spring water, utilized only during the final days of harvest, and even then, it was diluted. According to Li Yi's current assessment standards, it is classified as a subpar product. Yet, even subpar rice is exceedingly hard to come by these days. He had indeed underestimated the potency of the spiritual spring water. If arrangements are to be made, it is certain that this type of rice will still be in high demand next year, and in significant quantities. However, the purchasing power in the mid-range market is undeniably stronger than in the low-end market. He needs to calibrate his comparisons. The high-end rice will have to be cultivated solely in his mysterious space. Thus, it follows that he must procure harvesting equipment. Otherwise, he would truly exhaust himself. No problem. The high-end market requires such measures. Qian Zhongyin wholeheartedly agreed, stating, shall we first produce some high-end rice? I wish to test the waters. Li Yi raised an eyebrow and replied, certainly. He too was eager to see if the rice from his mysterious space could compete with rice priced at several thousand yuan per pound. Should he succeed, the market for next year's rice would be thoroughly secured. Qian Zhongyin merely inquired casually, but was taken aback by Li Yi's affirmative response, nearly springing with joy. Really? Indeed. Just wait and see, Li Yi chuckled. Is there anything else? If not, I shall hang up. All right, take care, brother, Qian Zhongyin replied. Li Yi ended the call and, holding on to Jiabao, fell into a deep sleep, utterly exhausted. Suddenly, a post popped up on the forum. Latest news on Shantao Village's farm rice. The instant this post was published, it attracted a multitude of viewers, with clicks soaring into the thousands. It is worth noting that the recent buzz surrounding Shantao Village's farm rice has captured the hearts of countless individuals. Many have sought to purchase rice, yet have found it elusive, and those who have tasted it remain forever enraptured by its flavor. Moderator, Boss AI Qian of the Qian family. Upon seeing this familiar ID, a flood of comments disparaged him. Anyone who has perused this forum knows precisely to whom this ID belongs. Is this not the very individual, Qian Zhongyin, who refuses to raise prices or sell in greater quantities? After a prolonged silence, many presumed he had been drowned in the deluge of criticism, yet now he unexpectedly resurfaced. Esteemed patrons, I, Qian Zhongyin, owner of Qian's grain shop, hereby solemnly announce two matters. First, I have established a cooperative company with Shantao Village, aptly named Shantao Group, which has been officially registered. The second matter, which has garnered much attention regarding the farm rice, is that our company will soon release 2 additional varieties of farm rice, boasting even higher quality and superior taste. The current variety will undergo a slight price adjustment. Now set at 18 yuan. I cannot believe this. Is the price finally going to be adjusted? I expected an increase of 38 or 48. Yet it turns out to be merely set at 18? Should I berate him or refrain? After all, 18 yuan for farmhouse rice is rather steep. However, considering that this rice is currently being traded on the black market for 200 to 300 yuan per pound, 18 yuan truly seems like a bargain. I am curious to inquire if there is a purchase limit. Countless individuals have begun to voice their grievances online. At this juncture, the proprietor, referred to as Money, responded, "Of course there will be no purchase limit. Bravo, you should have done this long ago. A mere 5 yuan increase is still commendable. When will it be released? I simply wish to know this information." Numerous replies flooded in at an astonishing speed, with many able to refresh the page to see 40 to 50 new comments in a single second, reflecting the immense popularity of this rice. Tom will inform us. Additionally, the second variety of rice, which boasts superior quality compared to the current offering, will come with various testing certifications, so rest assured. This rice has been collectively deliberated upon and is ultimately priced at 98. Once this announcement was made, discussions erupted. The current most affordable farmhouse rice has already captivated many. How exceptional must this second tier of rice be? Many raised doubts, suspecting that the proprietor might compromise quality or present the same rice as a gimmick. In response to such concerns, Money chose not to elaborate, simply stating, "Let us wait and see." The last piece of news pertains to premium rice, which aims at the high-end market. Money has explicitly stated that the price is currently confidential, but it will be made available online immediately upon release. However, it will undoubtedly be expensive, as this rice is extremely scarce, and there will not be much of it in the future. Following this announcement, the entire forum erupted in excitement. Is this true or false? Given how enticing the current rice is, could there genuinely be something even better? The second tier is astonishingly priced at 98 per pound, effectively overshadowing 98% of the rice available on the market. Indeed, apart from a few exorbitantly priced varieties, there are no other competitors to be found. If the highest tier is indeed more formidable, the price might start at a minimum of 300. It remains unclear for now, and I can only hope he is not merely seeking to generate buzz. Yes, since he has made such declarations, we must observe. Should he dare to deceive, he will face the consequences. Nevertheless, it must be noted that consuming this rice long-term offers significant health benefits. Chapter 97. Every effort is worthwhile unbeknownst to Li Yi. The happenings on the forum are far from his awareness. Engrossed in village affairs, he has long been unable to attend to other matters. After rising in the morning, he strolled along the main road of the village with his chubby little treasure, treating it as a form of morning exercise. Upon returning home, his mother, Wu Xianglan, had already prepared a meal. It is worth mentioning that in rural areas, breakfast is predominantly for those residing outside the town. Of course, this reflects the prevailing situation in most southern regions. As for the northern circumstances, Li Yi is not particularly well informed. After having breakfast, Wu Xianglan and Lu Guifan busied themselves in the fields, having completed the construction of the greenhouse. Now, it was time to attend to the sewing. After washing the dishes, Li Yi picked up his phone and called Wang Zhongqi. The phone rang for less than 3 seconds before it was answered. "Oh my, Li boss, you finally finished your business. Haven to you?" Wang Zhongqi's tone was exceedingly cordial. Li Yi understood well that had he not possessed the timber they required, the attitude would have likely been far less amiable. "Boss Wang, what are you saying? The harvest season has just wrapped up, hasn't he it? Everyone's busy harvesting rice and drying it in preparation for winter," Li Yi chuckled. However, Wang Zhongqi was anxious, keen to address the matter of the trees. "If you don't bring it up, I will. It's all for the sake of profit. What is the harm in being a bit brazen? So, Li boss, about those trees?" As he spoke, Wang Zhongqi couldn't help but chuckle. "We VE managed to secure the trees, but I'm unsure if you're available," Li Yi inquired. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhongqi's smile widened to ear-to-ear proportions. "I must be available. Speaking of which, you mentioned last time that you had black sandalwood and ironwood, didn't you?" "Ah, I had forgotten about that. Yes, I do have it, but the issue is," Li Yi hesitated. "Rest assured, my dear brother," Wang Zhongqi, quick on the uptake, shifted his form of address from boss to brother. "Regarding the financial matters, we will ensure everything is in order, as long as your timber is satisfactory." At this, Li Yi couldn't help but smile. Engaging in business with such individuals was indeed a pleasure. Initially, Li Yi had planned to wait until the road was accessible tomorrow before making a trip, but he reconsidered. Some matters are best addressed promptly. "All right, since you, boss Wang, have said so, I shall make a visit to our usual spot." "Excellent. I shall see you at our usual place." Wang Zhongqi promptly ended the call. Li Yi smiled, knowing that once the road was open, he would have other options for selling timber beyond just Wang Zhongqi. Naturally, the timber harvested in the future would be of exceptionally high quality. Some may wonder why Li Yi hadn't opted for an auction approach previously. Did he not wish to? But as a farmer without connections or resources, could he truly afford to take such risks? Selling exclusively to Wang Zhongqi was a matter of necessity. Although the advancements of the present day made it conceivable to post an advertisement online and attract major buyers, who could guarantee that those affluent individuals would be accommodating? At its core, commerce is driven by profit. Why would someone travel from afar without seeking to maximize their gain? Selling timber requires connections. Merely possessing it does not guarantee a sale. Moreover, Li Yi lacked the time and patience to engage in such endeavors. However, the future was set to change. He would have the confidence and networks to support him. With the road open, the reputation of his rice would spread. Bolstered by the town government's support, this represented a substantial shift. Once he engaged through legitimate channels, anyone seeking to undermine Li Yi would need to reconsider their approach. Although Li Yi had not interacted extensively with society's elite, the intricacies of such dealings were not entirely foreign to him. This time, The sale of the 3 trees was a result of careful consideration. Even if Wang Zhongqi and Li Tianwu discovered his whereabouts, these 2 individuals would refrain from acting rashly. After all, Mayor Fan Lianon is no pushover. He currently has his sights set on Shantou Village, and as long as Wang Zhongqi retains a semblance of reason, he will understand who will ultimately wield the reins of this business. Where is Huang Lei? Li Yi dialed Huang Lei's number once more. In the town. Huang Lei replied. What is up? Planning to construct the village committee? Yes, Li Yi responded. We'll head to your shop shortly. I've brought some ingredients. Could you lend a hand in the kitchen? Sure, Huang Lei readily agreed. By the way, are you aware that the villagers have made donations? Donations? Li Yi was taken aback, his expression one of skepticism. What donations? The funds for building the village committee, Huang Lei explained. What? Li Yi was genuinely astonished. Are you joking with me? Why would I jest? Huang Lei, aware of Li Yi's recent busyness that kept him from the village committee, continued. Your uncle and the heads of various groups have been in touch with the construction team regarding your situation. They spontaneously organized a fundraiser. A tremor coursed through Li Yi's heart as he recalled that night, when Jia Yuntai questioned whether his selfless contributions to the village were worthwhile. And his eyes involuntarily glistened with unshed tears. Everyone has noticed your efforts. Shantou Village may lack in many areas, but we certainly have a warm-hearted spirit. This is not mere flattery, they all speak of it. What do they say? Li Yi rubbed his eyes in disbelief. They say that your family, the Li family, has devoted 4 generations to the village, and it was only with your leadership that everyone began to lead better lives. You covered half the expenses for road construction. And if the village committee continues to expect you to spend, how can the villagers feel justified in seeking your assistance? Huang Lei sighed, wiping his nose. Honestly, I was almost brought to tears. Even the stingiest, Zhu Yigui, contributed 3,000. The consensus is that since this is a communal asset, everyone should contribute. It's unreasonable for you, as the village head, to shoulder the entire burden alone. Moreover, with the profits from the rice this year, we're certain to have a good celebration. It's only right to pitch in now. Hey, are you even listening to me? I am, Li said, wiping the corners of his eyes and smiling. All right, let us leave it at that for now. I'll see you at your shop later. Okay, I'll get back to work. After hanging up, Li Yi gazed up at the sky and suddenly broke into a smile. Let us go home. He lifted up Jiabao, the chubby dog, who squirmed in protest. No one knew what made Li Yi smile, but it was evident that this village head was quite pleased. Upon returning home, he changed into fresh attire, greeted Wu Xianglan and Aunt Lu, and then set off on his little tricycle, wobbling his way to the town. His uncle, Li Shihong, had silently taken care of this matter, leaving Li Yi both amused and bewildered. However, without the assistance of these uncles, he might not have been able to manage the village effectively. Quite splendid. They say that having an elder in the family is akin to possessing a treasure. I, Li Yi, am fortunate to have so many treasures. What a boon. After passing the final section where the cement road was being laid, Li Yi paused to greet Jia Yuntai and others. Upon reaching their destination, he promptly revealed a piece of golden silk nanmu, as well as ebony and ironwood. The current specimens of golden silk nanmu, ebony, and ironwood were relatively young, having been felled by Li Yi some time ago. It would undoubtedly raise suspicions if he were to consistently sell older specimens. Less than half an hour later, the large convoy arrived. Wang Zhongqi and Li Tianwu, seasoned partners in this venture, were visibly excited upon seeing the grand trees lining the roadside, prompting them to send someone for inspection. The two approached Li Yi, exchanging pleasantries that, while somewhat formal, carried the weight of familiarity, thus avoiding excessive insincerity. Shortly thereafter, the appraised values were disclosed. The total worth of the golden silk nanmu tree was estimated at 3.68 million. The ebony and ironwood commanded even higher prices. Although the ebony was not particularly old, it still fetched 3 million. The ironwood, an even more formidable entity, was valued at approximately 420,000 per ton, leading to an astonishing sale price of 5.8 million for just that one tree. In total, the 3 trees amounted to an impressive 12.48 million. Li Yi, having mentally prepared himself, remained unfazed by these figures. With this newfound capital, he was poised to commence his projects. The most significant pressure had been temporarily alleviated. Wang Zhongqi and Li Tianwu inquired about the next opportunity to sell trees, but Li Yi merely indicated that he would contact them when there was a demand. It was evident that both men were somewhat reluctant, eager to maintain the relationship, yet Li Yi was unwilling to extend that opportunity. In the future, the supply of trees would inevitably dwindle while the selling prices would need to rise. While considering the earlier stages of their partnership, Li Yi now possessed the means to take command of future transactions. After bidding farewell to Wang Zhongqi and Li Tianwu, he rode his tricycle towards the town. Li Yi understood that the construction of Shandazhuang had only just begun, and there remained a long journey ahead. The establishment of a new rural area encompassed far more than just transportation. It also required water conservancy, electricity, rural energy, power grids, agriculture, ecological environment, cultural and educational infrastructure, broadcasting and television development, and the construction of village facilities, among others. Thus far, he had only accomplished the transportation aspect. The road ahead was indeed arduous. However, with the funds for the highway now secured and additional donations for the village office, there was promising news. Li Yi could allocate some of the funds to establish schools and other essential infrastructure. Once these projects commenced, the next endeavor would be the water conservancy project. a substantial undertaking vital for the stable development of Shantazhuang in the coming years. The financial resources required for this project would likely rival those needed for the construction of cement roads. Nevertheless, Li Yi was not in a hurry for these matters at present. In recent times, the barbecue stall operated by Huang Lei has gained considerable renown, prompting his family members to lend a hand. Throughout the evenings, patrons flock to enjoy the barbecue, and while Li Yi hasn't checked the balance in his card, he is certain it has increased significantly. Even during the day, Huang Lei's establishment operates in a semi-open state. They refrain from offering delivery services at night, not out of reluctance, but simply due to overwhelming demand. However, at this hour, there are hardly any customers. Upon Li Yi's arrival, Huang Lei promptly approached him with a cheerful demeanor. "I heard that Zhou Mingyi has sought you out for a live stream again." Li Yi looked at him, puzzled, and asked, "What is up? Can I join next time?" Huang Lei rubbed his hands together, a bit bashfully inquiring. Unable to resist teasing him, Li Yi quipped, "You actually feel shy? What is going on? Are you trying to pursue someone?" Huang Lei's face flushed, and he replied, "What are you saying? Can I think about it?" "Fine." Li Yi chuckled, "Just come yourself when the time comes. As for whether you succeed in your pursuit, that's up to you. You'll have to make the connections." "Deal." Huang Lei beamed at Li Yi's agreement. He suggested that Li Yi take a seat for a while, as Zhang Shuyan and Zhao Kongdao would arrive a bit later. After Li Yi prepared the meal, Zhang Shuyan and Zhao Kongdao arrived directly from work, still in their work clothes. This was partly due to the assurance provided by Jia Yuntai and Lu Chuanfeng, and also because they were quite familiar with Huang Lei. Upon learning that the recent vegetables, fruits, and rice were sourced through Li Yi, they became even more invested in the matter. Thus, as soon as they completed their tasks, they hurried over. "Sorry for the delay, Li Bro," Zhao Kongda apologized. "No need to be so polite, Zhao Gu. I just arrived as well. Let us sit down and discuss." Li Yi waved his hand, adhering to the niceties. "All right." Zhao Kongda and Zhang Shuyan were not one to linger unnecessarily and immediately asked, "Do you have a planning diagram or perhaps some real-life photos? It would help us make some estimations." Indeed, Li Yi promptly retrieved the prepared materials. Seizing this moment, Huang Lei served the rice and joined them at the table. Upon seeing this, Zhao Kongda and Zhang Shuyan displayed thoughtful expressions and took out paper and pens from their bags. "It seems your village committee has quite a substantial area," Zhao Kongda remarked. "What are your thoughts, Li Bro?" Li Yi responded, "We should adhere to the highest standards, ensuring that within the next 30 years, there is no need for replacements or reconstructions." "So, you mean it has to keep up with trends and utilize the highest quality materials, along with modern construction methods?" "Exactly." Li Yi nodded earnestly. Zhao Kongda and Zhang Shuyan exchanged glances and said, "That could entail considerable expenses. Li Bro, you need to contemplate this carefully." Chapter 99, Subtle Changes. Villagers donate. Following Li Yi's requirements, the expenses could surpass the typical budget significantly, while Zhao Kongda was certainly willing to undertake such a project. The concern remained that if the village did not develop in the future, there would be no need for such high standards. Li Yi was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. With the village's infrastructure now complete, the next step was to embark on development. It was imperative not only to foster individual growth, but also to stimulate collective advancement. The area, with its pristine mountains and clear waters, possessed a unique environment that could indeed attract a multitude of entrepreneurs to establish factories or invest in tourism and agritourism ventures. However, laying a solid foundation was essential, otherwise, Li Yi would not be idly repairing two roads for mere convenience. Naturally, that was not the case. He had already devised a plan, though he had not disclosed all the details. "Brother Jiao, let us proceed with the best approach," Li Yi asserted. "As for the finances, I will find a way." "Very well." Zhao Kongdao was not one to hesitate. He simply offered reasonable suggestions and opinions, leaving the rest to Li Yi. Since Li Yi had made such a request, they would adhere to his standards. Zhao Kongdao began to diligently calculate, finally stating, "If we construct the village committee building and include some recreational facilities, the minimum estimate would be around 4.25 million. Even with some leeway, it should not exceed an additional 100,000. While 4.25 million surpassed Li Yi's initial budget, it was still within the realm of acceptability. "Agreed, let us proceed with this standard," Li Yi decided after a brief comparison and promptly shared his ideas. Zhao Kongda nodded, and the group began to enjoy their meal. "You mentioned the construction of a school?" Huang Lei inquired. "Indeed," Li Yi replied, turning to Zhang Shuyan, who added, "For matters concerning construction, you can consult Brother Jiao. If there is a shortage of manpower, I can assist, and I will ensure that all materials are of the highest quality." After a few bites of food and a sip of water, Zhao Kongda remarked, "Sounds good. What are your plans for the school?" "A standardized national design," Li Yi stated. Zhao Kongda was momentarily taken aback. "Are you serious?" Upon seeing Zhao Kongda's astonishment, Li Yi understood the source of his surprise. After all, such an approach would significantly escalate the costs. "Of course I am serious," Li Yi smiled. "Brother Jiao, do the calculations. Furthermore, I previously mentioned constructing an elementary school, but I need to add something." "Add what?" Zhao Kongda asked, dismissively. "A middle school section." Both Zhao Kongda and Zhang Shuyan were taken aback, staring blankly at Li Yi. "A middle school section?" they exclaimed in unison. Huang Lei was equally startled. This would inevitably increase the expenses. Observing their intense reactions, Li Yi could not help but say, "Although it may seem somewhat hasty, this decision has been thoroughly considered." Seeing Li Yi's unwavering confidence, Zhao Kongda and Zhang Shuyan ceased their inquiries. This matter was undoubtedly serious. If it could yield profit, it would indeed be a joyous occasion. With Li Yi's projects combined, the total would surpass 10 million. Could he truly afford such an expenditure? If it were merely an elementary school, even with the most expensive materials, the cost would only exceed 3 million. However, with the addition of a middle school section, the price would nearly double. Zhao Kongda noted. Classrooms, a cafeteria, desks, tools, and equipment would likely total over 6 million. He expressed his intention for Li Yi to consider the matter with utmost care and deliberation. Very well, 6 million plus it is. Li Yi promptly stated, I need the construction to commence this year, so that the school can be operational before the latter half of next year. His demands were modest. Zhao Kongda immediately responded affirmatively, assuring him, rest assured. Our construction speed and quality are impeccable. At that moment, Zhao Kongda refrained from further persuasion. Even if there were doubts about Li Yi, the endorsements from two old friends were compelling enough to warrant trust. After the four of them finished their meal expeditiously, they turned their attention to the detailed planning of the subsequent construction issues. The design blueprints and estimated materials needed to be perfectly aligned, which could take 2 to 3 days, or perhaps even longer. However, this timeframe coincided precisely with the completion of the first concrete road, greatly facilitating the future work. The concrete road would be finished today, and in 2 to 3 days, it would be fully traversable. Their discussion lasted quite some time, leading Li Yi to realize that business was not as simple as it appeared. A seemingly straightforward construction project entailed numerous considerations. Even for seasoned veterans like Zhao Kongda, meticulous preparation was essential before commencing work. That afternoon, Li Yi guided them back to the village to survey the foundation and select the site. The school district would remain at the old campus, as it was unfeasible to occupy other lands. The old campus was relatively spacious, albeit gradually becoming desolate over time. After their inspection, both Zhao Kongda and Zhang Shuyan expressed their satisfaction. Once these two projects were completed, the entire feel of Shantou village would transform dramatically. In the evening, Zhao Kongda and Zhang Shuyan convened with Lu Chuanfeng and Jia Yuntai. The groups sat together, sharing a hearty meal, basking in camaraderie. They wrapped up work early that night, as Li Yi granted them a day off. After days of intense labor, often working until 11 or midnight, even the most resilient individuals needed a respite. Upon returning home that evening, Li Yi's elder uncle, Li Shihong, paid him a visit. Unlike his second and third uncles, Li Shihong exuded a formidable presence. Having been groomed as the successor by their grandfather, Li Yi fetched a small stool, sitting alongside his uncle. There are some matters I haven't shared with you lately. I'm here to update you today, Li Shihong began. Noticing his uncle's serious demeanor, Li Yi straightened up slightly. I know you are about to commence the construction of the village committee and the school. We, the older generation, may lack knowledge and education, but with you at the helm, we feel reassured, Li Shihong reflected. If your grandfather were to witness the current situation, he would likely feel immense pride. I have come to discuss 2 matters. The first is the construction of the village committee. Everyone has contributed funds, some more, some less. Here is the ledger where we have recorded the donations, ranging from 1 or 2,000 to as much as 20,000. The total amounts to approximately 780,000. Li Yi casually took it over. Had it not been for Huang Lei's revelation, he would have remained oblivious to this matter. The sum of 780,000 is indeed a manifestation of everyone's goodwill. The second matter pertains to the school's construction. Once the villagers learned of it, they were filled with excitement and sentimentality, all wishing fervently that their children could receive a proper education and become literate. They wholeheartedly support this initiative. Li Shihong stated, after thorough discussions among all group leaders, we unanimously decided that the funds for the school will be contributed by everyone. Li Yi was momentarily taken aback. In this chapter, the villagers' enthusiasm was notably heightened. Li Yi understood the immense value of education, yet he was not a person of experience and could not share the same urgency and desire as the villagers. He was unaware that the elders of the village yearned most for their children to be sent away for education and to achieve success. Education is the pathway to a brighter future. Although the villagers may not have had formal schooling, they grasped this fundamental truth. While education is not the sole avenue to success, the absence of it renders opportunities even more scarce. The school represents the future hope of our village. It is only through education that one can find a promising path. Though the villagers are aging, they are not foolish, hence the importance of this matter. I want to assure you that the amount donated will, without a doubt, be no less than that allocated for the construction of the village committee, Li Shihong assured. Li Shihong, being a meticulous individual, once he made such a statement, the matter was as good as settled. Very well, Li Yi responded with a warm smile. I shall employ the same method as before, documenting all expenditures for public display. Li Shihong nodded in agreement, engaging in a few more casual exchanges with Li Yi, reminiscing about the hardships of yesteryears. Li Yi played the role of an attentive listener during their conversation. Afterward, Li Shihong excused himself and departed. Shall we? Wu Xianglan called out. Mother, what is it? Li Yi entered the room where Wu Xianglan and Lu Guifan were soaking their feet. Is the money sufficient? Wu Xianglan asked with concern. Li Yi reassured her. It's sufficient. There is no need for you to worry about these matters. I'll take care of the expenses. Mother, Li Yi interjected. You and Aunt Lu should keep your money. I will handle the expenses for our family. Besides, the village's finances are currently in deficit. Once the school is built, it will generate some income. When everyone starts selling their produce, the tax revenues will help replenish it. Your son is capable of earning money, so there is no need for concern. Upon hearing Li Yi's plan, Wu Xianglan refrained from further discussion. By the way, do you still have contact with Miss Lin? Wu Xianglan inquired, gazing intently at Li Yi. Yes, Li Yi replied with a wry smile. The elderly often possess this peculiar trait. During 1S school years, they urge you to avoid even glancing at girls. Yet, once you graduate, they pressure you to find a girlfriend and marry. However, times have changed. One cannot simply rely on matchmaking or the authority of parents to facilitate marriage anymore. This approach is no longer viable. Mother, I truly do not have the time to pursue such matters at present. Li Yi seated himself, organizing his thoughts, intending to speak candidly. The contemporary society often witnesses a growing chasm between parents and their children as the latter mature. Children frequently express disdain for their parents' incessant chatter, while parents, filled with concern, find themselves at a loss for effective communication. Fearful of being perceived as nagging, they hesitate to engage in conversation, resulting in an increasing number of misunderstandings. Li Yi, however, is determined to bridge this gap with his mother, Wu Xianglan. Mother, I'm still young, and you are too. I assure you that when the time comes and I find someone I wish to marry, I will do so, Li Yi stated earnestly. But for now, my focus remains on the development of our village. Everything is still in its infancy, and I truly lack the energy to pursue such matters. I hope you can understand. Wu Xianglan, observing her son's serious demeanor, parted her lips slightly before letting out a resigned sigh. I do not wish to pressure you. As one grows older, time seems to pass at an alarming rate. I fear that soon I will be too frail to assist you. If you were to have children now, I could help care for them. As she spoke, Wu Xianglan reflected on her thoughts, gently patting Li Yi's hand. Very well, I am not in a rush. I merely wish to remind you that the village's development cannot be achieved overnight. I hope you comprehend that perfection is unattainable in any endeavor. Understood, mother. Li Yi replied with a smile. I will exercise discretion. You and Aunt Lu should rest early. I have a busy day ahead and must retire. Yes, go on, she encouraged. With a smile fading into a bittersweet expression, Li Yi turned away. In matters such as this, no one is at fault. It is merely a question of perspective. Wong Wong, the little dog, whimpered softly at Li Yi's feet. He extended his foot, and the small creature immediately nestled against it. The two lay back on the bed, the dog's large, dark eyes fixed on Li Yi, perhaps sensing his agitation. The pup remained quiet. After gently stroking its head, Li Yi soon drifted into slumber. The following morning, without even having breakfast, Li Yi was summoned to the village office by a phone call. Jiao Kongda, a man of action, had already arrived with a team to begin surveying the site. The village office building required demolition and reconstruction, which necessitated the assistance of the villagers. In rural areas, there exists a tradition whereby home construction is not monopolized by professional contractors, as in large cities. Instead, it involves collaboration between skilled tradespeople and the villagers. This approach not only ensures ample manpower, but also conserves financial resources. When a family decides to build, they simply call upon the villagers to lend a hand, often providing a meal in return. It is a straightforward and practical arrangement. Last night, Li Yi had informed the villagers of the impending demolition, and now, as the announcement echoed through the dilapidated loudspeaker, many had gathered. For villagers, building a house is not an unusual task. Many possess the necessary craftsmanship. However, when it comes to comparing skills, they certainly cannot rival the expertise of professionals. The village office building, though not tall, is quite decrepit, even described as exceedingly old. Jiao Kongda, accompanied by his construction team, stood nearby conducting inspections and data assessments. Bamboo and wooden ladders, brought in by various households, were soon put to use. Li Yi observed from the side. This endeavor reminded him of his childhood involvement, which, while not perilous, often left one covered in dust and fatigue. His elder uncle, Li Shihong, and second uncle, Li Shibin, had already ascended the roof using the ladders. Be careful up there, uncles, Li Yi called out, eliciting a round of laughter from the onlookers, causing his cheeks to flush slightly. Li Dazhuang approached, saying, let's fetch the tiles. Oh, all right. Li Yi nodded in agreement. The individuals on the roof were primarily elderly men from the village, while those standing below were mostly older women. Village head, do you know how to handle the tiles? Inquired a jovial old man perched on the ladder. Old 3, are you underestimating me? Li Yi rolled up his sleeves, asserting his agricultural roots. If I can't manage this, then what am I worth? Just don't complain about tiredness later. I certainly won't. Let us get started. Li Shihong, standing on the roof, shouted. Chapter 101. Removing the roof tiles, everyone pushes the wall. 7 or 8 elderly men began to remove the tiles simultaneously. In the countryside, the tiles were typically small and black. There was indeed a method to this task. One must first remove the upper tiles before tackling those beneath. With a flick of his wrist, Li Shihong deftly tossed more than 10 tiles, which landed seamlessly in the hands of the next person. It resembled a game of pass the parcel, with those on the roof, including those on the ladders, standing closely together, while those below maintained a distance of at least 1.5 meters apart to conserve manpower. After all, removing the tiles from several houses could take an entire morning, even with 30 people working simultaneously. When the tiles reached Li Yi, Li Dazhuang casually tossed one, and Li Yi fumbled to catch it. With a clatter, a tile slipped from his grasp and shattered on the ground. Haha, Li Yi's face turned even redder. Just as he claimed he was fine, he had made a blunder. Fortunately, the villagers merely chuckled, devoid of mockery. Transitioning from initial awkwardness to gradual familiarity required a process. As Li Yi continued, he soon became adept at the task. The skill involved was not particularly challenging. Mastering the art of throwing and catching made it quite manageable. Ouch! When the group took a break, Li Yi couldn't help but exclaim, "Weren't you just saying you weren't tired?" Li Dazhuang, covered in soot, sidled up to him. Scram! Li Yi shot him a glare, irritated by his remark. Li Dazhuang, unfazed, removed his gloves and pulled a large orange from his pocket, offering half to Li Yi. After a few swift motions, he devoured the fruit, while Li Yi took his time, meticulously peeling the white pith. "If you don't eat soon, we'll be back to work." Li Dazhuang chuckled. Li Yi froze momentarily, cursing under his breath. He couldn't shake off the discomfort of the pith until it was entirely removed, but there was no choice. Work was at hand. Struggling to suppress his discomfort, Li Yi ultimately refrained from gazing at the white pulp and took a few swift bites of the orange. The fruit's sweetness and refreshing juiciness revitalized him instantaneously. "Come, there's another room." The group shifted their focus. In truth, the most arduous and perilous task of receiving the tiles fell to those perched atop the roof, while those standing beneath the eaves faced a different kind of danger. A moment's instability could result in being struck by a falling tile. Although it would not lead to serious injury, it would still be quite painful. Fortunately, the workforce today was ample, allowing for a swift pace in the tile reception. By midday, the task was already complete. Wu Xianglan and Lu Guifan had set up a makeshift stove using oil drums nearby to prepare meals for everyone. Since they were all lending a hand, no one was overly particular about the arrangements. Zhao Kongda and others commenced their responsibilities, focusing on subsequent design inspections and related tasks. With large bowls in hand, the group squatted in small clusters on the grass to eat without any pretensions. Li Yi hurriedly devoured several mouthfuls when Zhao Kongda approached, bowl in hand, saying, "In the afternoon, we'll push the wall, and the cleanup will be left to us. As for the school, you'll need to continue taking people over there. Old Zhang is currently gathering materials and won't be able to come until tomorrow." Li Yi quickly finished his meal, ensuring his bowl was thoroughly cleaned before replying, "All right." Seizing the opportunity of having a bit of leisure in the next couple of days, Li Yi was determined not to postpone this task. After lunch, everyone took a brief respite. The men congregated in small groups, smoking and sharing stories, while the women mostly engaged in casual conversation. After resting for about an hour, everyone regained their vigor. His second uncle, Li Shibin, led a team to the rooftop to begin removing the beams and wooden planks. The village's former rooftops were predominantly triangular, featuring substantial horizontal beams in the center, with thick logs erected above to serve as the ridge. Long wooden planks were nailed atop this ridge to prevent the tiles from slipping off. As they prepared to push the wall, the first step was to dismantle these planks, which were laden with nails that required considerable caution to remove. Li Yi recalled a childhood incident when he stepped on one, piercing his shoe and penetrating the sole of his foot. The pain from that moment was indelibly etched in his memory. Upon extracting the nails, blood flowed freely, causing excruciating agony. After removing the rusty nails, Li Yi did not seek medical attention. Instead, he resorted to an old remedy, applying mutton fat to the sole of his foot and vigorously patting it with a pine branch. Gradually, the wound healed. Li Yi did not understand the principles behind such traditional methods, yet he considered it miraculous that he had survived without contracting tetanus. One might argue that these age-old remedies were ineffective, yet they had been passed down through generations, suggesting there was some merit to them. However, if one were to articulate the fundamental principles, Li Yi believed few would possess the knowledge. The effectiveness of such remedies was indeed subjective. The task of hammering the wooden planks required finesse, a skill Li Yi lacked entirely. While some worked above, hammering the planks, others below caught them and stacked them neatly to the side. Following the hammering of the planks, they proceeded to dismantle the bed ridge, the wooden beams. This necessitates the men to step up, as this endeavor is indeed quite burdensome and cannot be managed by a single individual. Li Yi and Li Dazhuang were paired together, and upon receiving a fallen log, Li Dazhuang bore 80% of its weight alone. Li Yi felt akin to a tool lacking in utility. The logs they transported had already darkened, a phenomenon that is quite common. As the uppermost logs, it is inevitable that they would be subjected to the elements, rendering the darkened appearance entirely normal. After completing the transport of the logs, only the earthen brick walls remained of the entire structure. The earthen bricks from that era were substantial and thick, measuring approximately 20 centimeters in length and at least 14 to 15 centimeters in width. Despite their simplicity, these bricks exhibited remarkable sturdiness. Even in their dilapidated state, they retained their strength. An experienced hand like Li Shibin could instantly discern which section of the wall was ripe for demolition. "Come, lend a hand. Locate a few logs to prop up this wall. You, over there, check if the cracks by the wall are significant. If not, give it a few taps. Step back from the wall. Everyone, make some space," he commanded, as several seasoned villagers approached to brace the large log in position, urging collective effort. Li Yi was astounded. His uncle was indeed a master craftsman, executing the directive with exceptional finesse. The vicinity around the wall had long been vacated. Everyone donned safety helmets and began to exert force against one side of the wall. 1, 2, 3, push. 1, 2, 3, push. Li Yi observed that their approach to pushing the wall was not merely about exerting brute strength. They incrementally amplified their force, allowing for brief moments of respite before exerting themselves again. Gradually, the wall began to shed clumps of earth, teetering precariously. 1, 2, 3 push. The resounding crash echoed as the wall finally succumbed to their collective strength, dust swirling into the air. Li Yi and Li Dazhuang were enthralled. Although they had witnessed such scenes in the village before, this experience was different as they were active participants, imparting a unique sense of accomplishment. The remaining walls fell with even greater swiftness. In no time, all the walls had collapsed, and the vista before them opened up splendidly. After a brief respite, they followed Li Yi to the vicinity of the old school. The former school was quite expansive, covering approximately 8 to 9,000 square meters. It boasted a lawn larger than the village committee's front yard, 2 basketball courts, and a vegetable garden. There were 9 buildings, all single-story, along with a row of small houses and a cafeteria that constituted the entirety of the establishment. Despite the number of structures, they were relatively modest in size. Li Yi had studied here and felt a genuine attachment to the place. Both sides were enclosed by walls, unlike the iron gates of today. These walls were constructed from large, irregularly shaped slabs of stone, standing about 2 meters tall. In the present day, the campus had long since fallen into disrepair. Surrounding the campus lie modest hills, not particularly lofty, yet abundant with graves. Li Yi once heard from the village elders that the school was originally constructed atop a burial ground. It was said that the presence of numerous children imbued the place with vibrant yang energy, rendering such a location safe for education. However, Li Yi now reflects on the veracity of this belief, suspecting it may not hold much weight. The village's choice of this site was primarily due to the affordability of the land. The school occupies a vast expanse. Had the land been costly, its construction would have been unfeasible. Li Yi is uncertain when the school was built, but it had already existed during his time as a student. In fact, it may very well predate him. The rusty old gate, marred with patches of flaking rust, had a lock that was beyond opening. Li Yi opted to have it forcibly removed with a hammer, and as the creaking iron door swung open, memories of the past flooded back. It was as if he had returned to his childhood days spent in this very institution. Unfortunately, the school could no longer sustain itself. Progress had outstripped it, and the village lacked the funds to maintain it. Under various pressures, the school ultimately ceased to exist. Before him stretched a vast lawn, with grass nearly reaching shoulder height. To either side stood 7 classrooms, adorned in a faded blue, though the roofs bore signs of neglect, missing tiles and peeling paint. The once pristine white walls had either crumbled or flaked away. The doors, painted blue, were now stripped of their panels or had simply vanished. Following closely behind Li Yi were a multitude of people. This was indeed a significant undertaking. The site was expansive, and thanks to Li Yi's initiative in rallying a substantial group, they were unlikely to finish in a single day. The central lawn needed to be cleared to create a space for stacking the tiles. Although the old tiles would not be reused in the new school, they held various other potentials. Li Yi assured that if anyone in the village needed them, they could take them away. However, the wooden planks and beams were to remain untouched for the time being, as they would be necessary for future construction. Purchasing new materials would be prohibitively expensive. Let us begin our work, striving to complete this by tomorrow, Li Yi promptly commanded, as over 100 villagers had gathered. With a smaller group, it would take days to accomplish the task. As the year drew to a close, many matters required attention. The villagers quickly organized themselves into teams. Li Yi, adorned with a straw hat, was approached by Huang Lei, who arrived carrying several sickles. Together with Li Dazhuang, they were tasked with harvesting the entire lawn. The autumn grass had mostly turned brown, and once cut, it could serve as firewood, thus contributing to waste reduction. Near the flagpole in the easternmost part, a large white light was erected. They would need to work late into the evening to complete their tasks. As the afternoon waned and darkness descended, the lights flickered to life, signaling the time for dinner. After a brief meal, they resumed their labor, dismantling the wooden panels and beams. As night descended, the chill grew more pronounced. Li Yi was reluctant for the elderly to toil too late, despite the invigorating nature of their labor. Around 9 o'clock, he began to urge everyone to wrap up for the day. If the work remained unfinished, it could await tomorrow. After indulging in a warm shower, Li Yi collapsed onto his bed, weary yet fulfilled from a day of earnest labor. Though fatigued, the sensation was gratifying and enriching. Upon entering the mysterious realm, Li Yi immediately noticed a difference. An additional plot of land had appeared, the 7th piece of black soil. It seemed that the next milestone would require 50 million. A smile crept across Li Yi's face. 7 acres may not seem like much, but for him at this moment, it alleviated an urgent need. He decided to plant essential vegetables on this newly available land for the time being. Once he completed his obligations at school, he would seek out devilish plots for future cultivation. By then, Zhou Mingyi would also be coming to livestream, and he could take the opportunity to supplement his stock of rabbits and pheasants. If he could raise these 2 species, they might fetch a considerable price. Of course, the question of whether he could nurture them well remained. Approaching 1 acre of black soil, he observed the rice he had planted a few days prior, which was now nearing maturity. It appeared he would need to venture out to procure a harvester and other necessary equipment. Automatic seeders and similar tools also needed to be acquired. Otherwise, even with ample time, exhaustion would inevitably ensue. Squatting by the rice paddies, Li Yi noted the plump grains bending under their own weight. He estimated the yield from this acre to be around 7 to 8,000 pounds. The remainder of his crops had not yet changed, but soon they would be harvested, allowing him to sell for a substantial profit. Each hard-earned penny seemed to slip through his fingers, and he found himself unable to hold on to wealth. With a self-deprecating smile, he glanced at the increasingly robust golden silk nanmu, black sandalwood, and ironwood. He realized there were numerous tasks still to be arranged. Transplanting trees was essential, a necessity for future development. After tidying the space, Li exited. His plump dog, who was growing day by day yet showed no signs of slimming down, happily drifted into dreams. Just as dawn broke, Li rose early, needing to return to work at the school. Once his tasks were completed, he would have to purchase a harvester and seeder, otherwise, subsequent efforts would be impeded. Chapter 103. Purchasing the harvester early in the morning, the old campus buzzed with activity. When Li and Li Dazhuang arrived to lend a hand, the place was already bustling with activity. After greeting everyone with smiles, they quickly joined in to assist. The villagers worked voluntarily and conscientiously. This was something Li admired greatly. After a morning of diligent effort, they had nearly finished the tasks at hand. Since Li would not be able to participate in the subsequent work, he entrusted the remainder to Li Dazhuang. After finishing his meal and changing into a fresh set of clothes, he promptly hung them out to dry. He planned to venture into the county to see if he could procure a combined harvester and a seeder. With 7 acres of farmland already established, Li felt the urgency of multiple tasks at hand, realizing that time was becoming increasingly scarce. Acquiring these items had become imperative. Fortunately, he had some money left, and he decided to spend it all. Riding his small 3-wheeled vehicle along the newly paved cement road, a smile graced Li's face. The road stretched long, approximately 37 to 38 li, and it was far more traversable than before. The vehicle glided smoothly over the cement, free from the jarring bumps of the past. The journey was remarkably smooth. As he approached the latter part of the road, covered with straw, Li noticed a significant reduction in his speed. He had saved at least half the time, which brought a smile to his face. Passing by Lu Chuanfeng and others who were working on another road, Li greeted them. They had become familiar through their exchanges. "Where are you headed?" they asked. "Just buying a few things," Li replied, offering a cigarette before continuing on to the county. With no acquaintances in the county, he decided to call Lin Yaonan. He had promised to visit but had forgotten amidst his busy schedule. Upon receiving Li's call, Lin Yaonan was filled with joy and came out to greet him in his slippers. Today, Lin Wanting wore a white dress, her hair unusually styled into a ponytail. In this state, she exuded an indescribable charm and youthfulness. Noticing Li admiring his niece, Lin Yaonan felt a secret delight. He had been troubled about Lin Wanting's romantic prospects, but now it seemed she did not harbor any disdain for Li. In fact, she had taken the time to dress up before stepping out, which pleased him greatly. "I thought you had forgotten about me, old man," Lin Yaonan said, taking Li's hand. "Come on, let us go inside and have a seat." "Grandpa Lin, I need to buy a few things first. I'll join you later." Li replied with a smile. "What do you need to buy?" Lin Yaonan inquired. "I'm quite familiar with my niece." Mid-sentence, he shifted the conversation and pushed Lin Wanting forward. She rolled her eyes at her uncle but quickly asked, "What do you need? Perhaps I can offer some advice." "A combined harvester and a seeder. I need such machinery," Li replied, contemplating without pretension. "If it could be resolved swiftly, that would be ideal. I know just the place. Shall I take you?" Lin Wanting offered with a smile. "Sure." Li nodded in agreement. For the sake of his niece's future, Lin Yaonan insisted, go on, and we'll have a meal together later." Li agreed and intended to drive his small 3-wheeler. But Lin Wanting pulled him into her car instead. Sitting in the passenger seat, Li noticed a pleasant fragrance in the vehicle. Unsure if Lin Wanting was focused on driving or simply silent for another reason, she did not speak. Li, at a loss for words, chose to remain quiet. Soon, the two arrived at the bustling market, entirely dedicated to the sale of machinery. Lin Wanting led Li directly to the sales headquarters, articulating her requirements with clarity. Fortunately, the market was well stocked. Li purchased 2 harvesters along with seeders and weeders, expending over 3 million in total, a complete depletion of his savings. Had it not been for Lin Wanting and her companions, Li would have simply stored the equipment in his space. However, with such a large quantity, he provided an address for delivery and planned to retrieve it later. After the transaction was settled and the contract signed, Li followed Lin Wanting back. Lin Yaonan had prepared a meal, and the 3 sat down together. Today, Lin Yaonan was particularly cheerful. His aspirations were few, primarily wishing to see Lin Wanting marry and have children. His favorite prospective son-in-law was none other than Li. However, Lin Yaonan noticed that Li seemed quite disinterested in romance, and his beloved niece appeared to share the sentiment. If they were to rely on these two to make any progress, it seemed the chances were slim. Yet, he understood that if the parties involved were indifferent, no amount of external encouragement would be effective. After dinner, Li engaged in casual conversation with Lin Yaonan until Lin Wanting returned from a phone call. Her expression transformed. "What happened?" Li inquired. Lin Wanting hesitated briefly before responding. "There is an upcoming exchange conference, and the county has nominated me to participate." "That sounds promising," Li remarked. "It's a fruit exchange conference, but the previous batches have been eliminated," Lin Wanting replied. Upon hearing this, Li grasped the situation. The prior eliminations indicated a lack of even basic qualification. Given that Xing'an County had its reputation to uphold, Lin Wanting's participation was crucial, and there was a pressing need to achieve noteworthy results. What type of fruit? He asked. Citrus, Lin Wanting responded. Who else is participating? Li Yi probed further. Several domestic brands, along with others from abroad. The city has already selected its representatives, Lin Wanting said, her expression tinged with bitterness. The pumpkin mandarins previously purchased from Li Yi's family had some standing, but when compared to other brands, they fell short. Lin Wanting was fiercely competitive. If she was to participate, she aimed for victory. Moreover, representing the county against international contenders was a different ballgame entirely. Noticing Li Yi's silence, she understood that even he found himself at a loss. I do have a new variety, Li Yi finally spoke up, but I hadn't planned to market it just yet. However, if you achieve a commendable ranking, it could serve as an excellent promotional opportunity for our village. I lack the time, and you're in need of a variety. Would you consider borrowing it? Lin Wanting was momentarily taken aback, her eyes wide with surprise. You have it. The quality must surpass that of your mandarins and pumpkins. Li Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully. The quality will undoubtedly exceed. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanting's expression brightened. In that case, if we succeed, I will help you establish a market, and you shall grant me a 10% share of the profits. I will take care of everything. Chapter 104. Ascending the mountain once more certainly. Li Yi nodded in agreement. It was evident that he could not sell every variety to Lin Wanting. Being an astute individual, Lin Wanting grasped the underlying implications of Li Yi's words and thus opted for collaboration. In the realm of commerce, success is seldom easily attained. Much like selling fruit. Do you genuinely believe that merely having quality goods guarantees payment? If that were the case, it would only signify a naive assumption. Li Yi, being quite occupied and lacking expertise in fruit sales, understood that the dynamics of the marketplace were not something a novice could fully comprehend. The most common adage he encountered was that as long as your goods are of high quality, sales would follow. Those who utter such sentiments are either inexperienced or merely engaging in idle talk. For those who have ventured into business never boast in such a manner. Otherwise, the staggering failure rate among entrepreneurs would not stand at 99%. Entrusting matters to Lin Wanting and embarking on a partnership aligned perfectly with Li Yi's vision. Diverting his focus to these tasks would necessitate a miraculous ability to clone himself. Human energy is finite, making it impossible to attend to every detail. Lin Wanting was a skilled professional, and with her connections, should the hybrid pomelo prove to elicit a favorable response, it could yield a substantial fortune. Granting her a 10% profit was a negligible concern. All right, I shall deliver a batch of samples to you tomorrow. Please prepare accordingly. Li Yi remarked as he glanced at the sky. I must be on my way. Leaving so soon? Lin Wanting instinctively inquired, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Li Yi, momentarily oblivious, chuckled. Indeed, there are numerous matters to address. I must take my leave. Lin Wanting parted her lips slightly, but ultimately refrained from uttering any words of retention. Watching Li Yi's vehicle recede into the distance, she bit her lip, seemingly resolved to make a significant decision. At 8 in the evening, Li Yi arrived home. The machinery issue had been resolved, marking the completion of another major task. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The road was established. The village committee was set to begin construction, and the school was about to commence as well. Next on the agenda was the cementing of the village's small roads and the installation of streetlights. The first phase of infrastructure was nearing completion. It was time to embark on the second stage of planning. Water management was a substantial undertaking. However, there was no rush, as it could commence in the following year. After all, the villagers were currently preoccupied and lacked the capacity to address such matters. Moreover, with the new year approaching, the young and able-bodied individuals who had left the village would soon return. The construction of the new rural community required the involvement of more people. After tidying up his home, Li Yi's phone rang. It was Zhou Mingyi. Brother Li Yi, can we go live tomorrow? Upon hearing this, Li Yi recalled the promise he had made to Zhou Mingyi. Certainly, he replied, and Zhou Mingyi expressed her gratitude with excitement before hanging up. Li Yi intended to gather a few more mushrooms and wood ears from the mountain, hoping to cultivate them in his mysterious space. Additionally, mountain chickens and wild rabbits were indeed valuable resources. While others may struggle to domesticate them, it did not imply that he could not succeed. Li Dazhuang received a phone call informing him of the live broadcast scheduled for tomorrow. This time, he understood the importance and promptly reported to Sambwa and the others. To avoid facing another round of mixed doubles, after settling the matter, Li Yi fell into a deep slumber. Although the day's tasks were not overwhelming, he still felt fatigued from the constant to and fro. In the early morning, upon waking, Li Yi promptly pruned the hybrid pomelo trees that had flourished in his space. Seizing the time, he delivered them into Lin Wanting's hands. If Fuso could achieve such a feat, there was no reason why we, in magnificent Huaxia, could not. Regardless of the monetary gain, at the very least, some honor should be earned. After making the delivery, he returned to find that dawn had already broken. The second cement road was half completed, and it would take no more than 2 or 3 days to finish. This was indeed a joyous occasion. The village committee had also commenced work, with everything proceeding in an orderly fashion. The school construction might be slightly slower, yet there was no urgency. Not long after Li Yi returned home, Li Dazhuang arrived, accompanied by Huang Lei. Upon learning that they were heading to the mountains today, both dressed with practicality in mind, prioritizing safety and warmth. Li Yi had already prepared tools such as sickles and bamboo baskets. As for whether they would successfully catch anything, he remained uncertain. However, Cultivating mushrooms and wood ears, as well as the necessary soil, should not prove excessively difficult. While Li Yi was organizing the tools, Zhou Mingyi's group arrived. Brother Li Yi, Brother Dazhuang, Brother Lei. Zhou Mingyi greeted them cheerfully, her personality radiating warmth. Upon discovering that Huang Lei was present, she felt a surge of joy, as his presence would surely attract an audience. Nevertheless, Zhou Mingyi was not yet ready to start the live broadcast and needed to prepare further. Huang Lei, upon seeing Zhou Mingyi, was exuberantly enthusiastic. The responsibility of carrying items had previously fallen to Li Dazhuang, but now Huang Lei eagerly rushed to assist. Though simple-minded, Li Dazhuang was not foolish and quickly yielded his position. Li Yi paid little mind to these interactions. After organizing his belongings, he prepared to set off. The mountain they were to visit this time was different from the previous one, though this range was interconnected. The two mountains behind the reservoir were the most substantial, with a vast horizontal span. The surrounding mountains were steep, yet their overall height was rather ordinary. Today, they were headed to the transitional mountain between Group 1 and Group 2. This was a familiar terrain for Li Yi and his companions, where they had often ventured to play, encountering wildlife such as pheasants, hares, and other creatures, including the rather unwelcomed weasels that the villagers despised. Given that Shantao village was nestled among the mountains and rivers, such animals were commonplace. In earlier times, as society developed, the abundance of wildlife was even more pronounced. During Li Yi's childhood, the nights were filled with the howls of various animals, a cacophony that was particularly loud. Many sounds linger in Li Yi's memory, yet he lacks the insight and education to discern the origins of those calls. With the excavation of the mountains and the felling of trees, wildlife in the smaller forested areas has become increasingly scarce. In those days, poverty was prevalent in Li Yi's village, and it was common to venture into the mountains for firewood. However, caution was imperative, as carelessness could lead to stepping on traps set to capture wild animals. Today, Li Yi and his companions brought along several traps, reliant on fortune to see if they would succeed. If luck favored them, they might even discover a rabbit's burrow. Chapter 105. The pond that holds memories. Li Yi carried a bamboo basket, containing all their supplies. Li Dazhuang, on the other hand, shouldered the traps and held a water jug in his hand. Huang Lei bore some of Zhou Mingyi's live streaming equipment, making his load the lightest among them. At this moment, Zhou Mingyi had just entered the live stream room, having previously announced her arrival, which led many familiar viewers to await her presence eagerly. Even before she commenced the stream, the viewer count had already surged to over 100,000. Excitement buzzed in the chat. How come we haven't seen Ming Ming yet? Yes. I heard Lei Gu will also make an appearance. No way, really? My fingers are ready on the keyboard. Haha, do you think you can compete with Lei Gu? Oh, by the way, the host hinted that today's focus is on catching wild chickens and rabbits, and I'm genuinely curious. These are hard to find in restaurants and five-star hotels nowadays. Wildlife needs protection. Many species are on the brink of extinction. Soon, the chat erupted into a lively discussion about the capture of wild chickens and rabbits, a topic that certainly sparked controversy. Yet, everyone had their valid points. It was merely a matter of differing perspectives. As Zhou Mingyi activated her live stream, a flurry of comments filled the screen. The host is here. Welcome, host. We've been waiting for you. Countless messages flooded in. Zhou Mingyi greeted everyone with a sweet smile. Thank you for your patience. It hasn't been long. Just about an hour, someone chimed in. I've been waiting since last night. You upstairs, enough already. I've been waiting for 3 days. Haven T, I mentioned it? Zhou Mingyi chuckled at the barrage of comments. I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting. She continued. Can you guess who else will join our livestream today? Of course. It has to be our Li Yi. Exactly. I came here for him. Nonsense. I'm here for our Dazhuang. What about Lei Gu? The one upstairs should be dragged out and dealt with. Lei Gu 1TB joining. As the comments continued to pour in, the number of viewers in the livestream skyrocketed to 200,000. At this moment, Zhou Mingyi approached the vicinity of Li Yi and the others, with the camera focusing on them. After 2 live broadcasts, Li Yi had begun to acclimatize to this streaming environment. Hello everyone, he greeted shyly, eliciting cheers from a throng of admirers. Li Dazhuang, however, was far more reserved, offering a simple grin at the camera as his form of salutation. When the camera shifted to Huang Lei, the atmosphere in the live stream instantly transformed. I heard everyone missed me while I was away last time. Huang Lei appeared on the screen. No, you think too much. We certainly did not. Oh my, it's really dark. Goodness, is it dark already? It's only noon. Huang Lei's smile faltered. Someone, drag these blind fools out and put them in a pig cage. The chat erupted in laughter. Brother Lei is formidable. Here we go again. In that moment, the barrage of comments surged tenfold. Zhou Mingyi understood that while some were genuinely joking with Huang Lei, others were outright launching personal attacks. There was little she could do, as it was impossible for anyone to be universally accepted and adored. Fortunately, Huang Lei had a broad mind, engaging playfully with the audience in a tit-for-tat banter. Are you planning to head up the mountain? Someone inquired. The atmosphere grew lively, with the viewer count soaring to 300,000. Now, everyone was immersed in the theme, and the earlier footage had revealed the bamboo baskets and tools carried by Li Yi and others, hinting at their purpose. Yes, Zhou Mingyi nodded. We just passed a household. This marks the boundary between the second and first groups. The path is quite narrow, merely about 40 centimeters wide. Li Dazhuang led the way, with Zhou Mingyi in the center and Li Yi bringing up the rear. The roadside was overgrown with weeds, and the path twisted and steepened. After passing the household, The surroundings transitioned into a small jungle, with residences nestled beneath it. Above the jungle, to the north of the path, lay a sprawling hillside. At the foot of the mountain, numerous terraced fields were cultivated with crops. After traversing less than 100 meters, a modest pond came into view. The audience in the live stream instantly came alive. The pond was not particularly extraordinary. Lakes in large cities were far more expansive. However, unlike urban bodies of water, which often appeared mass-produced, beautiful, yet lacking in wildness and authenticity, this rural pond retained its natural essence. The surface was overgrown with reeds. Streamer, show us. This pond isn't very big. Is there any fish in it? It seemed that Li Yi and his companions had visited before, as many comments flashed across the screen. At this moment, Zhou Mingyi glanced at Huang Lei and Li Yi. Huang Lei, unusually serious, explained, there are certainly fish. But since we haven't fished here yet, we truly have no idea how many or how large they might be. Nevertheless, this pond is one of the most joyful and memorable places from our childhood. Is that true? Brother Lei, do tell. Many are indeed eager to hear the tales of yesteryears. Huang Lei cast a glance at Li Yi and inquired, can you share? Li Yi smiled, a subtle curve forming at the corners of his mouth. This very place holds countless joyful memories from their childhood. Do not be deceived by the modest size of this pond. During our elementary and middle school days, my companions Li Yi and Zhuang often frequented this spot for fishing. Do you see that, Doc? Huang Lei pointed out. About 2 meters to the left front is a deep pit. Just how deep is it? We never discovered, but this very spot has seen tragic drownings. Goodness. Goosebumps spread across the audience. Is that true? I believe it. My hometown is also rural, and drownings in ponds are lamentably common. This talk is giving me chills. The barrage of comments flooded in. Many viewers were startled by Huang Lei's words. Yet, those with a bolder spirit found their curiosity piqued. Brother Lei, you all are indeed fearless. It is said that one should not make a ruckus in areas where people have drowned, as it may lead to misfortune. Yes, we have heard that too. It seems to be something about water ghosts claiming lives. Quiet down. Let us continue to hear Brother Lei's tales. Chapter 106. The wild rabbit appears. The atmosphere in the live stream seems to have taken a strange turn. Every time it reaches Huang Lei, it diverges. What initially appears to be a serious and chilling matter is quickly diminished by the audience's reactions. Huang Lei rolled his eyes in exasperation. This viewer is a bit mischievous. Let us ignore him. Haha. Brother Lei, please continue. Speaking of this pond, did you truly swim here? The audience's imagination knows no bounds. Indeed, Huang Lei chuckled. It was here that little E and our friends learned to swim. Goodness, you are truly brave. You dared to play in the water at a spot where people have drowned? Brother Lei, you are amazing. It's not that we were unafraid. We played on the opposite side, see? Huang Lei gestured towards the dock's opposite side. The aquatic vegetation here is peculiar, abundant, and seemingly never-ending. The terrain across is quite gentle, so even during heavy rains, the water does not reach us. As he spoke, he kept pace with the group, pointing to a small terraced field by the roadside. Do you see? Countless tea trees were once cultivated here. In our village, we had no tradition of purchasing tea. Those living in the countryside are well aware that each year we would gather tea leaves and then roast them ourselves. We know this. Is it true that you roast tea by hand? Really? Isn't it hot? Many were intrigued. Although they understood the process of picking tea leaves, few had witnessed or experienced the roasting. The main reason is the labor-intensive nature of the craft, and moreover, those who have picked tea understand that it is an especially tiring endeavor. The amount of tea you gather in a day may not even suffice for your own consumption. Li chuckled and remarked, stir-frying tea is certainly not scorching. However, one cannot entirely dismiss the notion. The addition of salt mitigates the temperature within the pot, rendering it less searing to the touch. Moreover, employing one's hands for the stir-frying ensures the integrity of the leaves, preventing them from being reduced to mere fragments by a spatula. Do they really add salt when stir-frying tea? I'm astounded. Is that true? Oh my, so salt is indeed involved. Not entirely, Li replied with a smile. Those who use a large pot over a vigorous flame typically do so. After the stir-frying process, the tea must be sun-dried for a while, which results in the most fragrant leaves for consumption. Naturally, this tea pales in comparison to those cultivated specifically for the purpose or produced in large workshops. Many audience members nodded in agreement. In rural areas, tea is predominantly grown and harvested by individuals themselves. Furthermore, their yield is limited, as it is primarily intended for personal consumption. The pursuit of sophistication amidst scarcity is, of course, unnecessary. Moreover, tea seeds can be harvested from the tea trees to extract oil, which is a highly coveted commodity. This tea oil surpasses the price of many commercial cooking oils by several multiples. This is due to its exceptional aroma as well as its scarce production. Even large workshops yield only meager amounts of tea oil. At present, while there are still individuals harvesting tea, none are engaged in the extraction of tea oil. The four of them were traversing a pathway above a small pond, flanked by hollow sycamore trees. Beyond the pond, the terrain ascended steeply into terraced fields. This region represents a quintessentially sunken valley, reminiscent of the character Sha. Their current position lies beneath this point. The centrally depressed area is entirely composed of terraced fields, many of which have fallen into neglect. Ascending past the small valley, they encountered grand mountains and lush valleys, where the undergrowth flourished, with grass towering over them. Beyond that point lay a deep and expansive ravine, excavated in an unknown era, adorned with stone tablets inscribed in traditional characters. Some claim it dates back to the Republic of China era, though Li Yi and his companions remain uncertain of its authenticity. The mountain forest was tranquil, and the terraced fields were remarkably steep, with each level presenting a formidable challenge to ascend. Here, a type of serrated grass blooms beautifully in spring, yet its leaves are perilously sharp. A careless encounter could result in deep lacerations to one's fingers. This grass proliferates relentlessly, regrowing even after being cut or burned. Suddenly, Zhou Mingyi let out a shriek, startling everyone. What happened? Protect me. What is wrong with my adorable goddess? I swear, I just saw a gray shadow dart by. Did you notice? I did. It was like a flash of lightning. In an instant, the previously calm livestream chat erupted with excitement. Li Dazhuang gruffly declared, "It's a rabbit." The terraced fields, long since abandoned, were now overrun with weeds. Li Dazhuang withdrew a sickle and cleared the surrounding grass, pointing to the dark pellets within. "This is rabbit droppings." The others suddenly comprehended. It turned out that a rabbit had been nearby, yet they had failed to notice it. Zhou Mingyi was genuinely startled, still somewhat disoriented. Li Yi remarked, "The villagers have aged, and many fields are no longer cultivated. In our youth, this area was pristine and devoid of weeds. It resembled a veritable estate, profoundly beautiful. Now, it appears desolate at a glance. However, such an environment is more conducive to the habitation of wildlife. The presence of rabbit droppings indicates that there must be a rabbit burrow nearby." Li Yi cautioned, "Do not underestimate rabbits. Wild ones can be quite fierce." This incident lingered vividly in Li Yi's memory. At that time, he, along with Huang Lei, Zhao Guang, Zhao Ning, and Zhao Xiong, had come to this place to play in the water. Zhao Guang, being older than Li Yi and Huang Lei, was the leader among them, possessing remarkable intelligence and resourcefulness, though his only flaw was a lack of interest in studies. Huang Lei had not continued his education past junior high, while Li Yi had completed junior high before transitioning to vocational school, where he ultimately abandoned his studies as well. Subsequently, they all followed Huang Lei into the workforce. During those days, Li Yi and his friends, under Zhao Guang's lead, explored every possible play area, including learning to swim and catch wild rabbits. Li Yi vividly remembered discovering a rabbit burrow amidst the grass after crossing a hill. It had been a rainy day, and their shoes were caked in yellow mud. Yet the light rain did not deter them. Despite the weather, the burrow was nestled between the soil and dense grass, among the kind of underbrush that easily scratches one's hands. As Li Yi pushed aside the thick undergrowth, he suddenly noticed gray fur on his fingers. He realized that a rabbit burrow was indeed present. Chapter 107. A nest of baby rabbits. Li Yi excitedly called for Huang Lei and Zhao Guang to join him. The group was filled with uncontainable enthusiasm, disregarding the mud that clung to their clothes and the ground beneath them. Kneeling beside the grass pile, they carefully pried apart the foliage as if searching for buried treasure. After peeling away layer upon layer of insulating material, they finally beheld the tiny rabbits. They were indeed diminutive, yet the scent of the burrow was overwhelmingly strong. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that this rabbit nest was remarkably warm. Amidst the thick grass lay 5 very small rabbits, surrounded by the fur shed by the mother rabbit. This fur served as a protective layer, providing excellent insulation and softness. It was at that moment that Li Yi realized the true nature of wild rabbits. However, despite uncovering the burrow, they had not anticipated attracting the attention of the larger rabbit. The rabbit, resting not far away, had eyes as red as rubies. Li Yi and his companions never contemplated taking the little creature. Despite their playful spirits, they would not stoop to such an act. Gradually, they retreated, aware that although the wild rabbit posed no immediate threat, had they made a move towards it, the mother rabbit might well have bitten them. Now, with intentions of domesticating wild rabbits, Li Yi's perspective had evolved significantly. "Ming, you stay here while we search," Li Yi instructed. Zhou Mingyi nodded obediently, holding her live stream equipment. "Ah, this reminds me of our childhood," Huang Lei remarked, reflecting on the passage of time. "By now, Zhao Guang and the others should be returning." Li Yi smiled in agreement. Despite their growth, the bonds forged in their youth, when they played together in their infancy, surpassed those he shared with acquaintances from the outside world. Throughout his life, Li Yi had rarely admired his peers, but Zhao Guang was an exception. In games, he easily secured first place, and during the athletic meets, his prowess in the triathlon seemed effortless. He had even claimed victory in running events. Li Yi had once envied Zhao Guang's innate talent, particularly in academics, as Zhao Guang would often come to his home after school to copy assignments. This was the only area in which Li Yi could claim superiority, albeit a modest one, perhaps reminiscing about their mischievous childhood antics. Huang Lei and Li Dazhuang felt a wave of joy. The trio began to advance from the previous thicket towards the valley. The terrain was uneven and riddled with small holes, potentially concealing traps set by others. The mountain harbored more than just wild rabbits and weasels. Numerous creatures eluded identification. Thus, caution was prudent. Thankfully, it was winter, otherwise, they would have to be wary of snakes. As they progressed layer by layer, their pace slowed considerably. Zhou Mingyi raised her camera, capturing the 3 of them to provide a clearer view for their audience. There is a saying in the mundane world: a rabbit does not eat the grass near its burrow. This, however, is a misconception. Rabbits do indeed forage close to home. They abstain primarily to protect their burrows and living environments, especially pregnant rabbits, who exemplify this adage perfectly. "Found it!" Li Dazhuang's excited call rang out. Zhou Mingyi hurried over. The grass in this area flourishing far more than in the previous spot. As Li Dazhuang cautiously parted the surrounding foliage, their field of vision expanded dramatically. This clump of grass was well concealed. Had they not come specifically to search, it would have remained undiscovered. The secrecy of the rabbit's nest lay precisely in its hidden location. Li Yi and Huang Lei's faces lit up with joy as they hurried over. Indeed, as layers of grass were peeled back like a towel being unfurled, they glimpsed tufts of rabbit fur scattered around. Astonishingly, there were 8 little bunnies. At birth, these young rabbits were completely devoid of fur. It is utterly soft and tender. Oh, it truly is a little bunny. Zhou Mingyi's gaze instantly warmed with affection. She was both excited and thrilled, her entire arm quivering. Dear host, could you please exhibit some restraint? Steady now, or we might be overwhelmed. The viewers in the live stream grew anxious. Zhou Mingyi trembled with excitement. Yet this fervor proved challenging for the onlookers. The camera shook violently, which could be perilous for some. Realizing she had perhaps become overly animated, Zhou Mingyi blushed slightly and offered a modest apology to the audience before finally steadying the camera. Li Dazhuang and Huang Lei made space for Zhou Mingyi to crouch nearby, allowing for a clearer view. At that moment, as the camera zoomed in, everyone could distinctly see what the small wild rabbit and its burrow looked like. Of course, besides the nest concealed within the tangle of grass, there were also openings in the soil. The saying a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows held true. Let us block the entrances. Li Yi immediately began issuing commands. The little bunnies must be nurtured, while the larger ones needed to be captured. Following the entrance, it was quite simple to locate other burrows. Huang Lei and Li Dazhuang were quite knowledgeable, and the 3 quickly set traps. The wild rabbit would not abandon its young, so it was certain to return. After establishing the traps, Li Yi did not immediately take the little rabbit, but instead led Zhou Mingyi and the others to retreat. Once the rabbit returned to its burrow, escape would be impossible. With Zhou Mingyi holding the live stream camera, they concealed themselves in the nearby thicket, all holding their breath in anticipation. Wow, does anyone else feel like a thief? Isn't that obvious? We are, in fact, stealing wild rabbits. Can we raise the little bunny? This should not pose a challenge for them, especially considering how vividly Li Yi had recounted the taste of chestnut rabbit meat. The wild rabbits are quite strong and cunning. It remained uncertain whether they could capture one. As they waited, the numerous viewers in the live stream began to boldly make predictions. Zhou Mingyi remained silent, simply feeling exhilarated and thrilled. Capturing a rabbit for the first time in her life, if successful, would undoubtedly be a cause for celebration. You all stay here. Dazhuang and I will investigate the nearby traces, Huang Lei suggested. Hunting wild chickens? They are quite clever these days. No worries, let us give it a try. Li Yi replied with a smile, quietly traversing the small hill toward the other side. Why are there more wild chickens in this area? The terrain here is generally lower and closer to human habitation, unlike the back mountains, which have very few residents. Additionally, this area is abundant with terraced fields, and while the jungle offers ample sustenance, it is still insufficient to satisfy them. Chapter 108, Capturing Wild Chickens. However, this area is different. The mountains are generally more fertile than those on the west side, providing a wealth of edible resources, whether the fields are cultivated or abandoned. More importantly, this area is riddled with small hills, densely populated with thickets, making traversal exceedingly difficult, in stark contrast to the vast mountains on the other side, where the paths are wide and clear. Such a locale is indeed more conducive to their proliferation and concealment. Once, Li Yi and his companions ventured into this wilderness, gazing at the towering vines that intertwined in a complex tapestry. From a distance, it resembled a smooth expanse of green carpet laid across the landscape. One could scarcely wield a sickle to carve a path through it. More critically, these vines entwined so tightly that one could not ascertain the presence of any lurking threats within. Among them, there were indeed many wasps, some as large as a grown man's thumb. A sting from one of these could pose a perilous risk if not treated promptly. Thus, Li Yi and his companions had conducted only a limited exploration of these mountains and forests. Bang, bang, bang. The stick in Li Dazhuang's hand swung and struck with considerable noise, a method of probing as they ventured deeper into the thicket. Almost reaching a point of immobility when Li Yi's gaze suddenly brightened. Perched upon a branch was a remarkably beautiful feather. Li Yi gestured for Li Dazhuang to retrieve the feather, his heart already certain that it was undoubtedly a pheasant feather. It seemed there were indeed traces of these creatures inhabiting the vicinity. Consequently, Li Yi, like Li Dazhuang, seized a nearby sturdy stick and began to strike the surrounding darkness. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings erupted. Both Li Yi and Li Dazhuang were startled as a large creature took flight from an inconspicuous corner. Wow! They exclaimed in unison, adrenaline surging through their veins. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yi swung his stick. Bang! However, due to the lack of force in the dense undergrowth surrounding them, his throw was obstructed, causing the stick to fall short before it could travel halfway. In contrast, Li Dazhuang's strike was notably more powerful. It struck this soaring, colorful pheasant, its vibrant plumage reminiscent of a watercolor painting, dazzlingly bright and translucent. This creature was even larger than a domesticated chicken. However, Li Dazhuang's blow merely grazed its tail, causing the bird to wobble slightly in its ascent. The pheasant, which could have soared higher, began to plummet at a visibly accelerated rate. The commotion on Li Yi's side also caught the attention of Huang Lei and Zhou Mingyi nearby. Look! Huang Lei exclaimed, pointing at the colorful pheasant that had burst forth from the thicket. Zhou Mingyi immediately raised her live-streaming camera, her excitement palpable. "Quick!" Huang Lei shouted, grabbing a large net with a pole over 3 meters long. "You follow behind." At that moment, even Huang Lei paid no mind to Zhou Mingyi. Initially, they had felt helpless when encountering pheasants, primarily due to the difficulty of capturing them. Luring them with food had proven to be a viable strategy. But now, they had yet to begin the enticing process. With the pheasant already in flight, how could they allow it to escape back into the wild? My goodness! Could this truly be the legendary phoenix? It is blindingly magnificent. They say a wild chicken can transform into a phoenix, and I never believed it until now. Could it be that these myths hold a kernel of truth? It resembles the phoenix envisioned by ancient sages so closely, perhaps it was inspired by the wild chicken itself. I have encountered both a wild rabbit and a wild chicken today, and it has been worth every moment. What a splendid sight. Indeed, my eyes have been opened wide. One after another, the spectators were left in awe, while gifts began to flood the screen. Zhou Mingyi, feeling anxious, yearned to get closer, yet as a girl, she found herself hindered in her movements. She could only proceed slowly, aiming her camera with greater precision. "Huang Lei, block it!" Li Yi shouted. When he and Li Dazhuang emerged, their pace had noticeably slowed due to the numerous obstacles in their path. The wild chicken could fly a distance of approximately 10 to 15 meters. This was its limit. Despite its wings, it was not a true bird. A fact well understood by Li Yi and his companions. As Li Dazhuang burst out of the thicket, he seized a large stone and, observing the vividly colored wild chicken as its speed and altitude diminished, he hurled it with great force. Among Li Yi's group of friends, only Zhao Guang could rival Li Dazhuang in terms of precision when it came to throwing stones. He had a nearly flawless accuracy, a true innate talent. Huang Lei, Li Yi, and even Zhao Ning were not nearly as adept. However, Zhao Guang and Li Dazhuang were different. Stones seemed to have a homing instinct when thrown by them, landing with terrifying accuracy. Thud, thud, thud. 3 large stones were launched in quick succession. One struck its tail, another hit a wing, while the last one missed entirely. Such a hit rate was already quite impressive, and Li Yi was overjoyed. Incredible! A master marksman. Brother Dazhuang is formidable. This is indeed a gifted skill, hitting a flying wild chicken. Quickly, it's getting away. Hurry up. We can hardly wait. Streamer, please get closer so we can see better. If you catch the wild chicken, we'll shower you with gifts. This was a live broadcast, and the audience was more anxious than the participants themselves. The wild rabbit had not yet been captured, but hope was kindled for the wild chicken. However, it had yet to be caught. Zhou Mingyi was on the verge of tears. Each step on the terraced fields felt insurmountable. Initially, she wished to maintain her ladylike demeanor, but now, she cast aside all pretense and scrambled forward, not caring if she got dirty. This determination allowed her to close the distance rapidly, and her camera captured the scene more clearly and vividly. "Quick, catch it. Haha, we wish we could jump in and assist Brother Lei. Brother Lei, the success of this endeavor rests on you." In the live chat, some viewers were in a frenzy, urging action, while others cheered with encouragement. Everyone was eager to see if the wild chicken could indeed be captured. Suddenly, the wild chicken let out a clucking sound and, with a flurry of wings, it fell onto the terraced field. Yet it was unwilling to accept its fate. Though struck and momentarily losing its balance, it was not entirely incapacitated. At that moment, Huang Lei was still at a considerable distance from it. The reddish-brown claws propelled its substantial body forward, darting into the dense underbrush. "Where do you think you're going?" Huang Lei's eyes reddened as he ran, losing a shoe in the process. He paid it no mind. At that moment, his sole focus was on the vibrant wild chicken. Chapter 109. The wild chicken and the wild rabbit. Much like domestic fowl, wild chickens are exceedingly agile creatures. Apart from those that crouch when approached, the majority take flight at the slightest provocation. Clearly, the wild chicken that had just moments ago been startled was not ready to surrender. Had it not been for Li Dazhuang's earlier shot, it might not have panicked so. After all, their lives had been rather comfortable, and while fleeing is instinctive, they are not perpetually vigilant. With a swift motion, Huang Lei cast his net. The wild chicken, possessing a keen sense of danger, twisted its body just in time to evade capture as the net descended. At that moment, Li Yi and Li Dazhuang burst forth from the foliage, adorned with an array of branches and grasses. "Grab it!" Without hesitation, Li Yi charged forward, leaping down from the terraced field in pursuit of the wild chicken. Li Dazhuang followed suit, taking large strides as the trio swiftly closed in on their quarry. However, the wild chicken flapped its wings and took to the air. Not high, barely a meter, but alas, Li Yi and his companions did not possess the gift of flight. Just as Li Yi's fingers grazed the silky feathers, the wild chicken slipped from his grasp. "Damn it!" Li Yi exclaimed, rising to find himself caked in mud. Li Dazhuang seized a nearby sickle and plunged into the fray. The wild chicken squawked mockingly as it fled, its cries resonating through the air. Huang Lei, undeterred, followed suit, burrowing into the thick vegetation that severely obstructed their path. Impenetrable without heavy machinery or fire. Yet, igniting a blaze would mean dire consequences for Li Yi and his friends. In the livestream, viewers were on edge, witnessing their failure to catch the wild chicken. As they saw Huang Lei and Li Dazhuang dive into the underbrush, anxiety and concern gripped them. No one knew what dangers lay ahead, but they could still hear the wild chicken's clucking and the rustling of the foliage. It was likely to elude capture. The dense undergrowth was so thick that one could easily stand upon it. Brother Lei is truly bold, viewers remarked. feeling a twinge of regret at the failure to catch the wild chicken. Yet their primary concern remained for Huang Lei and Li Dazhuang's safety. Although they had not succeeded in their pursuit, they had given it their all. "I'm leaving now," one declared, followed by a chorus of others echoing the sentiment. As the gifts in the live stream surged, Zhou Mingyi barely had time to express gratitude. The camera focused on the impenetrable darkness of the underbrush, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Suddenly, within a mere 3 meters ahead, the underbrush quaked violently, accompanied by the wild chicken's frantic cries. Li Yi's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Have we caught one?" The cacophony of the wild chicken's cries unmistakably indicated that it had indeed been captured, the noise piercing and loud. At last, Huang Lei and Li Dazhuang emerged, leaves clinging to their hair as they crawled out. In Huang Lei's hand was the very wing of the wild chicken. "Wow, we really caught it." Zhou Mingyi let out a shriek. The audience, previously in low spirits, was instantly invigorated upon seeing the wild chicken in Huang Lei's grasp, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. "Incredible! You actually managed to catch this?" they exclaimed, their enthusiasm surging. "Let us show some love, folks." As Huang Lei emerged and raised the vividly colored wild chicken, the live stream erupted in excitement, with viewership skyrocketing. Huang Lei bore a few scratches on his arms and face, grinning as he remarked, "This guy is truly crafty." Zhou Mingyi directed the camera towards the wild chicken, capturing a comprehensive close-up. Now, everyone could clearly see what the wild chicken looked like, satisfying the curiosity of many. The chicken's plumage was glossy and beautiful, surpassing that of domestic chickens by several degrees. Li Yi promptly took it and placed it into a nearby net. "Lei Gu, Dazhuang Gu, wipe off your sweat." Zhou Mingyi quickly produced 2 prepared towels and handed them to the 2 men. "Thank you." They casually wiped their faces, seemingly unbothered by the gesture. Li Yi then said, "I'll check for wild rabbits." At this, Zhou Mingyi suddenly realized, yes, there should be wild rabbits too. Li Yi hastened back to the previous ambush site, where he immediately noticed the net and bamboo basket shaking violently. "Wow," he gasped, quickly running over. As he pressed down on the net and basket, joy surged within him. Through a gap, he spotted 2 enormous rabbits vigorously digging. "Come quick, there are 2. Li Yi shouted. Huang Lei and Li Dazhuang rushed over, while Zhou Mingyi raised the camera, and the audience in the live stream erupted in excitement, spamming 666. "Put on some gloves," Li Dazhuang reminded. And Li Yi was already prepared. A large net was placed over the top, with the bamboo basket beneath. As Li Yi reached inside, he felt a jolt and grasped 2 rabbit ears, lifting them with ease. His arms suddenly felt heavy. These wild rabbits were quite substantial. They must weigh around 10 pounds. When catching a chicken, one holds it by the wings, while for rabbits, one must grasp the ears. Once lifted, they usually cease to struggle. The wild rabbit that Li Yi hoisted was large and heavy, its fur a shade of gray, reminiscent of grandma gray. The meat was firm, incomparable to that of domesticated rabbits. Inside the bamboo basket, there was another one. With its crimson eyes, it locked gazes with Zhou Mingyi, who thoughtfully provided the viewers with a close-up of the wild rabbit. "These 2 should be a male and a female," Li Yi declared, tossing them into a prepared bag. "Let us catch this one too." Once both rabbits were captured, Li Yi let out a profound sigh of relief. "Huang Lei Dazhuang, scatter some corn kernels and rice grains nearby to see if we can attract any wild chickens," Li Yi instructed. "All right." The 2 promptly set about arranging a makeshift setup, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the fowl. Meanwhile, Li Yi retrieved a small bamboo basket, lining it with soft fabric and grass before gently transferring a nest of baby rabbits into it. These rabbits, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would require nurturing. Taming wild rabbits can indeed be a cumbersome endeavor, yet Li Yi remained undeterred. The more he could rear, the better. Selling wild rabbits could yield a substantial profit. Coincidentally, his uncle possessed considerable expertise in this area, and Li Yi intended to consult him later. If his uncle expressed interest in raising them as well, Li Yi would gladly offer him 2 to nurture at his own pace. After carefully settling the baby rabbits, Li Yi felt another wave of relief wash over him. He then picked up the traps he had prepared earlier and began setting up traps. The species that would be caught in the traps would ultimately be left to fate. However, the prospect of raising wild chickens and rabbits stirred thoughts of the various chickens, ducks, geese, cattle, and sheep in the village. Logically, it should be possible to cultivate a superior breed among them. Selling these to high-demand restaurants would undoubtedly surpass the average poultry in quality. Chapter 110. The origin and development of mushrooms. By the time Li Yi finished his preparations, Huang Lei and Li Dazhuang had completed their tasks as well. Noticing that there was still ample time, Li Yi decided to venture further in, aware that the forest could undergo a dramatic transformation in just a few months. Observing the current state, he surmised that few had traversed this area in recent years. Who knows what treasures might lie hidden within? The captured wild chickens and rabbits were placed atop a pile of grass, rendering them invisible to passersby. The 4 of them, equipped with tools, followed a narrow path, gradually making their way deeper into the mountain, retracing their steps along the previous ravine. Initially, Li Yi had intended to forage for mushrooms and wood ear fungus, but now he left it to fate. With a sickle in hand, he deftly sliced through the thorny trees blocking their path. These trees were quite prickly, and a moment's carelessness could easily tear one's trousers. They had certainly learned this lesson the hard way. Typically, these thorny trees were not particularly tall, although some exceptionally large ones could be found. In Li Yi's recollection, the thickest of these trees were only as wide as a baby's arm. None exceeded that girth. The predominant species here were fir, sand, and pine trees, with few other varieties present. Occasionally, they would encounter a few rare species. And the trees on the same mountain exhibited distinct layers. As they ventured further in, it became increasingly evident that the sky was growing dim. The canopy of trees was uneven, casting heavy shadows and allowing precious little sunlight to filter through. The deeper they went, the cooler the air became. And by the time they reached the innermost part, a gentle chill enveloped them. Fortunately, everyone was dressed warmly, so they experienced no discomfort. Brother Li, is this the type of mushroom? Zhou Mingyi pointed at a moist leaf surrounded by a cluster of white mushrooms and inquired, isn't that so? Li, who was also foraging, nodded in agreement. Wild mushrooms are particularly sought after in restaurants, especially in those establishments that are somewhat larger. More importantly, wild varieties are significantly fresher. Of course, there are also dried mushrooms that fetch a higher price. Brother Li, these mushrooms must be worth a considerable sum, right? Zhou Mingyi asked. Indeed. The wilder they are, the more expensive. Li affirmed with a nod. Speaking of which, our vast and resource-rich Huaxiao must have a great demand for them, right? Huang Lei also inquired. Li pondered for a moment and nodded. Indeed, there is a supply-demand imbalance. However, artificially cultivated mushrooms fall far short of their wild counterparts. So, does that mean we are a significant mushroom-growing nation? Huang Lei speculated. Not quite. Li gently shook his head and began explaining, if we delve into it. Japan excels far beyond us in this regard. Is that true? Why would I deceive you? Li responded. Of course, our country has made substantial progress. He sighed, shaking his head, and remarked, let me recount the origins, development, and current state of this matter. The three nodded, as they indeed had little knowledge in this area. As he continued to select mushrooms, Li began his narration. In agricultural civilization, large fungi were regarded as a mysterious ingredient. Unlike the fruits and grains cultivated in rural areas that rely on seeds for propagation, or vegetables that depend on sunlight for growth, wild mushrooms are inherently superior due to their rich amino acids. The Lu Shi Chun Chiu states, the finest flavors are derived from wild fungi, referring to the mushrooms foraged during that era. In the pre-Qing period, the agricultural development in the regions south of the Yangtze River was minimal. Yet an abundance of wild fungi could be gathered and transported over great distances to the tables of various feudal lords, highlighting their exquisite taste and value. Naturally, the term mushroom was introduced later. Previously, ancient dynasties referred to them as gu. References can be found in ancient texts such as Yupian and Tang Yun. In the Shan Shu Pu, which describes the customs of Yongjia and Wenzhou during the Sui dynasty, the term Xiangjuan appears, indicating shiitake mushrooms. Thus, there emerged two varieties, with the winter mushroom carrying the esteemed reputation of being superior. The designation of mushroom can be credited to a figure named Madan Chanyu. This ruler, who swept across the steppes and beyond, has had an undeniable influence on subsequent nomadic civilizations. Specifically, the term Mo is attributed to his legacy. In the Altaic language family, including Mongolic and Turkic languages, one can hear it echoed. In Mongolian, the ubiquitous fungi are referred to as Moog, beginning in the late southern Song dynasty. With the Mongol Yuan dynasty's advent into central China, perhaps in homage to the traditions of the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions of the former southern Song, or perhaps for the sake of clarity and elegance in translation, Mo became associated with the Chinese language, ultimately evolving into a Mo. Li Yi's selection of mushrooms for cultivation is certainly not arbitrary. Throughout history, no matter how mushrooms are cultivated artificially, they will invariably fall short of the exquisite flavors found in their wild counterparts. Even to this day, there exist over 500 varieties of mushrooms worldwide that hold potential value, yet fewer than 50 can truly be cultivated. This fact brings a tinge of regret to Li Yi, for mushroom culture is a unique aspect of Chinese heritage that subsequently spread to neighboring Japan. The first recorded instance occurred in 1664 AD when the original log cultivation method, invented by the Song dynasty, was introduced to Japan by local inhabitants, particularly in the northeastern region of Kyushu. Here, they successfully harvested nearly 17 kilograms of dried shiitake mushrooms, marking the most precise documentation of artificial mushroom cultivation in Japan. It is noteworthy that during that period, Japan was still in an era of meat prohibition, and having tasted the distinct flavors of mushrooms, they embarked on a path markedly different from that of China. While China was fervently exploring the culinary delights of wild mushrooms, Japan had already surpassed it in artificial cultivation. By 1970, Japan's annual production soared to an astonishing 4,000 tons, establishing it as the foremost country in edible mushroom production globally. In stark contrast, China lagged behind, with a limited variety of cultivated mushrooms. From the time of Su Shi and Gao Sizhen during the Song dynasty to contemporary figures such as Wang Shixiang and Wang Xingqi, these literati revered wild mushrooms, often looking down upon their cultivated counterparts, even regarding them with disdain. This attitude has, to some extent, influenced societal perceptions of the mushroom cultivation industry. There is also a lesser-known anecdote. In 1966, a task was assigned in Lishui, Zhejiang, where an elderly gentleman expressed a desire for fresh shiitake mushrooms. Consequently, over 100 individuals ventured into the mountains. Yet they managed to find only 20 fresh mushrooms in a single day. This illustrates the rarity and preciousness of these fungi. Furthermore, during the 1979 Asian Badminton Championships, Japanese athletes were required to include shiitake mushrooms as a staple in their diets. At that time, Lishui, the national hub for shiitake production, could only supply a mere 10 kilograms. This serves as a testament to the frailty of the situation. Subsequently, with the advent of reform and opening up policies, China's shiitake industry began to flourish. In 1978, production was below 100,000 tons, yet by 2013, it surged to an impressive 31.7 million tons. Nevertheless, even this remarkable growth could not surpass